Charlotte reclined in her plush leather chair, her gaze fixed on the men hauling chests into a dimly lit vault. Their muscular forms glistened under the flickering lanterns as they worked methodically, stacking treasure like obedient machines. "Young mistress," came the voice of her aged butler, his tone sharp yet deferential. "The von Weiss family has successfully eradicated the Lotus Gang." A sly smile spread across Charlotte's lips. "Ha! My foolish little brother could never have imagined that I'd use our enemies to do the dirty work of eliminating the traitors he nurtured." Her laughter was soft and chilling, an unmistakable undertone of triumph. "Shall I send someone to deal with Victor?" the butler inquired, his head inclined respectfully. "No need," she replied, waving her hand dismissively. "That wretch may be a pervert, but he's well protected. And I'd rather not stir up trouble with his family, yet." Her smile sharpened. "Instead, send him an invitation to the auction. Make sure it's timed so he arrives late. I want him humiliated." Her voice was laced with venom, her eyes glittering with a dangerous edge. "As you wish," the butler said with a bow. Charlotte turned her attention to the vault's entrance, where guards were dragging 3 young women in chains, what remained of her once profitable goods. Her teeth clenched as she muttered under her breath, "Damn you, Titus. You utter fool." ***. Any word on Baron?" she asked after a moment, her tone icy. "None, mistress. His whereabouts remain unknown." Charlotte tapped her fingers on the armrest, her expression dark. "That man doesn't die easily. Keep searching, he'll surface eventually. He always does. And when he does, we must retrieve the bloodline checking book." Her voice carried a steel resolve. Victor leaned back in his chair after unceremoniously shooing Margaret and Alex from the study. Locking the door, he turned to the quietly pouting Lily, her delicate features lit by the soft glow of the artifact on his desk. "These things are remarkable, you know," he said with a teasing grin. "Be patient, your turn will come." He pricked his finger with a small needle and let a drop of blood fall onto the book's engraved groove. The tome hummed faintly before glowing, its pages turning of their own accord to reveal a silvery purple parchment. The page displayed a series of symbols and cryptic text. Blood ID ****125480041251211535432154657767771. Rank *AAA. Originator species *Elder Dragon. Victor's eyes widened as he scanned the details, uncovering a list of extraordinary enhancements and skills tied to his bloodline: immortality, enhanced healing, fire resistance and more. Overpowered didn't even begin to describe it. "Your turn," he said, handing Lily a sterilized needle. Her curiosity turned into mild trepidation, but she pricked her finger and let a drop of her blood fall onto the groove. The book shone once again, flipping to a blank space before a golden page with intricate raven motifs materialized. Blood ID ***140748441612647960039840005421155. Rank *SS. Originator species *Crown Crow. Victor's jaw dropped. The list of enhancements and skills tied to Lily's bloodline far surpassed his own. "Wah!" he exclaimed, startling Lily, who shrank back nervously. "Is something wrong, young master?" she asked timidly, her cheeks flushing under his intense gaze. "Lily, sit here," he said, patting his lap. Hesitant but obedient, Lily perched on his lap. Victor wrapped his arms around her, his tone turning uncharacteristically serious. "Your bloodline is incredible. Far superior to mine," he admitted, his voice tinged with awe. Lily blinked, trying to comprehend the gravity of his words. "Does that mean you don't need me anymore?" she asked hesitantly, her voice trembling. Victor pulled her closer. "Don't be ridiculous. It's the opposite. But there's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" Victor hesitated before gesturing to another artifact, a book of visual knowledge. A projection appeared, displaying an image of a stunning woman in a provocative pose. "That woman. She's Venus von Krohn. Your grandmother." Lily stared, her mouth slightly open in shock. The resemblance was uncanny. "The von Krohn family is one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world," Victor explained. "If they discover who you are, they won't approve of me. My rank is too low for them." Tears welled in Lily's eyes. "I don't care about them. I only want to stay with you." Victor's expression softened. "We'll figure it out. But we need to be cautious. You'll face them eventually, and when you do, I'll make sure I'm strong enough to stand beside you." Lily nodded, burying her face in his chest as a new resolve blossomed in both their hearts. Victor's mind, however, was already racing with plans to overcome the challenges ahead. Victor watched Lily leave the study, her slender figure disappearing down the hall. He sighed, leaning back in his chair. How would she react when she learned his plans for her family? That, however, was a problem for the future. For now, his focus was elsewhere, namely, eliminating Linda. His scheme was progressing smoothly, and that fool was playing right into his hands. It was fortunate she resided in Vane City, where the von Weiss family's influence was absolute. Before long, Lily returned, leading the girls into the study. They looked wary, unsure why the young master had summoned them. "Young master, do you need anything?" Beta asked, her tone cautious. Lily hadn't explained the purpose of their visit. "Come here one by one, and drop a bit of your blood onto this book," Victor instructed, gesturing to the artifact on the desk. Beta hesitated. "We already did that when Master Baron brought us to the mansion." "Yes, I know," Victor replied, his tone clipped. "Now do it again." Obediently, Beta pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall into the groove on the book's cover. The artifact reacted instantly, flipping to a page inscribed with Baron's handwriting, ID 154. Blood ID *41544321126616123421343214321430. Rank *B. Data status *incomplete/unable to show more data /35%. Victor's brows furrowed as he studied the entry. The bloodline was diluted, only partially complete. He jotted notes in his ledger, carefully recording the originator's details. The girls followed Beta's lead, each testing their blood as Victor scribbled his findings. When Theta's turn came, his interest peaked. He licked his lips unconsciously, drawing a nervous pout from her. "All done," he announced with a chuckle, closing the book. The girls exchanged puzzled glances but refrained from asking questions. "Good. Lily, bring your sisters," Victor ordered. He gestured for Margaret and Alex, who now wore a maid's uniform, to enter the room. Beta and her sisters cast strange looks at Alex, especially Gamma, who had once found Alex intriguing. Now, dressed as a maid, Alex seemed different. Is this guy a pervert, or does he just have unusual hobbies? Gamma wondered. Victor resumed testing the newcomers. Margaret and Alex had no detectable bloodlines, though the book reacted oddly to Alex. It seemed indecisive, as if something was hidden or locked within her. Victor's gaze lingered on Alex, making her squirm. "Is something wrong, young master?" she asked, a blush creeping up her cheeks. She still wasn't used to wearing a dress. Victor motioned for her to sit. Once the others left, he turned to Alex. "You mentioned before that you don't know much about your mother. Do you have any mementos of her?" Alex hesitated, her hands clenching in her lap. Yes. My father had a pendant he said belonged to her. But that traitor took it when he imprisoned me." Victor's eyes narrowed. "Your fiancé?" "No. My best friend," Alex corrected hastily, sweat beading on her forehead. "Don't forget, young master, I'm male." Victor smirked but let it slide. "Your bloodline is strange. It's as if something is suppressing it. That pendant might hold the key. Shall we go retrieve it from the Thunder Sect?" Alex asked, her determination evident. "We will, but not immediately. The Thunder Sect is too volatile right now. I'll be heading near New Lure City for a dungeon raid with my father next month. We'll investigate the sect on the way back." Victor's tone was calm, but his mind raced. The Thunder Sect vault held treasures that could be invaluable. If Alex's pendant was important, fate would ensure it found its way back to her. Later, Lily returned with her assassin girls. They saluted Victor with crisp precision, their eyes darting to Alex. "Is this person male or female?" Their gazes seemed to ask. "Let's begin," Victor said, gesturing to the artifact. One by one, the girls tested their blood. Sadly, most were ordinary humans, save for one, Theta. Her S-rank twin-tailed lucky cat bloodline stood out, even if its purity was low. Victor's mind churned with possibilities. "Lily, cross-check this data with Baron's records," Victor instructed, handing her his notes. Beta. Bloodline, Silver Wolf. Rank B. Purity, 35%. Gamma. Bloodline, Golden Duck. Rank C. Purity, 41%. Delta. Bloodline, Diamond Dog. Rank E. Purity, 54%. Theta. Bloodline, Twin-tailed Lucky Cat. Rank S. Purity, 12%. Victor sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Lily's hands massaged his shoulders gently. "Anything interesting?" she asked, glancing at the notes. "Not bad, but not remarkable. Except for Theta." Victor's gaze darkened. "Her luck must have drawn her to me." Lily nodded but noticed Victor's distant expression. "What's on your mind, young master?" Tomorrow, you'll accompany me to secure a new batch of girls, he said lazily. Lily's hands froze. This pervert. She thought briefly about strangling him but let out a long breath. The things she endured for him. Meanwhile, Martin von Zwei stood over his son's casket, his expression cold as dog filth leaked from it onto the grand hall's luxurious carpet. The elders around him remained silent, their faces grim. Patriarch, allow me to avenge young Master Carlos, one elder exclaimed.
This insult cannot stand.
No, Martin replied firmly, silencing the room. He turned to his second son, Levi.
Your thoughts?
Levi's sharp gaze scanned the room.
It's a trap.
Whoever orchestrated this seeks to expose Cassius. We must not act rashly. The elders murmured their agreement, but Martin's icy voice cut through. Then what do you propose? Rita should join us before heading to the academy, Levi suggested. I'll take her to the graveyard lab for training. She may prove useful. Martin's lips curled into a faint smile.
Very well. Begin preparations.
It's time to deal with the Von Weiss.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Victor woke up at the ringing of his phone, and as usual, he was not in a mood to answer. He didn't even bother to open his eyes as he enjoyed the feeling of being hugged by more than one girl. He knew that someone would pick it up sooner or later. This is the phone of young Master Victor. Lily answered the phone after a few seconds.
No, he is busy. Her tone got less polite. Ah, when? Yes? I will tell him. I know.
With that, she hung up the phone rudely. Good morning, young master. It is Kai. He wanted to tell you that you got invited to an auction tomorrow night. Lily said. Oh, where and at what time? He asked lazily. About 9 o'clock p.m., they will send someone with the invitation later. It is in the White Hotel. She replied. 9.00? That be asterisk TCH Charlotte wants me to arrive late it seems. He thought as he opened his eyes and looked at the girls hugging him. They were Mina and Manna who have sneaked into his bed in the middle of the night. They seemed to have been awake all this time. Good morning, young master. They said at the same time.
Good morning.
Don't you two have duties to attend to? He asked them as he yawned. It was already 10 o'clock a.m. Those girls are getting lazy. We didn't want to wake you. And hugging the young master was very comfortable, so we didn't want to let go. Manna said cheekily with a blush. She has been learning from Margaret it seems.
Oh, where is that slut?
Where is Margaret? He asked. That pervert should have been with them.
Ah, do you miss her, young master?
Mina asked, trying to tease her young master but failing miserably. Maybe, she has a nice texture, he said, making the girls feel a little jealous. What does he mean by texture? They wondered. She said that she will sleep with her new toy. Manna answered after some hesitation. She was worried that the young master would get angry about Margaret sleeping with Alex. Oh, if it is Alex then it's okay. He is the one we should be worried about. You can try sleeping with him too if you want, Victor said, making the girls feel strange. But on second thought, it's true. That Alex didn't act like a man at all.
He was a wimp.
Now go wash up then prepare some breakfast for me, Victor said, making the girls reluctantly get up. Last night, Lily let them hug the young master with her. And without that annoying Margaret, they enjoyed a blissful night. They didn't know why, but being near their young master made them feel a strange sense of security. The twins quickly returned to their room and took a shower then headed to the kitchen after getting dressed in their maids' uniforms. Margaret and Alex, who was still in a maid uniform, were already there helping Hilda who seemed to have already prepared most of the dishes, so the twins only had to make the final touches. How was your night? Hilda asked them while raising her eyebrow. She didn't expect them to jump to the young master's bed this willingly.
But it's not bad.
It was good, Mina said with a blush before turning to Margaret and asking to change the subject. How was your night, Margaret? She asked curiously, what did they do all night, that Alex was a little pale. It was fine, we just played a little game, Margaret chuckled, making Alex shiver. She should have never tied Margaret up that night. This girl seeks revenge for the slightest grievances. Thankfully it didn't involve anything sexually, or her secret would have been revealed. Alex swore that she should never let Margaret know her true gender. Just thinking about what would happen sent shivers down her spine. Oh, Manna nodded with a blushed face, imagining some wild scenarios. Let's get things ready, Hilda said after a chuckle. She never thought that this much drama would happen in this mansion. Young Master Victor was really great. She could tell from the smiles of the girls. She has served under other masters in the family, and most of them are pieces of shit. They would never give their servants this much freedom and they would punish them for every little thing. After having his breakfast hand-fed to him by Lily, Victor asked about the other girls in the mansion, and Hilda told him that they had already eaten early in the morning. Beta and her sisters were studying, while the assassin girls were doing their morning training. I have some business outside. Do you want to come with me, or would you prefer to go shopping with your sisters? Victor asked Lily. I will go with you, Lily said naturally as she wiped his mouth with a napkin. Will you give me a ride? I want to go to my apartment and get my clothes. Arya, who just went downstairs, asked. That's fine, Victor replied. He totally forgot that she was living with him now. What about me? Margaret asked. You stay here with Alex. He should stay low for a while. And you have to teach him how to flirt with men, Victor said, making Alex bite her lip. This is for your own good, Victor told her after noticing her sour expression. The strange thing about Alex is that even if she was wearing the maid uniform, she would still give the air of a boy. It was the gender-changing artifacts effect. Only Victor, who was not affected due to his high authority, could enjoy the sight of Alex's camouflaged curvy figure. Hilda, call Theta for me. I want her to accompany us, Victor ordered before he stood up and headed out to check on his car. He didn't have a chance to really inspect it since he bought it. This time he can't take Leo as he might need to drive while following the ring signal. Finding Nick's hideout would require some luck. After an hour, Victor drove out of the mansion with Lily, Arya, and the jubilant Theta. This was her first time going out like this, and despite Alpha's repeated warnings, she really liked the young master. First, they headed to the store where Victor intended to buy the materials for the formation. It was an antique store built inside a warehouse in an inconspicuous industrial zone, as if the owner intended to be low-key. There was not much traffic, just some lorries or trucks passing by. All of you stay here, he told the girls as he got down. He didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble because of the girl's beauty. Young master, can I come? The curious Theta asked, making Victor, who wanted to refuse her, freeze. His instinct told him that he should never refuse this girl's requests. Okay, he said, as he stretched his hand, making her hold it with a slight blush. When she was at Titus's mansion, she was never treated this kindly by the men there. And the young master's hand is so soft. Arya could only utter pervert in a low voice, while Lily looked at them with some jealousy. But she had seen the bloodline notes Victor took yesterday, and she had an idea why Victor would take Theta with him. Don't let go of my hand, Victor said to Theta, who nodded in response. Entering the store, Victor looked around and quickly found that this store specialized in antiques, fake antiques to be specific. It was filled with all kinds of things. Don't touch anything, if you break it you will pay for it. A bossy salesgirl who was dusting the antiques barked at him. Do you need anything? She asked after that.
Camellia.
Abnormal status, slave weak.
STR 14. Int 22. Luck 11. Charm 24. Fate. Bloodline.
Victor quickly appraised her and discovered that this girl was just a servant. Her master probably belonged to some hidden power. Where is your master? This young master wants to meet him, Victor asked arrogantly, making the girl squint her eyes.
You mean the boss?
He only meets important people, she said proudly. Tell him the old alchemist sent me.
Go.
This young master has no time to waste, he said, giving her the card he got from the shopkeeper. The girl frowned a little as she took the card and then headed to the back of the store.
Wait a second.
And touch nothing, she rudely said. Many people come here to meet her master, and he usually just kicks them out. As they waited, Theta began to look around the store, looking at all the paintings and vases. Do you like anything?
He asked her, just in case. I don't know,
she said as she shook her head, making her ponytail swing. I think that painting is pretty, she said, pointing to an obvious knockoff, palm-sized painting of a penguin smoking a pipe. Victor said nothing, he just approached it and began to inspect it. His appraisal skill showed nothing, and his impression was that this thing was not even a real painting. It was made using some printer, then plastered with some opaque watercolors over the ink to appear authentic for some idiot to buy it. The one who did this didn't even bother to use some inexpensive oil paints. This young master has a keen eye. This painting was the last product of an aspiring artist, someone said from behind him. It was an old man with a snow-white pointy beard and thick eyebrows. He came from the back of the shop and was followed by that bossy salesgirl.
Name, Huang Shan. Level, 99. Class, Merchant. Abnormal status, Cursed, SS. Authority, 9.
Strength, 245. Agility, 229. Intelligence, 261.
Luck, 53. Charm, 57. Order, 80. Skills. Killer Fist S. Appraisal A. Formation Arts A. Haggling A. Money grubber A. Suspicion A. Speech A. Charm B. Scheming B. Cooking B. Brewing B. Survivor C. Knife arts D. Surveying D. Shield D. Chess E. Sword arts F. Cleaning F.
System store access, level 7. Player market access, level 2.
Equipment.
Defensive talisman S. Charm enhancing ring B. Aura hiding pendant B. Storage ring D. Ring of the master F.
Fate status. Fate's power C.
Fate's direction, neutral.
Fate's design, unspecified. Total C.
Another hidden master. Those guys are popping out everywhere recently. No wonder that after the reckoning the world changed so fast. Those guys were waiting for their chance. Are you the boss here? Victor asked arrogantly. Yes, did Neil send you? The man asked as he looked at the card in his hand. If you mean that grumpy alchemist, then yes. He didn't have the materials I needed, so he sent me here. He even told me that you would give me a discount, Victor said, making the girl behind a smirk. The boss had never given anyone discounts before. This idiot young master would be lucky if he didn't lose his pants on his way out.
Oh, what do you need?
The old man said, not caring for Victor's rude language. He just looked at Theta, then returned his vision to Victor. The girl is normal, but this guy is strange. Why can't I see anything? He must be from a powerful family that gave him some protection artifacts. But is he a big fish or just another shrimp? The man wondered without making it show on his face. These materials, Victor said as he gave the man the list. Huang Shan quickly took a look at it with a frown. I have those materials, payment is in coins. The man said seriously. This is a good business deal.
How much? Asked Victor.
3 million coins. The man said while flashing 3 of his fingers in Victor's face. He was not sure if Victor would run when he heard that number. Many people underestimate the cost of those materials.
Too much?
Victor said while wanting to smack this guy's face. He was charging him more than double the normal price. Too bad he didn't want anyone to know he got those, otherwise he would have just bought them from the family. But that would expose too many things.
Too much? Not at all.
This mirage stone is not easily found, you know. And I am already giving you a discount because Neil sent you. Huang replied dismissively, making Victor frown for a second before looking at Huang again. I can accept, but I need 2 things from your shop with it, Victor said, making Huang surprised. This is a big fish. He will get an 83% profit margin from those.
What?
Huang asked. He really wants this deal to work now. First, this painting, Victor said while observing the penguin painting, making Huang look at it with interest too. Does this thing have any real value? Both of them wondered. But Huang, who got curious, would never let go of this painting now.
That can't be.
This painting is too precious. My late mother used to love it, so it is not for sale. Huang said, making Camellia behind him curse at him. Didn't he punish her a few days ago for failing to get rid of it? And what late mother? Didn't you scam this thing a month ago out of the hands of that lousy wandering painter? Victor frowned, then looked at Theta, who only shook her head. It's okay, I don't like it much anyway, it was just interesting,
she said in a soft voice.
She didn't want the young master to get in trouble because of her. It was enough that he wanted to buy her the painting. Fine, then I will take a random thing in addition to that girl, Victor said, pointing at Camellia, who opened her mouth in shock. Did this guy really want her?
Does he want revenge?
Would her master sell her just like that? Oh, she would be an extra 1,000 coins, Huang said immediately. He got this girl a few months ago and only for 100 coins. But if this pervert wanted her, he didn't mind giving her to him. He wanted to get a new one anyway. He can't keep someone by his side for too long.
That's a lot.
I can buy 10 beauties for that much money, Victor said while sneaking peeks at Camellia. Then how about I give you this painting with her? It is for the same artist who drew the penguin, the man said as he rampaged a little before taking another lousy painting of a cat with 2 tails. This thing was even uglier than the penguin, as the artist didn't even bother to use a brush. He must have done it with his finger. But despite that, it made Victor want to yell in shock. Isn't this Theta's bloodline originator, the 2-tailed lucky cat? He professionally hid his expression as he looked at the painting. What the F***ck was going on here? Are you perhaps scamming this young master? He asked the shopkeeper, hiding his true feelings. As Theta squeezed his hand, she really wanted this painting. Not at all, Huang replied professionally. Victor looked at Camellia and embarrassingly scratched his nose as if he was thinking while trying hard to hide his lips-licking tongue. This gesture wasn't hidden from Huang's expert eyes.
Another pervert.
Lately, He has been selling girls more than anything else. Well, it's all business. Victor gave the penguin painting one more reluctant look and then pointed to a random hair ornament.
I agree.
I will take that too then,
He said. This would look good on Lily, he thought. Is it a deal then?
Huang said, after giving the hairpin a dismissive glance.
Nothing special.
He had a dozen of those in the back. Yes, when can I get my materials? Victor said, regaining his arrogant appearance. Just a second. Huang quickly went to the back as Camellia looked nervously at Victor. She has been a little rude to him earlier, would he punish her? After a few minutes, Huang returned with a bag of materials. After that, he wrapped the cat picture and gave it to Victor with a hairpin. That would be 3,001,000 coins, Huang said. Victor quickly operated his system menu and paid him from Alpha's account. Then put the stuff in his ring. Good, does the young master need anything else? Huang said politely, a big fish must be treated respectfully before and after chopping it. The girl, Victor said, making Huang smack his head. Sorry, I forgot. He said as he operated the ring on his finger. I have nothing to do with her now. The man said he dispelled the ring's effect. All good, Victor said as he ordered Camellia not to resist and then marked her with his master ring, taking one of the last 2 remaining slots. Only one left. Huang looked with interest at the ring in Victor's hand but said nothing. This young master was definitely from a big family, and he must be occupying an important position.
Hang thought.
Victor ignored him and left the store followed by an aggrieved girl who kept looking back with tears in her eyes, not knowing how she ended up changing hands. Just as they left the store, Huang smacked his head again. Shit, I forgot to ask him for the price of the clothes Camellia was wearing. Never mind, I got enough milk out of him today.
He complained.
Victor led Theta and the nervous Camellia back to the car, where Lily was leaning to the car as she stared at him and Camellia behind him. Next to the car, 2 burly men were squirming on the ground holding their crutches, suffering from the mysterious cracked nut syndrome. You drive, Victor told Arya as he returned to the car and sat in the back with Lily and Camellia.
Name? Asked Victor.
As Arya started the car. Camellia, young master. She said timidly, he must be really angry. Lily, you test her, Victor said, giving Lily, who was sitting next to Camellia, the blood book from his ring, making her squint her eyes.
Another bloodline holder?
The young master can really pick out those. Prick your finger and drop your blood here, Lily ordered coldly. Camellia quickly complied, making a new page appear in the book.
Hell Guardian Dog. A rank.
Data incomplete 91%.
Another dog?
Well, this one is interesting. She did have the personality of a cocky guard. And was barking when she saw strangers. But this is good. That idiot Huang would have never thought that he lost big. An A-rank bloodline holder costs at least 5 million coins. Tell me about yourself, Victor ordered as he watched the road. Arya was driving to her apartment. Wait, is he forgetting something here? Yes, he didn't test Arya's bloodline. That purple hair can't be natural. I am nothing special. I come from a village near Vane City. My family was poor, so they sold me to a gang. I changed hands many times and was purchased by Master Huang 2 months ago. She said timidly.
How old are you?
Are you a virgin? Lily asked her. I am 22 years old and no. Camellia shook her head, making Victor curse. He really wanted to upgrade this one's bloodline. What are you good at?
He asked her.
I can do cleaning, cooking, and accounting. I can also fight a little. She said nervously. Her previous masters tried to teach her how to sing and dance. But they failed miserably. Do you know anything about this painting? He asked again as he took out the cat painting from his ring and looked at it. It has only one signature on the back. A strange symbol that Victor didn't recognize. A wandering artist sold it to Master Huang about 5 weeks ago. With 2 other paintings of a penguin and a butterfly. She said, the butterfly painting was sold to a hot girl who drove a red sports car a week ago. She added, making Victor frown, then give the painting to Theta. With this girl's luck, this thing can't be a coincidence.
This is yours,
he said, explaining nothing. Just as Theta took the painting, just for a split second, Victor saw a white thread connect between the painting and her. As if this was fated. Theta, who noticed nothing strange, smiled as she took the painting and began to look at it. This was the first gift from the young master and she really liked it. Tell me if you felt anything strange about it. He told Theta as he decided to keep an eye on this girl. After that, he looked back at Camellia.
From now on, she is yours.
He told Lily, who was surprised.
For me, young master? She asked.
You need a maid or an assistant, as I want you to run my assassin's force. He said, making Lily, who got his point, nod. She really needed an assistant. It would make it easier to stay at her young master's side. The car soon reached a luxurious apartment complex. This place was managed by the company to house their actors and VIPs. Arya lived here after Carla kicked her out of her villa. It made sense now why Arya was treated badly by her mother for all these years. She was not her real daughter after all. Victor told Lily to stay with her new dog and Theta in the car as he left with Arya. "You should go to your job. Arranging my belongings would take a while, and I will take a company moving truck to go back," Arya told him. "I know that. I am here for other purposes," he said as a young guard quickly opened the door when he saw Arya. "Good morning, Miss Arya. How was your trip?" he said respectfully with a smile. Victor told Susan to tell the employees that Arya was on a business trip. "Good morning, Jerry. It was good," Arya said after some hesitation, ignoring the flirting smile on his face. "What are you doing here blocking the road?" Victor, who was in the back, pushed the guard Jerry away. How dare he try to flirt with Arya? "What are you doing? Let the man do his job," Arya told him, failing to realize that he was courting her. This girl was too thick for common approaches. If he really wanted her, he should go forward and get rejected like a real man. "You are?" the young man asked him with vigilance. "This is the CEO of the company. You better not anger him or he would get you fired," Arya warned after she felt the hostility between them. Why would Victor pick a fight with this poor guard? She didn't understand this fake young brother of her at all.
"Ah. Sorry, sir,"
the young man said as he bowed deeply and cursed in silence. "Damn, Miss Arya has probably fallen for this rich young man.
"No.
I must expose his true colors to her. Those guys are always traitors," the guard made his resolve for the new year. "It's okay, just know your place," Victor said arrogantly, making Jerry hate him more. Arya nodded and headed to the elevator that had just reached the ground floor. And when the door opened, 2 women stepped out.
"Ah.
"Young master, you are here," Mira, who saw Victor, exclaimed. The women were Mira and her agent. "Mira, I missed you the last couple of days. Come here and give me a kiss," Victor commanded, making the agent frown and then open her mouth in shock with the guard who was getting ready to save Miss Mira from this pervert. Mira, who was supposed to be a shy innocent woman, went to Victor directly and after some hesitation quickly pecked him on his cheek. HSSSSSSS, everyone was shocked except Arya just shook her head and entered the elevator. Nothing strange about this. Theodore has already slept with half of the company's actresses, so it was natural that Victor takes the rest.
Pervert. A family of perverts.
They didn't know that after Mira was claimed by Victor at the party, she called her father, who worked at the family's intelligence hall, and informed him of what had happened. He only told her one thing. That no matter what, she should do as Victor commands. He proceeded to tell her that Victor was granted an elite position in the family and that he could punish or kill them both with just a word. Making her really scared. But her father assured her that the rumors about Victor's were all lies and that this might be her chance. So when Victor commanded her to kiss him, she forced herself to obey.
"This is..."
The agent, a tall pretty woman with thick glasses, asked as she gave Victor a nasty look. How dare he do that to Mira?
Did he brainwash her?
Is he blackmailing her? "I am Myra's owner," Victor said while slapping Myra's butt, making Mira blush harder and cover her face with her hands. Jerry clenches his fist hard in anger as he glanced at Arya, who only sighed as the elevator door closed. Why didn't Miss Arya react? And why would Miss Mira, who was as pure as water, fall into the hands of this arrogant young master? Are all women like that, dirty money worshippers? Was his life and dreams a lie?
"Owner,"
the agent asked. Her mind had flown to a faraway place. She could not imagine what the word meant. Was this some kind of a perverted play?
Should she call the police? "I am Victor White."
"Perhaps you heard of my name," he said casually. "Victor White?"
"Ah, the CEO."
"Nice to meet you, sir. I am Minerva, an agent at your company," the agent said as her expression changed and she began to shoot flirting gazes toward Victor. "I wouldn't mind him being my owner too,"
she thought.
Jerry, who was watching her expression, lost his soul at this moment. The agent made him confirm his guess. "Why are you here?" Mira asked him. Did he want her for something? "I was driving Arya here to get her stuff. She is moving in with me. And I thought about you," he said, making her frown. Wasn't Miss Arya his sister? Her father did warn her that the family was full of perverts. "I will tell you about it later." Victor, who read her mind, said, "You will have to move in too when your current movie ends," he said, making her nod with a sigh. She didn't know what to think. Was the young master really good to her or another pervert?
"Now, do you have something private?"
"I need to ask you something," he said, making Mira blush.
Would he do that to her?
"Young master, you can use the reception room." Minerva, who adjusted both her glasses and her view on Victor, said with a knowing smile. If Mira could satisfy this young master, he would surely grant her good roles in the company, and as her agent, she would gain a lot. Victor nodded as under the guard's desperate gaze, he took Myra's delicate hand and dragged her into the reception room, and closed the doors. He didn't like this agent, but such opportunistic women are of great use for perverted young masters like him. Like now, how that woman followed after him and stood outside the door as a guard. The reception room was made with the highest standards to receive VIPs and important media representatives if needed. It was furnished with brown leather couches and delicate wooden coffee tables. Victor sat on a wide couch and invited the blushing Mira to sit beside him. She was nervous. What did he want to ask? Doesn't he already know everything about her? How is work lately? Victor asked her. It's a little tiring, but thanks to the young master, I got the role of the heroine in Mr. Silverberg's new movie. The project is complete on paper, it was only missing financing, so now the shooting will begin next month. She said politely.
I see. That's good,
he said as he took out the blood book from behind his back, not letting her see that he used the storage ring. Prick your finger and let one drop of your blood drip on its cover, he said, making her frown a little. Mira hesitated, not understanding what was his purpose. So Victor had to take her hand himself and use a sharp needle to prick it, then bring it to touch the cover. She didn't dare to resist. Nothing happened, or that's what Mira saw. Victor saw a whole different scene as a silver page appeared in the book. Blood ID 511548811545790002321524433244490.
Rank, AA.
Data status, complete. Originator species, lower aqua spirit. Female only bloodline. Special blood effects. All or nothing. Enhanced magic power. Enhanced intelligence. Enhanced fire resistance. Enhanced cold resistance. Enhanced poison resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Enhanced memory. Super enhanced charm. Super enhanced self-healing. Bloodline skills.
Healing kiss S. Healing touch A.
Regeneration A.
Diving A. Hiding A.
Survival instinct A.
Charm A. Enchanting song A. Mimic B. Reflect C. Blood curses.
Death when giving birth to a bloodline heir.
Weakness. Truth orb, reveal true form.
Death frail flowers, disables powers. Interesting, Victor said as he looked at Mira. Who is your mother? He asked. She never told him in his past life. My late mother was also a servant. She served in the logistics hall. She replied, I never met her. My father said that she passed away while giving birth to me. She added. Seeing her skills, Victor realized why this girl had a full bloodline. It's her bloodline power and curse. It seems that only one can inherit it. Was it always like that? Probably not. This was a curse after all. Is everything okay, young master? She timidly asked when she saw the worried look on his face. Yes, I just confirmed that I really liked you, he said, making her both shy and confused. How did he confirm that? Do you have anything now? He asked her as he texted Kai to get him Myra's father and mother's files. Yes, I have a photo shoot at the company, she said. Oh. Too bad I am busy today. I really wanted to watch, he said, making her nod with a blush. Well, I will call you in a few days. We can have a nice meal then, Victor added as he stood up, making Mira surprised. Is that all? She wondered. What? Do you want me to do anything more? Victor, who could read her thoughts, asked, making her stand up and head to the door in shame, but she didn't expect Victor, who was still holding her hand, to pull her into his chest and kiss her lips. She was shocked. Never forget to give your young master a goodbye kiss, he said, as he left her hand and headed to the door. Take care of yourself. See you later, he said to the frozen girl as he left the room, under the surprised eyes of Minerva and Jerry, who were waiting outside. Done already? Minerva asked unconsciously. Yes, but she would need about a minute to pull herself together and go out, so don't disturb her, he said as he gave the guard a threatening look and left the building. Jerry, who misunderstood the whole situation as intended by Victor, cursed silently as he looked at the arrogant young master's back. One day I will trample on all of you and have all the pretty women for myself, he swore. Oliver was sitting on his hospital bed, watching a show that made him forget his pains. A crazy woman entered the ward and started to hit that poor guy Abe. Apparently, she was his mother, and from her screaming, he made out the whole story. This shitty family has sold their cousin to some young master for a lot of money, and that piece of sh*t Abe took the money and ran to a brothel. And it just so happened that the place was raided. The money was gone. What a shitty family, they deserved what happened.
Oliver.
He heard a familiar voice call his name. Lulu. He asked in surprise, wasn't this his high school crush Lulu? In the end, he chose his betraying girlfriend over her. How blind was he? What are you doing here? She asked him as she twirled her flowing hair.
I had an accident.
He said with some embarrassment. I heard that Katya left you. She said, I am sorry. She added in a compassionate voice while smirking on the inside. He deserves this, just a poor bum who wants to jump out of a shit pool and marry a swan. It's okay, I am over it. He lied trying to act like a gentleman. What are you doing here? He asked to change the subject. My brother had an accident, so I came to visit and spotted you. She said flirtingly. Lulu, stop flirting with that guy. You can't milk anything from him. He was castrated. Abe yelled at his sister, making her look at Abe with disgust before turning around and leaving him saying nothing. She was intending to make use of him to rape Margaret, then film it and blackmail her. But now this guy turned out to be useless. Oliver was surprised, then furious. Was she Abe's sister?
Damn, a family of snakes.
He didn't have to ask anything. He realized that this be *TCH Wax going to use him.
He could read her eyes. Why? Because he is a player now.
Normal human emotions were clear to him as daylight. His intelligence and strength have tripled after the awakening. Soon, he will get his revenge. On his girlfriend, on Lulu, and on that be *TCH that.
Ah.
The pain made him stop thinking. He took a deep breath and recollected his thoughts. He would have never thought where life would bring him after he left that mountain village. But life was really full of surprises. Who would have thought that his grandfather's relic he hanged on his neck for all these years was an awakening talisman? He has already searched the web for this player thing, and after a day's work, he found a website that he had to do an interview to enter. He passed it and entered the player's network to realize the hidden world he had never known about. There was a lot of information there and many encyclopedias. He even found hope for a cure. Soon, he thought, after being discharged he will be on his way to greatness. Doctor, when can the operation be performed? Linda asked as she lowered her sleeve after the doctor finished taking a blood sample. How about tomorrow? The old perverted doctor asked. No, let's do it 3 days later. And this must be a secret, or I swear my father would kill you. She said, making the doctor nod. Don't worry, miss. This is not my first time doing this. But about the payment, he said as he licked his lips. Don't worry, I will pay you before the operation, but you better not mess this up. She said with a worried voice that perfectly hid her murderous thought. This pervert would disappear from the face of the earth as soon as the operation was over. Victor left the apartment building and returned to the car while whistling a stupid song in a good mood. Thankfully, no bodies were on the ground this time. He got into the driver's seat, as Lily jumped from the back to his side. Let's go, he said. Lily nodded in response then frowned. Why does the young master have the smell of a different woman? She smelled this one before.
Pervert young master.
Can't he go somewhere alone without having some slut rub into him? Victor, who saw her expression, chuckled as he drove off and began to navigate using the Master Ring's tracking feature as Lily watched the road silently. In the back seat, Theta was telling Camellia about her sisters, her cool new home, and how there was a big pool there. The tracking was not easy, as it was basically a hot and cold game where Victor had to follow the ring's target signal. After a while, they left Vane City and began to travel along the highway. After an hour, Victor had to exit it and began to travel along an old mountain road that ended up on a dirt trail. After having to go back 5 times because of dead ends, and after asking no less than 10 extremely helpful village ants on the road, he seemed to have found the right road near sunset. Isn't it getting late?
Lily asked.
It's okay, I would have a lot of girls to warm me up later, he said with a smirk, making her a little jealous. She knew that she can't monopolize him and that nothing would really happen. But for some reason, the way he said it really annoyed her. Did he intend to make more than 40 girls warm his bed at the same time? Bad young master.
Pervert young master.
Is the young master always like this? Camellia whispered to Theta nervously. Yes, isn't he great? Everyone likes him, Theta said, making Camellia and even Lily shake their heads. This girl was hopeless. But it can't be helped. Being raised by perverts like Baron and Titus would surely corrupt a young maiden's perspectives. Soon they reached their destination. An off-grid abandoned factory. According to the villagers he asked on the road, this place was once a project made by some gang to launder money using it as a front. They chose this faraway place to build it to make it hard for anyone to investigate it. The operation was a success for a few years. But it fell when the gang's boss's brother-in-law told the police about him because of some family feud. So they were arrested, and this place has been closed ever since. The ring's signal got very strong here, and Victor was sure that Nick used this place as his secret base. It was both uphill and had perfect hidden and defensive positions. Maybe he should buy this entire mountain and then build a fortress here. There would be a lot of chaos when the reckoning comes, and it's best to have a place far away from society. It was already dark when the car approached the gate of the factory. It was stopped by a masked guard, who had a machine gun in his hand. "This is private property," the guard said in a soft voice as he pointed the machine gun at the car. Victor didn't hesitate and used his ring. This one was one of his slaves.
He felt it.
The guard scrambled to the ground in pain as Victor left the car with the rest. Victor didn't mess around. He quickly headed to the guard and removed the mask, to reveal a pretty face with long flowy hair. He will have to appreciate her beauty later in a better light.
"What's your name?"
he asked, but the guard didn't answer, just looked at him with vigilance. Victor didn't hesitate and hit her again with the ring's punishment as he spoke.
"Nick is dead."
"I am your new young master," he said, making the guard shocked after seeing the ring in Victor's hand. "Go get the others and let them line up to welcome me," Victor said as the guard nodded, then quickly stood up and ran inside the factory. Victor didn't hesitate and activated the ring's light punishment on all of the slaves inside. It would make them listen to the guard faster. Victor waited for 5 minutes before leisurely heading inside the factory, followed by the girls. He was welcomed by a big, well-lit courtyard filled with training equipment, in addition to 41 death warriors standing neatly in line with anxious looks on their faces. Each one of them had a clean-shaven tattooed head and burly muscles that were thicker than a tree log. This must be the effect of intensive training. "Where are the girls?" Victor asked the guard. "What girls, young master? There are no girls here. Only us, 41 grown men."
"She?" "No," he said.
"You are a male too?" Victor asked without an expression, making the guard nod after some hesitation. After inspecting the guards with his skill, Victor stood there stunned for the next 10 minutes as the 41 men stood there with uncertainty. Only after that, when Lily began to laugh out loud while holding her stomach, did Victor begin to curse. "F***ck you all," he yelled. "Where are my girls?" he asked again, making the warriors not certain how to answer.
Ha.
"Young master, go ahead and enjoy your blissful night." Lily could not help mocking him, earning herself a dangerous glare from his eyes. But she didn't care. She was in a really good mood right now. He deserves this.
"Pervert young master. What are your names?"
Victor sighed after a few minutes and asked. He had to work with what he got. "We are called by our numbers, young master."
The guard said. "I am 17, he added.
"Okay, from now on you will be called Chick 17, Victor said. "I came here to get 41 chicks, and I am going to get them one way or another," he said unreasonably, making the men, no chicks, nod in approval. That's the only reasonable thing they could do as a response. "Tell me about yourselves," Victor asked as he found himself a random broken chair and sat on it. "Young master, we all come from orphanages that had shady deals with the mafia,"
Chick 71 said.
"Young master Nick bought us and began training us 3 years ago," he added. "Don't call that piece of sh*t Nick a young master in front of me." "What can you do?"
Victor asked.
"We are trained in martial arts and infiltration techniques. Basic military arts. We can use both fire and cold weapons in addition to bombs. And we can also drive many kinds of civilian and combat vehicles,"
he said.
"Can you do logistics or data analysis?" Victor asked. "Only basic tasks, young master," 17 replied, making Victor sigh. He was wrong to expect better from that idiot Nick. Those guys could only do grunt work, nothing else. "Fine then, from now on you will be mine," he said. "Lily, castrate all those men." Victor gave his order, making Lily frown as the men turned pale and covered their crotches. "Young master, please don't do that. We will be very obedient," 17 begged anxiously. "What is wrong with this crazy young master? I want to take you to my mansion, and I can't let you attack my girls," Victor said. "Can't the young master use your ring?" Another death warrior interjected as sweat dripped from his bald head. He reminded Victor that there is a function in the ring that would make them lose their abilities as men temporarily.
Yes. Fine then.
"But if any of you tried to do anything to any of my girls, he would make him wish for a quick death," Victor said, making the chicks nod. "Tell me about this place then," Victor asked. "Yes, young master, this is an old factory that was transformed into a combat base. It has 2 stories above ground and 2 below. We have an electricity generation system and freshwater well. We usually restock food and supplies from the villages down the mountain once or twice every 6 months, 17 explained. We use this yard and the first basement for training, and we all live on the ground floor."
He added.
Who is your leader? What's your command structure?
Victor asked. None, young master.
We were supposed to be led by the Jung brothers, but they didn't return after leaving with young Master Nick. 17, who was acting as their representative, replied.
Jung? Never heard of them. Ah.
Could it be the 2 idiots who were kicked in the nuts by Lily in the mansion back then? Those guys had already become shish kebab. From now on you would be their leader, Victor said to 17. This guy seemed well respected by the others.
Now, do you have a transportation tool?
Communication equipment?
He asked.
Yes, young master, we have a few cars and some encrypted long-range communication devices, he replied. Then get 10 men to follow me, they would act as guards for my mansion. And the rest would stay here and begin expanding this place. I will send you some plans in a couple of days. We will be acting as construction chicks,
Victor said.
Understood, young master, but it is already night, the way down the mountain is very dangerous. 17 interjected, making Victor frown. This chick was right. Fine, let's have some dinner, I will sleep here tonight then, Victor said, then sat down as the Death Warriors proceeded to set a grand feast for their new master. Those guys worked very efficiently, and after 15 minutes the meal was ready. It was not fancy at all, but Victor didn't mind. He ate the worst in his previous life. The girls didn't mind too, especially Theta, who was interested in this new kind of food. Why do you have long hair, while the others are bald? Victor asked 17 curiously as he ate.
Ah.
It was Master Nick's command. He wanted me to start acting like a girl for some infiltration mission, that's all I know. Chick 17 said, making Victor frown. What was Nick planning? He will have to look into that later. Get me 2 rooms, Victor said after he finished eating and stood up as Lily wiped his mouth. 17 bowed respectfully, then quickly guided him upstairs to the rooms usually used by Nick. There were a few bedrooms with a simple office. After inspecting the place, Victor turned to Lily. You go to sleep with Camellia in the other room, I will hug Theta tonight, he said, making Lily a little deflated. I will have my blissful night, he said as he dragged the shocked Theta into his room and then shut the door with a smirk that made Lily open her mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Her young master really holds grudges. She didn't argue though, knowing that this must be her punishment for laughing earlier. She was a little jealous, it was worth it.
He.
She couldn't help giggling as she remembered Victor's expression earlier. She was no longer concerned about him leaving her after he confessed that he would marry her. And she was getting increasingly familiar with his stupid punishment tactics. He wants to make her jealous. But she was not feeling much as she was sure that Victor would do nothing to Theta. She would miss him a little though.
Pervert young master,
she thought as she dragged Camellia into the other room and then closed the door. She could only vent on this dog. 17 watched the drama silently, then returned to his brothers. Whatever happens, it's not their business. At least this young master was a little nicer than the previous one. Young master, I am not ready yet, Theta said in a mosquito voice as she stood up shyly near the bed. She was not against the idea. Just a little bit shy. Don't worry, didn't Alpha tell you? I will only make you warm my bed, he said as he dusted the bed, then laid on it and invited her to his side. She could only nod then to his surprise, took out all her clothes and jumped into his embrace, making him open his mouth in shock. What are you doing? He asked. Ah. I can only sleep like this, she shyly said as she closed her eyes and began to snort cutely. Titus had weird habits and he taught the girls that they can't sleep in their clothes. The young master smells really nice, she thought as he looked at her clinging to him. Victor could only shake his head as he hugged the stupid girl who was pretending to have fallen asleep. He should tell Hilda to fix their bad habits. It would be bad if they did that outside. At about 12 o'clock a.m. Victor opened his eyes as he felt something hot moving in his embrace. It was Theta, who was glowing red as a strange object was flowing above her. It was the painting they got in the morning hovering in midair while sending waves of energy into Theta's delicate body. He quickly stepped back in shock, then quickly activated his appraisal, but still, he could see nothing. What should he do? Intervened or let it proceed? That girl is lucky though, can this be bad for her? He felt threatened by just looking at this thing. Should he leave her to her fate? No, her fate was already intertwined with his, and he never let his fate be controlled by others ever again. The problem was that he couldn't see what was going on. He could only activate his eyes of destiny and have a look. Targets. Human female, +1. Soul artifact, +10. Cost, 11 order point. /21 remains. Revealing. The world around him changed while a shiver ran down Victor's spine as he saw what was truly happening. He made a mistake. Or did he not? The fate threads came from the place where the painting was floating. In his vision, There was a hole in the void in its place. They were crawling toward Theta's delicate body as if to devour her. It took Victor a couple of seconds to understand what was going on here. Those were destiny lines connecting her to another world. Some were bad, some were good. Does this girl have another story? Reading the words, soul artifact in the description log, he realized that this was not happening in the material world but in the sprite one. No wonder his appraisal skill failed. In the real world, what he saw was just that the painting was sending many bursts of energy. But in the fate world, Victor could not see those, they were fate neutral. What he saw was something else. In addition to the fate threads, a dark red worm made of many entangled black and crimson threads was materializing. It came out of the void hole and was making its way toward Theta's mouth. Victor was not sure, but he knew what this was. He had heard of it in his previous life.
A soul transfer.
Something in another world was trying to enter this world through Theta. And it was probably using some kind of energy as camouflage to fool the world's defense system. Once it takes its target body, it will gain its ID and would no longer be discovered by this world as it was now a part of it. In the future, they would call those demon agents. They were agents that the major forces in the other world planted in this world using various techniques just before the reckoning.
But why Theta?
And how did they send the painting to this world? Too many questions that he couldn't answer. He had some theories, but this was not the time to think about other things. He had to act. After some thought, he took out a bottle of the soul poison, then after opening it, he used his disguise skill to hide Theta and replace her with a pillow, making sure that the poison bottle was in the place of her mouth. It didn't work. The worm kept heading toward Theta. This thing operates on the soul and seems to ignore the illusions of the material world. Victor watched as more energy poured from the painting, and as Theta's body was getting hotter, she even began to moan in pain. Victor cursed himself for being useless. If she was as blood slave, things would have been much simpler, but he had no more slots in the skill. Should he leave Theta to her fate? Victor realized that getting the painting was not luck, but fate. Something in the other world has used fate to tie this artifact to Theta. And the luckiest thing that happened to her was meeting him.
There should be a way.
Victor looked at the worm. It was crawling through the air as if it was battling a strong tide, and was only supported by the other energy.
It was weak.
Void travel was a very dangerous thing, it seems. He had read about the souls when he was studying the Book of Time, as what was transferred to this timeline was his soul that merged with the one from this world. So his soul must be much stronger. This was also the reason why the Book of Time could only be used once, as in the second transfer the soul would be too big to be sent in time without a big sacrifice. After some thought, Victor decided to do something crazy, too crazy even for him. But this was a gamble, and if it succeeded he was sure to gain a lot. He had to do it fast though. He used his disguise skill to change his name to /System11C54H/first, then made all his attributes including his authority into ones. Then after one last thought, he opened his mouth and ate the illusory worm. The Grand Elder was busy carefully trimming the hairs inside his nose when a fat servant barged into his private room. Grandmaster. The man stopped to catch his breath.
Ow.
The Grandmaster yelled as the man's shout made him insert the scissors a little too deep. He quickly pulled it out and touched his nose to feel the red blood dripping. He quickly used his handkerchief to cover his nose and took his sword and put it at the servant's neck.
You better have a good excuse, he said angrily. The orb.
It broke. The servant said, not caring about the sword.
What orb?
The elder asked with a frown. The awakening artifact. The servant said, making the elder blink twice, then throw the sword and hurry into the ceremony room, where the orb that was the key to creating the von Weiss family lay shattered into 100 pieces. Victor would get in a coma. How long do you want it to last? Ul DPMB equals yes. Label DPMB equals yes, 1 hour/labor. Label DPMB equals yes, 1 day/labor. Label DPMB equals yes, 1 week/labor. Label DPMB equals yes, 3 months/labor. Label DPMB equals yes, 1 year/labor. Label DPMB equals yes, until the reckoning/labor. Results are only viewable after voting. You must be logged into vote. Input type equals hidden value equals 7410. Input type equals hidden value equals 1. Oops. We ran into some problems. View results. Victor would get in a coma. How long do you want it to last? Windy could only hug her knees as she sat in despair. She still remembers the night her village was attacked by that evil gang. They killed her parents and everyone else in cold blood. They found her hiding inside a closet. She still remembers that man's delicate voice as he told his men to take her to the city to sell her. She had never been to the city before. Her clan forbade any interaction with the outside world, but as a curious young lady, she always knew when to ask, as the elders who sometimes left to get supplies would have looser tongues when they were drunk.
It was her fault. All of it was her fault.
She remembered as tears dripped from her eyes. She found him almost dead by the riverbank and decided to help him. She kept him a secret from her tribe, or they would have killed him. But who knew that he was a wolf, who after getting better got some men together he attacked the village to plunder all its treasures. They never expected the villagers to resist, so they killed them all after raping the women. They called themselves the Dark Chamber. She only survived because of that man. He said that she saved his life so he would save hers and now they were equal. What kind of twisted logic is that? In the end, she ended up here after changing hands a dozen times, until that evil woman bought her, after making that mouse bite her. She said something about a noble bloodline. Did she need to whip her like that, just because she refused to obey? She could only sigh as she looked at the two poor girls who were with her sleeping. Those two were orphans who had bad luck too. They seemed to have been given some sleeping pills, but strangely they didn't affect her. She just pretended to be asleep waiting for a chance to escape, but even after chaining her, they still closed the vault's doors locking her in. Why is that woman so careful? It was as if she had been robbed before. Looking at the room around her full of treasures, she felt her heart bleed. Many of those things belonged to her family. She had never understood how precious they were. Are they really precious? She asked herself. At first, that was what she thought, but after seeing that stupid penguin painting that the old man brought a few hours ago, she began to doubt her judgment and aesthetics. The man said that he didn't know what this was but that he felt it was worth something. He asked that nasty woman to try auctioning it for him. She realized that this thing was probably garbage, yet somehow she liked it. Suddenly, her eyes fell on an ugly vase in the corner. Did it just move?
No, impossible. It moved again. Could it be haunted?
The girl wanted to retreat to a corner but couldn't because of the chains that tied her to the wall. The vase moved a third time, and this time a boy came out of it.
How did he fit in?
He was wearing black stockings on his head, so she couldn't clearly make out his face. But maybe, just maybe, this guy might be her Prince Charming who would save her from this nightmare. Tom slowly sneaked out of the vase artifact to be faced with the beautiful eyes of a girl that was looking at him. She was not very pretty but had a noble air around her. At first, he panicked, but after seeing the chain around her beautiful ankle he knew that she was part of the merchandise. Two other girls were sleeping beside her. He slowly put his hand on his mouth indicating that she should stay silent.
She nodded in response.
What a good girl. Looking around, he couldn't easily appraise the treasures here. So he asked the system for help, but it didn't respond. So he called again. Still nothing. What the F***CK? Didn't it say that it would give him further instructions later? This stupid system was truly whimsical. What to do now? Well, he had come prepared. The greedy vase that hid him had a huge storage space, so he would only need to get all that stuff and then run away. Do you want help? He asked the girl who was looking at him with expecting eyes. She nodded with a smile. Then get to work, he said as he began to store the treasures of the vault in the vase under the shocked eyes of the girl. The process was a little slow as he had to sacrifice a drop of blood to the vase, then keep holding the treasure for a few minutes for the vase to swallow it.
Some help here?
Tom asked the girl. She quickly nodded and stood up, then began to hand him the treasures. She also contributed a few drops of blood after seeing that Tom was losing too much. That is until her hands touched the penguin painting, smearing its edge with her blood. A light shone from the painting as it was lit with a blue flame. Then sparks of light began to leave it and hit the girl who moaned in pain. Tom, who didn't know what to do, stood in shock as he watched how the cheap tribal cloth pouch that the girl was wearing reacted to the light and swallowed a part of it as the girl collapsed on the ground as the painting turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. What the F***CK? He wondered. He quickly checked on the girl. She was still alive, just unconscious. He frowned, and after making sure no other strange things happened, he continued to pack the things here, making sure that his blood touched nothing besides the vase. Then after he finished, he took the girl inside the vase. He can't leave her after all. Then after looking at the two other girls he did the same. They were pretty. This vase was an S-rank treasure that could store and restore all things at the cost of a drop of blood. The most amazing thing is the fact that it can change its appearance and its information. After giving it to that merchant, under the instructions of the system, he sneaked into the store and went inside of it, then waited. Too bad he could not see what was going on outside, so he had to wait until after midnight to make sure that there were no enemies. Now, he stood with the vase in his hand looking around the empty vault.
Mission accomplished.
Too bad the system was still ignoring him. He took out an escape talisman from his pocket and activated it. Hopefully, he would not end up somewhere dangerous. When Victor woke up he was in a hospital bed, He could clearly smell the distinct disinfectant smell in the air and feel the tube going from his nose to his throat. He tried to sit up but couldn't. It was as if his body was not responding correctly.
Ah, he grimaced in pain.
Oh, young master, you're awake, a hot nurse yelped and ran to his side. Victor, who was lying in bed, could clearly appreciate her bust as she leaned over him to take out the medical tube in his throat. He tried to speak but his mouth was a little dry, but after a few tries he could speak. You want to ask how you got here?
It was some maid, she said. No. Can
you give me a kiss? He asked lecherously as he licked his lips. The nurse was startled, but after she pondered for a second, she smiled. Then after looking to the back making sure nobody was watching, she shyly got near and pecked him on the cheek, then retreated briskly.
Ah.
One more on the other side, for the symmetry, he said bashfully, making the nurse freeze a second and then with a shy look on her face. She leaned over him so that her lips could reach his other cheek, expecting him to use the chance to steal a kiss from her lips. She was not that naive. But to her surprise, the moment her lips touched his cheek, he used his teeth to bite her throat that was right across his mouth. The nurse tried hard to let go but couldn't. She tried again, but Victor's jaws were as if they were made of steel. He was mumbling something. In the end, she was able to retreat, leaving a chunk of meat in Victor's mouth as the world distorted around them. Victor was now standing while chewing in front of a demoness that was holding her throat in pain. Trying to play those stupid soul games with me? Are you an idiot? Did you really think I would surrender my soul to you with only a nurse cosplay? Victor asked casually as he inspected his ethereal body. This was his soul, and he was now inside his soul realm. After that, he looked at the demoness facing him. She had the appearance of a woman with a cat head. And no, she was cute at all, not of the sexy type you read about in novels. But the nightmare fuel breed you might encounter in a horror story or a Lovecraftian novel. She had red glowing eyes and wild fangs that protruded randomly from her wide mouth. Her body was long and slender, too slender. He could see her bones through her gray skin. Her claws were bony, long and sharp, ready to pounce on her prey.
How could you move?
Why did you know? The demoness asked in a hoarse voice as she frowned. She was not speaking using a language. In the world of the souls there are no languages. But they could strangely understand each other. Why would I tell you? Now how should I eat you? He asked as chains began to rise from the void and constrict the demon. Ah. How do you know these soul defense techniques? Who are you? The demon shouted, touching her aching throat again, to feel a hot crest was burned in it. It must be when he bit her. Damn you, you cursed me, you piece of sh*t. How can you? She screamed as the chains constricting her got tighter. This is my domain, although you used some of your energy to fool me, it is still my home. He answered as he floated there inspecting her. You are crazy, you can't kill me. I already have your body. If I die, your body would die too. You better surrender. The demon said. Ah. You guys are really good at lying. I almost believed you. As long as this body has a soul, it would not die. Where are you from, Volan or Lisver? No. I heard there are dirty cats in Turval. Are you one of Kiver's minions? Victor asked lazily, not expecting an answer as those demons were usually very tight-lipped. He didn't need one anyway. He would have all her memories when he devours her soul. How do you know about this? Who are you? The demoness asked. I am just a friendly young master. He said arrogantly. Then let this lady go. I will not bother you. The demoness said as she felt the chains getting hotter. Would you think I would let you escape after entering this dragon's den? I want to eat you. It is very rare to get a higher demon soul readily served. He said. Damn you. The demoness screamed as the chain around her body began to glow red hot, making her realize that he was going to burn her. How does he know this? The unconnected world didn't have extensive knowledge in the arts of the souls. Do you think I would let you win this easily? I just have to reveal myself to the world, and now that I have your body you would be sent into a dungeon for eternity or get destroyed with me. She said with anger. You can't do that. You will just be eaten obediently. Now be a good demoness and get fried quietly. He said dismissively as a chair materialized out of thin air and he sat on it with his legs crossed as if he was waiting for the barbecue to finish. You will pay for this. Do you know who I am? The demoness shouted. Just another pussy. Why would I want to know your name? He asked with a smirk. Damn you, the demoness shouted as she sent a burst of energy into the depth of the darkness. The system detected an anomaly. Foreign object found. ID was compromised. Elimination initiated. Constructing dungeon. Constructing dungeon failed. Target is not alive. Eliminating ID holder. Target eliminated. Now you're dead. Now?
Any second.
Why are you not dead? The demoness screamed as the chains around her burst into flames. Nice to meet you and goodbye. You will make a good fertilizer for my soul, Victor said as he watched her unwillingly turn into a cloud of sparkling dust that floated toward him and then integrated with his ethereal body. The next moment Victor felt a pain going through his entire being. Oops, he seemed to have eaten too much. That demoness was stronger than he thought. When Lily heard the sound of something falling to the ground in the next room, she smiled first, thinking that Theta had done the same as Arya, and kicked the perverted young master out of bed. But when she heard Theta's scream after that, she jumped out of bed and ran to the other room while taking out her dagger. Victor was unconscious on the floor, while the naked Theta was crying to his side, trying to wake him up. No enemies were in sight.
What happened?
Lily said as she took the bedsheet and threw it to Theta to cover herself.
The young master. He took the shot for me, she said while crying.
Speak clearly, Lily said as she checked Victor's breathing. It was normal, as if he was sleeping. But he seemed to be not waking up. A few minutes ago, the painting that the young master bought for me.
It is my fault.
Theta cried more. Drink this, Lily said, giving Theta a glass of water that the smart Camellia brought, then helped Lily carry Victor to the bed after that. And no matter how much they called him or pushed him, he didn't wake up. Can you speak now? Lily asked Theta as she brushed Victor's hair with her fingers, trying hard to remain calm.
The
painting, the one the young master bought today. It suddenly grew hot and then began to shoot light into me.
I couldn't move. Then,
there was a screen with some words on it, Theta said as she frowned while trying hard to remember.
What screen?
Lily asked with a frown. It said players registered.
Then after that,
when I opened my eyes, the young master. He was looking at something in the air. When I looked at it, I realized that it was the painting, hovering in midair, and the cat in it felt bad as if it wanted to eat me.
Then, a light shot from it.
The young master pushed me aside at that moment and swallowed that red light, Theta said as tears kept pouring from her eyes.
It is all my fault,
she said as she buried her head in the sleeping Victor's chest. Where is the painting now?
Lily asked.
I don't know, maybe it burnt into nothing, Theta answered while pointing to a place near the bed. Lily quickly looked there and noticed some brown ash on the ground. It smelt like burnt paper. She quickly collected them in a plastic bag.
What should she do now?
This was probably not a medical problem, but a magical one. She didn't know what to do.
Could it be poison?
She quickly took out a detoxification pill and a healing pill and then tried to feed them to Victor.
But he couldn't chew them.
So she had to crush them in her mouth and feed them to his mouth with hers, making Theta blush as she watched. After waiting for half an hour, she concluded that they didn't work.
What now?
Too bad she couldn't figure out what was wrong with the young master. She just looked at the sleeping Victor and thought about what he would do in such situations.
Should she call the family?
Probably not, as she knew that Victor didn't trust them. First, she should take him back to the mansion. Maybe Hilda knows something. And maybe she should try to get a healer.
That and a girl.
Camellia, get the men in the car, see if they have a van or a truck. Then find me a stretcher, we are returning home now,
Lily said.
Yes, mistress, Camellia replied, then ran outside. This was a chance to prove her worth. Theta, Lily said after a few minutes. She was now a little calmer and thought of something. Yes, Theta answered nervously, wondering if Lily would punish her.
Say the words.
Open status menu in your mind,
Lily said.
Theta frowned then nodded. Wah, Theta said as she stepped back, letting go of the bedsheet she covered herself with. You are now a player, keep it a secret. Lily said, what is your authority? She asked after a few minutes. Authority.
5.
Theta answered, making Lily a little shocked.
How about class? Class A.
What does a divine gambler mean and why is there a SSS next to it?
She asked.
Lily didn't answer, didn't know how to answer, didn't want to answer. This girl is a monster. Theta didn't know how to answer.
My STA. Stew. Status bad.
Theta asked timidly. Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone? Why did you tell me? Lily asked as she turned back to Theta. On the contrary, they are super strong. But if people knew about them, they would take you away, Lily said, making Theta freeze, then nod. Miss Lily, please don't tell anyone, she said timidly.
Don't worry.
Now go get dressed, then help me transport the young master downstairs, Lily said. Oh, and be careful, you should have more strength now. Lily warned her, but was a little late, as Theta, who wanted to put on her skirt, pulled it too strong and got it ripped. They reached the mansion at sunrise. Night travel in the mountains was very dangerous, but with Lily's enhanced vision she could drive the van easily. They left the SUV up there as 17 would drive it to the mansion later. Hilda was the first to welcome them with a smile when the car stopped next to the mansion. The girls were being given a lesson by the twins, while Margaret was busy flirting with Alex. She couldn't understand why the young master tolerated such behaviors. But it's not her business. Her smile turned to a frown when she saw the unconscious Victor. Miss Hida, we will talk about the young master later.
Those 5 men.
Chicks are at your disposal. Arrange rooms at the separate building and use them to guard the mansion. They were chosen by the young master, Lily said, pointing to the 5 muscular men who were chosen by 17 to serve as guards. She wanted to bring 10 men, but with Victor laying there it could only fit 5 men. I will take the young master upstairs to his room. Please wake Margaret up and let her join me, Lily said as she carried Victor with Theta, who was much stronger now. Camellia bowed politely to Hilda. Camellia, fill Hilda in about what happened yesterday, Lily shouted at her as she entered the mansion. Lily was wiping Victor's mouth with a napkin when Margaret and Alex entered the room. This young master was drooling as if he had just eaten a juicy steak.
What happened?
Alex, who was dressed as a slutty maid, asked nervously as Margaret went to Victor's side and held his hand with concern. This was the man she chose. Would he leave her so soon?
We don't know yet.
Lily said, Margaret, I want you to call Anna. Wasn't she a healer?
Lily asked.
Ah. Yes. Margaret jumped to her feet and then ran to her room to get her phone just as Arya and the twins entered the room and went to Victor's side.
What happened?
Is he okay? Arya asked with concern. We don't know, we will speak later, Lily answered. The young master has an appointment with that journalist today, and an auction later at night, Arya said with a frown. Then turned to Lily as she was the one Victor trusted the most.
Ah.
We will wait for Anna, Lily said anxiously. She was not brave enough to decide as she was afraid to ruin one of her young master's plans. Hilda, who heard the story from Camellia, entered the room after that with a medical device. This was a very advanced family-issued instrument. It was an all-in-one diagnostic device. This thing was like the phones the family used, 20 years ahead of its time. After taking a blood sample and connecting Victor's wrist to the device, it began its analysis and after 15 minutes it gave the results. No anomaly was detected. Please replace the calibration sample with a valid patient. The device found no problems except the fact that Victor was too healthy to be a normal human. This thing was not made for players after all. With a frown, Lily looked at everyone, then began to tell them about what happened. The room was silent for the next hour, as no one knew what to do. The rest of the girls in the house also came to take a look at Victor but was kicked out by Hilda as the room got too crowded. Soon Margaret hurried inside with Anna, who was shocked by the luxuriant mansion. It made her wonder whether she should throw herself at Victor as Margaret did. But she changed her mind when she saw all the pretty girls who were anxiously sitting in Victor's room. Wait. That one is a guy, right? Why is he dressed in a maid uniform? Why is the dress so revealing? Is he acting in some AV?
Is this even legal?
They did say that Victor was a pervert. Anna, can you see what is wrong with the young master? Mina, who was holding Victor's hand tenderly, asked her. Let me try, she said as she approached the sleeping Victor. Last week she was doing as Victor advised her, and she began to study medicine intending to apply to a medical school. Apparently, players didn't need any exams. Just an appraisal test. She silently put her hands on Victor and then began to use her healing skill.
Still, nothing happened.
Why isn't it working? Margaret asked when she saw the frown on Anna's face. I don't know, my skill is not working at all. It is as if he is perfectly healthy,
she said as she stood up.
I am sorry,
she said.
It's okay, Margaret said, reassuring her friend with a sigh. Lily frowned, not knowing what to do. Leave us alone, Hilda told everyone, who was a little startled, but quickly nodded after seeing her serious face. One by one, they left the room, including Alex, who was very concerned, but didn't dare to show it affectionately like the other girls. As for Margaret, she went out with Anna. She intended to escort her out. She was a smart girl. She knew that being here didn't help at all. It would be better to do something useful rather than wait here endlessly. Lily was left alone with Hilda and the unconscious Victor.
Call Kai, she said in a calm voice.
The others didn't notice, but she did. Lily was on the verge of losing her mind.
Ah, but?
Lily didn't know what to say.
Do it.
As Victor's butler, he would not reveal anything,
Hilda said.
Lily nodded, then called Kai.
Kai.
This is Lily, the young master had an accident,
Lily said.
What happened, Kai? who usually didn't like to have a lengthy conversation with Lily, asked seriously. Lily proceeded to tell him what happened last night. Can the family help? She asked after that while biting her lip. If the healing pill didn't work, then this would be tricky. But since the young master's state is stable, it would be better to wait for a few days. There is big trouble in the family now, and if something really did happen to the young master last night, some people would make some unreasonable conclusions. I can't tell you more, but hide the young master's condition for a few days at least. Kai said, making Lily surprised. Is the situation really that bad?
She asked.
More than anything you could imagine. I will call you if anything changes. Kai said, then hung up the phone. If Lily was not concerned about Victor, she would have called Kai again to scold him. But she was not in the mood. She just wanted her young master to wake up.
He can't help. Hilda asked.
Something wrong in the family. Should we contact Master Theodore? Lily asked, making Hilda frown and nod after hesitating a little and then calling George's phone. His answer was the same as Kai's. What should we do now? Lily asked, but no one could answer.
Who did it?
Charlotte asked the kneeling men in a cold voice.
We don't know.
We didn't have cameras inside, the man said, not realizing that his head was already separated from his body.
Who did it?
She asked the second man.
Please spare me,
he said as his head was separated too. After killing the 11 vault guards and the manager, Charlotte looked around the empty vault in anger as she began to bite her nails. She lost a lot this time. Her brother was sure to use this against her. Young mistress. Shall we cancel the auction?
An old butler asked. Never, no.
I already took the small goods and put them in my ring. They will be enough for now. Just find some player stores and buy some treasures from them. Those guys always have some secret stashes. She said coldly, knowing well that no matter what treasures she gets they would be garbage if compared with the things that were stolen. Understood, he said as he bowed respectfully. Just find out who took my stuff, then burn him and his entire family. You have 1 week, she said to the old butler, who stood there shivering as she left the room. Tom looked at the unconscious girl with a frown.
What happened to her?
And what was that? After inspecting her from head to toe he realized one thing. This girl was not pretty.
She was not ugly either. Just plain.
Like a brick in a wall. Completely unremarkable.
Sir.
Thank you for helping us. The 2 other girls who woke up thanked him. It's okay, he said with a fresh smile. Those 2 were cute. He wouldn't mind adding them to his harem. Do you have a place to stay? He asked with concern.
No.
We were sold from an orphanage. The older of the 2 said.
Then stay here. But you can't come out.
They would surely be looking for you. He said if those girls insisted on leaving, he would have to lock them in. They have seen his face. He shouldn't have brought them along, but they were too cute to be left alone.
Ah.
But we can't pay you, the other girl said, with a blush on her face. Tom was not really handsome, but he had this manly aura around him that made her feel strange, but she didn't hate the feeling. Don't worry, I have a lot of girlfriends living here, and they might need some help around the house. He said, making the girls frown a little, then nodded. They have already seen this place. They couldn't believe that this casual young man owned an entire apartment building. How about I take you on a tour? He asked the girls. I will introduce you to the others.
He added.
Yes. They responded at the same time. But what about this older sister? One of them asked.
Don't worry.
This room is secure, we will check on her later, Tom said, making sure not to alert the girls to the hidden cameras. After 30 minutes Wendy opened her eyes, then sat up and looked around with a frown. Where am I? She began to inspect the room she was in. It was a bedroom but was quite bare. Only a bed and a desk.
Last night.
Yes, she remembers.
That thief.
She quickly inspected her body. It was intact. After that, she took out the cloth pouch that hung from her neck and opened it, and took a damaged white coin from it. She couldn't believe it, but this thing had saved her life. That thing. She didn't know why it attacked her. But thanks to the attack, she managed to activate the coin and inherit her family's legacy. Her mind was now full of memories and information about all sorts of things. A long time ago, her family was a strong family of players. An existence that could rule the world, but one day, their awakening treasure got stolen by an unknown thief. They tried hard to get it back, or at least get another awakening artifact, but they failed. And after the death of the last player in the family, the elders decided to retreat into the mountains with what was left of their treasures, hoping that the prophesied day of reckoning would come, so that they would be able to rise again using all the things they hid away. This coin was one of several treasures her ancestors kept. It would activate when the holder becomes a player. It was like a memory capsule that also had a strong protection charm. She didn't know how and why, but that penguin painting seemed to have turned her into a player seconds before that thing attacked. And that was enough for her to inherit all the memories and skills in the coin which self-destructed with the attacker. Tears fell from her eyes as she looked at the coin. This thing was given to her by her grandmother. What should she do now? At this moment, the door of the room opened and the man who saved her came in. He didn't have the stocking on his head, but she could recognize him after hearing his voice.
You are awake, he said.
Yes, thank you for saving me,
she said in a quiet voice.
It's okay, he said. I am Tom. What's your name?
He asked. Windy,
she answered. What happened there?
He asked.
I don't remember.
She lied.
She would never trust a man again.
I see.
Do you have a place to go? Those guys are probably searching the city for you now,
he said. No. She shook her head. Then stay here,
he said with a refreshing smile that made her heart skip a beat. Okay, she said. I already saw your face. You would probably kill me if I didn't accept,
she said. No.
Never, he said stuttering. This girl was not as naive as the others. Whatever, she said, it is better to stay with this guy. And maybe she can try to get her family's treasure that fell in his hands. Rita didn't understand what was going on. The pain in her body was intolerable. That bastard Levi didn't even try to be nice. The moment she entered the mansion, she was arrested by 2 guards who took her to some underground lab, where Levi was waiting. It was full of glass containers with hideous creatures inside, and many people were chained to the wall. Many of them seemed to be rotting. As some scientists took samples. Levi didn't even look at her when they brought her in and stripped her of all her clothes, then after strapping her to a metal table. After that, he ordered his men to begin the operation without even batting an eye for her. They started to inject her with all kinds of nasty medicines, making her feel many kinds of pain she had never experienced before. No matter how she begged him, he didn't respond. He just kept looking at her with cold eyes,
as if she was some insect.
She kept screaming until Levi gagged her mouth himself, ignoring her pleading eyes.
He didn't even talk to her,
just giving commands to the people in lab coats around him to hurry up. Wasn't he supposed to be nice? Wasn't he supposed to be her future husband? Didn't her father tell her that Levi would take care of her and treat her like a princess? She didn't know what was going on.
Why?
She was obedient all her life. She did what her grandfather told her to do.
So why?
Why treat her like this? The last thing she thought of before passing out was Victor's smug face. Did they know that she was kissed by him? Did they know that she was unfaithful? Would he save her? She felt despair as she fell into darkness while wondering why she was abandoned. Even the system didn't respond to her anymore. Levi entered the grand office after politely knocking on the door and hearing his father's response.
All finished?
Martin von Zwei asked his son, who sat on an opposing chair.
Yes.
The initial state was complete. Levi answered. What rank did you use?
The SS ranked 1.
It would need to cultivate the corpse's energy for the next 2 months. When do you plan to send it back?
Martin asked.
Anne's birthday is in 4 months. It would be a good date for a funeral, Levi answered in an evil tone, just as a man materialized out of thin air.
Master.
Young master. He greeted. I have very important news,
he said. Speak, Martin said coldly.
The von Weiss family. A few days ago, a rumor had spread that an accident happened in the Awakening Hall. After a thorough investigation, and after confirming the news from all of our sources, we concluded that their awakening artifact, the blue orb, was destroyed.
What?
Levi, who was surprised, stood up from his chair. Martin was also surprised, but he didn't show it. Is the news credible? Or is it a trap? Martin asked while squinting his eyes. Our spy had seen the broken orb. He said that it had a long crack across it as if she was split with a sword.
The spy said.
What do you think, Levi?
Martin asked his son.
If it is a trap, what would be their purpose? To make the spies act? It doesn't make any sense. But if this was true, then the von Weiss family would start to do 2 things. He said, first, they would start fighting for dungeons like crazy, wanting to find another awakening artifact. Second, they would try to make as many marriages with the other families as possible to gain allies and maybe try to steal another artifact. He added, but it doesn't matter, as our plan had already started. We just have to time our attack well.
He concluded.
Windy felt strange when she sat at the table surrounded by all the pretty girls who claimed to be Tom's girlfriends. Just how many girls did this Tom have? She wondered as a girl handed her a dish. Did you get used to living here? Tom is really the best, she said, making Windy frown. Why does it seem like those girls are brainwashed? Even the two who were rescued with her were now all over Tom. Yesterday she heard them whispering that they did it in turns all night the day before. She had been here for 2 weeks now, and although they were very nice to her, she felt very strange. She was from a very conservative family. It was forbidden to marry more than one wife in her village. In fact, she was even forbidden from touching a man. As in her village, women were the leaders while men were of a lower status.
Tom was nice, really nice. And she liked his smile.
She might even be falling in love with him.
But
she kept having this strange feeling that something was wrong. She tried to ask him about the treasures he got, but he refused to tell her anything, saying that a young girl shouldn't concern herself with random stuff. What young girl? She was older than him. Should she tell him about her being a player?
No.
She would never trust a man ever again. Not after what that bastard did. Should she leave this place and try finding a dungeon to conquer to become stronger? She wondered while looking at her stats screen that felt wrong. Why does it differ from the memories she inherited from her family? When Linda entered the house, she was greeted by a smiling maid. Young mistress, she greeted as she bowed. How was your vacation? She asked politely. Great, Linda said. Where is my mother? She asked.
Ah.
Yesterday the mistress got a call then hurried somewhere, the maid replied.
And the one downstairs? Linda asked. Ah.
The medicines are not working efficiently anymore. We had to increase the doses. The maid answered.
Oh. Too bad.
Linda said with a sad expression, but the maid didn't feel sadness in her voice. Suddenly the door behind them opened. What are the two of you doing here blocking the hallway? Amelia, who had just arrived, said.
Ah. Mother.
Welcome back. Linda said as she greeted her mother with the maid who moved to the side. You're back? Good. Follow me to the study. Amelia said, heading inside as Linda followed while wondering if her mother found something out.
No, impossible.
The doctor is already sleeping with the fish with all of his staff. Is everything fine? Linda asked after she closed the study door and watched her mother relax on her leather chair.
Our plans must be hastened.
The family has ordered that you must marry Victor as soon as possible.
She said. Ah. But
Bill is waiting for me. Linda wanted to say.
No excuses.
Remember your position. Amelia said, making Linda shut up and nod. School will start the day after tomorrow. Make sure to use it as a chance to propose. If you ruin our plans you would be punished, not only by me, but also by the family. Amelia said, making Linda shiver in fear. Jane Armstrong was furious. That bastard Victor stood her up. When she went to his company to meet him, that crazy secretary Susan ordered the guard to kick her out. But she was going to do her report with or without his help. She has already discovered that Nick had bought an old factory out of town using a fake name. But he could not escape her nose. So she sent her partner to keep an eye on the mansion while she came here. Some might call her reckless, but that's the way she always worked. She didn't become a famous journalist by being a coward. When she reached the factory she was expecting some illegal stuff, sex trafficking, or drug manufacturing. But what she discovered there didn't make sense at all. Peeking through a break in the fence, she saw more than 30 sweaty naked men, doing push-ups with boulders on their back, as their leader, who had long hair, screamed at them. Tell me what's our name? He asked loudly. We are the Chicks. They yelled back. What do? We act as chicks. They yelled back. Who is our master? The Lord of Chicks. They yelled back. Jane was losing her mind. What was going on? She wanted to go forward and take a picture, but she happened to step on a plastic bottle that made some noise. That startled her and made her yelp in surprise. The next moment she was surrounded by those men. Chicks. Damn, they even had the name Chick tattooed on their chests with a number. What kind of sick cult is this? Charlotte was biting her fingernails while looking at the disgraceful auction results. The auction was an utter failure. Her father had just called and yelled at her for being incompetent. Thankfully, she was given one more chance. She must prove her power or she would be kicked out of the competition to be the next patriarch, and end up getting married off to some other family. Just as Charlotte was planning to call for some servants to vent her anger, an old woman knocked on the door then entered and saluted respectfully. She was her new servant. Hopefully, this one would be more useful than that old man. Is there anything? Charlotte asked with an annoyed voice. We have news. The old woman reported. What? Apparently, most of the world's countries are creating special units in their army to face incidents like the dungeon outbreak. The family has ordered us to supply them with dungeon monsters' blood. Someone had leaked to them the recipe of the lower power enhancing serum. They plan to create super soldiers with it.
The old woman said. Oh. We do have some blood barrels in stock. See to it, Charlotte said. Anything else?
The von Weiss family seems to be in some kind of trouble, but we don't know what's wrong yet. But their recent actions are strange, she said as he handed Charlotte a report. Mentioning the von Weiss family made her remember that hateful guy Victor. He didn't attend the auction, and that made her annoyed as she was prepared to disgrace him.
But, let's see, Charlotte replied.
Who hesitated a little, then opened it and read what was inside. The report was about how they were sending their men to conquer dungeons all over the world. They were even preparing to raid a very dangerous dungeon that had been left untouched for many years. In addition to that, Marcos, the patriarch of the von Weiss family, was asking all interested families if they could offer brides to the elites of his family, saying that he wanted to diversify the family's bloodline and form new alliances. What kind of bullshit is this? He was clearly trying to make ties with as many families as possible. Those lower powers who had some girls laying around would throw them to be married. Getting to marry someone from a high noble family like the von Weiss was not something they were going to miss. Even if the girl ended up being mistreated. The appeal of power was very tempting. Especially to those fallen families. Mistress, there is something else. The old woman said hesitantly. What?
Charlotte, who was full of thoughts, asked.
There was a man that came with some treasures to sell.
She said. And?
Charlotte asked dismissively. We investigated him and found out that all of the things he brought were bought from stalls. He seemed to have some kind of a unique identification skill.
The old woman said. Ah. Who is he?
Charlotte asked as she looked at the old woman. She was interested. He used to be some delivery man, but after an accident, he became a eunuch. And that seemed to have awakened something in him.
So he became a player.
The old woman answered.
Oh, interesting. Let's go meet him.
Charlotte said. A new player would not say no to a sponsor. Especially one with a disability. Those guys are easier to control if you promise to cure them.
She said.
Yes, mistress. What was his name again?
Charlotte asked. Oliver.
His name is Oliver. Jerry chose to resign. He no longer wanted to be a simple door guard. He felt that he must do some important things in his life, but being born in a poor family and being a school dropout, he didn't have many choices. He joined the army. He didn't know if this was due to his good luck or bad luck, but he was drafted into a new unit that the army has created, the Monsters Elimination Unit. He had heard of those, the news was full of them. Apparently, a secret army biolab to produce super soldiers was infiltrated by a terrorist, who released the test subjects there. Those damn terrorists keep ruining everyone's life. The army sent a super soldier to hunt them. And that was what the recordings showed. Jerry was scared. But after remembering how that guy battled the giant mantis, he renewed his resolve. He too wants to be like that. To hunt monsters and woo all the girls. And apparently, the pay for this unit was quite high. He will be the strongest and show all those slutty women who mocked him who is the real boss. He will return and claim that slut Mira and Arya to be his bed-warming maids after snapping that arrogant Victor's neck.
Move on, men.
Come on, you pussies. My grandmother could run faster than you. The sergeant yelled as the platoon moved. Alpha was away for about 2 weeks now. When she parked her car next to the mansion, she was surprised by the 2 bald men at the door. The girls she got at the brothel were now settled, more obedient, and they knew what to do. So she decided to return to ask Victor to send some instructors to help with their training. She was planning to use them to start an information-gathering network. Alpha introduced herself to the men, who let her in after calling Hilda. When she entered through the front door, she was surprised by the gloomy atmosphere. The twins were busy sweeping the floor with gloomy faces. She wanted to ask what happened but was interrupted by Beta, who hugged her hard as soon as she entered, saying that she missed her. After asking what was wrong in the mansion, she was informed of what happened. So she asked Beta to get Theta to meet her at Victor's room, then hurried upstairs to check on him. That bastard was her blood master. If he died, she would perish with him. In the room, Victor was lying unconscious on his bed with an 4 saline bag connected to his wrist, while the haggard Lily was lying to his side looking at his face.
Ah, Alpha.
Nice to meet you again. Lily said as she sat up when she noticed the arrival of Alpha, who was stunned for a moment. This is the first time she saw Lily's face without a veil. She was surprised by Lily's beauty, but more importantly, there was a person in her memory that looked exactly like that.
Could it be?
This is not the time for that conversation.
How is he?
Alpha asked after a few seconds.
Stable. We don't know what happened to him.
His body is completely healthy. Lily said, not noticing anything strange, as she wiped the tear marks on her puffed cheeks. Let me see, Alpha said as she approached him and began to look at his body. Nothing strange. Did you try any healing pills and skills? She asked. Yes, Lily told her the proceeds to inform her of the many things they tried this past week.
Ah, Big Sister Alpha.
I missed you. Theta, who entered the room, ran to Alpha and hugged her, then began to weep.
Big Sister, the young master. Can you heal him? It is all my fault,
she said as tears filled her swollen eyes. She must have been crying a lot. Tell me exactly what happened, Alpha replied as she patted Theta's silky hair. She didn't expect that Victor's clutches would reach her little sister so fast. Theta nodded, then repeated what happened to Alpha, bit by bit, answering every question Alpha raised. If my guess was correct, this should be a soul attack, Alpha said with a grim face. Soul attack?
Lily and Theta asked. Yes.
I don't know why it happened, but if what you told me was true, and the fact that Victor took the attack willingly, then he should have been assured of his survival,
Alpha said.
She didn't know Victor for a long time, but from what she observed, this guy would never take a loss. His action might appear random, but every move he makes seems calculated. Probably, Lily replied, her young master was not that stupid. Then why did Theta become a player? Lily suddenly asked.
I don't know either,
she said as she observed her downcast little sister. Did you get familiar with being a player? Alpha asked her with a sigh. Ah yes, Aunt Hilda explained many things, she knows a lot. And Miss Lily gave me a book that had everything explained, she said, making Alpha become a little jealous. She wanted to show off in front of her little sister. But? Theta suddenly said. But what? Alpha asked eagerly. She wanted to answer her little sister's tough question and show her knowledge. What is this? Mana bar on my status screen. It was not mentioned in the book. She asked with a frown. What mana bar? Lily and Alpha asked at the same time. The blue one beneath the health and stamina bars. She answered innocently, making Alpha and Lily look at each other in shock. What the F***CK? The next chapter. Probably. Collapse. This one looks pretty on you, sister, Mia said as she looked at the pretty emerald dress her sister was trying. Yeah, let's buy it too. I will take 2. Iris said as she handed her credit card to the saleswoman, who was glaring with disgust at the 2 sisters who had already tried 20 dresses. If it were not for her training, she would have kicked them out already. Wah!
A black golden card.
Is this real? The saleswoman thought as she looked at the card and then ran to the cashier. Sister, those dresses are very expensive, Mia said embarrassingly. She has already bought 3 super pretty dresses for herself. Don't worry, I have a lot of money, Iris replied as the saleswoman handed her back her card with respect and then headed to wrap the dresses for her. Who is the second dress for? Mia asked as she wore different size clothes. A friend I met on my trip. I thought the emerald dress would suit her well. She will come here in 2 days to attend school. Iris answered. Will she live with us in your new villa?
Mia asked.
That's the plan. I think you would also like her, Iris said as her sister looked at her curiously. I wish father would stop being stubborn and come to live with us too. The villa is huge, Mia said with a sigh. It's okay, the most important thing is the fact that he is healthy again, so we don't have to worry about him. He wants to keep tending to his shop too, Iris said. Her adoptive father still had feelings for her late adoptive mother, so he didn't want to leave the house they built together. Yeah, the doctor had said that it was a miracle that he was cured. What was that pill you fed him? I told you to stop asking. I will not tell you anything. It is a new top-secret medicine developed by my real family, Iris said as she took the bags from the bowing saleswoman's hands.
I am sorry, boss.
I didn't know it was you. The saleswoman apologized. She was hoping not to get fired, as she had realized her mistake.
Don't worry about it.
But be careful next time and don't give the customers nasty looks ever again, Iris said as she dragged her sister out of the store. Sister, why did that nasty woman call you boss?
Mia asked.
Ah. Didn't I tell you that the family had given me some properties to try my hand at? This entire mall is a part of it, Iris said casually as her sister stood in shock. Should she search for her real family too? Did you really get accepted? Georgie asked with some envy in his voice. Yup. School will start in 2 days, Margaret replied with a smile as she leafed through the song catalog. She was now in a gathering with her high school friends. They decided to meet and spend the night at a karaoke lounge. Wow, I can't believe that not only the smart Mina and Mana got into the academy, but also you and Tom, Sarah said with a sigh, as their other friends looked at Margaret with envious eyes. Why did those 2 not come? She asked. They have a part-time job, Margaret responded casually, keeping the twins' secret. What did you do to get accepted?
A friend asked her.
I slept with the right guy, Margaret said proudly while wondering when he would wake up from his coma. It has already been 2 weeks. Can you introduce me to him?
A slutty girl asked. Not now.
Maybe when you get prettier. His standards are too high. Margaret replied casually, making the girl glared at her. I heard Tom was accepted too. How did he do it? A boy with thick glasses asked, wanting to defuse the situation. I heard that he sold his kidney. A sporty guy who used to bully Tom said, making the girls nod. They heard that rumor too. Tom was too poor to afford such a school. Just then the room's door opened, and Tom entered with Peter. Peter, Margaret just told us that she got into the academy, the slutty girl said as she threw herself at Peter, not caring about Tom. She still considered him a poor guy, unworthy of her noble attention. If it were not for his relationship with rich Peter or the fact that he was accepted at the elite academy, she would have convinced her friends to kick him out of here. Ah, I got in too, Peter said casually as he sat down, dragging the girl to sit in his lab and making everyone look at him with a shocked expression, while Tom silently got a seat in the back while looking at his classmates' faces. Most of those guys used to make fun of him.
Just you wait, he thought. How?
Did you also sleep with some guy? Georgie asked mockingly. If it were only Margaret, it could be possible. But how could Peter, who could only pass his exams and graduate after bribing the school?
Well,
not just one guy, Peter said with a smile, making his former classmates give him a strange look. Especially the girl that was coquettishly sitting in his lab. It's not what you think, let me explain. Do you remember that day we went hiking in the mountains? When you left with Sarah early? Peter began to explain.
Ah yes.
Sorry about that, Georgie said, not intending to elaborate on what he did with Sarah, who was blushing on his side as her girlfriends giggled.
Yeah.
Well, we fell into a deep cave and had to spend the night there, as we couldn't get any help and it was getting dark. So I technically did sleep with the 2 other guys there.
Tom was one of them.
You can ask him, Peter clarified with a smile, as Tom nodded, making the slutty girl who sat on Peter's lap sigh in relief. Thankfully her target for the night was still straight.
Ah. Sorry.
I shouldn't have left you at that time.
Georgie apologized.
He felt guilty because he left early that day about leaving his friends to be stranded in the wilds, as he enjoyed the best night of his life.
It's okay.
Because in the depths of that cave, we found an ancient historical site. So after that in the morning, we climbed our way back to the surface, then reported our discovery. They decided to grant us seats at the academy for our accomplishment.
Peter lied.
This was something they agreed upon earlier as an excuse. They can't tell their friends about the dungeon. Tom used this excuse too when his girlfriends asked. You mean the one at the Cloudy Mountain? A friend asked with envy.
Yes, Peter said.
Making Georgie get a little regretful. If he went with them he would have gotten into the academy too. But feeling Sarah's hand grasping his, he changed his mind. He got the girl of his dreams, and that was enough for him. With that thought in his mind, he smiled at her.
Cloudy Mountain? Ah, I heard about that one.
The entire area was closed off a few weeks ago. Even the movie crew that was shooting a film there had to change location. Another gossip-loving girl said.
Yes. That's the one. He said. Then,
Anna, are you going to study at the academy too?
Sarah asked.
I don't have enough money for that. Even after getting an acceptance letter, you need to pay a hefty fee, you know. Anna said. I also got a scholarship for medical school. I will go there next month.
Anna added. Ah. I see.
So Peter, did your father pay your tuition for you? The slutty girl asked with a charming voice.
Who else would?
I am not like Margaret. No young master would be willing to sponsor me. Peter answered jokingly, as the girl who was clinging to him giggled. Should she try to seduce his father?
No.
She didn't like old men.
Then Tom, how did you get in?
Did you offer your ass to some young master too? Or sell one of your kidneys? A mean-looking girl asked mockingly, as her classmates looked at Tom for an answer, waiting for a chance to mock him. Tom is very rich, you know. He found some treasure at a stall a while back then sold it in an auction. He owns an entire apartment building out of town, the one with the big T letter. Margaret interjected before Tom could organize his words, making all of her classmates look at Tom, who was sitting in the corner in shock. They know that building. It is visible from the highway.
Really? The slutty girl asked. Yeah. I was lucky.
Tom said casually while glaring at Margaret hatefully. She ruined his plans. He was waiting for his classmates to mock him before slapping their faces and leaving the gathering using his new sports car, which he parked outside. Ah, the girls were shocked, not knowing what to say, while the guys who used to mock Tom for being poor lowered their heads in shame. Suddenly, Margaret's phone rang.
Yes.
She answered.
What?
I will be right back, she said, then hung up and got her back.
What happened? Sarah asked.
My young master has just woken up. He is waiting for me to perform my nightly duty, Margaret said as she bolted out of the room under her friend's shocked eyes.
Slut. They all thought.
Victor sighed in relief. The pain in his head had subsided at last after that soul was fully digested. Looking at his system, he noticed a few notifications waiting for him. A system update had been spotted.
Applying update. Error.
Not sufficient authority.
System notification.
A system update is pending.
Do you want to update?
Yes/no.
An update? Ah.
This must be the effect of him being exposed to that awakening talisman, which was disguised as a painting. He knew perfectly well what this was about. The system that the orb gave the players was severely outdated. As the orb was created thousands of years ago, it was basically like an installation disk that installed an operating system for the players after testing their compatibility. Its OS was too old and only supported basic system functions. The painting was very recent and continued the modern version of the system, with all the new shiny features. It was used by those invaders to hide their souls and then let them enter a target body undetected. Like a pirated operating system containing a virus. After the reckoning, all players, old and new, would get the new system. While he was tempted to refuse the update as the old version may have some unexplored bugs that he may be able to exploit, the temptation of the new version was huge. He had already got enough benefits anyway. He pressed yes after some hesitation. Player ID./B489848484819841231231154898412312319576874893611564898484D000/.
Name, Victor von Weiss.
The system has been updated.
Reassessing data.
Skills have been reconfigured.
Error found. Illegal data.
Fixing initiated.
Fixing failed. Retrying. Fixing failed. Retrying. Fixing failed. Retrying. Timed out.
Warning: 401 unauthorized access was encountered. Data error correction failed.
System command.
Deleting user.
Failed.
Reverting to older version.
Failed.
Error: fixing routine timed out. Restarting interface.
Welcome player.
A new title was acquired. 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 Killed one demon. A new title was acquired. Calculating EXP.
Ungranted EXP found. Level up. Level up. Level up.
Skills upgraded. Admin appraisal, +3, appraise lies. Master seal, +4, added 1 slot, can activate skills through the blood slave, cost relative to distance. Unlimited disguise, +3, can disguise aura. Dagger throw C/B. Class upgraded, fate upgraded to C++. Eyes of Destiny, +2, automatic alert on S-ranked fates. Destiny shield, SSS, +1, reduce cooldown to 15 days. Fate tracker, X, +1, 2 threads can be tracked. Fate instinct, X, +1, increase trigger chance.
Name, Victor von Weiss.
Level, 119.
Titles.
Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon static maps would be revealed automatically. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Damage 2 dungeon monsters +1% X2. Savior, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag.
Health +10%.
Avenger, killed an stigma title holder. Gains the ability to trigger stigma curses, 1 time per day. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. All attacks against demons are critical. Demonic skills are 90% ineffective against you.
Status.
Authority, Infinity. Health 4644 of 4644. Stamina 3470/3470. Mana 3912 of 3912. Strength 331. Agility 297. Intelligence 370.
Luck 46. Charm 55. Order points 121 plus.
For every monster killed.
Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, none.
Class skills. Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1.
Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1.
Recognized skills.
Womanizer, A. Face slapping C. Butt slapping E. Silky tongue E. Gourmet E. Acting F. Sleeping F. Lying F. System skills.
Admin appraisal, SSS, +3. Admin merchant, SSS, +2. Master seal, SS, +3, 4 of 5. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited disguise, SS, +3. Eidetic memory, A. Dagger throw, B.
Magic affinity, none.
Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA.
Equipment, none.
At long last, he was able to get rid of that old useless system. With that, he began to inspect his new system with interest. With this, he could get titles more frequently, and he no longer needed to wait for a dungeon to clear to get his reward and EXP points for missions and accomplishments. It meant he could level up anywhere. In addition to that, now, he could learn skills instantly. Looking at it, Victor smiled. His attributes were really good, especially after killing that demon.
He got a ton of EXP and a crazy title.
He could now rival those elders in his family. But he must not get cocky, he reminded himself, as he still had too many weaknesses. He still remembers clearly how the ones who ruled this world after the reckoning were not the strongest forces, but the ones who bode their time and survived until all the others were exhausted. He must stay hidden and bide his time. The 3 new bars which were newly added were health, stamina, and mana. Health is dependent on many factors like his strength and bloodline, among others. It represents how much damage he would absorb while keeping his body intact. And when it reaches 0, the system would delete his account, and he would die. Stamina and mana represent his energy to perform skills. Even if they were depleted, he would feel nothing, as it was not connected to his human body. But a system infused energy. All of those would regenerate depending on his attributes. The recognized skills are the ones that the world recognizes him as having. He would be able to spend mana or stamina to perform them in the future to perform them effortlessly and so that he would not get tired. For example, if he played the piano for some time, the world would add piano skill to the list. As for the rank, it would depend on the system's evaluation. And the next time he plays using the system stamina points, he will not make any mistakes, and the play will go flawlessly. It was a kind of system assistance. For now, the list only contained useless stuff that the system watched him perform. So he would have to show the world what he can do to fill it. But he wondered whether the face-slapping skill was literally or figuratively. No matter what, using it without expending much energy would be cool. System skills are different. Those are the ones granted by the skill books and mission rewards. And most of them are supernatural. Magic affinity is required to use certain skills, which required elemental affinity. Like how Sebastian had a fireball skill. He must have had fire affinity. Or as a scion, he probably had the very rare 5 or 7 elements affinity. Victor didn't care. Because after awakening his bloodline, he would get some magic affinity as a dragon bloodline holder. In addition to that, he could learn and use magic skills anyway due to his authority. But they would cost him a lot of mana to activate. Order points can now be harvested by killing monsters, like after the reckoning. He was very desperate about them getting depleted. And now he could use his fate skills and that information book more liberally. Wait. Why was the equipment set to none? Wasn't he wearing his storage ring, a defensive talisman, and a levitating necklace? Opening his eyes, Victor found himself in his room. Laying on his bed. He was naked, and a pretty girl with swollen eyes was laying on his side. Opening his eyes, Victor looked at Lily, who was looking back at him with her haggard eyes. It took her a moment to realize the fact that her young master was awake. Young master. Wah. She said as she hugged him hard and began to sob on his chest. He smiled as he hugged her back and kissed her head. He could tell how much she cared about him. After a while, seeing that she calmed down, Victor cleared his throat. Why? He asked while raising his eyebrow. Young master, you were in a coma. And wah. She cried more. The last 2 weeks were very hard on her. I know about that. I am asking you why I am naked. He asked, making her freeze. She just realized that she was burying her face in his muscular naked chest. He smelled good. She slowly backed away with a blushing face. Did you want to take advantage of this young master while he was asleep? He asked while looking at Lily with a smirk. We. It was Margaret's idea. She said you might get better if we removed your clothes, as you may wake up if you felt cold down there. She said embarrassingly as she lowered her head. And you agreed, didn't you? Who agreed to this brilliant plan too? He asked. Everyone. She said after some hesitation. Including Alex? He asked. Margaret made him take off your underwear by himself. As we were too embarrassed to do it, Lily answered in a mosquito voice as she kept her blushing face down. Oh, I didn't know that I was raising a pack of dirty girls. I will punish you later. How long have I been unconscious?
He asked. 2 weeks.
She answered while wondering whether she should be happy or afraid about her young master's punishment.
That long?
What time is it now? He asked with a frown. Many things must have happened.
It is 7:15 p.m., she answered. Good.
I will go take a shower. And after that, you will report what happened to me, he said as he pulled out the medical tubes and needles connected to his arm and then stood up while using the bedsheet to cover his body below the waist. At this moment, the door was opened by Manna, who was carrying a food tray. Probably Lily's dinner.
Miss Lily. This is...
Ah. Young master, you are awake, she said as she threw the tray onto a side table and ran to hug Victor. What's wrong with you girls? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? He said smugly as he patted Manna's head, which was stuck to his chest too.
Ah.
Manna quickly backed off embarrassingly, then looked at Victor.
Did he get more handsome?
I will go get a shower. Prepare my clothes and tell the others to meet me in the dining room. Ah, and prepare some dinner for me too. This young master is starving, he said as he entered the bathroom. After getting dressed, he went downstairs, where all the girls except Margaret and Arya were waiting.
They hugged him one by one.
Especially Theta, who cried a lot as she clung to him, making Alpha frown a little. Alex, who was still in a maid dress, didn't want the hug, and neither did Alpha but was forced by Victor, who opened his arms wide for them. Sitting down, Alpha was the first one to ask.
Young master.
What happened that day?
She asked.
Nothing, I was just stunned by Theta's beauty. Now tell me what happened while I was in a coma, he said, making Theta blush, and Lily realized that he didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask any further. It's not that Victor didn't want to tell them, but the girls, including Lily, were not ready to hear what he knew. They would not be able to return to their daily lives if they knew that their world was on the verge of being invaded. He would tell them eventually, but they must be stronger first. Seeing her young master's worried eyes, Lily frowned a little and then began to speak. Well, after we found the young master collapsed, Lily first told him what they did after he lost consciousness, which made him frown. He wanted to scold them for being too careless, but decided not to because the girls were still amateurs and it was his fault for not leaving an emergency protocol for them. Kai was right, and you must have kept my coma a secret, he said, making the girls lower their heads. I am not scolding you, so don't worry. Where is Margaret? He asked. She went to a school friends gathering, Mina answered, hesitantly. She was afraid that the young master would scold Margaret for being inconsiderate. And why aren't you there? Weren't you attending the same school? He asked, surprising the twins. We thought it was inappropriate to go to a party while the young master was in a coma, Mana answered as she placed a dish in front of her young master. Well, you were mistaken. Margaret did the right thing. You should go and act normally, as you must never let the people watching this place discover any abnormalities, Victor said, making the girls nod while lowering their heads. They should learn how to act better after this. And where is Arya? He asked after taking a few bites from his dish. She is at the company, Lily said, making Victor nod. That girl was a workaholic. I see, did you investigate the painting? He asked Lily. Yes, I sent Alex with Theta to that annoying merchant shop. They were told that the last painting was sent to be auctioned by him. So we decided to go buy it. She said, we also managed to get the footage of the security cameras from the surrounding warehouses and were able to identify the unknown artist and the buyer of the first painting, thanks to Camellia recognizing them. She answered. Do you know who they were? He asked again while stuffing his mouth. He was really hungry. Yes, I met the girl in the mall before. She is the daughter of an influential politician. We didn't approach her yet as she was on a vacation out of town. She said, the artist took some work to find, but we managed to locate him after 2 days. Unfortunately, he was dead in his rented flat. He seemed to have suffered from a heart attack. But we managed to retrieve 2 paintings from his shop. They are now locked in the basement with everything we found with him. She explained. Did you investigate the artist's background? He asked. Yes. He was an unafflicted semi-player who awakened in a dungeon 3 years ago. We couldn't find anything else suspicious. He used to be a normal high school teacher, but quit after becoming awakened. She said. Oh. Anything else? Victor asked as he signaled Mana to fill his dish again. After that, Margaret went with Arya to the auction. It was the same one the young master was invited to. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it as it was not put for sale, and after asking around we discovered that the auction warehouse was raided the night prior. So we have no idea about the location of the last painting. That's all concerning the paintings.
Lily explained.
I understand. We will talk about it later, Victor said, after noticing Theta wanting to ask him something. Probably about the status screen. Young master, the family seemed to have encountered some problem, as there was a lot of activity recently, and you were summoned to the island a few times, but thanks to George, we were able to delay it, Lily said, making Victor remember about the orb that was probably destroyed. He could bet also that all hell had broken loose in his family. This might be a good thing for them anyway, as a lot of spies would be discovered when the family launches a thorough investigation to attempt to pinpoint who broke the orb. But he had no other choice, as he figured that invading soul would resort to some desperate measures when it knew that it was not the hunter but the prey. So Victor had to use the only other ID he knew as a substitute, the Awakening Orb's system ID. He used it just in case something wrong happened. He wouldn't be able to control the system while fighting that soul, as it would also be able to access it. Something bad really did happen after all. That Demoness was smarter than he expected. Well, it seems like he would need to get the family a new awakening artifact. He had already set his eyes on one, but didn't expect that he would need to get it this fast. Your esteemed father had requested that you must go visit him if you wake up, Lily added. Oh. Call him and inform him that I had woken up, then ask where we should meet. Is there a car ready in the garage? He asked. Yes, young master, Margaret took Arya shopping last week and they bought some cars, as they needed one to go to the auction. And Margaret might have gone a little crazy shopping. Lily answered as she took out her phone to text George. It's okay. You did the same before. So don't criticize others, Victor said while standing up, making Lily a little embarrassed. Fine then, I will go visit father after a light discussion with Alpha, he said as he gestured to Alpha to follow him as he headed to the study. Can I come too, young master? Lily, who was feeling a little jealous and a little curious, asked. No, you are punished. Go do the dishes with Alex, then prepare yourself. You will be heading out with me, as I am too sleepy to drive, he said, making both Lily and Alex show aggravated faces. Why am I being punished too? Alex asked herself absent-mindedly. Oh, and Theta, go get me the 2 paintings you retrieved from the artist's shop. Make sure that no one but you touches them, he added as he left the room. Entering the lavish study, Victor sat at his chair and gestured to Alpha, who followed him in to sit down on the opposing couch. What was that painting? Alpha asked as soon as she sat down. We should wait for Theta for that. How was your work? He asked. I got the girls from the brothel into an old base that belonged to my family. I plan to establish a spy network using them and some of the properties that my family left for me, she answered. But I want some resources. Some money, she added. Didn't you take the money I left in the storage? He asked. He got a lot of money from Nick back then. Yeah, but I would need more, she said. Give me a kiss, and I will give you more money, he said. Is this an order? She asked. As his blood slave, she can't refuse his orders. No, it's a trade, he said with a smirk. Then forget it, she answered, looking to the side, with some embarrassment. When did Victor get this handsome? She asked herself. I don't want your finances to have anything to do with the family. So you would have to search for some other way, he said, seeing that she was not planning to kiss him. This girl needed some extra work to make her fall for him. Fine, do you know Lily's origin? She asked, changing the subject. Yes, the woman in your memories should be her grandmother, Victor explained. That's why you make her wear a veil? She asked. Yes, don't speak about this to anyone, he answered. Alpha wanted to know more, but at that moment, Theta entered the room with 2 rolled paintings. So she decided to say nothing and just watched as Victor took the paintings and gestured to Theta to sit down. Did you try to investigate those? He asked Alpha. Lily was really stingy, not allowing us to touch them, fearing something bad would happen. But I managed to get my hands on them after some convincing. From my observation, the paint on the paintings seems to be covering some kind of a talisman that I didn't recognize. I didn't dare to look further, she answered as Victor unrolled them and then inspected them. They were paintings of a falcon and a centipede. They also had 2 symbols on the back. Appraising them yielded no reaction. This must be the effect of the soul symbol. Victor took out the bottle of the soul poison and using a needle he dropped 1 drop on each painting, right on the symbol. After a while, there was a hissing sound, and Alpha could swear she heard a muffled scream in it. What the hell is this? Victor nodded, then looked at the talismans again with a smile. Awakening Talisman S. He had just killed the souls hiding in those 2. He could eat them, but he preferred not to destroy the awakening talismans. Those things are more important. Too bad the system didn't recognize destroying souls as valid kills. They are safe now, he said as he stored them in his ring. Those things are too precious. Alpha wanted to ask what was that for, but fearing that he would make unreasonable demands, she decided to throw a curveball and ask about the incident first. Can you tell us now what happened back then? Alpha asked Victor, as she gave Theta a worried look. The painting was just a front. What really mattered was something else they carried. The talisman and a symbol.
He said. A symbol?
Alpha asked with uncertainty. Yes, it was a soul transfer rune. It contained a soul from the outer world. The thing that Theta saw was the soul trying to enter her body to occupy it. He said, making Alpha gasp. Then look at Theta again. This is the first time she heard of something like that. But how can the soul enter from the outer worlds?
Didn't the world destroy it?
And was it the thing you swallowed? She asked as she looked at him.
Yes.
Don't worry, occupying a body does not work on players as it would create a mismatched checksum in the system data that might lead to the player's ID being deleted if it succeeded.
Victor said.
I employed a soul defense technique, so I was the one who ate it.
He added. Ate?
She asked. Her family didn't have soul techniques. So she had no idea what that meant. Yes, that thing wanted to occupy my body and eat my soul. So I ate it first and inherited all its knowledge. And that's the reason I fell into a coma. Digesting another soul is not easy. That one was too greasy,
he said,
making Theta swallow her saliva.
Then, what did it want?
How was it able to infiltrate this world?
She asked.
It was a really smart method. The paintings here are awakening talismans that were sent from the other world, he said, making Alpha look at him with interest. She heard of those, but her ancestor never saw one, as they were usually used as soon as they were found to avoid them being stolen. They were one-use items anyway. I am not sure about the rest, but from the memories of the soul I have some assumptions.
You see.
Those guys in the outer world wanted to send some of their disciples into this world to create some forces for the invasion, he said, making Theta, who was sitting silently by the side, gasp.
Invasion? She asked.
Victor looked at Alpha, who answered her little sister.
Don't tell anyone.
But this world is suffering an attack from other worlds. It is still holding now, but the barrier would break eventually. We just don't know when. At that time demons and creatures from other worlds would probably flood our world to occupy it.
She explained.
Her family had some records about such things.
Ah.
Theta opened her eyes wide in fear. Victor knew well that her fear was justified. Those souls that crossed had many goals in this world. But the most important one was to build a spy network and create a connection array that would open a gate to their world for the armies to start their attack once the world's defenses were broken after the reckoning. It happened in his past life, and the casualties were in the millions. And the reason he chose to tell Alpha and Theta about them was because he wanted to form a unit to hunt those guys. With Theta's luck, things might be a little easier. Don't worry, as long as you stay by my side no one can hurt you, Victor said, reassuring Theta before continuing his story. Anyway, those guys in the other world were approached by a mysterious man who claimed that he found a way to make a soul survive in our world, and after they tried it, the forces began to pay him to send their agents here.
He said.
The talisman?
Alpha asked.
Yes, they found a bug in the system. If the soul was able to occupy the body of a target during the awakening, the system would not be able to find it. So they packaged the souls of their agents in an awakening talismans and sent them here. The world does not reject artifacts,
Victor explained. Oh.
So they sent the souls here, Alpha said. Exactly, those talismans would be painted a drawing representing the bloodline originator of the soul owner, so that they may attract mortals with similar bloodlines. And they would activate when they find a suitable target. Victor said, making Alpha sigh in relief. Lily made the right decision to forbid anyone besides her from touching those things. But who was that artist? She asked after thinking a little.
I don't know, but
I have a theory. The artist should be that mysterious man's avatar. He should have wandered into this world and was stuck inside a dungeon where he was able to get a new body during an awakening,
he said, with a frown. An avatar? Alpha asked.
Yes, some bloodlines have such skill. It's like a part of your soul that you can send to explore the world. It seemed like that guy belonged to some sort of a sect that specializes in soul techniques. And that was why he was able to send the souls of those guys here, by setting his avatar as a target. Or making him create a summoning array on this side.
Victor explained.
Then why did he die?
Alpha asked.
Well, this probably has something to do with me, as the soul I ate belonged to a princess. A very high-ranking one, with a lot of lovers. The guys on the other side must have realized that she died. Someone must have taken the liberty to take revenge. But who knows, this might all be a coincidence.
Victor said. I see.
Alpha said, those guys must have been sending agents here for a while now.
She said.
Yes, and it is nearly impossible to discover them. So we must be careful, especially of people who have awakened during the last 3 years.
He said.
I will tell Kai to investigate this, then it will be your mission to do the dirt work on the ground.
He added.
Making Alpha frown a little then nod. This would be a good long-term mission for the brothel girls. I wanted to ask you about something else, Alpha said.
About?
What is wrong with Theta's system? Why does it have so much extra stuff?
She asked. Ah.
About that, Victor smiled as he looked at Theta, who was a little worried. Well, the paintings contained an updated system. Where do you think the world got its system from? It copied it from other worlds. He said, making Alpha frown. Is it dangerous? She asked with concern. Not at all, on the contrary, this system has many features that make leveling up easier. For example, she doesn't need to clear a dungeon to level up or learn skills. Victor said, making the surprised Alpha look at Theta with envy. What a lucky girl. I will find some time to write an explanation for those things later. And when I use the other 2 talisman, I want you to be there, as you might get a system upgrade as I did. He added, making Alpha look at him with bright eyes. She was really tempted.
All right, Theta.
Did you regain your memories? He asked as he stood up intending to leave the room. He already knew the answer.
Yes.
Theta answered while lowering her head. After awakening, she remembered her past, the memories that Titus erased. Alpha looked at Theta with shock. She never told her. What secrets does her little sister hold? Do you want to return to your family or remain with me? I might need you to dress like a guy to hide you if you stayed with me. He asked, not intending to pressure her. After reading her name with his appraisal skill, he had a clear idea about her true identity. Theta/Robin Bloodflint. Level, 0. Class, Divine Gambler, SSS. Authority, 5. Health, 270. Stamina, 280. Mana, 310. Strength, 27. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 27. Luck, 70. Charm, 30. Order, 10. Recognized skills. Cooking D. Swimming D. Charming Men F. Bedroom Arts D. Spotless Cleaning F. Staff Arts F. Pistol Arts F. System Skills. Lucky Chance S. Charm D. Fireball E. Class Skills. Healthy Gamble S. Money Gamble S. Betting Agreement S. Magic Attribute. Fire. Bloodline, Twin-Tailed Lucky Cat S. Fate Status. Fate's Power C. Fate's Direction, Rising Fast. Fate's Design, Undefined. Total, C++. I want to stay with the young master, she said with determination. She was a little surprised that Victor seemed to know her true identity. But no matter what, she would never return there. She liked it here, although she had to work as a maid. She had many loving sisters and a kind young master. She never felt mistreated. While there she would probably be killed sooner or later. In her heart, she felt that no matter what, the young master would keep her safe. He knows everything after all. And he stood in the face of that thing that wanted to hurt her. Fine then. Go pester Alex and let him teach you how to act like a guy. I expect to see a handsome Theta warming my bed tomorrow, Victor said, making her blush as he exited the room while wondering if meeting her was his or her lucky chance. He must increase her blood purity. At 12% it was too low. She was probably some concubine's daughter. And he would wait until she was ready to tell him to be herself. Maybe he could secure some benefits from her family. *T. Victor cursed as he sat in the car, making Lily, who sat in the driver's seat, feel strange. Is there a problem, young master? She asked with concern. She didn't like the fact that he had a new concubine, but she didn't expect her young master to be this upset about it. He even declined his father's invitation for a meal. A big problem, my dear Lily, he replied. Drive slowly, I need to think. He told her and closed his eyes as the car started moving. He remembers hearing the name Nova von Astrom. Wasn't she the girl Tom asked him about when he started acting as a system? Too bad he does remember who Tom dated in his past life. This guy was a womanizer. If she was the same person, that means the person whom she cheated on her fiancé with was Tom. And the situation would be really troublesome. Taking her would not be as easy as taking the twins, who only had a crush on Tom back then. Taking her was like grabbing food not from Tom's mouth but from his stomach. It was both troublesome and disgusting. Maybe he should find a method to get rid of her. Was it fate?
Probably.
This may also be a kind of a world backlash, as this engagement is really troublesome. If Tom knew about it, and Victor tried to stop him from meeting Nova, the world would probably find a way to help him out of his enslavement. If that was even possible. But desperate scions do crazy things. He heard of many impossible stories about them in his previous life. The other problem was Nova. As Tom's lover, would she approve of Victor?
Probably not.
What should he do? For now, he should make sure this was the same girl. Victor quickly contacted Tom. *T. He quickly cancelled the connection. That pervert was spending the time of his life with two wild girls. That piece of *T was enjoying himself while his lover was being stolen. Victor didn't like to watch. It was not good for his health.
Nor his sanity.
Victor dejectedly decided to postpone Tom's conversation to a later time. It would be a long conversation, as he also needed Tom to explain what happened when he was in a coma. He should focus on his other main problem now, Linda. Hopefully, the plan he left for Kai was executed, or his plans would become really messy. After taking out his phone, he quickly dialed Kai's number. "This is Kai, is it you, young master?" Kai replied with a question. "Yes," Victor said. "Miss Hilda has informed me of your recovery. Congratulations, young master," Kai said respectfully. "Yeah, whatever, what is going on in the family?"
Victor asked.
I don't have the full picture, but something wrong happened in the awakening hall. That's all I can say. The entire family is on a spy hunt. So the young master should not do anything out of order, as some people might try to use it against you," Kai said nervously, as if he was saying something taboo. "I see," Victor replied. Kai, telling him this much, proved that he was really loyal. "Did you complete the mission?" "Concerning Miss Linda?" Kai asked.
"Yes.
It went all according to plan, but we had to use her blood due to the time constraints. The doctor was able to inject the fertilized egg, but she killed him with his assistant after the operation, so we don't have a complete report,"
Kai replied.
This was Victor's plan to get rid of Linda. He would make her pregnant with Titus's son artificially. This would make a perfect excuse to change the groom. The family could force him to marry a cheating wife, but marrying someone with his cousin's baby was going overboard. Even his father would not keep silent. Did the family suspect anything?
Victor asked. Not at all.
It was all done in secret. Titus's semen was easily collected after gifting him a movie featuring the new star Kiwiko to watch in his confinement. The lab operation was done using false data and the doctor was paid using untraceable money. Kai replied, making Victor nod in approval. The problem now was how to make the family discover Linda's pregnancy without his interference. The time frame was too short, and the fetus's age would be a problem if it were examined thoroughly. Should he knock Linda out and make her go into pregnancy in a coma? That might work.
But,
young master, I found something strange, Kai suddenly said.
What?
Victor asked absent-mindedly. Miss Linda's blood sample, when we ran it in the family's database. It didn't match any samples we had from the von Rosen family, he said, making Victor frown and go silent for a few minutes. Yeah, what? Are you sure? Victor asked. I repeated the test 3 times.
Kai replied.
Impossible, do you know what that means? Victor asked as he opened his eyes wide in shock.
I know.
It could be a coincidence, or the samples might have got corrupted.
But
we need new DNA samples from her and Amelie just to be sure. I heard the young master has a new assassins team. They may be able to get a hair or something that he could use to sample the DNA from. Kai said. I will send someone tonight, Victor said as he hung up while thinking deeply. This changes everything. Could it be that Linda was not Amelia's daughter?
No. Impossible.
The von Rosen is a matriarchal family and they pay great attention to their daughter's lineage.
But,
remembering Linda's name when he appraised her, it had a question mark next to it. Lily, I will leave for a bit, you drive to the mansion. And forbid anyone from leaving tonight. He said, and to Lily's surprise, he jumped from the convertible car into the night. Young master, she screamed and looked back, to find that her young master had already disappeared. What's wrong with him? Scrubbing the floor was not very hard for Margaret and Alex, who were players. But despite that, they were still on their knees scrubbing. The problem was with Victor's request. He wanted it to shine like a mirror. They didn't know how to do it. Neither did Theta, who was watching with interest. Use polish then wax. Hilda scolded them when she passed by and saw what they were doing, then went to get them the stuff they needed. Those two had never done such a thing before. Margaret and Alex were trying to figure out how to start when Lily entered the mansion. "Where is the young master?" Theta, who was cutely dressed as a boy and was trying hard to learn how to be a man like Alex, asked. "Went on a mission," Lily said dejectedly as she sat down on a couch beside Theta. "You seem upset?" Margaret asked as she looked at Lily. "They have gotten to know each other better during the last 2 weeks. Yeah. The young master is getting married in a couple of days," Lily said as she raised her legs and then buried her face in her knees. She was really upset. Hearing the news, the girls looked at each other in surprise. "Is it that Linda?" Margaret asked while Alex, who acted as if she didn't care, listened carefully. "Yes, and another slutty girl whom her family wanted to get rid of. They seem to think that our young master is some kind of breeding stead," Lily said with annoyance.
"Don't worry.
The last time Victor met Linda at the party, he humiliated her in public. So even if he married her, he would probably lock her up in the basement," Margaret said, reassuring Lily.
Maybe. But
Lily didn't know what to say. "Didn't you tell me that the young master can't touch women?" Margaret interrupted. "Yes. Not until he awakens his bloodline anyway," Lily replied as Theta listened carefully. "So that's why he didn't touch her that day. Then there is nothing to fear. We just need to get rid of her before that. Maybe we should bully her a little," Margaret proposed. "If the young master knew about this, he would punish us for sure," Alex said. "And what does this have anything to do with you? As if the young master would marry you someday," Margaret scolded, making Alex quickly turn around to hide her blushed face. What's wrong with her? Why would she care about Victor's marriage? She was just his butler. Victor used the cover of the night to head to the Cross Mansion, where Linda and her mother Amelia lived. The assassin girls would never be able to infiltrate that place, as Victor knew how scary Amelia was. She was a master summoner, and must have placed some crazy things to guard her mansion. So he had to do this by himself. He had nothing to fear now with his level. If it were not for concerns about his family, he might kill this B*TCH and finish his troubles. After an hour, he reached the Cross Mansion. It was big yet simple, hidden in a lush forest and surrounded by a tall fence with a lot of security. This was the governor's mansion after all. After giving the parameter an initial scan and then hiding himself, he used the levitation necklace to fly over the fence and head toward the main building. He was here in his previous life, where he was humiliated and then kicked out like a dog by Linda. Looking at the mansion with complex eyes, he soon found a suitable point of entry in an upper floor window. He also noticed several shadows floating around. Guardian demons. Those things were mostly formless and harmless. But they would alert their master if they spotted an intruder. Maybe some other crazy things were hiding around. So Victor wanted to finish this quickly. After scanning what appeared to be an empty guest room, he floated right in. The mansion was very clean. As if the servants here were scared if one speck of dust left uncleaned. Victor moved silently from one move to another, but this damn place was too clean. He couldn't find a single strand of hair. Going downstairs, he spotted some servants. But they were busy doing their jobs and didn't notice him. He really wanted to ask about Linda's or Amelia's location though, but couldn't. After some searching, he was able to eavesdrop on some servants who were secretly talking about Amelia. She was not in the mansion at the moment and seemed to be going out a lot these days. Was it because they were preparing to attack his family? Probably. Without Amelia here, he decided that he could move more freely. So he began to explore the mansion and soon found Amelia's office. It was locked and the servants seemed to be avoiding the room. They didn't even dare to look at the door. Victor used his shadow shifter ring to go inside. It was dark, but being a player, Victor didn't need much light to see. So he proceeded to carefully check the office and take pictures of any documents he found interesting. He even found a few strands of hair on the chair and desk. He wanted to search the drawers and the safe too but didn't dare to, as they may have alarms. After finishing with the office, he returned upstairs to search Linda's room for some of her strands. When he entered her room, Linda was not asleep. She was dressed in her nightgown and sitting on her dresser combing her hair while sighing. She seemed really distressed. He had the urge to snap her neck at that very moment, but he was able to hold himself back. This B*TCH can't be killed yet. Victor was going to wait for her to sleep, before taking the liberty to search around and take some samples. But the B*TCH had other thoughts. First, she called her friends one by one and began to rant about how her family was going to make her marry a serial rapist. And then begged them not to tell anyone. Like they would ever keep a secret. After hanging up, she was still angry it seemed. So she left the room and headed downstairs, scolding some poor maids in the way. Victor was tempted to use the opportunity to search the room, but looking around at the pink-decorated princess bedroom, he decided to follow Linda instead. This room probably had nothing of importance. Linda headed to the ground floor first, where she headed to the kitchen and drank a glass of high-quality bottled water. After that, using an obscure stare, she headed to the basement as Victor followed her silently, while wondering where the hell was she going. After going downstairs, Linda crossed a dimly lit corridor as Victor followed closely. This place's walls were full of sound isolation foam. As if they didn't want a sound to escape this place. Linda was headed to a room at the end of the corridor, where she entered quickly and closed the door behind her as Victor slipped in behind her. The room was mostly empty, besides a tattered bed placed in the center with a monster chained to it surrounded by piles of bones. And a maid sitting on a chair to the side. Looking closely, Victor quickly realized that the monster was in fact a girl that was covered with black hair, and her face had a wide jaw full of sharp protruding teeth. Her body was shivered like a mummy in some places, while others were muscular. But he could easily tell that she was a girl. She was dressed in some kind of a straitjacket that constrained her hands that had sharp bones protruding from their joints. She was very lively. Her eyes, which glowed red, were full of anger and savagery. When Linda entered the basement, the girl looked at her and growled like a feral beast. She even tried to attack Linda but was constrained by the chains. "You are lively today," Linda mocked, then looked at a maid that was sitting on a wooden chair to the side, seemingly monitoring the girl. "The medications are not that effective anymore, and we didn't dare to give her anything stronger, fearing for her life. The doctor thinks that she is nearing her limit,"
the maid said. "Was she a nurse? Oh, leave us,"
Linda said coldly, making the maid bow respectfully and then leave the room as Linda sat on the chair with a mocking smile. "What shall we talk about today?"
"Ah yes.
"Today I went shopping with my friend Cuckoo, the one from school. We were choosing a dress for my wedding," Linda said, making that monster girl look at her angrily. Then try to attack her again before retreating in pain. Victor could see blood dripping from her. It looked like her skin was breaking up in some places and then healing again.
Oh.
"Don't be angry. Are you that upset that I am going to marry your fiancé?" Linda mocked, making the girl who was withering in pain look at her angrily again. "Don't worry, I will not." "Well, seeing how much you are bleeding, the demonification should be reaching its last stages. Since you will not live longer, I will tell you a little secret," Linda said, looking back and making sure that the door was closed. Then stepped forward till she reached a line drawn on the ground. This was the limit of that girl's chains. "The reason you failed the ritual at that time was not your incompetence as everyone thought," she whispered. "In fact, I changed the offering in your bowl. I added some sludge from one of Mother's discarded vials. I only expected the ritual to fail, but didn't expect you to be possessed by some demon," Linda said, chuckling as that girl froze in shock and her mouth split wide while rows of demonic teeth sprung forward trying to bite Linda, who just stood proudly at a safe distance. "Who would have thought that the engagement was so important that Mother chose to give me, the lowly maid who used to follow you, your name and status," Linda added as she laughed. "It was because I always followed you, so it was easy for her to tell everyone that you were the maid. I became the bride while the genius Miss Linda became the slave. I can't stop my laughter every time I remember how you begged your mother for me to attend the ritual too, not realizing I was plotting against you." She laughed hard while holding her stomach, as the girl screeched loudly and Victor stood behind her in shock. Was this girl the real Linda? He met Linda for the first time when he was 10 years old at the family's archipelago. Her mother brought her then to meet her fiancé. The switch must have happened a little earlier. And this girl must have been here since then. The von Rosen ritual, the way they turned their heirs into players, was different from the other families. Their awakening artifact acts as an intermediary. Every heir would attempt a demon summoning ritual. They would fight the demon that got summoned. If the summoning fails, then they would lose the right to be heirs. If they win, they would gain the demon's powers. If they lose, they might die or worse, lose their body to demonic possession. Although that rarely happened. Sometimes though, a demon that is more powerful than expected appears, making the heir face mortal danger. By winning, he would gain immense power. By losing, no one can save him. This girl must be in the latest possession stages. And when the possession finishes, the world would kick the demon to its original dimension and kill this girl. Victor wondered why they let her live until now. The pain of being possessed by a demon was not something a young girl can tolerate. Like how Rita was weathering in pain earlier. Couldn't they just kill her and relieve her of her misery? Was Amelia really that indifferent to her daughter's suffering? Not likely. Let's see, Victor thought as he activated his appraisal skill.
Lin? De?
Cross/Von Rosen. Level 0. Class, Ace Summoner, AAA. Authority,
5. Abnormal state.
Demonized by Demon Devourer Khazar, strong, 97%. Cursed SSS, parasitic possession. If killed, the demon would possess the killer or the one who instigated him.
Drugged S. Suppressed SS.
Strength, 23/980. Intelligence, 23/997. Agility, 10/983.
Luck 1.
Charm, 1 of 35.
Order 10. Skills. Devouring SS. Death Blade S. Self-Heal S. Death Shrill A.
Resistance Building C. Enhanced Senses C.
Poison Resistance A. Drug Resistance A. Summoning Art B. Demonic Command D.
Drug Brewing D.
Staff Arts D. Alchemy E. Charm F. Sleeping F. Equipment.
Demon Suppressing Collar SS.
Fate Status. Fate's Power F.
Fate's Direction, slightly negative, changing.
Fate's Design, Painful Death. Total F.
So that's it. They couldn't kill her, or the curse would transfer to them. Victor frowned as he watched Linda mock that girl. Is this how she relieves her anger? What *TCH? I wonder what mother would say if she knew I was mocking you.
Hee.
Let me tell you. She probably knows. She just doesn't care, Linda said, making the girls try to attack her again. Don't be angry. Do you know why I am telling you all of this? I probably won't meet you again, you know. In a few days, mother would send me to the family for some kind of a before-marriage class. But let me tell you another secret. I will not go there, Linda whispered so faintly that even Victor had difficulty hearing her.
Hee.
His name is Bill. He is 100 times better than your fiancé. He will come and take me away. He already told me that he would not let me marry any other man. I will be enjoying myself as a princess, while you rot here like a cockroach. Linda said proudly, enjoying the feeling of superiority and ignoring the girl's angry look. As she thought about how she would dump this bitch's pervert, fiancé, for the better man. At that moment, there was a knock at the door that made Linda flinch and jump back in fright. Did anyone hear what she said?
Come in, she said.
The maid who left earlier returned, making Linda frown. The mistress is back. She wants you to go meet her, she said, making Linda nod, then turn and give the girl a smirk before heading upstairs after making a strange sign with her hand. Victor thought for a moment, then followed Linda after giving the pitiful girl and the pitiful nurse a last look. Linda quickly headed to her mother's study, where Victor entered behind her. Amelia, who was sitting at her office, looked up with a frown as if she felt something wrong when Linda entered the room. She moved her fingers in a strange rhythm, making a shimmering demon, that Linda didn't see, enter the room and look around, then disappear after finding nothing. Victor was surprised. This woman was more dangerous than he anticipated.
Name, Amelia von Rosen, Cross. Level, 75. Class, Ace Summoner. Authority, 7. Strength, 215.
Agility, 188. Intelligence, 221.
Luck, 31. Charm, 37. Order, 30. Skills. Demonic Instinct A. Summoning Art A.
S*X Arts A.
Energy Drain A. Demonic Command B.
Drug Brewing B.
Needle Arts C. Quick Step C. Charm C. Sword Art D. Accounting D. Alchemy D. Surveying E. Cooking F. Poetry F. Poison Resistance F. Equipment. Defense Talisman A.
Demon Repelling Necklace B. Summoner Grimoire D.
Storage Ring E. Fate Status. Fate's Power C. Fate's Direction Neutral. Fate's Design Unspecified. Total C.
Do you want anything, mother? Linda asked respectfully after bowing. I just got some news that Victor has visited his father, where he was ordered to propose to you as planned. He should come here in a few days. So make sure to dress perfectly and don't do anything stupid, Amelia said, making Victor frown. There were some spies in his father's mansion, it seemed. But Bill will be here on the weekend, Linda said. Didn't I order you to stop contacting him? Amelia asked angrily.
I did.
But he kept sending me messages. I can't ignore him, Linda said. Well, I will be streaming the proposal live to Anne, so even if he showed up it would be useless, Amelia said with a frown, making Linda squeeze her fist hard behind her back, as Victor watched the drama in amusement. This situation was trickier than he anticipated, and all of his plans were now thrown out of the window. He never expected that all of his plans were for nothing. This B*TCH was going to destroy her family's scheme by herself. What should he do? Simple, he would delay the engagement for a few days until Bill comes and takes Linda. They would not try to find a new Von Rosen wife for him before finding out where Linda ran off to. Maybe in a week or two, someone would tip his grandmother about Bill's affair. And maybe, just maybe, what if Bill discovered the truth about Linda's baby? Wouldn't he try to kill Titus, bringing both of their factions into a war? Wouldn't that be good for him and his brother, who was like Bill, a patriarch candidate? There are a lot of ifs in this plan, but it's not that bad at all. All he has to do now is wait. And maybe facilitate Linda's escape. Victor had the urge to kiss this B*TCH at that moment. This girl was really great. She wanted to cry, but no tears came from her demonic eyes. And her misery only intensified the pain in her body. A body that she could barely control nowadays. She gave P***** everything. She even begged her mother to let her attend the ceremony with the family heirs so that they could always stay together. All this time she thought that P***** really cared for her, as she came here every other night to check on her and maybe brag a little. She hoped that she just wanted to entertain her. Not even in her worst nightmares, she could have thought that her best friend would betray her like this. Why was the maid given to her by her mother? She never treated her as a maid but as a friend. They grew up together after all. And they should have trusted each other. She even gave her the name P******, as she reminded her of a cat. She didn't know what it meant when she was young. Was this the reason she betrayed her? She was feeling desperate, when the nurse who was taking care of her today suddenly stood up from her chair and approached her with an absent-minded look. The nurse couldn't see it, but the girl could. The tiny demon that was floating on top of the woman's head guided her toward the bed. Its P******'Y's familiar. She recognized it. Did she send it here? Was she afraid that the nurse heard something and wanted to get rid of her? Was P*****Y always this vengeful? She wanted to warn the nurse to stay away from her, but she couldn't speak. She could only growl. The nurse ignored her as she approached and crossed the red line drawn on the ground, making the demon control the girl's body and use her mouth to bite the unsuspecting nurse's neck, killing her in an instant. She wanted to stop, but her instincts were too strong. The hunger was too strong.
She didn't want to eat.
But something in her body pushed her to devour the meat of the nurse.
She didn't feel remorse.
She just was a little sad for the nurse. She was new here. Her mother usually brought them to take care of her and read books to her. She really liked listening to books. It calmed her down and made her learn about the world outside. That demon possessing her seemed to be listening too. What for?
She didn't know.
But that behavior made her mother keep sending her servants to read in the room and subdue the demon. Sadly, sooner or later those nurses would make a mistake and either end up dead by her mother, or as a meal on her plate. You seem to be enjoying your meal.
A nice voice startled her,
making her look up as blood dripped from her lips.
It was a young man. He was handsome. Too handsome to be human. She wanted to ask who he was, and what was he doing here. But again, she could only growl. Is this how you treat your fiancé? Where are your manners? Wouldn't you even ask me to sit down, little Linda? He asked, making her open her eyes wide in shock. No one used the name Linda on her for a long time. Not even her mother. They would just call her that thing, or simply the girl. Wait. Fiancé? Victor?
The one P*****Y was bragging about?
The one she wants to cheat on? Let me introduce myself. I am Victor von Weiss.
The one and the only, he said arrogantly as he bowed down elegantly, confirming her thoughts. He is just too handsome. SHHSSHSSHSH. She wanted to speak but couldn't. That demon was opposing her. You don't need to speak. I know that you want to introduce yourself. And I have already heard your conversation with that idiot earlier. I already know your story, little Linda. Your demonification is already at 97%. No 98%. Did the B***TCH's instigation make your case worse? He wondered, making her frown.
Demonification?
Yes, her case can be described as such. But the family just called it a cursed possession. We don't have much time, he said as he looked her in the eye and smiled softly. Was he not disgusted by her? She couldn't even dare to look at herself in a mirror.
Let's see,
he said, as began to walk around the bed inspecting her, making her feel very embarrassed.
You might not be aware.
But your family is trying to destroy my family, he said with a sigh, making her feel shocked.
She didn't know about that.
Impossible, but again, She was young when she turned into this abomination. I will give you a choice. The first one, I would kill you and end your misery. Don't worry, the possession would not harm me. I am immune to curses, he said, making her look at him with interest. The demon was too. The second choice, I would free you from that guy possessing you. But you would be my slave from now on. And I might use you to destroy your family, he said, making her frown. Was he serious? Impossible. The possession was permanent, as the demon was of the SS rank. That's what her grandmother said when she took a look at her. And he would use her to destroy her family. She didn't care about them, they only came to see her once, then told her mother to lock her up and throw the key. But her mother really cared. After waiting 5 minutes in silence, he spoke again. You seem reluctant. Well, how about this? I will give you a concubine position and I could help you keep the lives of a few chosen ones from your family. How about that? I would have wanted you to be the matriarch. But that's impossible, as you were out of the loop for too long. And after that tch's plan succeeds, your mother would be in a very embracing position, he said, making her frown further. He was right. And she really wanted to be his wife. But she could accept being a concubine. What was she thinking? After some time she decided to accept his proposal. She had nothing to lose anyway. She wanted to nod, but her body started acting strangely as if it wanted to attack Victor. It was the demon feeling the danger. She growled, warning him. Don't come near. But he didn't listen. Seemingly knowing what was on her mind, he stepped inside the line. And to her horror, the demon used her body to attack him. But just as she jumped to bite his head off, he caught her from the back of her neck like a kitten. His hands were so strong that she couldn't even move. She could hear the demon inside of her curse about the shackles and the necklace that was suppressing it. It couldn't display its full power. It wanted to break free. But Victor's hands were like a steel vice grip, not letting go at all. I will drop my blood into your mouth. If you really accept my proposal, don't spit it and let it integrate with your soul, he said, dripping a drop of his purplish blood into her mouth. The demon didn't let her open her mouth, but Victor forced it open with his hand. It wanted to struggle, but couldn't. And when the blood touched her tongue, she had the urge to spit it. But using the last of her will, she swallowed it. She knew that if this failed, the possession would be complete, as she had no more strength to fight. She felt the blood reach her throat where the demon forced her to cough, but she resisted as the tears fell from her eyes. It felt like an eternity had passed when the blood reached her stomach. The demons will attack again, forcing her to throw up. But she resisted. Then the feeling of relief came. It was as if every part of her body was alive. The blood had magically dissolved and integrated into her very essence. She felt that she could stop it. The demon commanded her to stop it. The demon requested that she stop it. The demon begged her to stop it. She didn't. She heard a scream. It was her own. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Victor was pressing a talisman on her forehead. The talisman burned as she stopped screaming. But the screaming didn't stop. It was not hers anymore. It was a grotesque lion-like demon that seemed to have come out of her body. It was twitching in pain. Then suddenly, it turned around and attacked the bed and began to sink its teeth into it with its split mouth. What's wrong with it? Victor moved his finger, unbinding the straitjacket as a silver needle appeared out of nowhere in his hand. He placed the needle between her fingers and then pushed her hand and the needle into the demon's head. She didn't have the strength to move her arm, but the needle was so sharp that it penetrated the demon's skin easily. It let out one last scream and then dissolved into a sludge of green material under her astonished eyes. Was it this simple? Demon Khazar has been slain by the player candidate. Player Linda has completed the ritual. Welcome, player. Demon Khazar's attributes and skills have been added to your base. Warning, attributes cap reached. Any additional attributes would not be usable. Congratulations on finishing your ritual. How long was it? 7, 8 years? Victor asked. 8. She replied with a harsh voice as she just froze there, unable to believe what happened. And then involuntarily she began to cry as she hugged Victor, who quickly collected the needle in her hand with a frightened expression. Thank you, she said with some difficulty as she buried her head in his chest. Was this a dream? If it was, she wanted it to last forever. It's okay, he said after he collected the green sludge in his ring. He patted her head for a while, then spoke. Now let me bind you again, he said. What? Why? She asked as she looked up facing him. Was this a nightmare after all? Your mother must not discover that someone helped you. You must display signs of recovery slowly by yourself, he replied. making her nod after thinking for a while.
That made sense.
Just claim that after eating this nurse you felt as if the demon was weakened somehow and that you used the opportunity to wrestle control out of it. He said after some thinking. Would they believe that?
She asked.
Yes and no. Every player has his secret. And strange things happen all the time.
Who knows?
Just play dumb and insist on your story. Victor said, making her wonder, what was he plotting? What was his secret?
Okay, she said.
Talking was a little hard for her. Now I will use my power to return you to the demonized state, he said, making her feel strange, then looking at her legs to realize that they were no longer hairy and bloated. They were smooth and shiny. She was practically naked if not for the straitjacket.
Why?
She asked with some embarrassment, as she closed her legs a little. You must not reveal anything until that B*TCH escapes with Bill. Or I would have to marry her. Your mother wouldn't reveal you that easy, as that would put her in an awkward position,
he replied,
making her nod again. A few days will not make a difference.
Her name is Pussy,
she said with a blush. She shouldn't have named her that.
Who, the fake Linda?
Victor asked with a raised eyebrow.
Yes,
she answered, keeping her head down. No wonder she didn't want to remember her name. Don't worry, I plan to take revenge on her too.
Just don't startle her,
he said, making her nod. Should I call you Linda then? He asked as he put his hand on her head, brushing her tangled hair. After all, you are my concubine from now on, he added, making her blush.
Just call me Lynn.
I don't want to use that name ever again, she answered while enjoying the feeling of his hand patting her head. After taking care of Lynn's problem, Victor silently left the Cross Mansion and headed back home. What happened was a big surprise for him. He didn't expect that Linda was fake. No wonder her family didn't give her any important role and didn't tell her about the parasite beforehand. They never truly trusted her. Lynn, on the other hand, surprised him more. He never expected her to be that cooperative, but considering her situation, it could be understood. That girl is too smart and didn't need convincing. He was her knight in shining armor after all. But with Lynn's powers, she is one of the strongest players before the reckoning. He must use her well. He really didn't care about Amelia, he didn't mind leaving her. Sooner or later the Von Rosen would suffer that catastrophe. And he would be able to make use of the mother and daughter after he kills all of the elders to take control of the family and all its assets. Putting this problem at the back of his mind, he tried to contact Tom again on the road. But that piece of sh** it hasn't finished yet. He was abusing his powers as a player to the limit. Victor sighed, quickening his steps. When he entered the mansion, it was already 12 o'clock a.m. He was surprised by the shiny floor. It seemed like Alex and Margaret really put their hearts into it. Welcome back, young master. Mina, who seemed to be waiting for him, greeted. Where are the girls?
He asked. They went to sleep.
Chick something 17 arrived an hour ago. Lily escorted her to the study.
She said.
Oh, she is a he. Now go get some sleep. I will take you shopping tomorrow, he said as he approached her and then kissed her forehead before heading to the study. Mina, who didn't expect the sudden kiss, blushed a little, then bowed and ran to his room to brag in front of her sister, who was also there. Entering the study, Victor gave Lily a nod and then gestured to Chick 17, who stood up in respect to sit back down. He sat on his chair behind the desk with Lily's help and then patted his lap for her to sit on it before looking at Chick 17. Is everything okay?
He asked.
Congratulations on your recovery, young master, Chick 17 said respectfully. And, as I have been telling Miss Lily, we might have a problem, he added as he avoided looking at Lily, who relaxed on her young master's lap.
What problem? Victor asked.
We caught a rat a few days ago, and another one yesterday. They were journalists, Jane Armstrong and her assistant John Smith. They have been sniffing around the factory,
he said. Oh.
It was probably my fault for missing the appointment with her. Did any of you meet her?
He turned to Lily and asked.
I told Daria to take care of the problem. But we didn't know what to tell her, so she must have found a way to delay the interview, she said with a frown. Did Daria return yet?
He asked. Not yet.
There seemed to be some trouble in the company, so she was staying late. She should be on her way back, Lily answered.
I see.
Where did you keep them? He asked Chick 17. At the factory, we have a holding room there. Master Nick used to keep kidnapped girls, Chick 17 answered.
Ah. Don't call him master,
Victor scolded. I will go see them tomorrow.
Treat them well, he said.
Understood, Chick 17 replied. Did you do anything regarding the construction I asked you about?
He asked. Not on the ground.
But we were able to purchase the entire mountain. The seller needed some convincing, but Miss Lily and Miss Margaret somehow did it. He replied, then looked at Lily with a questioning gaze.
Margaret did it. I don't know how.
I spend most of my time next to the young master, Lily said, puffing her cheek. She seemed a little jealous that Margaret was more useful than her.
Oh, that's good,
Victor said while wondering what Margaret did. Her charming ability is very useful in such situations. Start buying construction material, and do it silently. I want you to dig into the mountain to build a base there,
he said.
But that would require some more hands and equipment. Chick 17 said. I will get you the equipment. As for the hands, recruit some people from faraway villages. Pay them well, but scare them a little so that they would never talk and transport them there blindfolded. Keep the location a secret as much as possible, Victor said, knowing well that no secret could be kept forever. Especially regarding such a grand project, but he could delay people finding out about it.
Understood, Chick 17 replied.
If there is nothing else you can leave, Victor said.
That's all, young master,
Chick 17 said as he stood up and bowed, then left the room while giving Lily, who was putting her head peacefully on Victor's shoulder, a weird look. Is this the same demon girl who grilled them for 3 days because one of them asked her what was behind the veil? After Chick 17 left, Victor put his head on Lily's head, brushing her hair.
You seem upset, he said. I feel useless.
Everyone has a mission to do.
Except me.
And when the young master needs something to be done, you are doing it yourself,
she complained. Did your sisters recover? He asked.
Yes, they regained their health, and are ready for any mission, she replied firmly. Good, I want you to send them to find suitable children to be trained as assassins. I want them to create an assassination organization, he said. Lily opened her eyes in excitement. She was getting jealous of Alpha, who was building her own team lately. I understand, but I need a base, and the families have already taken all the promising children from the orphanages around the country. If we found any, they would be useless,
Lily said. I don't want those.
And my idea is different. You won't create a fixed organization, but think of it more like an assassin's guild. It has base members and outside members who would take missions. To build the base team, search shantytowns and juvenile prisons for suitable candidates. It doesn't matter if they were a little weak or a little evil, I have ways to strengthen and fix them. But they must have a loyal character, have good management skills, and they must agree to this by themselves. I don't want to force anyone who might betray me down the line, he said, copying the formula of many guilds that would rise after the reckoning.
Understood.
But even so, how can we be sure of their loyalty? She asked. Does he want to use the slavery ring on them? I can't be sure, but they wouldn't know who their real boss is. They shouldn't even know about you. I will leave it to you how to implement this, he said. In addition to that, I will implement nanochips in their body. I have a good design that I will give to Kai later. He should be able to manufacture some of them silently, he added. The nanotechnology he knew of was just a little more advanced than the current one used by the family, but not by much, so Kai should be able to manufacture them. Although they would be useless after the reckoning, but by that time he should have got some good control artifacts. Lily nodded as her eyes shone with determination. At last, something for her to do. I would prefer that you just stay by my side and be my hug pillow though, Victor said suddenly as he hugged her tightly and buried his nose in her hair, making the blush on her face reach her ears just as the study's room opened, and Arya walked in.
Victor,
Am I interrupting something? She asked with a blush after seeing Lily's ambiguous position on her young master's lap.
No, not at all. Sit down,
Victor said as he caught Lily, who wanted to run away. Are you feeling okay now?
What happened?
Why were you in a coma? Arya asked him while trying hard to ignore Lily on his lap. Yes, I just overexerted myself a little with all the girls around, Ha answered, making her want to kick him. At least tell a good lie. That's good then, make sure to take care of your health, she mumbled as she gave Lily a jealous look. I wanted to ask you, what did you tell Jane Armstrong that day? He asked. I didn't speak with her, I just told Susan to schedule another appointment for her. But I didn't ask what she did after that. We have some trouble in the company, and I was really busy, Arya said. What's wrong? Victor asked. With the money his family was pumping into their companies, it was rare for something like this to happen.
I don't know.
Suddenly all of our contracted actors stopped working with us. They even paid their contractual fines with a smile. And I can't find any A-list or B-list actors who were willing to work with us lately, she said with a sigh. Thankfully Mr. Silberberg and John Sigma are still on board. They told me someone approached them with a few million, asking them to leave the company, she added.
Oh.
It must be that slut Charlotte. I will allow you to use all the family resources and money. First, we must teach those sh*theids what it means to betray us. Call Kai and tell him their names. I will make them get arrested. I bet most of them did some stupid mistakes in the past. Make sure that they would spend a few months in prison at least. It might fix their character, he said, making Arya look at him with a frown. That would raise public anger. And no one would work for us after that, she said. No, they would if we paid them well. And I will not accept most of them anyway, he said arrogantly. Create a new recruitment campaign. We will also start a movie star competition. And do some recruitment and audition in film schools. He said, if they don't want to work for us, we will get new ones. He said coldly. But we would need good actors. Arya protested. Not really. Just 1 or 2 stars in a movie are sufficient. We just need good scripts and directors. I will write you the names of a few obscure writers later, you go recruit them. He said while thinking about a few names in his past life. He could write the scripts of future blockbusters from memory, but he was too lazy to do that. He can just hire the original writer and director. Fine, Arya said, sounding unconvinced. When you do the auditions, make sure to invite me. I want to look at all the pretty promising actresses there. He added with a grin. I will, she said with a sigh while brushing her purple hair with her fingers. It had a strange shimmer that made Victor open his eyes wide. If there is nothing else, I will go to sleep. She said she was now a little relieved after Victor's recovery. Tonight, she could sleep without worrying about him. Wait, Victor yelled suddenly with a strange look on his face that made Arya and Lily frown. Come here and drop your blood on this book, Victor, who took out the blood book from his ring, told Arya, as he wondered why the hell did he forget about her. Even now, he almost forgot again. Could it be that her purple hair is the result of her having some strange bloodline? Wait, why didn't he think of that earlier? Arya frowned when she looked at the strange leather-bound book, but she quickly used a pin to cut her finger and marked the book with her blood. Blood ID 15248794411154671989899454641124. Rank, SS. Authority condition met infinity greater than 200,244. Do you want to reveal blood encoded data? Yes, no. Blood ID 15248794411546719898994546411124. Rank, SS. Data status, complete. Originator species, death spirit. Special blood effects. All or nothing. Forget about me. Hidden. Super death energy resistance. Super enhanced memory. Enhanced magic power. Enhanced intelligence. Enhanced poison resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Enhanced memory. Enhanced charm. Bloodline skills. Death touch SSS. Spirit hunter SS. Inverted healing SS. Death shrill S. Blood mark S. Hiding S. Charm A. Survival instinct S. Searching A. Weakness. Truth orb, reveal true form. Life flowers, mortal danger / disabled powers. Warning. Bloodline contains hidden constraints and memories. Victor frowned. This one was also a spirit like Mira. But Arya was of a higher rank. They must have come from the same world. And what is a spirit hunter? And why does her bloodline contain memories and constraints? Would she be an enemy? He should find a way to control her before he awakens her bloodline. And he should probably search for her parents. Should he try using the Book of Wished Knowledge? Maybe later tonight. He never expected that there were these many otherworldly bloodlines in this world. Is it really just a coincidence? From the memories of the demon he devoured, he only got that this world was really rich in energy, and many otherworldly beings coveted it. But was it really this tempting, or was there something else? Is everything okay? Arya asked nervously, as she and Lily looked at the book, not being able to understand even one character. Yes. You are very special, Victor said casually, making her blush a little. That's good. What does it say? She inquired. That you are very special. He repeated. You already told me that, she said with a pout. I know. He said with a wide grin, making her understand that he didn't want to talk about it. Fine then, I will go get some sleep, she said, turning around with annoyance and heading to the door. I will tell you when the time is right, he suddenly told her as she was about to close the door. You better do, she said as she shut the door. Victor chucked, then looked at Lily. Go sleep in your room, I have something to do, he said. I will wait for you in your room, she said timidly. Margaret and the girls would be there, and I want to be alone with you tonight, he said with a smile that made Lily blink in surprise and then blush as she jumped from his lap. I might be a little late though, he said. I will be waiting, she said as she left the room while wondering who the new girl was. The smell on Victor's clothes was very distinct. Victor sighed as he relaxed in his chair and closed his eyes. It was time to see what that pervert Tom did in his absence. Tom was grinning in satisfaction. He was laying in bed with the two exhausted girls. They were the ones he got from the auction house. And those two were super wild. But they couldn't contend with the stamina of a player. The whimsical system update had finished. A message alerted him. Is the system back? He wondered. This whimsical system is back. This whimsical system has been updated. This whimsical system has new features added. Tom was surprised. So that's why the system was not responding. But what does the update mean? Security patches. And a surprise new feature. Players can now have limited access to the merchant's system store. When the whimsical system feels like IT. Error. Due to the critical system update, the last mission status was interrupted. Fill the system on what happened in detail for your reward of 1,000 coins. Awaiting player report. What happened in the last 2 weeks? The system responded. Tom frowned, then after some thought, he remembered the unfinished mission about the auction raid, so he began to tell the system what happened in detail. How he hid in the vase and then raided the auction house before running away with the girls. There were some irrelevant events too, such as how he met a few new girls and how he went shopping. Is that all? The system asked, making Tom quickly remember and tell the system about Windy too. How the painting burst into flames. And how she fell into a coma. Assessing data. Mission complete. Reward 1,000 coins. The system reported, making Tom smile in satisfaction. This system was really good. Not only did it guide him to gain a lot of treasures, it rewarded him on top of it. It was as if someone was giving you $1 million and then giving you another $1,000 for taking them. I want to access the Play Store, Tom said. He was really looking forward to it. Those merchant players are hogging all the good stuff for themselves. Due to the whimsical nature of the whimsical system, the player would only be able to purchase health and stamina pills. Bottle of minor healing pills, 5, 6,500. Bottle of major healing pills, 5, 21,000. Bottle of minor stamina pills, 5, 6,500. Bottle of major stamina pills, 5, 21,000. Bottle of weak antidote pills, 5, 29,500. Bottle of medium antidote pills, 5, 60,000. Purchase is limited to 1 bottle of each per week. Tom smiled when he saw the list. This is cheaper than what the merchants outside sell them for. Minor healing pills go around 2,000 coins each on the street, and the bottle contains 5, so they are 1,300 each here. Too bad there is a purchase limit, or he could really abuse this system to get rich. Urgent mission. Potential danger spotted. Lock the girl named Windy up and search all of her belongings. Reward, 100 coins. Punishment, will lose your ability as a man for 1 week. Suddenly the system told him, making him frown. Windy? She is already locked up. And I already searched her stuff. Tom said, making the system surprised. Mission accomplished 50%. The system is amazed by your speed. Reward, pending. How did you know that she was possessed by a demon? Now go question her. Be careful. What do you mean? Possessed by a demon? She was only trying to steal my things and run away, so I knocked her out and then locked her up. Tom said. Thankfully he hasn't decided what to do with her yet, as he can't just let her go as she has already seen his face. And those auction guys would surely find her if he let her go. Now it turned out that she was possessed by a demon. No wonder he didn't like that girl at all. She seemed to be always asking unnecessary questions. As if she had never lived in a modern civilization, she didn't even know how to use a phone. Sitting up from his bed, he appeased the 2 girls who protested a little, wanting him to keep them company. He told them that he would return later for another round. After that, he left the room and headed to the makeshift cell he built on the upper floor, where he kept Windy. There, after opening the door, he could swear he heard the system gasp. It must be the air. Victor, who was sitting in the study, stood up and jerked, pushing the chair and tumbling to the floor. Thankfully, no one was in the room to see the astonished look on his face. The girl who was chained to a pole in the middle of the room was Windy. Tom already told him her name, but he could have never imagined that it was this slut Windy. Windy Larsdottir. Level, 0. Class, Ice Witch, S. Authority, 5. Health, 260. Stamina, 260. Mana, 350. Strength, 26. Intelligence, 35.
Agility, 24. Luck, 11. Charm, 26. Order, 10.
Recognized skills. Herbal medicine C.
Cooking D. Swimming D. Spotless cleaning F. Staff arts F. Bow arts F. System skills. Flying A. Charm D. Flexible joints E. Class skills. Ice ball A. Ice wall A. Cold resistant S.
Magic attribute.
Ice, water. Bloodline. Fate status. Fate's power AA.
Fate's direction, rising. Fate's design, lover of Arthur Wolf.
Total AA+.
Windy Larsdaughter, also known as Windy the Ice Queen. Windy the Men Killed, and Windy the heartless matriarch of the Ice Soul sect. One of the huge powers both now and in the future. That place was a sect only for women. Any man who approaches them would be killed on sight. It was located in the far north of the continent, in an inhabitant tundra. So it was able to keep its distance from all of the chaos that the world faced after the reckoning. Windy was heartless from all the previous matriarchs, as she forbade all of her disciples from approaching men or even talking to them, declaring to the world that men were insects that should be crushed. Victor had no idea that she was also Arthur Wolf's lover, but destiny never lies. Arthur Wolf was the enemy of the world. A man who was so strong and arrogant that despite being a scion, everyone tried to kill him and everyone failed repeatedly. That man showed up whenever a treasure or an SSS dungeon appeared. And he always left with his hands full, either from the treasures or from the artifacts he collected from his enemies' corpses. So naturally, no one liked him. Except it's Windy, it seems. This B*TCH was a big hypocrite.
She hid it well enough.
Victor cursed, remembering many events in the past that made sense now. As she was always the first one to pursue after Arthur as if to kill him. But she must be the one hiding him. No wonder Tom hated Windy. The obscure feeling of repulsion toward her that Tom is showing was a result of her, is destined to be eaten by someone higher on the food chain. A scion with a stronger fate. What should he do now? Victor had no grudge against Arthur. On the contrary, he wants to use him as the guy who murdered his family was one of Arthur's enemies. Maybe he should just make Tom let her go.
Wait. What if she was the demon?
Suddenly Victor noticed something wrong. Windy seemed to have broken free of her binding. Tom felt strange because of the system's long silence. Is everything okay? He asked as he looked at Windy. She had many hit marks and scratches. This was not his work, but his wife's, who got very angry when she called Tom a pervert.
Caution.
This girl is a player.
Caution.
This girl is already out of Unbound and would attack you with an ice ball at any moment. Defend against the attack, then subdue her. The series of system messages surprised Tom, who quickly looked at the girl, but it was too late. She was already in front of him using an ice ball aimed directly at his face. He quickly dodged, then used his leg to kick her, but she dodged and slipped by him heading to the door.
She was too flexible.
Tom quickly ran after her but slipped and fell on his ass.
The floor was all frozen. What the hell?
He jumped quickly to go after her, but slipped again. Damn it. He roared as he crawled on the icy floor. By the time he reached the door, she was nowhere to be seen. Tom stood up and looked left and right to the corridor's ends but saw no shadow. He listened carefully for footsteps, but none could be heard.
The window.
The system reminded him, so he quickly ran to an open window where he spotted Windy, who was floating in mid-air with difficulty. This should be her first time flying. After a while, she landed behind an adjacent building. Seemingly her energy was drained. Although he knew that by the time he reached there she would be long gone, Tom still wanted to follow her. But at the next moment, he suddenly felt his eyes bleed and was struck by exhaustion that made him collapse to the ground. Mission failed. Your energy would be drained. You will lose your ability as a man for 1 week.
No.
A scream rocked the building. Victor frowned as he stood up. He never expected Tom to collapse after using the destiny tracking through him. It seemed the effect of the X-ranked class skills can't be withstood easily by others. Luckily, the skill activation was a success, and Windy was marked. From her status, Victor could see that she had an enhanced system, so she must awaken using a painting as Tom described.
But was she possessed?
She seems not, as her name was not changed. A demon would have a couple of question marks at the very least. So now, he needed to go after her to investigate her situation.
If she was a demon, he would kill her. If not,
he must make her serve him. Or at least do his bidding. Leaving the room, he bumped into Hilda, who was getting ready to go to bed. "Do you need anything, young master?" she asked. "Inform Lily and the girls that I have to go on a mission. I might return late," he said as he headed to the door, then stopped and turned to face Hilda. "Do you have a whistle?" he asked. "I have a few, I use them when I train the girls," she said as she reached into a drawer and took out a metallic sports whistle and handed it to Victor, who put it in his pocket and then left the mansion in a hurry. "I bet you a $100 it is another girl," Margaret, who was watching him leave from Lily's room window, said. "You don't need to bet, I already know," Lily said with some annoyance. This was supposed to be her night alone with her young master. But this slut Margaret, who felt something was wrong, discovered the young master plot and came to sleep in her room.
"Let's go after him.
We would stay far enough away," Margaret proposed, making Lily look at her with surprise. She wanted to say no, but after some thinking, she opened the window and jumped. Margaret chuckled and after some hesitation jumped after her. They would surely be punished after this.
But she wouldn't mind.
Lily and Margaret thought that following Victor would be easy.
But it wasn't.
He left the mansion using one of the new cars. A minivan that was bought by Arya for emergencies. It was the least conspicuous one in the garage. After some deliberation, and after ordering Camellia to hide their absence, they took an SUV and used to follow him from afar. Lily took the driver's seat as Margaret was not a good driver. She got her license only 2 months ago. They caught up with him pretty quickly as he seemed to be taking his time and had to stop at a traffic light down the mountain. They kept their distance, moving as far away from him as possible to avoid detection. Why does he keep changing lanes? Does he really know how to drive? Margaret, who was watching, asked with a frown. She noticed his bizarre behavior as soon as they reached the highway. It is a maneuvering tactic. It is used to lose any potential pursuers, Lily replied as she focused on driving. Lily had to confess that Victor was simply amazing. Despite her training as an assassin, she had a very hard time following his car. His car movement pattern made following him very tiresome, and she was on the verge of giving up. But strangled after a while, his car slowed down and began to move more regularly, and that allowed her to follow him more easily. They quickly reached a dark corner of the city, where there were no pedestrians. This place seemed to be set for demolition as the buildings were very old, and there were only a few lit apartments. Victor parked the car near a dark alleyway, then went in. Margaret and Lily used this chance to park their car too. And just when they were about to step down and follow Victor, a nasty-looking man walked arrogantly out of the alleyway. He was a young gangster with red hair and a face full of scars. Watching the man leave, Margaret intended to go into the alley, but her arm was caught by a frowning Lily whose eyes were on that man. "It's the young master in disguise," she whispered, then stepped out of the car and followed that guy. Margaret opened her eyes wide in astonishment, then, after giving the alley one last look, she nimbly followed after Lily. This young master was more skillful than she expected. They followed him for a while until he reached another alley where he entered after spotting something. Margaret was getting curious when they heard a shout from inside. "It's her, the girl who ran away from the auction." Following it was a whistling sound. A girl dashed out of the alley and headed in Lily and Margaret's direction. So Lily quickly grabbed Margaret and jumped up a tree as she activated her shadow cloak skill. The girl passed them and headed toward another street as a man ran after her. He was not the previous one, but a fat one with a stained shirt one this time. "Is this the young master too?" Margaret asked with a frown after that man got far enough. "Yes," Lily said. Although he was in disguise, he always had a certain air around him that allowed her to discover him. "Why is he pursuing that girl? Maybe we should grab her for him," Margaret suggested. "I don't know, but it would be better to stay out of this. Didn't you notice the way he ran after her? It was like he was taking his time chasing a mouse." "He is not serious," Lily responded. "You're right. Maybe he likes to play with his food." "Let's go after them," Margaret said as Lily nodded. After that, they watched an amazing drama as the girl kept running away from different gangsters who kept popping out of nowhere. They ranged from short mean men to huge muscular bikers. The girl tried to fly a few times, surprising both Lily and Margaret. But she quickly returned to the ground after hearing gunshots and men screaming. "Shoot her, she's up there." The air was not a viable escape route. "She is a player." Margaret, who was watching with Lily from behind a corner, said I was surprised. "Yes," Lily responded as she watched the girl enter another alleyway. She didn't seem to notice the sign that indicated a dead end. After that, the street became silent as the girl hid in a dark corner, not daring to peek as a gangster kept moving at the alley entrance while yelling using different voices. "Did you find her?" "No. The boss would punish us." "Keep searching." I will punish her well when I find her. I will do it with her 10 times in a row. I will not do that, I am not into girls.
You shut up and do your job.
And stay away from me.
Search well.
Margaret wanted to chuckle, but used her hands to hold her mouth after Lily shot her a glare. The young master was acting very strange. Did he lose his mind after the coma? Suddenly the gangster who was shouting started changing his shape, and under their surprised eyes, he turned into a pitch-black demon with 2 long horns and a pointy tail. Are you sure he is the young master? The scared Margaret asked. Positive, Lily replied as she kept her eyes on him. He entered the alley.
There was a scream. There was silence.
Margaret and Lily looked at each other, then quickly climbed onto the roof of a nearby building to have a look at what was happening. The girl, who was cornered, seemed to be arguing with the demon, who waved his skeletal hand in midair, making some kind of contract appear. Margaret wanted to hear, but couldn't. It was as if some kind of barrier was stopping any sounds. Lily knew it was Victor's skill. The girl kept arguing and seemed hesitant, but after some talking with the demon, she seemed to have agreed and marked the contract with her blood. After some more talking, the demon gave the girls a ring and some money, then disintegrated into a smoke. The girl hesitated and then left the alley while looking around like a scared mouse, but after some time she seemed to have some confidence. She used a paper that appeared magically in her hand, and her shape suddenly changed into that of an ugly girl with a pimple on her nose. With that, she walked a little, then found a taxi and went away.
Should we follow her? Margaret asked. Follow who? Victor asked. The girl.
A young master. Lily, who was absent-minded, turned around to see her young master standing there. Making Margaret also turn to look in astonishment. When did you notice us? Lily asked as she looked down at her feet.
What?
He noticed us before? Margaret asked as she looked at him. On the highway. My driving technique was not only to lose pursuers. It can also be used to uncover them. But good job following me to that point, he said with a smirk. Ah, then that's why you slowed down, Lily said as she looked back at him.
Yes.
I wanted to test your sneaking capabilities.
And if you would disturb my plan. You passed,
he said with a nod, making Lily sigh in relief. How did you know that the gangster was me? He asked them suddenly.
I just felt it.
Lily blushed as she said it, making Victor look at her with wonder. Who was that girl? Margaret asked as she approached Victor and began to move her hands indecently around. A little girl who needed to be scammed, he said as he grabbed her dishonest hands.
What did you promise her?
The same as me?
A boyfriend and an allowance?
She asked, trying to break free to no avail. When did he become this strong? No, I promised her that she would be able to be one of the strongest people in the world. She had to sell her soul for that though, Victor said, not letting them know if he was joking or telling the truth. Don't worry, she will not be eaten by me.
Probably,
he said, noticing the jealous look in Lily's eyes. Probably? Margaret asked, raising one eyebrow as she stuck her body to him.
Yes.
Destiny is a strange thing. If she suddenly chose to offer herself to this young master, I would not refuse. He replied arrogantly, earning himself a nasty glare. Shall we return home now? Lily asked with a sigh. At least they would not get a new sister tonight. She needs some time to remember the names of the ones she has already got.
Not yet.
I need to punish some naughty girls first, he said, letting go of Margaret's hands.
Who?
Margaret asked as Lily took a step back. If you want to know, put your hands on the ledge and bend to peek down into the alleyway, Victor said with a smirk as he spit on his palm. That night, in a certain alley in the middle of the city, there were 2 new rumors. The first was about a demon that made pretty girls ugly. And the second was about ghosts wailing all night begging for mercy. Except for Victor's joyful whistling, the car was silent, as Margaret and Lily, who were in the back, were having difficulty sitting down after the punishment. They were not in a mood to talk. Take these, Victor said, throwing them 2 healing pills. He may have gone a little bit overboard, but he was enjoying himself and failed to remember that he was now a lot stronger after he leveled up. Lily and Margaret quickly took the pills and began to feel better.
Don't do it again.
One mistake and you might have compromised my entire mission,
he warned. Understood, they said, pouting.
Margaret, Lily told me that you convinced those mountain owners to sell it. How did you do it? As far as I know, those villagers tend to be very stubborn, he asked, intending to lighten the atmosphere.
Well,
Margaret hesitated a little. She was embarrassed. You see, the mountain belongs to some villagers. They seem to have gotten it as compensation from the country because some of their lands got flooded after the building of a dam about 50 years ago. I met with the mayor and asked him nicely first. But they refused no matter how much money we offered him. He seemed to be under the impression that we want to build some kind of a big resort and he wants to keep the mountain and benefit from it later when the land price rises. Another company tried to scam him before, so he was very sensitive.
She said.
So what did you do?
He asked.
I tried to seduce them. But he called me a slut and then threw stones at me with the rest of the villagers. Those guys are very conservative, she said, puffing her cheeks.
And? He asked in surprise.
Resisting Margaret's charm skills is very hard. I invited the mayor and the village elders for a drink under the premise of an apology. I intended to drug them, she said, and maybe film a short clip to use it to blackmail them.
She added. Oh.
That would work.
Did you say intending? What happened? He asked.
Well, they refused to drink from the bottles I prepared, bringing their own homebrewed ones.
So?
I used the drug you gave Alpha when we raided the brothel. I put it in the air conditioner, she said, making Victor frown.
That thing is very potent,
he said. Although the soul poison he gave Alpha was very diluted, it was still very dangerous. I know that Alpha told me at the brothel, so I diluted 1 drop of it before using. She protested. She was not stupid. Oh, did it work?
He asked. Not as intended.
I think it had something to do with their local wine. They didn't sleep, she said. I was confused at first as they suddenly started acting strangely, but later I noticed that they became very gullible and did whatever I told them to. So I tried to convince them to sign the selling contract and they did it with a smiling face. They put their names and their signatures on the contract one by one, she said, making Victor press the brakes and look back at Margaret.
Really?
Didn't they go after you with pitchforks the next day?
He asked as he thought.
They completely forgot about that night, so when Arya sent the lawyers to complete the paperwork they protested, so we sent the chicks to scare them. It seemed like it was all the mayor and his gang's plan. But after he signed the contract, the villagers no longer trusted him or the elders, and after seeing the money they were not reluctant anymore.
She said.
Are you sure it was their wine? He asked. He never expected that a soul poison could have such an effect. Theoretically, it was possible, as its effect was on weakening the soul. But it has never been done before.
Yes.
It was the only factor, and when we used the poison in the brothel, no such effect happened despite all the guests being a little drunk. Even Arya was very surprised.
She said as she nodded.
I thought that you would be interested.
Do you want to use this on someone?
I tried to get some more wine from the villagers, but they kicked me out. They even refused to tell me what it was made of, saying things about some kind of sacred oath. So I sneaked into the village's warehouse and took one of the bottles. I put it in the mansion's cellar. I wanted to try it on someone, but Lily stopped me, saying that it was very dangerous.
She added. I see.
This thing might be very useful, Victor said, frowning in thought. He needed to test it on players. If this thing really works, killing a scion would not be impossible. And maybe that village had some kind of secret.
He needs to check it.
He sighed, intending to start the car again, but was stopped by a police siren as a police car parked behind him, and a police officer that was too proud for her own good stepped out.
Leah.
Office Leah, we meet again, Victor said as she approached his window. License and register.
Victor. She was surprised. Is this your car? She asked.
One of them, he said arrogantly while thinking about how to get rid of her. Why are you parked in the middle of the road? She asked, looking at the back seat while wondering who the girls were. Wasn't he gay? I just got my license and was having trouble driving, so I parked to catch my breath.
He said. Oh.
I wanted to ask you. Did you have anything to do with the car explosion about 2 weeks ago?
She asked. The chief ordered her to drop the case, but she couldn't.
Yes, a man was trying to assassinate me and threw a grenade at my car, so my bodyguard threw it back.
Victor lied, making Leah frown.
His description fits what the witness saw. As long as you are fine. She said. Who are the girls? I thought you were only interested in guys? And I heard you took a girl with you to the gala, she asked with some jealousy as she looked at Margaret. She knew that Victor was at the gala after being ordered to investigate the pervert who assaulted Linda. And she saw the photos of him hugging Margaret. Yes. I was only interested in men, but after spending a night with Margaret here, I changed my mind, he said, making Lily shoot him a glare from the back.
Ah, really?
Can that happen? Leah asked, looking at him and then at Margaret, who blushed a little while twirling her red hair. Leah had investigated this Margaret, and all of her reports repeated the same words. Slut and gold digger. Leah was annoyed a little because he chose this slut over her, but a moment later she changed her mind. No. I should save him from her evil clutches. She must have used some dirty means to trick him, she told herself. I would need her to go with me to the station. I need her witness report on the gala accident, she said, intending to have some private time with this slut Margaret. And maybe lock her up. She would definitely have some dirty past.
Everyone does. That won't work. She needs to accompany me tonight.
If it is necessary, contact my lawyer, Victor said, rendering Leah speechless. He is defending her. He has already fallen, she thought. I will see what I can do, Leah said, while wondering what should she do.
No, wait.
What if she sends the reports of Margaret's past to him? Wouldn't he hate her then? But what if that caused him to revert to being gay? It doesn't matter, that would be better than sleeping with this slut. And maybe she would be able to flip his preferences again later. It has already been proven possible. I will send you some documents to look at later.
See you later,
she said and turned around, returning to her car after giving Victor and Margaret one last look. Just wait for me. Who is that crazy woman? Why did she seem to be in love with you? Wasn't she the policewoman who arrested you that day? Margaret asked, a little worried. The one and the same, as you said, she is crazy. Be careful around her though, and if you ever feel the need to use force to get rid of her, make sure to do it easily and don't hurt her, he said as he started the car. Why? Margaret asked as Lily looked curiously at him. Well, don't tell anyone, she is my half-sister, Victor whispered, making the girls open their mouths wide. She doesn't know? Margaret asked. No. But my father really likes her mother. So if anything were to happen to her, he would be very angry, Victor replied, remembering the past. How many half-sisters do you have? She asked again, her interest piqued. My father has never spent a night alone since his ceremony. He is 49 years old this year. You do the math, he said, making both Margaret and Lily astonished. Would the young master be the same? Returning to the mansion, it was 3:00 a.m. So Victor decided to postpone checking the soul poison until tomorrow and spend the night in Lily's room. Margaret slept with them too. The bed was not very wide. But no one minded, except Lily, who kept giving Margaret threatening looks which the latter completely ignored. Victor hugged the two girls firmly and closed his eyes, then connected with Tom. Due to the trouble with Windy, he had completely forgotten to ask him about Nova. The whimsical system feels sorry for you, so he will grant you a chance for redemption. Answer this question. Who is Nova von Astrom? The system asked, surprising Tom, who was sleeping alone to hide his constitution from the girls.
Does the system know about Nova?
He asked about her before, but the system ignored him. She is my wife, Tom replied proudly after some thoughts. Clarify. The system told him. It happened in his past life, and the casualties were in the millions. And the reason he chose to tell Alpha and Theta about them was because he wanted to form a unit to hunt those guys. With Theta's luck, things might be a little easier. Don't worry, as long as you stay by my side no one can hurt you, Victor said, reassuring Theta before continuing his story. Anyway, those guys in the other world were approached by a mysterious man who claimed that he found a way to make a soul survive in our world, and after they tried it, the forces began to pay him to send their agents here.
He said.
The talisman?
Alpha asked.
Yes, they found a bug in the system. If the soul was able to occupy the body of a target during the awakening, the system would not be able to find it. So they packaged the souls of their agents in an awakening talismans and sent them here. The world does not reject artifacts,
Victor explained. Oh.
So they sent the souls here, Alpha said. Exactly, those talismans would be painted a drawing representing the bloodline originator of the soul owner, so that they may attract mortals with similar bloodlines. And they would activate when they find a suitable target. Victor said, making Alpha sigh in relief. Lily made the right decision to forbid anyone besides her from touching those things. But who was that artist? She asked after thinking a little.
I don't know, but
I have a theory. The artist should be that mysterious man's avatar. He should have wandered into this world and was stuck inside a dungeon where he was able to get a new body during an awakening,
he said, with a frown. An avatar? Alpha asked.
Yes, some bloodlines have such skill. It's like a part of your soul that you can send to explore the world. It seemed like that guy belonged to some sort of a sect that specializes in soul techniques. And that was why he was able to send the souls of those guys here, by setting his avatar as a target. Or making him create a summoning array on this side.
Victor explained.
Then why did he die?
Alpha asked.
Well, this probably has something to do with me, as the soul I ate belonged to a princess. A very high-ranking one, with a lot of lovers. The guys on the other side must have realized that she died. Someone must have taken the liberty to take revenge. But who knows, this might all be a coincidence.
Victor said. I see.
Alpha said, those guys must have been sending agents here for a while now.
She said.
Yes, and it is nearly impossible to discover them. So we must be careful, especially of people who have awakened during the last 3 years.
He said.
I will tell Kai to investigate this, then it will be your mission to do the dirt work on the ground.
He added.
Making Alpha frown a little then nod. This would be a good long-term mission for the brothel girls. I wanted to ask you about something else, Alpha said.
About?
What is wrong with Theta's system? Why does it have so much extra stuff?
She asked. Ah.
About that, Victor smiled as he looked at Theta, who was a little worried. Well, the paintings contained an updated system. Where do you think the world got its system from? It copied it from other worlds. He said, making Alpha frown. Is it dangerous? She asked with concern. Not at all, on the contrary, this system has many features that make leveling up easier. For example, she doesn't need to clear a dungeon to level up or learn skills. Victor said, making the surprised Alpha look at Theta with envy. What a lucky girl. I will find some time to write an explanation for those things later. And when I use the other 2 talisman, I want you to be there, as you might get a system upgrade as I did. He added, making Alpha look at him with bright eyes. She was really tempted.
All right, Theta.
Did you regain your memories? He asked as he stood up intending to leave the room. He already knew the answer.
Yes.
Theta answered while lowering her head. After awakening, she remembered her past, the memories that Titus erased. Alpha looked at Theta with shock. She never told her. What secrets does her little sister hold? Do you want to return to your family or remain with me? I might need you to dress like a guy to hide you if you stayed with me. He asked, not intending to pressure her. After reading her name with his appraisal skill, he had a clear idea about her true identity. Theta/Robin Bloodflint. Level, 0. Class, Divine Gambler, SSS. Authority, 5. Health, 270. Stamina, 280. Mana, 310. Strength, 27. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 27. Luck, 70. Charm, 30. Order, 10. Recognized skills. Cooking, D. Swimming, D. Charming men, F. Bedroom arts, D. Spotless cleaning, F. Staff arts, F. Pistol arts, F. System skills. Lucky chance, S. Charm, D. Fireball, E. Class skills. Healthy gamble, S. Money gamble, S. Betting agreement, S. Magic attribute. Fire. Bloodline, twin-tailed lucky cat, S. Fate status. Fate's power, C. Fate's direction, rising fast. Fate's design, undefined. Total, C++. I want to stay with the young master, she said with determination. She was a little surprised that Victor seemed to know her true identity. But no matter what, she would never return there. She liked it here, although she had to work as a maid. She had many loving sisters and a kind young master. She never felt mistreated. While there she would probably be killed sooner or later. In her heart, she felt that no matter what, the young master would keep her safe. He knows everything after all. And he stood in the face of that thing that wanted to hurt her. Fine then. Go pester Alex and let him teach you how to act like a guy. I expect to see a handsome Theta warming my bed tomorrow, Victor said, making her blush as he exited the room while wondering if meeting her was his or her lucky chance. He must increase her blood purity. At 12% it was too low. She was probably some concubine's daughter. And he would wait until she was ready to tell him to be herself. Maybe he could secure some benefits from her family. Victor quickly headed to an empty room in the basement and used the material he got from that crazy merchant and the alchemist. He began to engrave on the ground according to the pictures he took from the spider's dungeon abandoned temple. Victor was quite proficient in array buildings. Because he needed to study them in order to activate the Book of Time back then. He really acquired a lot of useful skills working at the Royal Library. What he was doing was engraving the drawing in the stone and then filling it with a mix of the materials he got with crushed gems powder that he prepared on the spot. He finished the engravings in 3 hours and looked at his work with satisfaction. Now he only needed to arrange the range flags and place the Hora's jewel, which was with Alpha in the core, for this thing to be complete. Victor wanted to call Alpha over but decided to test the knowledge book again as its cooldown was over. This time he phrased his question more carefully. The wine contained in this bottle, what is it made out of? He asked clearly. Table border equals 1, cost 10 order points / cooldown time 7 days. Yes/no. That's more like it.
He pressed yes. Components. Alcohol made of
black grape juice from the riverside vineyard. Lower soul relaxing grass from the parameters of the withered snake's dungeon gate. Fish grass that you can find it anywhere in Vane City suburbs. Black seeds that you can find it anywhere in Vane City suburbs.
What is that?
Lower soul relaxing grass.
Withered snake's dungeon?
He had never heard of this dungeon before.
Could it be a closed dungeon?
Having some plants from a dungeon appear on the surface is not unheard of. He had to investigate this. Now he should try the poison. He quickly put a diluted drop of the soul poison in the bottle and watched for any changes, but nothing happened.
He should try it.
Many poisons do not have system info like the one he used on Tom in the dungeon. He learned this the hard way in his previous life. Now he needed a player who would not tell him the truth usually to test this on them. Putting the book aside, he quickly went upstairs and asked about Camellia. Hilda quickly informed him that Lily took her and the assassin's sisters out on a mission. So Victor resorted to his second choice, Alex. He quickly went to the kitchen and grabbed a glass, then headed to the balcony where Alex was training her spear arts while wearing a short skirt. "How is your training?" Victor asked as he reached behind her in silence, surprising Alex.
"Ah, young master. It's fine,"
she said as she adjusted her skirt. "That damn Margaret made her wear this thing. Did you get used to living here?" he asked her, sneaking a peek at her pretty legs.
"Yes. It's peaceful here,"
she said with some complex feelings.
"Drink this,"
he said, presenting her with a glass and then filling it with wine from the poison bottle. "This is," Alex hesitated. She didn't like the way he told her to drink, and her instinct screamed at her not to. "It doesn't matter.
"Drink it. It's an order,"
he said, making her nod as she grabbed the glass.
"Drink,"
he commanded. Alex closed her eyes and emptied the glass into her mouth. "Do you feel anything different?"
he asked her. "No,"
she said. "Am I supposed to feel anything?"
she asked.
"How do you feel in girls' clothes?"
he asked.
"Natural," she said unconsciously, then put her hands on her mouth as if to stop it from talking. "I wanted to ask, are you hiding anything from me?" he asked while squinting his eyes.
"Yes, no,"
she said as she shook her head and began to bang it on the wall, realizing what was in the drink.
"Are you okay?" he asked with concern. "No." "Yes." "No." She kept saying.
"Do you like me?"
he asked. "Yes."
"No. I need to go to the ladies' room," she said, jumping from the balcony to the ground and running away as this was the best solution. "Interesting," Victor said as he thought. This thing worked, but its effect was too small on Alex, who could still control herself. He really wanted to try higher concentrations but didn't dare to do so on Alex, as they might be lethal. He should find a few guinea pigs later. Victor nodded and hurried downstairs to find Alpha and complete the array. He quickly found her tutoring her sisters about the arts of dagger usage.
"Alpha, come with me,"
he said, signaling her. Alpha frowned, then followed him after telling the girls to train on their own. "Do you need anything?"
she asked. "The Jewel of Horrors."
"Do you have it?" he asked casually.
"Yes,"
she said, taking it out of her inner pocket.
"What do you need it for?" she asked.
She really liked having this thing.
"Come with me,"
he said, dragging her to the array room in the basement. "Isn't this the array in the spider dungeon?" she asked as she saw the lines engraved on the walls and ground. "Yes, this is an illusion array. Its range is about 2 miles. So it encompasses the mansion and the surrounding forests. The jewel would act as its core," he said, placing the jewel on a pedestal in the center. A soft hum sounded in the room. Then nothing happened. "How is this supposed to work?" she asked. Her family was not that proficient in arrays. "It is already working, but its range is very small now. We will need to bury these plates outside to act as flags. You can do it later. Just distribute them randomly through the mansion," he said, pointing to 20 metal plates on the ground.
"I understand," she said with a frown.
"Now drop your blood on the plate at the pedestal. You, Lily, and Hilda would be the secondary controllers of this thing," he said, pointing to a gold plate right under the jewel. Alpha nodded, then marked the plate with her blood, making her feel the array. "Wow! This thing is amazing," she said in astonishment. She felt the array connect to her. "Exactly," Victor said with a nod. This array exceeded even his expectations. It would allow its user to create illusions and hide or mask the presence of the mansion's residents. An attacker would not know how his throat was split. This thing costs 1 GM a day in passive aura hiding mode and 20 gems per hour in active illusions mode. So make sure to fill it up regularly," Victor said, pointing to a mountain of low-quality monster gems in one corner of the room. Understood, Alpha said as she liked her cherry lips. I have some work to do now, study this array well, and don't forget to bury the plates later.
It's all yours, he said as he went to the study.
Now he can be more at ease going to New Lure City and leaving the girls here. Entering the study, he quickly went to his computer and began to compose a list for Arya, containing the names of writers, actors, directors, and even musicians who would be famous in the future. If his company could sign those guys early, they would reap a lot of benefits. This took him about 15 minutes thanks to his enhanced memories. Looking at the time, it was still 11:30 a.m. So he decided to do something else he was postponing. Using the computer, he began to draw a plan for the massive base he wanted to build in place of Nick's old hidden base. That place would be his spare stronghold, just in case Vane City was compromised, especially after the reckoning when the major cities would be targeted by the invading forces. At about 3 o'clock he heard a knock on the door.
It was Mina.
Young master, would you like to have lunch here or shall we go shopping and eat outside?
She asked. Oh, let's go downtown,
he said, saving the file and emailing it to Kai with the instructions to find a suitable architect to do some proper plans according to his drawings. Where are Margaret and your sister? He asked as he noticed that Mina was already dressed in hot casual jeans and a red t-shirt. They are waiting for the young master in the garage, Mina said, making Victor realize that the girl had already guessed what he wanted to do. Let's go then, he said, heading to the garage where Margaret and Mana were waiting in a convertible car. Margaret, you drive, he said, sitting in the back and gesturing to the twins to sit by his sides. Margaret gave him a hateful look, then headed to the driver's seat. I tried your wine recipe on Alex, he said as she started the car.
Ah. What happened?
She opened her eyes wide as she turned to face him. He likes men, Victor said, making Margaret chuckle and the twins nod. They expected that much. Alex never looked at them like a man would. Do you have any place in mind? Margaret, who was driving the car through the highway, asked. Not really. I just want to pretend to be buying a gift for my fiancée while spending some time with you girls,
he said. Pretend?
Mana, who was sticking very close to him, asked hesitatingly. Yeah. Don't worry, I won't marry soon. The bride would probably run away sooner or later. I just need to play my part and wait for that, he said casually, making the girls frown. You mean Miss Linda would leave you and marry someone else? Mina asked in surprise. Yes, he said. Is he the one she slept with? Margaret asked, remembering the video Victor showed her.
No. Someone else. My other cousin, Victor said. What a slut, the girls said at the same time, including Margaret. That Linda had just hit rock bottom in their opinions. I knew a good luxury mall downtown. It has many gift stores and an excellent restaurant on the top floor. How about we spend the day there? Margaret asked casually, changing the subject. That would be great, Victor said as he hugged the twins. It's time for him to relax at last. Reaching the mall, Margaret parked the car in the underground parking lot and then escorted Victor upstairs while ignoring the shoppers' disdainful looks. They decided to eat something first before shopping, so they headed to the restaurant on the top floor. It had a great panoramic view of the city. Sir, this restaurant has a dress code. A waiter stepped in their way just as they entered the restaurant. Victor was dressed very casually, while the girls were in jeans and colorful t-shirts, a bit too casual for a place like this where top politicians and VIPs usually ate. And, do you have a reservation? The waiter added, trying hard not to sound snobbish as he kicked them out. Give me your best private room, Victor said casually, throwing his family token at the waiter who looked at it with a frown. Please wait a moment,
he said, gesturing to a security guard to keep an eye on them as he went to find the manager. He didn't recognize the token, but the coat of arms etched on it was the same one that was hanging on the wall behind the boss's desk. Sorry, I didn't know that this place required reservations or a dressing code, Margaret whispered embarrassingly as she noticed a couple of people giving them stares as they entered the restaurant proudly. Entering this place was a privilege even for important people.
Those are for normal people. Not us. Don't worry.
My family owns half of the city, including this restaurant, he said, making Margaret remember how rich and influential her young master's family was. Just then the waiter returned running in panic with a forehead full of sweat. And because of that he stumbled and fell at Victor's feet. Young master, please forgive me, I didn't know it was you, he said, as he knelt and presented the token back to Victor in both hands, making the guard who wanted to help him and the guests who were waiting for their tables freeze in shock. Who the hell is this young master? It's okay, Victor said, taking the token back. Now guide us to our room, he said. He didn't care about a random waiter doing his job. Young master, the boss is having lunch with some guests here. She instructed me to guide you to her room. the waiter said as he slowly stood up while bowing.
The boss? Fine then. Guide us.
Victor said, wondering who this mysterious boss was.
Please. This way.
The waiter said respectfully as he guided them between the tables and the envious looks of the guests until they reached a room with a gilded door.
Who is it, sister?
Mia asked Iris as she stuffed her mouth with a big lobster. She was really enjoying her sister's treats. It's my half-brother, Iris said, making Mia, who never liked rich people, frown. You mean Victor? Zoe, who was eating with them, asked with some anticipation.
Yes.
He is the only one in town who has the elite badge beside you, Iris told Zoe. Is he one of those bad rich people? Mia asked. In the past, she had a bad experience with a rich young master who toyed with her feelings. So she was really cautious around those people. She didn't like Zoe at first, but after getting to know her and how she grew up in a mountainous village, they became best friends.
Don't call him bad.
He is a nice person, Iris said, remembering how he saved her life, just as the door opened and Victor glided in while hugging 3 girls. Iris was caught off guard. The waiter said nothing about the girls. Not bad, huh? Mia whispered as she inspected Victor with disgust. Iris, it's nice to meet you again.
Ah.
Nice to meet you again, Zoe. He said, flashing a smile at Zoe, who blushed a little. She didn't know why, but he always seemed nice to her.
Those are?
Iris asked as she looked at the girls. They were pretty.
Very pretty. Twins?
She knew that her brother was a womanizer. But wasn't he accompanied by that veiled girl Lily and Arya back then? Those are Margaret, Mina, and Manna. They are my girlfriends, he said, making the girls around him blush a little and hug him tighter as Zoe and Mia glared at them.
Oh. Well.
Nice to meet you. This is Mia, my adoptive sister, Iris said, introducing Mia, who was inspecting Victor thoroughly. She didn't like him one bit.
Sure, he was handsome.
But she hated womanizers the most. Nice to meet you, Mia, Victor said as he sat on an empty couch and then gestured to his girlfriends to sit beside him. It was a little crowded, but none of them seemed to be minding that, perverts. What are you doing here? Just having a date? Iris asked him as she wondered why she was feeling jealous. She was his sister, damn it. Somehow, she kept remembering that day when she woke in his bed. She must bury that memory forever. Not really. I don't know if Dad told you, but I am getting married, he said, making both Iris and Zoe look at him in surprise.
Really? You don't look the part,
Mia said as she looked at him, then at the girls. Especially that Margaret. She didn't like her at all. The way she was sitting on his lap reminded her of a certain slut friend of hers. Mia, don't be rude, Iris scolded, then turned to Victor. Congratulations, she said with some sourness in her mouth. You don't have to. I really hate the B*TCH bride. But it's the family's decision. I need to bring some gifts when I go to propose. So I am here shopping with the girls, he said, surprising everyone.
Ah, I see,
Iris said, not knowing what to think. At least he hates the bride. What was she thinking? Iris shook her head as Zoe did the same thing. I heard that you would also be attending the academy, Zoe said, intending to change the subject. Yeah, you too, Victor asked in surprise. But Mia felt that his expression was forced. Yes. And Mia would too. She would be attending the normal class. Zoe said, we are here with Iris to buy some supplies. She said, let's go shopping together then. The girls here are attending with us, Victor said, making Iris, Zoe, and Mia look at them with surprise. Did you pay for their tuition? Mia asked rudely. Her sister was the one who arranged for her to attend the academy. But she was her sister. She didn't need to sleep with her for that to happen. Yes, he did pay for everything, Margaret, who couldn't take Mia's provocation anymore, said as she stuck her body to Victor, who didn't mind at all. A slut and a pervert, Mia thought. She never liked those young masters before. And she liked them much less now. Then they would be attending the normal class with Mia, Iris said, intending to make them friends. Her sister tends to be a little rude sometimes, but she is an honest girl. No. They would be attending the special class with Zoe and me, Victor said, making them look at him and then the girls with surprise. Zoe and Iris were surprised because they never expected that those pretty girls were also players. They didn't need Victor to pay for their tuition. Why are they so close to him then? Weren't players supposed to be strong and independent? Mia was shocked for another reason. She wanted to attend the special class though, but even her sister could let her do that. The requirements for the special class are very secretive. How did he get them in? Was being a slut a prerequisite for the special class? No, it can't be. Zoe was very nice and she got accepted too. She wanted to ask how, but knowing that she would not get an answer and not wanting to ask those perverts about anything, she chose to refrain. "Let's go shopping together then," Iris said with a sigh. After a delicious meal, they left the restaurant in a relaxed manner. Mia kept looking at Victor with disgust. Did he have to make the girls feed him with their hands?
What a pervert.
The group went downstairs to the mall and began to choose some dresses for school. Unlike many aristocratic schools, this one didn't require a uniform. On the contrary, the students were encouraged to show their wealth and status in order to teach them the truth about life.
It is not fair.
They didn't face any problems this time, as everyone in the mall already knew that Iris was the owner. So their shopping went on extra smoothly. Victor didn't choose anything for himself. The twins chose a few pieces for him which he refused to try on, saying that he trusted their choice. Making the jealous Margaret chose some other pieces for him. Would he really dress in something like that? It would make him look very vulgar, or like a pimp. He was just enjoying the sight of the girls trying different things on though. He kept inspecting them with a perverted smile on his face.
Mia kept a close eye on him.
She even noticed when he secretly sneaked into a changing booth with that slut Margaret. She expected him to take a long time and she was prepared to call the security. But it only lasted 5 minutes, and when they left, Margaret was blushing heavily and out of breath. She was even walking a bit funny. What did they do in just 5 minutes? Was it long enough for that?
She didn't know.
She had no experience. Why was she thinking about such things? It must be that pervert's influence. After a while, the girls showed their new dresses to Victor one by one, including Zoe, who asked shyly for his opinion. "Sister Zoe,
don't fall for him," Mia screamed in her mind.
She must warn Zoe when they return to the villa tonight. Rich young masters like that pervert Victor can't be trusted.
Should she teach him a lesson?
Yes. Pretending that she was going to the ladies' room, Mia quickly followed Victor, who left the girls saying he would just go choose a suitable gift for his fiancée and then meet again with them. The girls didn't mind as they were shopping for underwear and he was not allowed into the store. Following Victor, she first saw him go into a florist store where he pointed to some big flowering cacti. He told the shopkeeper to send them somewhere before flashing his token and leaving. Are those for his proposal? Sure, their flowers are pretty. But he seemed to really hate the bride. After that, he went buying some random things and trinkets here and there and flashing his token each time instead of paying. Her sister had a token too, but it was a silver one, not purple.
Zoe had a purple one.
Her sister told her that this was very important and represented her status in the family and that it should never be lost. Mia smiled evilly. What would he do if his token was lost? She found a good chance to take after she watched Victor store the token in white velvet and then put it in his left pocket after buying some earrings. Let's borrow it a little, she thought as she approached him, while making sure to stay out of the security cameras. Her mother taught her well. Just as Victor was busy drooling at some magazines that featured the actress Mira in a bikini, she took the opportunity to snatch the token from his pocket, throwing it in the shopping bag in her hand and then quickly leaving the crime scene. She quickly hid and inspected her surroundings to make sure no one was following her after turning a few corners.
A success.
She quickly ran to the ladies' room, then after making sure that no one was watching, she opened her bag and looked at her spoils. It was a white ripped fabric, with the letter I engraved on it.
There was no token.
Wasn't this her sister Iris's panties? She clearly knew the letter I which her sister sewed on her underwear after she kept stealing them from her. Why does Victor have this?
Could it be? No.
But her sister was looking at him strangely.
No. Impossible.
They are brother and sister. But the way this thing was ripped. Looking at Mia, who sneaked away proudly, Victor chuckled. Let her learn a lesson the hard way. She should never pick the pocket of a young master enjoying his time. She can never guess what she would get, he thought as he took one magazine and then paid for it. His Mira was really pretty here. He should invite her to a private photo shoot with the other girls.
He. Sir.
You are drooling, a shopkeeper warned him. Victor nodded to the man as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, then decided to return to the girls. They must have finished shopping by now. As he made his way to their meeting place, he spotted Margaret with her crimson red hair. She was standing next to the stairs in a corner arguing with some persistent guy. Frowning, he headed in her direction stealthily. Come on, Margot. I will pay you handsomely. The guys want someone to like you. A man who was wearing a business suit that failed miserably to hide his belly was cornering Margaret and asking her to come with him. I told you, I don't do that anymore, she spat at him. But your uncle was out, pal, he said as he inspected her. You used to call me uncle too. Not anymore. Go F***ck my uncle. He would gladly accept the money. What does that have to do with me?
She said coldly. Listen.
If you don't do as I tell you, The man didn't continue as his head was kicked by Victor, making him hit the wall and then collapse on the floor.
Are you okay?
Victor, who appeared from the shadows, asked.
Ah. Victor, yes.
Thanks. That man.
Margaret stuttered. I know.
You don't need to tell me, Victor said, hesitating for a moment before he took out his phone and then gave it to Margaret after opening a document. He decided to confront her and remove the shadow in her heart once and for all. Looking at the data displayed on the phone screen, Margaret's face turned white. They were all the dirty things her uncle made her do back then. Some of them she did on her own accord. Everything was explained in detail with photos and testimonies. She didn't want anyone to know about these, especially Victor. I already know everything about you. So don't act like a stranger, he said after a few minutes as he watched her panic. Those were her dirtiest secrets.
When did?
She wanted to ask, but her shaking lips didn't move well.
Officer Leah.
She really didn't like you, so she sent those files to me in the morning, he said before putting his hand on her hair and brushing her hair with his fingers.
You don't need to worry about it.
Didn't I tell you that you are already mine, so I don't care about your past, he said, suddenly pulling her over and hugging her to his chest.
She said,
hugging him back as tears uncontrollably dripped from her eyes, staining his shirt again. Isn't there a skill in the system for that? You mother asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare you hit me?
Who the hell are you?
Do you know who am I? The man who was knocked out regained consciousness and slowly stood up, shouting after a few moments, destroying Margaret's romantic moment.
I am her pimp.
And no matter who you are, how dare you touch my merchandise? Victor asked as he kicked the man back to the ground while hugging Margaret.
Ah.
I can pay, the man wanted to say but was stopped by Victor's repeated kicking.
You can't afford her.
Only I can afford her, Victor said as he kicked the man again.
Security.
Security. A bastard is assaulting me. I am the head of the trust bank. The man's yelling stopped after realizing that no one looked at him. Victor had already disguised everything around here with his skill, so no one saw or heard anything. Letting go of the chuckling Margaret, Victor smiled as he took a wine bottle and a glass, then after filling it in front of the confused man's eyes, he grabbed the man's mouth and emptied the glass completely into it. The man wanted to resist, but he couldn't. Victor's grasp was very strong. He even kicked his couch, forcing him to swallow. Suddenly he felt strange. The pain disappeared and the man in front of him was his best buddy. Go to the police station and tell them about every bad thing you did. Then find a sharp object and castrate yourself as an apology, Victor said, making the man frown. Then nod and leave the mall as if he was a man on a mission. It seems like the drug's effect was very strong on non-players but very weak on the awakened. Thank you, Margaret said in a whisper. That's what every aspiring pimp should do, he said. Let's go find the others, he added, grabbing her hand and pulling her, making her smile and nod. As long as she was with him, the past does not matter.
No.
Not all of it. She wouldn't mind trying some techniques she learned back then on him. Can I have a kiss? She asked him as they were walking. Wasn't the one in the dressing room enough for you? He asked as he stopped, suddenly taking her in his arms and kissing her lips hard and letting go before she realized what had just happened. Let's go, he said, dragging her again. That's not fair, I wasn't ready, she protested as he ignored her. When they regrouped with the other, Zoe was lively talking with the twins. They seemed to have become friends, while Mia kept shooting her unaware sister strange looks. Is everything okay? Iris asked as she noticed Victor walking with Margaret, whose eyes and cheeks were slightly red. Yeah, just some drunk man tried to assault Margaret. So I took care of him, Victor said. Did you get everything you needed? Iris asked. Yeah, Victor nodded. Where should we go now? Zoe asked, wanting to spend more time with Victor and the girls. I know a good karaoke bar near here. Margaret, who regained her spirit, suggested. Let's go, Victor said, heading to the exit without asking for the girls' opinion. Zoe and Iris didn't argue, they just quickly followed him. Mia didn't want to go, but seeing how Zoe and her sister were interested, she decided to hop on. She wouldn't dare to leave them alone with a pervert like Victor. And just like that, Victor ended up taking the girls partying all night around town and teaching Zoe about city life. The night did not go smoothly as some thugs tried to assault the girls but were beaten by Zoe before Victor could make a move. This girl knew how to spell the word violence. In the end, Iris had to drag Zoe back home, saying that they had to go to school tomorrow to finalize the paperwork before the opening day. Victor only returned home at 1:00 a.m. to face grumpy Lily, who, after making sure that he was fine, kicked Margaret and the twins outside of her room, then locked the door and jumped into bed with a chuckling Victor. This is what he wanted, as he didn't dare to spend the night with an emotionally unstable Margaret. He was afraid that he might not be able to control himself if that girl did anything stupid. "You seem to have enjoyed your day," Lily asked him, pouting as she hugged him and rested her head on his chest.
"Yes.
"Next time I will take you too,"
he said with a smile.
"I want to go on a date with you alone," she said in a low, embarrassed voice.
"Oh.
"Well, that could be arranged. In fact, I have a plan, but I will leave it as a surprise," he mysteriously said as he hugged her back and went to sleep while thinking about what he should do about that crazy journalist tomorrow.
Ah."
Victor woke up to Lily stumbling away from him in embarrassment. She had just tried to stealthily kiss his forehead but ended up waking him up. "Good morning, Lily," he said as he opened his eyes and realized that she was dressed and ready to go. He didn't feel her movements at all. This girl's sneaking skills are being put to good use. "Good morning, young master, I am sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up," she said with a blushing face. "It's still 5:00 a.m. Where are you going this early?" he asked, looking at his phone.
"Ah.
"I forgot to report. Yesterday, my sisters and I found a good location for a secret base. It is a smuggler's hideout by the coast. We'll be raiding that place in a few hours," she said, making Victor frown. Vane City was not a coastal city. "Where is the hideout? Do you need any help?" he asked. "In a fishing village next to Termia City to the south of here. It is about 5 hours by car. So I have to head out straight away to make it in time. And those guys are amateurs. If we don't make use of them now, some other group will do that sooner or later,"
she said with confidence. "Then go. And be careful,"
he said, hiding his concern. He considered accompanying her, but he should let her do her own missions. She needs to grow stronger by herself.
"Understood,"
she said as she turned around to leave but was pulled back by Victor, who grabbed her arm then pinned her to the bed and kissed her lips. "If you want to kiss this young master, you just need to ask for it.
Don't steal it like a thief,"
he said after letting her go.
"Ah. Understood,"
the blushing Lily said, catching her breath as she ran out of the room. After that, Victor returned to his beauty sleep. That was until some piece of **T called his phone, waking him up.
"Dear Kai, this better is important,"
Victor responded with difficulty. He didn't get enough sleep last night.
"Young master. It's Bill."
He left his post at Remal City and is heading west.
Toward Vane City.
He made sure no one knew, but thanks to your early warning we discovered him sneaking in the train station a few hours ago," Kai said, making Victor wake up instantly. "Are you using private men or family agents?"
Victor asked. "Family agents."
"The range of the stakeout was too big for a private team," Kai responded.
"Then stop following him."
"I don't want the family to know about this. We already know his destination anyway," Victor said with a frown. "Too bad he hasn't built his own team yet." Lily's sisters were busy with the Assassin's Guild creation, while the girls Alpha was training were still rookies.
"I understand," Kai replied. "Is that all?"
Victor suddenly asked, feeling as if Kai had something else to report.
"Young master."
"There is something not right in the family. The atmosphere is wrong. Yesterday, Elder Sam was killed by another elder while they were arguing about succession in the family,"
Kai said. "Is he important?" Victor asked.
"As far as he knows, that Elder Sam was just some useless bootlicker. Wasn't he the one the Dark Chamber wanted Dick to kill?"
"He is not important at all."
"But the one who killed him was one of the Patriarch's main assistants. So the situation is tricky now that the Punishment Hall is interfering while the Patriarch is protecting his man."
Victor frowned.
The situation was deteriorating faster than he expected. Those guys are advancing their plans rapidly.
But he was still too weak right now.
He could only try his best to dodge bullets as they came. Maybe he should shake things a little. But what he wanted to do can't be traced back to him.
"How was it done?" Victor asked.
"I am sorry, young master, I don't know," Kai replied. Then spread a rumor that this is a setup, and the real killer was Sam's daughter-in-law. "It was her definitely,"
Victor said.
"How does the young master know?" Kai asked with some doubt. "Just do as I tell you," Victor scolded, then hung up the phone as Mina was knocking on his door. It was time for breakfast. Sitting at the table with the girls, as usual, Victor looked at Alex, who was adjusting her skirt while avoiding looking at him.
"Alex,
you must know that it's okay to be gay. And I really appreciate your feeling. But you must understand that it is impossible for anything to happen between us," Victor told her with a sigh, making Alex look at him strangely with a surprised look.
"Young master, I am not,"
Alex said, then stopped after realizing that Victor misunderstood his confession yesterday. "Wouldn't it be better this way? It's not that I don't like you. I don't discriminate after all, And you are very pretty. But I have an image to keep, Victor said with a sigh, making Alex blush as she lowered her head. The girls looked at Alex with their eyes wide open. They finally figured out why Victor cared about Alex and why Alex didn't look at them as other men did. It seemed that he didn't like girls at all, and probably only had the super handsome Victor in his eyes. Margaret on the side was having a hard time muffling her laughter. The young master is so bad. But why is he always bullying Alex? Her instinct was telling her this was not for fun, as Victor never did unreasonable things. Now, today I am planning to go on a field trip to the villages around the secret base. I am sure most of you have already heard about it from Theta, he said, smirking as Theta lowered her head in embarrassment. When Victor was in a coma, the girls forced her to tell them the entire story of the secret base and the chicks. I will be going there today. So Margaret, Alpha, and Alex would accompany me, he said. Can I not go? I have some things to do, Alpha said. She didn't explain clearly to the girls what she was doing. All right. Theta would go instead, Victor said. But, young master, she had lessons, Hilda said. It's okay, I really need her this time, Victor said. He needs a lot of luck as he intended to locate the dungeon the knowledge book informed him about. Hopefully, it is still closed. Did you learn from Alpha about the array? He asked Hilda. Young master, I have already been informed, Hilda said, making him nod. Be sure to be familiar with its usage, he said as he continued to eat. His instinct was telling him that the current peace was the silence before the storm. But he didn't know how and from where it would blow. Young master, can I change back to a man's cloth? Alex asked. Getting out of the mansion with this is a little bit embarrassing. No, Victor said sternly, making Margaret chuckle again. After finishing his meal, Victor got dressed by the twins who wanted to also go with him but had cleaning duties in the mansion. Hilda was never tolerant of tasks' negligence. I will take you two another time, Victor said after seeing the yearning look in their eyes. He really had fun with them yesterday and wanted to go on a special date with them. The car left the mansion at 10 o'clock a.m. with Alex acting as the driver, while Victor enjoyed his time with Margaret and Theta in the back, making Alex really jealous every time she heard their laughter. Young master, why do you always bully Alex? I think he is really nice. After some time, Theta naively asked the question that Margaret and poor Alex were dying to ask. Ah. Well, don't tell anyone, Victor whispered, making Theta nod. The truth is, I really like him. But I am afraid that if I treat him nicely, he will really love me too. And we would end up doing dirty things. Then my family would have to kill him to erase the shame. I am doing this to keep him by my side without problems. It is for his own good, Victor whispered in a soft whisper that Margaret couldn't hear despite her being literally stuck to Victor. I see, Theta said with a blush, not realizing that Alex, who was driving, was blushing too. She heard everything thanks to her super high attributes. So he was doing this for me? She thought as her eyes became dreamy. Focus on the road, you idiot. Victor's voice came from the back, alerting her. She almost hit a truck. They reached the mountain base at 1 o'clock p.m., where Chick 17 was waiting for him with the others. Young master. The chicks saluted in respect as a fanatic light shone in their eyes. How is everything here? Victor asked as he saw a few mounds of dirt around the base. We have started digging through the mountain. We found a good engineer who agreed to work for us without knowing the specification. We had to pay him handsomely though, and we recruited many workers from some faraway villagers. We locked them inside the mountain. They would work in 2-week shifts. Some of them tried to make trouble, but after some threats they became obedient. Chick 17 said. You seem troubled, Victor asked. Yes, young master. The costs are increasing. We would need more money soon, Chick 17 replied. Victor frowned. He would need some private finances for this, as he wanted his activities here to stay out of the family's books. Maybe he should raid some targets or sell some system treasure. I will find a way, Victor asked. Does the young master want to see the reporter? Chick 17 asked. No. I want you to tie her up and make sure that there is an escape route. I plan to play the hero who saves the beauty with her, Victor said. But, young master. She doesn't look like the easy-to-fool type, Chick 17 said. Don't worry about her, I have my methods, Victor said as he continued to check the base and give instructions on what to add. Ah, her partner. Drug him heavily, Victor added. Understood. I will send you some detailed plans in a few days. For now, continue with what you are doing. I will return here at dawn. Make sure that the security appears tight. I want this to be a good show, Victor said, leaving the base. Is that it? Margaret asked Victor when they returned to the car.
Yes.
Let's go to the village,
He said. Understood.
I will guide the way, Margaret said as Alex started the car. The village was about 30 minutes away, driving on dirt roads. It was a very depleted farming village. Getting out of the car, Margaret was greeted by glares from the villagers. Although they agreed to sell her the mountain in the end, they didn't like her at all. She is a witch. Victor didn't care about them. He just left the car with the girls and Alex, who was really embraced and had difficulty walking with high heels. While Theta, who was dressed in boys' clothes that didn't hide her gender at all, was more comfortable. Under the villagers' scrutinizing eyes, Victor, with his charming entourage, headed to the mayor's house. It was burnt to the ground. What happened here?
Margaret asked.
The mayor took all the money and ran away. So the villagers vented on his house, an old man hatefully said as the villagers looked at Margaret with hate. The mayor conspired with the village treasurer and stole everything. It was all because of this witch. They really wanted to demand more money. But the last time they did that, Margaret brought those burly men who taught them a good lesson. So they didn't dare make trouble. I want to ask about your village's wine. What is it made of? Victor asked, not really expecting an answer.
It's a secret.
The old man replied sternly. How much is the price of this secret?
Victor asked.
It's not for sale.
The man replied.
Even if I paid you $1 million? Victor asked, making the man open his eyes wide and then shake his head. Don't tempt me. A secret is a secret. This man's honor is not for sale, the old man said proudly as the villagers around him nodded, not noticing the signal the old man was giving Victor. He was flashing his 10 fingers.
He wanted 10 million.
I understand, our trip was useless, Victor said. Then I guess I will just go out of the village to enjoy the rural atmosphere. Maybe take some pictures near the intersection. There is a big old oak there, he said, returning to the car and telling Margaret to head out of the village and then stop at the oak near the first intersection. Uncle Black, you did the right thing. That young man told us not to tell anyone about the magical grass. He said that he would pay us handsomely once he found a buyer.
A young villager said.
He said that he would pay each villager 1 million. This young master is a fool if he thought we would agree to take only 1 million and split it between all of us.
He added. I know.
The old man said, I will go fishing to clear my mind. That bastard mayor taking the money was a real shock.
What a traitor.
Yes? The villagers who were watching nodded in agreement. You fools, I will sell the secret then escape with the money as the mayor did.
He.
I heard there is a pretty widow with a lot of debt in my son-in-law's native village. I will go there and enjoy life, Uncle Black thought as he left the village. When Uncle Black reached the oak tree out of town 30 minutes later, the place that was usually desolate was crowded with his fellow villagers. And that young master was nowhere to be seen. Why are all of you here? Uncle Black asked around as his face turned black. We just came here to chase that young master out.
Yes.
We can't trust that bastard.
Yes.
No matter how much he pays us. For the village. I am here to enjoy the views through cold beverages.
A bottle for $2. Then.
How long should we be waiting here? Wait, is there anyone missing here?
No.
Wait a minute. I will count the villagers. Everyone is here, boss. I feel someone is missing.
No.
Everyone is here, I checked twice. Where is L? After Victor's car left the village and made a left turn heading to the designated meeting place, Victor suddenly heard a banging noise from the back trunk. At first, he ignored it. Alex, stop the car, Victor said after a few minutes. After getting out of the car, with Margaret and the sacred Theta, he slowly opened the trunk. Whoever hid inside seemed to have gotten himself locked up. A black creature crawled on all four from the trunk, then jumped and stood on 2 feet. It made Theta yelp and hide behind Victor. What took you so long to stop the car? It was too cramped there. And you stopped screaming.
My ears hurt. Oi.
It yelled at Theta. It was a beggar child, so dirty that Victor was having difficulty making sure that he was human. He was barefooted and dressed in rags. Who are you and what are you doing here? Margaret asked as she stepped away.
This kid smelled bad.
No. Bad should be what he smelled a month ago.
Now.
She had no word for it. As for the rags he was wearing, they were covered in some sort of black mud that, as a city girl, didn't like at all. Is that really mud? It didn't smell like mud to her.
I am L.
I heard that you were asking about the village's wine ingredients. The beggar. L said, stuttering but with confidence as he put his hands on his waist. Do you know anything about that wine? Victor asked, raising one of his eyebrows. This kid is interesting. I know everything about it, Elle replied proudly.
And
I heard that you will pay for the information, Elle said, making a money gesture with his little hand.
how much do you want?
I can give you 1 million, Victor said. He needed to save on expenses. Untraceable money doesn't grow on trees. And what should I do with all of that money? Wipe my ass with it? I would end up dead in 3 days if not by your hands, by one of those idiots in the village. Elle said wisely, making Victor nod. This kid was not stupid.
But he is too vulgar. Then what do you want? Victor asked.
I want you to become my husband, Elle replied straight away, making the girls look at him with a frown.
Oh.
You are a girl. Margaret suddenly yelled in shock as she pointed at Elle. Stop screaming B*TCH, my ears hurt. Yes, I am a girl. Did your little mind take too long to process that?
Elle replied.
Vulgarly.
No, Margaret replied.
Did this little piece of SH*T just call her AB*TCH? Being insulted by children was a new low, even for her. How old are you again? Victor asked as he grabbed Margaret's hand, calming her down. 9.5, Elle responded proudly. Then marriage is impossible. You are too young and this young master has a life to live out of prison. Victor replied coldly.
Ah, I see.
I didn't think of it from your perspective. Elle said as she nodded, pondering. Then how about you make me your little sister? She asked with stars in her eyes.
Why me?
Look at that pretty boy. Isn't he a better choice? Victor said, pointing at the male-dressed Theta. That's a girl, Elle said. I don't like girls. Then how about Alex there? He is good too. Although he is dressed in a skirt, he is a man. I can even let you marry him. He was in prison once and wouldn't mind going there again.
Victor said.
I can see that, but also no.
He is too wimpy.
I can see it from the way he walks. In contrast, you are more handsome and most importantly,
rich.
You would surely pamper a new little sister. Elle replied, trying to act cute. It didn't work.
She smelled too foul for that.
I can take the info and kill you, Victor commented with some amusement. And I was intending to fool you at first. But since you came clean and didn't try to take advantage of me, no. I shall call myself a young miss from now on. Since you didn't take advantage of this young miss, I will tell you what that wine is made out of. Do you accept my proposal? She asked Victor, making him use his appraisal skill on her.
Eleanor. STR 15. Int 39. Luck 7. Charm 31.
Abnormal status, soul mutation. Fate, AAA+++.
Fine. I will be your big brother. But,
Victor replied after seeing her fate. That is the most amazing fate he saw below scions.
Can this kid become a scion? He didn't know.
She may be just the main wife of some very strong scion. Either way, he would benefit from having her as a little sister, despite her somewhat naive hidden agenda. She had some interesting stats too. But first, some things needed to be said. Victor's face became serious as he went down on his knee and looked Elle in the eyes. I can take you in, but if you ever betray me, I will make sure your worst nightmare comes true. Victor threatened, making Elle swallow and nod repeatedly. I understand. I don't want to eat that disgusting broccoli thing ever again, she said after a few seconds, making Victor have the urge to smack her head. Looking at her clear eyes and smile, he realized that she was playing with him. However, she seemed to have gotten the message. What has she been through to develop such an attitude? Get in the car, Victor said, sitting in the back as Elle jumped and sat beside him and began to look around in excitement as Alex started the engine. Margaret wanted to sit on his other side. But the smell was too much for her, so after hesitating for a moment, she and Theta sat on the same seat in the front. Now can you tell me about the wine? Victor, who used the disguise skill to hide Elle's smell, asked. The wine is made of. Elle began to tell them the ingredients.
I know that.
I want to know where the grass you used in it came from.
Ah.
The magic grass. Elle was surprised. I can show you. Go that way until you reach the cliff. Elle told Alex, then relaxed in her seat. What does the wine do anyway? Victor asked, wanting to know the effect the villagers observed.
It makes people smart.
Uncle Black once told me that I fell into a wine barrel when I was a baby. That's why I am too smart. She said proudly.
Really?
The villagers didn't seem that smart.
He said.
It only makes them smart for a few hours. They usually take it with them to important meetings.
She said. I see.
Where are your parents? Victor asked after he secretly sent a message to Kai to investigate anything about this child. I only had a mother.
But not anymore.
Elle replied, looking away as her eyes became wet. Sorry, Victor said as he decided to sacrifice his new suit and hug Elle a little.
She didn't seem to mind. It's okay, 6 months ago.
She passed away after helping someone, Elle said stubbornly as she wiped her tears with his suit.
Helping someone? Victor asked.
Yes, that's what she did for a living. Uncle Black told me she got a disease from a man she was helping.
Elle said. Ah, she was a doctor? Victor asked. No.
The villagers called her a hooker. Every man in the village told me that she was great. Elle said proudly, making Alex almost lose control of the car. You know what a hooker does, don't you? Margaret, who couldn't stay silent anymore, asked.
Yes.
Uncle Black told me that she helps men. I will also become a great hooker in the future. Elle repeated as she angrily glared at Margaret, who was having difficulty containing her laugh.
I see.
I hope you don't regret that, Margaret said as she quickly turned around, seeing Victor's warning eyes. I won't, Elle replied stubbornly. Then where do you live? Who is taking care of you, and why are you covered with dirt? That's dirt, right? Victor asked, looking at his spoilt suit. I don't know, they use this thing in the fields, they call it fertaz fertitious.
Fertilizers. That's it.
Elle replied as she nodded, trying to act smart and making Victor look at his new suit with sorrow. Then why are you covered in it?
He asked. Ah. Well.
The villagers around here are not known for their generosity, you see. They didn't want to take care of me. So I live on my own.
She replied, and
You see, this young miss was still too young to work, so I had to beg for food to live.
But they would not give me what I want. So
I just covered myself with this and sat in front of their houses. She replied with a cheeky smile. So they gave you food to get rid of you? Margaret turned around again and asked.
Yup.
When did you grow so smart? Elle said, making Margaret turn again and gush her teeth. This little hooker was getting on her nerves. Stop there, she suddenly yelled at Alex. We reached our destination. Getting out of the car followed by the girls, Victor noticed that they were standing on top of a steep cliff. Are you sure this is the right place?
Victor asked.
Yes, the villagers would scale down this place and find the grass growing on the cliff face, she replied, making Victor nod and prepared to investigate the cliff when he heard a voice. Stop right there, kid. A man with a drawn knife walked out of the bushes. He was a tall, burly man with a scar right across his face.
Little Elle.
You know well what we do with snitches,
he said. Big John.
When did you arrive here? The terrified Elle asked as she stepped back behind Victor, where she poked her head from behind him. Just now the boss called me and said that you were missing. Did you want to betray the village? Mr. Klein will not like this,
he asked.
I would never dare to betray Mr. Klein. I was just showing this young master the scenery, she said as she pulled Victor's shirt from the back, warning him.
Ah, really?
Big John said as he put his hand behind his back. Then I would have to ask the pretty girls here about their opinion on the view, Big John said as he looked at the girls while licking his lips. Wait, that one is a guy. Why is he in a skirt? Big John didn't get the chance to know why, because the next moment Victor took out a gun and shot Big John, who was about to use a throwing knife, in the head, making the girls a little shocked, and making the terrified Elle step back in horror. She made a mistake. This was a big miscalculation. This young master was not easy prey, but a hidden predator. Stop, Victor shouted at her, but she didn't listen. That was a mistake because right behind her was a cliff. Ah! With a loud scream, she fell into the abyss. Is this my end? She thought as she fell into someone's embrace. Opening her eyes, she saw that it was Victor who was embracing her as he sighed in relief. He was flying in midair. You are really troublesome, Victor said to the astonished Elle as he floated near to the cliff's face, inspecting it. Ah! Fly, you can fly? Elle shouted as she looked around in amazement. Yeah, so what? Victor answered nonchalantly as he watched her turn from scared to excited. She was terrified at first, but she quickly forgot all about that and began to enjoy her time being carried like a princess. How do you do that? Are you a superhero? She asked him. You killed the bad Big John and can fly, she added as her eyes sparkled. No, I am not. I am more like the villain, the final boss probably, he said, thinking about his crazy authority. If it were to be utilized fully, especially after the reckoning, he would be a real final boss. Ah, that's better, she said as she breathed in relief. Better? How? He didn't want to ask. This girl was probably not a good thing. Well, nothing Hilda can't fix. Can you teach me? She asked. Maybe, he said as he took her on a tour around the cliff, surveying it for the dungeon that the knowledge book told him about. Look there, that's the magic flower, Elle said, pointing to a strange place on the cliff that seemed to have a lot of blue flowers with thin long petals. Withered Snake's dungeon.
E rank. Not opened.
Warning, unlocks naturally in 82,344 hours 41 minutes.
Found it.
The entrance was a strange boulder that had a different color on the cliff.
This should be the seal.
If this boulder was damaged, the dungeons would open. This would be a good place to make all the girls players. As for the chicks, he doesn't trust them enough yet, and if they became a player, that would disable the Master Ring's effect on them. That place is strange, Elle suddenly said.
How so? Victor asked.
I didn't notice it from the top, but the magic flowers are very plentiful here, she said, as if they were spilling out of something inside the cliff. Does it have some kind of a treasure? She asked with sparkling eyes. Yes, probably. Do you want to know what? He asked.
Yes.
I want to learn how to fly too, she said as her eyes sparkled more. Then be a good girl for the next few weeks, and when I uncover the secret here, I will take you with me. And I may teach you how to fly,
he said. Do you promise?
She asked while thinking some other thoughts.
Yes, he said.
He should let the girls keep an eye on her. Then I will be a good girl, Elle said as she nodded, keeping her eyes on the cliff as if she was memorizing this location. Would she be a good girl?
Probably not.
Let's go back, he said, flying up to the top of the cliff. Even if this idiot wanted to return, the dungeon entrance was not something a little girl could break. It required knowledge about how formations worked. Is everything okay? Theta asked with concern as Vector landed on the ground. Yes, don't worry, Victor said as he put the excited Elle down.
Be sure not to fall down again.
I will not help you a second time,
he warned. She nodded.
Who is that Mr. Klein? Victor asked her. Big John, whose corpse was still bleeding, mentioned him before. Ah, he is a very strong young man. He has magical powers too. He came to our village a while ago. He was exploring urban legends and he heard about our wine. So he came and tested it, then told the villagers that it was very precious, so after taking some bottles he left, saying that he would find an investor.
An investor?
Victor corrected.
Ah.
Yes, that's it. He called 2 weeks ago, saying that he found a big one and that he would come here to sign a contract in a month. He also warned the villagers not to tell anyone if they want to see any money and to keep the mountain deed safe. This area was part of it, she said, making Vector look at Margaret, who took part in this place's purchase. Ah yes, this area now belongs to you, young master. That was probably the reason they refused to sell it in the first place, Margaret said after browsing with her phone and checking their location. You said that Mr. Klein has magical powers?
Victor asked Elle.
Yes, he could easily heal Big John and a few other villagers who fell mysteriously ill just by flicking his hand. So they swore to follow him forever as his younger brothers, she said proudly, making Vector look at her with a smirk. You also followed him, didn't you? He asked. Now he has a good idea of what this brat was really thinking.
Of course not,
she said, stuttering. And you were planning to follow me then steal the deed? Victor asked with a smirk, exposing her genius plan.
No.
I just wanted to be your younger sister. You are so cool and can fly too, she stuttered, making Victor frown.
Was she ordered to fool him?
Probably not. This girl can't be acting on anyone's order because Big John was suspecting her. This must be her bright idea. But she underestimated him. Well, he can use someone smart like her.
After some education.
Then what can this Mr. Klein do too? Victor asked. He can heal people just by touching them, and he can also lift a huge boulder with just his finger, she said as she moved her hands around as if she was breaking a big boulder. You really like him, don't you?
Victor asked. Yeah. No.
I am just amazed by his powers,
she said. Oh good.
Then I will believe you for now. But if you ever betray me, he said, then went to Big John's corpse and kicked it down the cliff. Elle swallowed then nodded, not knowing what to think.
Let's go back then,
Victor said as he approached Elle and put his hand on her little head. The next moment she fell unconscious in his hands. Young master, what should we do with her? Margaret asked as she inspected Elle with a nasty look. She really didn't like this little hooker. She was clearly fooling the young master. I want her to work for me.
But she needs some
training, Victor said as he took out the master ring and used it on her. It had an empty slot now that Theta became a player. It took 15 minutes to successfully activate because the girl was asleep and she didn't give her consent, so Victor had to forcefully use it. Let's see now how smart you are now, Victor thought with a smirk as he put away the ring. Would that Klein be a player? He didn't know, but another player appearing so soon in this exact city was not something very probable. It would only happen in a cheap cheesy novel whose author was out of new ideas. So probably not, but no matter what, he can use him too. Alex, return to the mansion with the girls and take this little hooker with you. I have some things to do. Victor said as he sent a message to Kai instructing him to find anything he can about a Klein who might be interested in buying this mountain. Understood, Alex said as he grabbed the unconvinced Elle and threw her in the car. Like Margaret, she didn't like this little B***tch one bit.
Margaret.
Tell Hilda that I want to see a clean girl when I return. Both from the outside and the inside. Victor said. I will make sure of that, Margaret said, giving Victor a knowing look as she sat beside Alex, then glancing at Elle with a smirk. Where are you going, young master?
Theta asked.
Don't worry, I have to go plant a seed that would change the entire world, he said as he flew up under the girls' astonished looks. Jane Armstrong was in a really bad mood. She has been chained to a column for an entire day after she tried to escape. Her unconscious partner was tied to a chair in front of her. Hopefully, he was still alive. She never expected that they would catch her sniffing around this abandoned factory. Would she die like this? She was on the verge of discovering the root of this evil gang that kidnapped girls and sold them. This place must have been used to keep the abductees. But strangely enough, it was empty. Did they transport them somewhere else, or did Nick's death force them to stop their operations? And who the F***ck is the Chicks Master? Why do they call themselves Chicks? Many similar questions filled her mind. Suddenly, she heard a soft noise. Looking up, she saw that the cell's only window, which was 7 feet above the room's door, was getting kicked by someone.
1 time. 2 times. It broke down.
Before the steel frame came crashing to the ground, a slender hand reached in for it and nimbly caught it. Then from the window, someone threw a rope, then a pretty girl climbed down. She was very pretty, like a movie star. And she was young, about 17 years old. After reaching the floor, the girl looked around the room and then smiled at Jane as she put her slender finger on her mouth, indicating that she should remain silent. The girl went to her partner first, checking his pulse and then nodding as she unbound him. Then she went to Jane and unbound her too. Follow me, the girl whispered in an ethereal voice as she grabbed John and dragged him out of the window, making Jane wonder how can this slender woman be this strong. She carried John under her arm and climbed out.
Was she in the army?
But her arms are very slender. Jane climbed up with some difficulty, reaching the factory's backyard. Looking around, she noticed that the girl was sneaking through a hole in the fence while carrying John. Jane quickly followed behind her until they walked into the forest. The girl kept walking but slowed down on purpose because Jane was not in a state to walk. She kept gesturing for Jane to follow as she worriedly looked toward the factory. Yes. They should get away from here. They should get as far as possible. An hour later, that girl stopped at a clearing. We are safe here, she said as she laid the unconscious John down and took a water bottle and a wrapped package from somewhere and threw it to Jane.
Eat and drink.
We have some very important things to talk about,
she said.
Who are you? Why are you helping me?
Jane asked.
Catch your breath, we will talk later, the girl said as she checked on the still unconscious John Smith.
How is John?
Jane asked again.
He was drugged.
He will probably wake up in the morning,
she said.
Jane nodded and then began to eat. She was really hungry. What is your name? Jane asked after she finished eating. The woman looked hesitant at first, then as if she got herself together she looked at Jane, who finished eating. My name is Vivi, the maid of the late young Master Alex of the Thunder Sect, she said with some tears in her eyes.
A maid?
What Thunder Sect? And why did you save me?
Jane asked.
I need your help. I have a secret that would probably get us both killed. But the truth must be revealed. The young master's death must not be for nothing. They are coming, and the world must know. Those idiots still insist on hiding the truth, Vivi said, making Jane frown. Is this girl crazy? Do you remember the chaos in Silver Lightning City? The mantis monsters, Vivi asked, making Jane look at her with interest. No one was allowed to talk about this. But she really wanted to know the truth.
I was there.
My young master died there, Vivi said. More of those monsters would be appearing from now on, she added with a resolved look. Do you want to hear about the truth of this world? About everything from the monster mantis and about the awakened powers? The families and the sects. I can tell you everything. Be warned though, what I am going to tell you might cause your death, so make sure you are ready, Vivi said, making Jane frown, think, then nodded. I will warn you again. This knowledge can really get you killed, Vivi repeated with a serious tone. I only came to you because I read your articles before and I heard your reputation. I knew that you would not betray me, she added. Jane nodded. I don't know if I can believe everything you might tell me, but I will investigate it, she said. But how did you find me here?
Jane asked.
I was following you. But I could only act tonight after drugging those guys. Vivi said, making Jane frown a little, but she quickly forgot that when Vivi took out a table and 2 chairs from thin air and then sat down under Jane's astonished eyes. Let's talk then, I will tell you the truth about the world that you never truly knew, Vivi said with a smile. It was late at night when Elle woke up. She was sleeping on a very soft bed.
Very, very soft.
Where am I? She wondered as she looked around. Ah yes, I was with that big sheep that I wanted to fleece. Why did I fall asleep? Looking at her body, she realized that she was clean, and she was dressed in a silky dress. Did someone wash her? This dress looked expensive. Would Uncle Long buy it? Getting out of bed and looking out of a nearby window, she could see the setting sun and she could see that she was in a building surrounded by forests.
Is this his house?
Looking at a clock on the wall, she could see that it was 10:00 p.m. She must have slept a lot. Was she really that tired, or did someone knock her off? Did they really discover her plot?
So you are awake, a woman's voice startled her.
Looking behind, she saw a middle-aged woman with a strong aura and maid clothing standing behind her. When did she get there?
Yes.
Are you the one who bathed this little miss? Elle asked arrogantly.
Yes.
My name is Hilda. I have been instructed by the young master to take care of you, the woman said as she raised one eyebrow.
Ah.
Now, this young miss is hungry. Go get me some food.
Elle ordered.
Ask politely, Hilda ordered sternly. F***ck you old woman. How dare you order me? I am your young master's little sister. Elle said arrogantly. She wanted to prove herself strong. She can't let others look down on her. That's what her mother taught her.
Oh, oi.
Hilda said as a smile appeared on her face. The thing she loved most in this life is educating disobedient little girls. She learned of this pleasure after educating the twins. Elle frowned a little. She didn't like that smile on Hilda's face at all. Did she make another mistake? Lily quietly wiped the bloody dagger with a white cloth, dyeing it red. That's the last of them, she said to her sister. Yup, too bad they fought to the last breath, Isla replied cheerfully as she dragged the corpse to the other room, where it would be dealt with using acid. Did you find anything interesting? Lily asked another sister.
A lot.
Those guys are not from around here, and they were smuggling drugs. We can use those to hunt for some potential candidates, Nora said with an evil smile.
Yes, any money? Lily asked. Not a lot.
We should have left one of them for interrogation, she replied. Don't worry, there will be others.
We just have to wait.
I don't believe those are the only members of the gang. Another assassin girl replied as she played with a phone. Look, this one has already asked for help. Shall we prepare a reception party?
She asked.
Let's do it, Lily said with a sigh, before sending a message to her young master telling him that she would not be home anytime soon. She really missed him. The sudden jerk woke John Smith up. It was almost morning, and he was laying on the back seat of a moving car.
Isn't this his car? Jane?
How did we get here? Did they let us go? He sat up and asked his partner who was driving the car.
Oh. You are awake. Someone saved us.
She said absent-mindedly, that's not like her. Is everything okay? He asked as he checked his body. I don't know, she replied with a sigh.
What happened? He asked.
John, she said with concern as she parked the car on the side and then turned back to look him in the eye. I can't do this alone.
But if you want in.
It's very dangerous.
She added.
What are you talking about?
He asked.
I have a new story.
A big story.
But, this time it's very dangerous.
We might get killed.
If you want in, I will tell you everything. If you don't want to be involved, we will go separate ways.
She said.
More dangerous than the scam rocket investigation? Or President's affair? He asked jokingly. They almost lost their lives on those reports. Much more dangerous. I wouldn't dare even use my real name this time. Not until everything was published anyway. At that time they would not dare to hurt me. She said without smiling.
Oh, he replied. I am in.
We have been through a lot before, and I trust you. He added, making Jane smile. But what about the Nick investigation? He interjected. Forget about it, it's a dead end anyway. Didn't you see how their cells were empty? They probably stopped their operations after Nick's demise. She said with a sigh, she still has some questions but they are not as important as her new case. Well, what is your new case about? He asked, making her hesitate for a second and then look him in the eyes. What if everything you knew was a lie? She asked as she threw him her phone. Watch. She said. John frowned, then took the phone and started the recording. It was some kind of a dim cave and Is that a spider?
No, an arachne.
Is this some kind of cosplay? What is this guy doing? He asked as he looked weirdly at his partner. He never knew she had this fetish. Are they investigating the porn industry now?
Look at male.
Doesn't he look familiar? Jane, who understood his twisted thought, said. She was not in the mood to be shy.
The male. He is a bit rough. Totally unprofessional. Wait. That.
Isn't he the one who killed that giant mantis?
John asked in astonishment.
Is this some kind of a fan production?
No.
It is legitimate. Jane said, the guy's name is Sebastian Silver.
She said.
How did you know that?
John asked.
Someone told me.
She replied. Oh.
Why is he doing this cosplay thing? Was the mantis also a scam? Is this some kind of government propaganda scheme?
He asked.
On the contrary. I am sorry to inform you. But the mantis was real and the arachne in the recording is not a cosplay. She is really too. It comes from the same origin as the mantis in Silver Lightning City. Jane said.
What? He exclaimed.
This goes against everything he knew. Someone might be scamming you.
How can you believe them? He asked.
He showed me some other things.
But
you have to trust me on this. Anyway, I am going to publish this movie online, she stated with resolve. It would make a good bait for our investigation. She added, making him frown. Has his partner gone crazy? Vivi stood atop a tall tree watching as Jane left. Then the air shimmered, turning her into Victor. The world is not ready for reckoning. Although most people would not believe what Jane would say, some of them would, and that's enough, especially when things began to unravel. At least some people would not be clueless when it all happens. That's why he told her things. Some of which even the world powers had no idea about. Hopefully, she would not be killed. Closing his eyes, he connected with Lynn. She has been trying to reach out to him. He didn't really want to talk to her, as when he connected to her yesterday he discovered that this girl had a big problem. She talked a lot. It seemed like being trapped for too long made her want to vent. But he ordered her to keep an eye on fake Linda. So maybe she had some news. Is everything okay? Victor asked.
Yes. Last night.
Pussy escaped through a window after Mother left for a meeting. Lynn answered quickly. Due to her very high attributes, she could feel what was going on inside the entire Cross Mansion despite her still faking being a demon. Good, I will be coming to propose in a few hours. Start displaying some struggling behavior now, then after I leave, act as if that *TCH angered you so much that you were able to break the curse.
He said. Understood. She said.
I will be waiting for you. She added, making Victor sigh. Lynn, despite everything she has been through, still dreams like a little girl. We shall meet again, but not now. I will need you for something very soon, but now be a good girl and do your role. He replied as he served the connection and took his phone to call the florist, telling him to send the cacti to the Cross Mansion with a card, to my little *TCH Linda, then told him to choose the best rose he had and send it with another card, to Lynn. After that, Victor sent a message to his father telling him that he was going to propose this morning. With that, he made his way back to his mansion. He needs to have some breakfast before taking a bath and getting dressed. Reaching the mansion at about 8 a.m., Victor was greeted by a stern man sitting in the dining room eating some breakfast. While the twins, Hilda, Alex, Margaret, and an aggrieved Elle stood respectfully to the side. Alpha and her sisters seemed to have been using the formation to hide their presence.
Father.
I didn't expect you to come to visit,
Victor said.
Your grandmother can't supervise this, she is very busy. So I was ordered by the family to go with you. We can't make any mistakes, Theodore said. I already contacted the Cross family, they would be expecting us at noon. Theodore stated, making Victor frown and then nod. I will have some breakfast then, Victor said as he sat beside his father. Mina quickly prepared a dish for him. Where did you go so early in the morning?
Theodore asked. Doing business.
Victor briefly replied, making Theodore chuckle. He didn't mind his son keeping some secrets. That's how a Von Weiss should be. Always doing shady things and always proud about it. Your girls are increasing.
That's good,
Theodore said after a few minutes, looking at Margaret and then at Elle. But isn't she too young for you? Not that I mind. But do you have to involve me by making her your little sister? Theodore added, making Victor chuckle as he looked at Elle, who was now clean and shiny. Not bad at all. She was standing obediently to the side, glancing at Hilda with scared eyes every once in a while. What has she been through last night? It doesn't matter, this girl can't be fixed this easily, she must be scheming something. Nothing really between us. I just liked her very much and took pity on her, so I took her as a little sister. Victor said casually.
Really? No matter what.
Keep your perverted plays to yourself. Theodore said as he inspected Elle. She didn't look impressive at all.
Pretty? Sure. But for him, she looked like a sneaky brat.
Understood, Victor said as he ate a bite from his dish. It seemed like Elle tried to scam Theodore. And failed miserably. Where is Lily?
Theodore asked.
He was expecting her to be sticking to his son like she usually did on the island. She is doing business outside, Victor replied. She sent him a message on the road saying she would stay there for a while. She was really working hard for him.
Well, that's good, Theodore said.
It's good for that girl to go out for a while. Even though he doesn't like sticky girls. He really likes Lily. She was just that pretty. I have to inform you, the raid was delayed for a week or two, so you would have time to go to the academy now, Theodore said.
Why?
Is everything okay? Victor asked with a frown. Raid schedules are always very strict because it involves other powers and players need to buy many supplies. So the plan usually gets announced weeks prior. Delaying without a set time means trouble. He should prepare some cards.
Just in case. The truth is, I don't know either.
The family is preparing for something. But I am being kept out. The situation there is very tense. Theodore said with a frown. Now go get ready.
He added.
Yes, father, Victor said as he headed upstairs followed by Manna, who had a proud look. She had the privilege of dressing him now that Lily was not at home. They wagered it on Victor's arrival time yesterday.
And she won.
When the white limousine car reached the Cross Mansion, it was already 12:30 p.m. The car stopped at the driveway as the driver hurried to open the door for Theodore, who stepped down followed by Victor. Amelia was there waiting for them. She didn't look good at all, especially with all the tall cacti surrounding her. There were even some spines on her expensive dress. Did she bump into one of them? Her husband was nowhere in sight. That guy must really hate the fake Linda. Victor didn't understand the way he looked at her in his previous life. But now he knew why. She was not his real daughter. Theodore scowled at his son a little, then headed to Amelia. Avoiding getting near the cacti. They can't injure him, but touching one of those thorns would hurt. Mrs. Cross, I am happy to meet you again. I brought my son here to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage, Theodore said respectfully.
Ah, yes.
Nice to meet you too, please let's go inside.
Amelia said.
She didn't sound good. Entering the reception room, there were already 2 men and an old woman sitting there. Victor greeted respectfully and then sat next to his father after who also greeted them. They were from the von Rosen family. And the woman was a player. Name, Martha von Rosen. Level, 90. Abnormal status, soul-eating parasite former host. Class, Ace Summoner. Authority, 9. Strength, 239. Agility, 192. Intelligence, 271. Luck, 21. Charm, 27. Order, 37. Skills. Demonic Instinct AAA. Summoning Art AAA. S*X Arts AA. Energy Drain AA. Demonic Command B. Drug Brewing A. Needle Arts B. Quick Steps B. Kissing C. Charm C. Spear Art C. Alchemy C. Tea Ceremony C. Surveying E. Poison Resistance E. Pottery F. Equipment. Defense Talisman, S. Demon Repelling Necklace, A. Summoner Grimoire A. Storage Ring, C. Fate Status. Fate's Power C. Fate's Direction, Going Negative. Fate's Design, Heading for a Disaster. Total C. From her attributes, Victor quickly realized that she should be an elder, a disaster fate? It must be related to that thing. I must find a way to intervene, Victor thought. If he played his cards right, he could gain a lot. Hopefully, he can get the catalyst before them. Amelia slowly sat down after giving one of her maids a stern look as Theodore exchanged pleasantries with the von Rosen family representatives. Where is the bride? I can't wait to see her again. When I looked at her exquisite figure at the party, I couldn't help but dream of her all night. Victor asked arrogantly, gaining himself a nudge from his father as one of the von Rosen men chuckled. Ah, she should be here any moment now. Amelia said. A maid ran into the room and whispered something in Amelia's ear, making her frown. My daughter seemed to have gone somewhere with her friends. Let's get on with the procedures for now. She will be back in a while, Amelia said, making Theodore frown. What? I can't take this anymore. Victor suddenly stood up and shouted, making his father and the elder frown. I know that Linda is very pretty, And I am already doing you a favor by accepting to marry a cheating wife. But is she also making me wait for her? This young master is not a plaything. Before his father could scold him, he added, "What do you mean, cheating wife?"
Elder Martha asked. Before Amelia could talk.
Do you pretend that you don't know? Victor asked as he took a stack of photos from his jacket's pocket and threw them angrily on the floor. One of the men quickly jumped from his seat and took one of the photos and brought it to Martha respectfully, who looked at the photo and then gasped. It was a photo of Linda with Titus.
In bed.
Look, we already know that.
And we don't mind.
Let's get on with it, Theodore said, trying to mitigate the situation as he gave his son a stern gaze. Martha didn't reply. She just looked at the photo with anger. Then looked at Amelia, who stood there in shock as she also looked at the photos. That *TCH lied to her. Where is Linda? She asked Amelia. Bring her here at once, she ordered sternly. I don't know where she is, Amelia said nervously.
What do you mean? Martha asked.
We can't find her anywhere. And her phone is in her room,
Amelia said. And?
Martha asked, just as a maid ran into the room with a pink envelope.
My lady.
This was left by Miss Linda,
she said.
Amelia wanted to take it, but Martha beat her to it. She opened it and read the letter inside of it, then threw it on the floor.
Good. Very good.
Just wait for the family's punishment, Martha said angrily as she stood up and bolted out of the room, not even bothering to greet the shocked Theodore, who silently took the letter and read it. I can't marry Victor.
He is a pervert. I hate him.
I am already with my love, Bill.
Don't look for me. Linda, who is Bill?
My nephew, Theodore coldly asked Amelia, who was pale white, making Martha, who just stepped out of the room, stop and look back, causing her to bump into a cactus that was strategically placed near the door.
Ouch.
Amelia ignored her as she thought for a good answer to Theodore's question.
Probably.
Linda told me that she was texting Bill lately. They met by chance about a year ago, Amelia said nervously as she watched Theodore take his phone and send a message, probably to the family.
What?
It told you, father, that I don't like her. How many men was she cheating on me with? Victor asked loudly as he pointed his finger at Amelia. She didn't know how to answer that. She was indeed the one who instigated Linda to find other candidates in the first place. But she never expected the *TCH to be so lawless. She even slept with Titus. Martha, who was very angry and a little hurt by the cactus, seemed to have thought of something. Then cursed silently after she remembered that Linda was not a virgin anymore. Taking a deep breath, she entered the room again as she dusted the spines of her expensive shawl.
Mr. Theodore.
I hope we can work this somehow, she told Theodore, causing Victor to look at her with an inspecting look. This snake wants to use this incident to create discord within the family. I already let the family know about this. The elders should decide. Theodore spat angrily as he dragged his son out. He had never been humiliated like this in his entire life. With that, Theodore got out of the cross mansion and then ordered the driver to go back after throwing Victor in the back seat and sitting beside him. Sorry. I never expected this Linda to be like this. Don't worry, I will find you a better wife. Someone from a bigger family, Theodore said after a few minutes, making Victor speechless.
Father.
I already have Lily. And there is that girl Nova too, Victor said. Lily's position must not be affected.
It's crucial for his plan. Lily is a maid.
Although you can consider her your main wife, the family would never approve. And Nova is just a concubine. Her family just wanted to get rid of her. That won't do. You need a main wife with a good background,
Theodore said. But father.
As far as I know, you don't seem to have such a wife, Victor interjected. I had, Theodore said, but didn't continue, making Victor frown. He had never heard of this. This was not in the family archive.
Who was she?
Victor asked solemnly. This seemed to be a sensitive subject for his father.
Theodore sighed. Her name was Rosette.
She came from the heavenly sect, Theodore said briefly as his face turned to the street, hiding the longing in his eyes.
Victor gasped.
No wonder they destroyed the files about her. It must be an order from those guys. The heavenly sect was the strongest force in the world. They had the most powerful players with the most authority and levels. It is said that 7 out of 10 of the artifacts that existed belonged to them. Not only that, they also collected the most gifted players from all over the world as disciples, teaching them skills and techniques. That place has more than 5 scions. Thankfully, they didn't care about mortal affairs. However, if one day they decided to take over the world, no power could rival them. Except maybe the Von Krone, Lily's real family. They only intervene when some power tries to disturb world peace. They were the reason the Von Richter, Alpha's family, lost very quickly. In his previous life, that sect remained neutral after the reckoning. Until they were wiped out by the Von Krone who ruled the world for 100 years by then. They wanted to stage a coup. They failed miserably. As far as Victor knows, his elder sister, Alice von Weiss, was a disciple there. Too bad the sect didn't want to anger that scion back then. Some elders acted on their own accord and killed her to appease him. That was the official narrative anyway. Now, most importantly, Victor wanted to inquire about his father's mysterious main wife. But looking at his father's face, he decided not to. His father didn't look good. Soon, they reached Victor's mansion where his father silently kicked him out of the car. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. I will report to the family and Bill would be severely punished," he said, "and that Alex looks ridiculous in a maid uniform. His disguise is not working at all. So find another solution," Theodore added before he left. "Amelie, this time I can't help you," Martha said with a sigh. The matriarch would really be pissed about this. She added as she shook her head and hit the maid who was trying hard to take out some cactus spines from her arm.
Be careful. But Aunt.
"Can't we use Linda's relationship with Bill somehow?" the terrified Amelia asked. "Maybe. But the only trouble would be Linda getting killed. Your little B*TCH had already slept with Titus. If Bill found out, he would slit her throat by himself. That pervert Victor would not cause any trouble, he loathes her. And Titus is still serving his punishment for offending and all we can do now is hope that Bill gets angry enough and tries to kill Titus. That might cause some internal strife. But we can't expose the info by ourselves, or they might suspect something. I have to consult the family about this," she said with a sigh. "That's what happens when we use someone unreliable like a maid. Thankfully we didn't tell her any family secrets,"
Martha added.
Suddenly, the entire house shook as they heard a scream coming from the basement and then the sound of metal breaking. Amelia looked at Martha who kicked away the maid that fell onto her, then the two of them hurried downstairs to where the Real Linda was being kept. There, in the last room in the corridor, in the center, a very pretty girl was sitting on the bed as a nurse checked her vitals.
"Linda?"
Amelia asked in shock when she entered the room with the astonished Martha.
"Mother, Grandaunt.
"My ceremony has finished.
I have succeeded,"
Lynn said with a bright smile.
"How?" Amelia asked.
They were now sitting in her study with Martha. Lynn had already taken a bath and was dressed in a white flowing dress. She looked ethereal as she quietly smelled a rose that she got from somewhere.
"Ah. You see.
Yesterday, Pussy came and told me that she was escaping. And she also told me that she was the one who messed up my ceremony back then," Lynn said with hatred.
"What?"
Amelia shouted in shock as she stood up from her seat. "And how did you defeat that demon?"
Martha asked.
"I got very desperate. And decided to bet all the strength I have left on one last attempt. It was a very close call, but the demon seemed to have been affected by the medication you have been giving me and the demon-suppressing collar. He seemed a little weak. So I took the chance and wrestled control of my body and won." Lynn lied with a smile.
"Ah.
"Can that happen?"
Amelia asked with some doubt.
"Yes." Martha said, "You see, demons come in all kinds and have different weaknesses.
It is not unheard of.
Though it is rare. Did you change her medication lately?"
she asked.
"Yes. The old ones were not working anymore,"
Amelia said as she nodded.
"It all made sense now." "That must be it," Martha said as she took a white rectangular piece of jade from her bag. "Come here, Linda, put your hand on this appraisal stone,"
she said. "Call me Lynn.
"I don't want to be called by the same name that B*TCH used to mess around. She told me everything," Lena said with hatred as she put her hand on the stone. "Level 0. Class Ace Summoner, AAA. Authority 5.
Strength 98. Intelligence 98. Agility 99. Luck 11.
Charm 36.
Order 10.
Not bad at all. With this you can get a good position in the family." Martha nodded with a smile, not realizing that the attributes that were displayed were only a tenth of Lynn's true attributes. This demon had nearly 100 strength. "No wonder you had difficulty defeating him," Amelia said with a smile as she petted her daughter's hair. "Too bad you are too old to be an elite member of the family. If you had managed to kill it a few years later you would have been the family's main heir."
Martha added, "Well,
I would have to report this to the matriarch," she added.
about my punishment?" Amelia asked.
Since Lin has awakened successfully, it would naturally be lessened, but I will try to appease the matriarch for now. Martha sighed again as she stood up. I heard from Pussy about the marriage. I can do it. You don't have to punish my mother. Lin said bravely, hiding her true thoughts. She really wanted to marry Victor.
Oh well.
That would work, but we would have to appease Von Weiss somehow first. And you might not be able to be the main wife.
Martha warned. I don't care, Lin said. We will see then.
Martha nodded with a smile as she saw Lin's determination. That's how a true Von Rosen should be, not like that B*TCH who only knows how to chase men. Elle cursed silently as she rubbed the floor under Mina's watchful eye. This was her punishment for trying to scam Theodore, who completely ignored her and ordered Hilda to punish her for being disrespectful to her masters. Why does this family have so many rules?
Damn it. What should she do now? Run away? No.
This Victor was not just rich, he was filthy rich. She must find a way to get benefits from him. And she can't return to the village now, not after Big John was killed. Maybe there is hope if she could grab the mountain deed and get it to Mr. Klein. But where can she find it? This place was huge. And that Hilda has eyes like a hawk. She was forbidden from entering the dungeon though.
Could it be there?
Last night she had no chance.
Maybe tonight.
Maybe she could also steal some precious treasures and get rich.
He. You missed a spot. Do it again. Mina coldly ordered.
I know, B*TCH. Stop ordering me like a... Elle's curse came to a halt as a shiver ran up her spine. Didn't I tell you that cursing was not allowed in this mansion? Hilda, who materialized behind her, asked. Elle tried to run away, but Hilda's iron claw grasped her. Come, I will resin that dirty mouth of yours with vinegar again, she said, dragging the miserable Elle under Mina's smug look. Mina and her sister had to go through Hilda's punishment a few times when they first came here, but they later realized that this was for their own good. And the punishment Elle suffered until now could only be considered a preparatory course. Hilda has some very unique punishment. Mina's body shivered involuntarily as she remembered. As soon as Victor reached the mansion's door, his phone rang.
It was Arya.
Apparently, this young master can't get a good rest. We found the girl who took the painting. Her flight will land at the airport in an hour,
she said in a hurry. Oh, that's good. What's her name? Victor asked. Monica Davis.
She is the daughter of Dave Davis, the owner of DD Industries. He works for the family. Shall I contact him? He wouldn't mind giving you his daughter. If she goes missing suddenly, he might alarm the family forces, she said, making Victor frown.
No.
We better do this discreetly.
Anything else? He asked.
The list you sent me about those third-rate actors, I investigated them. Nothing interesting. Are you sure you want me to sign long-term contracts with them?
She asked. Absolutely.
If there is nothing important, I will have to go catch some girls now. See you tonight,
he stated.
Just be careful, she said before hanging up. Victor smiled slightly as he called Chick 17 and told him to meet him at the airport. Too bad Lily has not returned yet. Shall he bring Alex instead? Monica cursed loudly. She was very upset. Her father had forced her to cancel her vacation and return to attend school, under the threat of cutting her off. Just as she sat in her red car, he called. He must have been following her every move. Yes, Daddy, she answered.
Did your plan land?
He asked as if he didn't know already.
It did, she said.
Head home immediately then. What are you waiting for? You have to start school tomorrow, he said. But I promised my friends to.
No buts.
Don't think that I don't know that you made up this trip just to get away from here. And I only allowed it because you were a little frustrated after the highway terrorist incident. Now, you should perform your duties as my daughter. The school would be a perfect chance for you to get close to him,
he said with a stern voice.
But Daddy, I don't want to marry some perverted young master that I never met, let alone seducing him. I heard how he humiliated his fiancée at the party, she protested as she started her car.
That's not important.
Speaking of the party, you already failed your mission once by missing it. You can't fail again. Many girls already had their eyes on him. You must understand that Master Victor has been granted an elevated elite status in the family. If you can become his lover, or even just carry his children, my business and position in the family would soar, he said, making her speechless. Is your business more important than my happiness? She asked as tears fell from her eyes. Yes, you just don't understand how much you can gain. Just get here immediately. I have some information for you to study, he said as he hung up. Damn him, she shouted as she put away her phone and started the car again.
It didn't start.
After trying a couple of times, it still failed to start. Even you betrayed me. She yelled as she left her car. Then, after tricking some poor guy to help her see what was wrong, she gave up after nothing worked for 15 minutes. She could only take a taxi after calling a towing truck and giving that guy who helped her check the car a cute thank you.
Take me to the DD West mansion,
she told the muscular taxi driver.
Right away,
the man said with an evil smile as he started the car. The taxi quickly left the airport, and after some turns, Monica noticed that the car was now on a side road. Where are you going? She yelled. The man didn't respond.
Stop.
She yelled again as she took out her phone. There was no signal. She tried to open the doors.
They didn't open.
After knocking on the separating screen and windows for a few minutes, she gave up. Was she being kidnapped?
The car stopped after a while.
The doors were opened by two burly men that looked like the driver. They dragged her out by force.
Into a dark alleyway. Stop. Do you know who I am?
She yelled, but the men didn't respond. They just dragged her into an abandoned house. Was she being kidnapped?
Stop. Help. Help.
She began to shout and struggle in panic as they dragged her in and shut the door. A young man was sitting inside at a dusty table. She knew this guy. He was the terrorist who threw the hand grenade at the other car that day. Did he find her because she saw his face? Miss Monica, nice to meet you, he said with a dashing smile. He was really handsome. What are you thinking, Monica?
What do you want?
I am warning you, my father is Dave Davis. You can't hurt me. Please, Mr. Terrorist. I already told the police what you look like, she said in a panic as she looked around. They were in an abandoned house that was full of dust and cobwebs. The young man was sitting on a chair surrounded by 10 menacing men and a maid. No, that maid was a guy. What's wrong with him?
Terrorist. Ah, so it's about that,
the hot young man said as he inspected her.
From head to toe.
She didn't like being inspected. But his eyes were very charming. If she met him on another occasion, she would not refuse to date him.
She is clean,
the young man said to his men after a while, making them relax.
What does he mean by clean?
Let's make this quick. If you are obedient, I won't mind letting you go, he said as he stood up and approached her, still inspecting her body. His gaze was piercing. It made her feel very uncomfortable in a strange way. Are terrorists this hot nowadays?
What would he do to her?
No matter what, it was better to be done by this hot terrorist rather than a perverted young master. What was she thinking again? What? She asked as her breathing became faster. What's wrong with her? A couple of weeks ago you purchased a butterfly painting. Where is it? He asked as he pinched her cheek. His hand felt very nice. Would her boyfriend touch her like that? Why is she out of breath? And why is it so hot in here?
Ah, a painting?
She asked absent-mindedly. Yes, of a butterfly. He asked again as he raised his eyebrow, pondering.
Ah,
I won't tell you,
she said.
The police told me not to help criminals,
she added.
She watched a show where the terrorist killed the hostages after getting all the information they needed.
She was not a fool.
Now he would have to keep her alive. Would he be rough with her? The young terrorist looked at her with a frown. Then he took a glass of wine out of somewhere.
Drink, he said.
No, she would never trust him. And she wanted to be sober when it happened.
He shook his head.
Then, after drinking a sip from the glass, he pinched her lips and kissed her. She could feel the wine entering her mouth. It tasted nice.
Her first kiss.
Looking at her blushed face, the terrorist chuckled. Look, I know my charm is affecting you, that's natural. My attributes are too much for a mortal to handle at a close range. It's strange though, he said, in a very narcissistic way.
What?
She didn't understand what he was saying.
Now,
where is the painting?
He asked.
I gave it to a friend, she said. Why was she answering him?
Who is this friend? He asked. Connor Morris.
He is from Windgate City.
He is into art, she said.
She wanted to shut up, but couldn't. She didn't care about Connor anyway. He might die. She needed to warn him.
Oh.
Is he your boyfriend? He asked. Not at all, he wishes. I never even let him touch my hand. She yelled as if to clarify. Why did she feel the need to do that? She knew that Connor liked her, but she only considered him a friend. She met him through another friend a few years ago before he left on a scholarship.
Oh.
Are you one of those evil young ladies who manipulate men? He asked, somewhat disappointed.
No.
I never promised them anything. They just like to pester me. I don't know why, she said. She really hated how men kept pestering her when she was young. But when she got older, she learned how to use them. Will he hate her for that? Why would she care? He looked at her with a deepening frown. It was as if he was thinking about something important. She liked that look. It made her feel important. Suddenly he took out a dagger. Will he kill her now? She tried to struggle, but the burly man holding her didn't let her move. Don't move or it will leave a scar. The young terrorist said. What? Will he rip her clothes now? She was still not ready. To her disappointment, he only used his dagger to swiftly prick her finger and draw some blood onto a leather-bound old book. He opened it after that and read a few lines. Interesting, so that's it. I didn't expect that at all, he said as he smiled at her. Why did you give Connor the painting? He asked, raising one eyebrow.
I don't know.
I really liked it, but when he was helping me unpack my bag, he injured his hand. So I ran to get a first aid kit. I hate blood the most. And when I returned to the room, he was nowhere to be seen, so was the painting. I knew that he must have ruined it with his blood. I saw its trace in the bag. He must have been very embarrassed, so I called him. He was really troubled and talked funnily. So I told him to keep the painting as a thank you gift for helping me. I didn't want to embrace him, she said. That Connor didn't call her after that.
Was he really that embarrassed?
When was that?
He asked. About 2 weeks ago. She said.
Good, you are not that bad after all it seems.
Now, one final question.
Do you like me?
He asked.
Yes, she blurted out. What was she saying? She just met him.
And he is a terrorist. A very hot terrorist.
I like you too. From now on you will work for me. I will call your father and tell him. He said suddenly, making her shocked.
What?
Do you want to ask for a ransom? Will I be a terrorist too? She didn't understand what he meant. Is this how terrorists work now?
Would she be trafficked?
Would she end up in a life of servitude? She wouldn't mind if it were him. You will know later, now go to sleep, he said with a smile, touching her forehead gently. And with that, she lost consciousness.
Young master.
You never told me about the paintings, and why do you want to make that girl your maid? Alex, who was driving, asked.
She felt somewhat jealous.
The painting is a demon possession tool, Victor said as he watched the road. You don't need to worry about it, this would be Alpha's assignment, Victor said as he messaged Arya, telling her to find information about Connor Morris. And also to call Monica's father and inform him that he wants her. Her bloodline is very compatible with his. That's why she turned into a B*TCH in heat after meeting him. That was interesting. And the girl?
Alex asked again, making Victor smirk. She is special.
Her bloodline is very compatible with mine. He said, I just thought it would be a waste to let it go unused. He added he would just send her to her father for now. Her opportunistic father would ship her to him later.
He was sure. I see, Alex said. Now, dear Alex,
we have to talk about something, Victor suddenly said in a serious tone.
What? Alex asked.
My father has noted that the maid dress didn't suit you, Victor said with a sigh.
What? Alex responded. Yup.
So we have 3 options. The first one is to make you change course and make you train to be a burly man like the chicks. Nothing that a few bags of specialty protein and a rigorous training routine can't achieve.
Victor said a nod. The other options? Alex asked.
She didn't want to look like those bald chicks. The second option is for you to undergo plastic surgery. We would also convert you to a woman in the process. What do you think?
Victor asked.
I absolutely refuse. Alex, who was disturbed by the idea, stated. Then the last choice. I will have to make you wear a very skimpy outfit. Something that even the sluttiest woman wouldn't wear. Hopefully, that would make you appear more womanly. Victor said with a sigh. Are there any other options?
Alex asked.
I can't think of any. Do you have any ideas? Victor asked, making Alex want to cry.
Young master.
Can you give me one last chance? I can make the current disguise work, Alex said with some resolve. I am not sure. But I will just order Margaret to make your skirts a little shorter. If it doesn't work, we would resort to more drastic procedures. Victor said casually, making Alex nod. She has to remove her disguise after all. Sorry, father, this is for your daughter's survival. Just as Alex was considering what to do, the car was signaled by a police car to stop to the side. Why are you stopping them? I thought you were off duty today. Nicole scolded her daughter. Sorry, mother, I just saw an acquaintance. Leah replied, I will return quickly. She said as she jumped out of the car, making her mother squint her eyes looking at the other car, then quickly followed as she felt her daughter was acting strange.
This usually meant trouble. Victor, how are you?
Leah asked the handsome guy in the back of the expensive car as she gave the driving maid a weird gaze. Wait, that maid is a guy. What was going on here?
An undercover cop?
Impossible, no cop dresses like this. Or did the police reach a new low?
Hello, Officer Leah.
I am doing good. The handsome young man said with a sigh. How have you been? He said with a tired frown. He seemed troubled. So was his driver maid. I am great, did you get my message? Leah asked in a flirting voice, making Nicole frown. This is the first time she heard her daughter talk to any boy like this.
Does she like him?
Yes. It made me a little troubled, he said, making Nicole wonder what kind of message did her daughter send him. I noticed that, Leah said as she looked with a frown at the cross-dressing maid. What the hell is going on here? Nicole wondered as she saw the lost look in her daughter's eyes. Did she cause this? She needed more information. Hello there, I am Lee's mother Nicole, she said to Victor as she extended her hand to him. Victor looked at her with surprise then elegantly, and he shook her hand with respect.
Hello, my name is Victor von Weiss.
Nice to meet you. Are you by any chance Officer Lee's older sister? He said politely.
Not bad. Wait, von Weiss?
I am her mother, are you Theodore's son?
She asked.
He was a smooth talker like Theodore, and had the same perverted eyes.
Yes, Aunt.
Do you happen to know my father? He asked, making Leah look at her with a strange look that she didn't care about.
This is a mess.
This guy is Lee's half-brother. Did she by any chance develop feelings for her half-brother? *T. Yes, I met Theodore a few years ago.
A good man.
She said with a sigh. What do you think of my daughter, Leah? She suddenly asked him, making Leah by her side, blushing heavily as she perked her ears. This brat wants to know the answer as well. Good, that means the situation was still salvageable. Well, I probably shouldn't say this, but I think of Officer Leah as a close sister. Victor said with a smile that Nicole understood. This smile was the thing Theodore did when he revealed a secret. This brat knows.
Did Theodore tell him?
But looking at the disappointed Leah to her side, isn't this better? Her crazy daughter would not have any other stupid thoughts after this. Officer Leah, I am a little busy right now, we will meet later. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Nicole, Victor said politely as he gestured to Alex to start the car. Leah, who was a little lost, only noticed that Victor had already left when the car was already far away. He considers you as a sister, so forget about him, Nicole said to her daughter. Mother, you don't understand. He thinks of all the girls in the world as his sisters.
He is gay.
I will never give up, Leah said. Nicole, for the first time in her life, wanted to smack some sense into this stubborn daughter of hers. Maybe she had raised her a little bit wrong. The tied man screamed in pain, but that didn't help him, nor did his anguish affect the girl licking a popsicle on a chair beside him.
This was your fault.
You could have been long dead with your brothers by now, and we could have returned home. But no, you had to go open that stupid mouth of yours to act rough and insult our young master. The girl sucked on her popsicle as she looked at the man's sorry looks. Please spare me. I didn't mean to say that. Please just kill me before that demon returns.
Malcolm.
I raised you for years. Help me beg. Or just kill me already. The man who was bleeding begged a young boy who was shivering to the side. He has seen the gang killing people. But not like this madness. Oh. Malcolm, I thought you swore to be our little puppy from now on. Do you intend to help your old boss? Nora smirked as she talked to the boy while taking out a dagger from her pouch.
No. Not at all. I am all yours.
He just kidnapped me from an orphanage. The little kid said as he shook his head in horror. He didn't know why these girls annihilated the gang he belonged to. All he knew is that they couldn't resist at all and that they were slaughtered like chickens. If it were not for one of the girls taking pity on him and convincing the others to take him as their apprentice, he would have been long dead, or worse, he might have ended up like his boss. Former boss, being cut by that demon girl, who after some cutting some flesh, got dissatisfied with her knives. They were hindering her art. She said that she would go get some surgical tools.
He didn't know what surgical meant.
But he didn't like the sound of it.
Oh, what a good boy.
I will tell you a secret then. Hee, Nora said as she teased him. Do you know that our big sister, despite her beauty, was never assaulted by any of our trainers? I guess not, you didn't see her real face, she said as the boy shook his head. That veiled girl is simply crazy. The boss only said that he would kill her and then cut her bastard master to pieces. Did she have to cut him open like a fish? Well, anyone who sees our big sister at work would naturally forget everything about her beauty. So remember, never betray her, or insult the young master. Nora said, chuckling as she saw his terrified eyes. This little boy would be the first assassin they would train. They took him in as a test subject. He had a background in crime already anyway. When Victor reached the mansion, he wanted to talk with Elle and ask her about that Klein, but she was nowhere to be found, and according to the twins she was being educated by Hilda.
Victor nodded.
That girl has potential, but she needs a lot of education. So, after checking on everyone and ordering Margaret to find more sexy clothing for Alex, he dragged Alpha to the study under the girl's envious looks. Does the young master need anything? Alpha asked him as he sat at his desk. Sit down. Did you get the data about that Connor? He asked. Arya sent me some preliminary data that she found. But I needed more info, so I forwarded everything to Kai. He should call me when he finds anything useful, she said as she relaxed on a couch next to the desk.
That's good.
Create a full profile, then trace him silently. This man should not be very powerful now, but he might lead us to others of his kind. Victor said with an evil smile. Luckily leveling up is not easy, and that demon would have to level up like any normal player. That idiot might be a good pawn to sacrifice when needed. I understand, Alpha said. She was also very curious about these otherworldly invaders. Now, let's talk about something else. Do you want to awaken your sisters? To make them players? He asked. You only have the 2 talismans that we got from that artist. I thought you were saving those for some future wife. She said with some sarcasm in her voice. She was right. I have another method. I found an unopened dungeon. Interested? He asked as he relaxed in his chair and Alpha tensed up. What? How do you know? Ah, right, you have that powerful appraisal skill, she said as she squinted her eyes and answered. Yes, I want them to be players. She said, being a player would mean that they wouldn't have to hide anymore. And with their bloodlines, they would definitely not be weak. How about your little girls? He asked, meaning the girls she took from the brothel and was training. I would have to transport them in secret, but yes, I want them to be players too. She said, trying hard to hide her smile. With that she will have a mighty army of players. Do you trust them enough? He asked. Don't worry, in the family base we have a tattoo engraving artifact. I used it on them. She said. Oh, is it exclusive to you, or would another von Richter heir be able to command them too? Victor asked, making Alpha a little nervous. This guy can't be tricked easily. It depends on the authority of the artifact master, she said, making him squint his eyes. Then rebrand the artifact again when you go there. Think of me at that time, he said, making her squint her eyes. He wants to use his authority through her. Can he do that? How many secrets was he hiding? How much authority do you have exactly? She asked. If she ever wanted to be free and dispel his enslavement skill on her, her authority must double his at the very least. That's a secret. But since you have been a good girl, I will tell you if you give me a kiss, he said with a smirk. Alpha frowned. She really didn't like to kiss him. She felt disgusted from touching any man. But she really needs to know his authority for her future plans. Taking a deep breath, she nimbly stood up, then leaned on the office and pecked his cheek. He tried to move his face to kiss her lips, but she was cautious not to fall for his little tricks. After that, she retreated swiftly, not giving him a chance to do anything funny. You are no fun at all, he said with a sigh. Fine then, my authority is a little more than 50. That's the only info that lousy kiss can get you, he said with a proud smile, making her gasp in shock. You are kidding. Even the first ancestor of her family only had an authority of 64 points according to the family literature. Now Victor was saying he had more than 50? That means she needs 100 points. I am not joking at all. Why would I fool you? You can get an appraisal talisman and use it if you want, he said casually as he smiled as he watched her sit down in shock for the next 10 minutes. She knew he was not lying. Her entire plan has just been crushed. How did you do it? She asked after a while as she weighed her options. This guy has just become a player. Did he gain something in a dungeon? Maybe she can do it too. I had a lucky encounter with a great treasure. It helped exploit a system bug. But I can't tell you what it is. It's no longer viable anyway, he said, making her frown. She heard of those bugs. It seems like she had to readjust her plan. Does she need to follow him for real from now on? He was not bad at all, being both smart and powerful. But what about her family's revenge? What about her plans to conquer the world? Damn it. Alpha cursed silently but made sure not to show it. I understand. How many people are going to that dungeon? She asked, changing the subject. Uncertain. I plan to let the assassin girls go too, and maybe a few other girls. he said, thinking of Mira, and maybe Elle if she was obedient. There was that dog too.
Camellia.
Would there be any guys? She asked sarcastically.
Alex would be there,
he said, making Alpha want to spit on him as if he didn't know that Alex was a girl.
The chicks? She asked. No. Not yet anyway.
Even if I trusted them enough, I still need them to do things around for me, and I don't want anyone to find that they are players. That would raise too many unnecessary questions, he said as he knocked his fingers on the desk. So you want to go raid the dungeon with your harem? She asked with a disgusted look. I won't go there, as I have school to attend with Lily and the twins. And I want you girls to be less reliant on me. So you will lead the raid, he said, making Alpha raise her eyebrow.
She didn't expect that.
You trust me too much to give me such an important task,
she said.
Yes, you are my smartest and most obedient little wife after all, he said with a smile, making her look to the side, hiding her disturbed look. I want you to train the girls on dungeon raids for the next week. And we would choose a good time for the raid after they are ready. The dungeon is an E rank. It's called the Withered Snakes Dungeon. Expect snakes and poisons. So the girls might need to learn how to kill and cook snakes. You would also need to prepare some anti-venom vials,
he said. I understand. She nodded.
Then you are dismissed, he said casually. She is smart enough to figure out what else was needed. Alpha saluted respectfully and then left the room while thinking about what to do. Victor chuckled watching her leave, then turned on the computer on his desk. The overall situation has been getting a little messy lately. He didn't know if this was his effect or if his family was destined to be destroyed one way or another. But he must prepare for contingencies, for that he decided to write instructions for the girls to follow if something went wrong, like what happened when he was in a coma. A summer storm was rare, but tonight was one. Looking at the clock, it was 1:00 a.m. Time to act. She needs to get to the basement and get the mountain deed and whatever light treasure she could find. Then she would leave this hellhole. Elle silently and nimbly jumped out of her bed.
Ouch, her butt still hurts.
That old wrench beat her good. She will get her revenge someday. Leaving the room through the window, she nimbly crossed the wet ledge and re-entered from the corridor window. Locked doors can't stop this young miss. Putting her feet nimbly on the corridor carpet, she slowly made her way to the stairs. The rain noise outside hid her footsteps. Just as she was about to turn a corner, she heard a noise. Someone was heading in this direction. Looking to the side, she quickly hid behind a grand plant pot that was in a corner just as Mina and Mana turned the corner. I can't believe the young master kicked us out of his room, Mana said as she pouted. You can't blame him. It was all that slut's Margaret's fault. I can't believe we are her friends. Did she have to reach her hand there? She knows better than us that the young master can't touch women, Mina said with a hateful tone. Well, she deserves that punishment. I bet she wouldn't be able to sit at her desk tomorrow at school.
He, Mana giggled.
Yes, we better be ready too. Tomorrow would be the first day at school. We would proudly show the world that we are. With that their voice faded. Elle waited another minute before moving out of her hideout. Looked left twice and right twice. Thankfully, the corridor was only illuminated by dim ambient lighting at night. So keeping to the shadows, she went downstairs to the main hallway. Making sure no one was in sight, she began to make her way to the basement stairs across the dining room. A sound of yelp was heard, and the next moment she went under the dining table. Two girls were on the sofa. They were sitting in a very weird position.
Ouch.
It's your fault you get punished. You lose the wager anyway. You owe me $10,000. Theta laughed loudly as she applied some kind of ointment to Margaret's. Elle didn't see where exactly. I didn't know that he was not asleep. And I only wanted to slip my panties into his pocket. I didn't expect him to catch me.
He thought that I was going to give him a...
Anyway, I didn't lose yet. The panties are still in the bedding. As long as he doesn't find them, the wager is still on.
I will try again, Margaret spat. Ouch, be careful.
Yes, right there. Elle didn't care about their conversation. She just took the opportunity as the lightning struck to crawl across the room until she reached the opposing corridor.
Safe. Now to the stairs.
Hopefully, no one is in the way. She reached the basement door safely, and through the keyhole she could survey the situation on the other side. She almost screamed in shock. It was a long corridor that had 5 doors guarding them. 13 armed men were standing vigilantly. Each man had a hunting dog accompanying him. One of the dogs looked at the door. Elle stepped back immediately. What the F***ck are they hiding in there?
Elle frowned.
If she opened the door, would those men notice her?
Probably.
What if she waited for the lightning? That would not work. She was not fast enough to reach the closest door without being seen or bit by a dog. Weighing her options, Elle decided to leave this place and return with Mr. Klein later. Uncle Black always said that you need to live to fight another day. And to never risk it, especially with high-profile targets. Stepping back, she gave the mansion a last look. Searching for a treasure to take, but sadly, even the lightest treasure here weighed as much as her. She should have taken something from the upper floor. How about staying to try another night? No, absolutely not, never. She can't stand any more lessons from that demon Hilda. Returning without any spoils would surely get her in trouble with the villagers. Maybe she can steal one of the gold-plated car bumpers. She saw them in the garage. Sighing in frustration, Elle sneaked toward the back door. Silently opening it, she stepped into the dark back pathway just as lightning struck, illuminating a veiled demon that was staring right at her. Now, what do we have here? The demon coldly said. The foreboding feeling woke Victor. This was the third time. Something big was approaching, but he didn't know what. He sighed as he looked at the girl who was hugging him. Last night, Lily sneaked in through the window and quietly drilled into his bed. Putting his hand gently on her head, he brushed her hair with his fingers, making her open her eyes and look at him with a smile. "Good morning, young master," Lily said as she buried her head again in his chest. She felt lonely sleeping without him the previous night. "You smell like blood, were you hurt?" he asked, with some concern. "It's not mine," she replied. "Aha. Who?" he asked. "Some guy who didn't know how to respect his elders," she said. "Oh. Don't do these things yourself next time," he said with a sigh. He read her file. Kai, who was scared shitless of her, made sure to send it to him. Then get up and get ready, we have school today," he said as he kissed her forehead. "Just a few more minutes," she said, hugging him tighter. "Fine then," he said with a smile as he hugged her back. "Young master, when will you awaken your bloodline?" she asked timidly while keeping her head buried in his chest, although he could see her blushing ears. "Soon, almost all the pieces are in place. I found a suitable summoner 2 days ago. Now I just need the catalyst, and I already told Kai to keep an eye on that thing," he said. "A summoner?" she asked. "Yup, the blood awakening method I intend to employ requires a demon as an intermediary. You will see," he said with an evil smile. "Is this summoner a girl?" she asked as she raised her head to look at his face with her pretty squinting eyes. "That's irrelevant. Now just relax and let me hear what you did in the last couple of days," he said, quickly changing the subject. 30 minutes later, Victor was standing in the dining room in his new suit that was chosen for him by the twins. He was busy enjoying the sight of Lily, Margaret, and the twins showing off in their new school clothes. They looked amazing. Especially Margaret, who was walking funny in a red short skirt. Victor almost chuckled as he touched his pocket where he kept a certain thing. He will tease her with this later. "Young master, the breakfast is ready," Hilda said respectfully. The twins were spared from the breakfast preparation duty as they also had to get ready for school. Victor nodded then frowned as he sat at the table. "Where is Elle?" he asked. He was busy the last couple of days and didn't see her yesterday. Did they secretly kill her and stuff her somewhere? Yesterday she tried to escape after sniffing around the mansion. She tried to enter the basement but was fooled by the illusion array. I wanted to follow her more, but Miss Lily, who happened to have just returned, sensed something wrong and caught Elle just as she sneaked out of the back door. Hilda said, "Oh. Is she still in one piece? Where is she now?" Victor asked, making Lily blush a little. She had just told him what she did to that man yesterday. Thankfully he didn't mind. She was a little shocked but otherwise fine. She is now cleaning the pool floor with a toothbrush. The chicks used it last week for some training and left it in a miserable condition. Hilda said with disgust. "Good. She needs to be taught some life lessons. Keep an eye on her, she might lead us to a big fish." "Oh, and let her hear you talk about the great treasure in the vault downstairs," Victor said with an evil smile. "Now where is Alex?" Victor asked, turning to Margaret, who was sitting with some difficulty. "I don't know, I gave him a new maid uniform that I bought online from a shady specialty website. He must be hesitating in some corner," she said as she adjusted her seating. Victor chuckled as he threw her a healing pull just as a pretty girl entered the dining room. "I am here, young master." The girl in a maid uniform walked in as the girls opened their mouths in shock. Who was this chick? A new maid? No. Alex? They didn't know he had such an amazing body. Isn't this uniform too revealing? Can this be called a uniform? Visually, Alex looked exactly the same. But the air around him seemed much more feminine. Did he embrace the female identity at last? Victor smiled victoriously. He made her disable the disguise by herself. "Wait, she only dispelled it by 20%. He didn't know that the treasure she used had this feature. Well, she still needed to hide her super curvy body after all. Alex, very good. I don't know how you did it today, but you look absolutely beautiful. You almost turned me gay for real. If you were a real girl, I would have made a fortune selling you to the top brothel in the capital. Victor said as he nodded, making Alex shiver a little. Maybe she had just made a mistake. Unfortunately, I need you to be our driver today, so dress up as a guy. And keep your perverted hobbies to the nighttime. Victor said dismissively as he shook his head, making Alex almost lose her cool. She was a step away from bursting into tears or ripping this outfit and throwing it on him. I did all of this for you. Bastard, she screamed in her head. Wait, don't be impulsive, Alex. Isn't this better for you? He called me beautiful anyway.
Why do I care, she thought.
Can't you sell him as a male? There are places for that. Margaret asked with a smirk. True. Especially with this female personality of his. He would work wonders there. I will consider it, Victor said as Alex sat down, and was trying hard not to look at Victor. This was definitely a mistake. Interesting, Hilda said as she looked at Alex suspiciously with the girls. How did he do it? Plastic surgery? But they saw him yesterday. Can it be done this fast? Maybe the young master used some kind of a treasure on him. She heard of those. But, did he lose his ability as a man? Did he have such ability in the first place? Sit down and eat, we have a long day ahead of us, Victor said with a smile as Lily, who gave Alex a curious look, cut the steak in her young master's dish elegantly. She seemed to have got a new set of sharp knives. After finishing their breakfast, Victor ordered the girls to get ready to depart as he went to the study. Theta was waiting for him there. Did it work? He asked. No. The system gave me a foul play indicator, she said. They have been using poor Margaret to test her gambler class limits. It seems like you should not be aware of foul play, Victor said. It may have something to do with the odds. She added. I don't know if it depends on the real odds or my feelings about them, and the alert only flashed when you caught Margaret. As long as it is fair play, it doesn't matter, she said. True. Did you figure out how your skills work? On what can you gamble precisely? He asked. On everything. There are two types. System gambles and player gambles. The system gamble is very straightforward. I bet one statue whether something would happen. It is only limited to health, stamina, mana, coins, and maybe others and skills cooldown times. As for the player's gamble, it is very interesting. It requires the other party's approval, but everything can be wagered except level and authority. And the final transfer seems to be limited to my mana and authority though. I haven't tried it yet, she said with a frown. Oh. I will try to think of a solution for that. Can experience points be wagered? He asked. Yes, the system gamble probably accepts those too, but I didn't have any to test it. She said. What about non-system attributes? What do you mean? She asked. Non-system attributes are things that have nothing to do with the system. They are divided into two categories, internal like your hair or sight, and external like normal money and possessions. He said. I don't know, let me try, she said as she tried setting up a wager. It says authority not sufficient. She said. Did you try it on me? He asked. Yes. Try it with someone else as a target. Trying again. Wah, it says level not sufficient. And I have to wager something of equal value. She said. Do you have to be a part of the gamble? Or can you be just an intermediary? He asked. It can be done. But the mana requirement is too steep. And the two parties must be very close. She said. Do you have to clearly indicate to the other party that you are using a skill? He asked. Not necessarily, I only set the wager in the system, and as long as the other party approves it would work. There is no visual indicator. Margaret has already wagered her entire coins unknowingly. I just had to act as if it was a joke and tell her, let's bet all our coins on this. Then I added, I put $10,000 with it. She accepted, but didn't realize the play in words. She said with a wicked smile. After regaining her memories, she was no longer that naive girl. Thankfully the bet was a foul play, Victor said with a chuckle. I would have returned them to her anyway, I don't cheat my family. She said with a puffed cheek. Good, don't tell anyone except Alpha about this. He said, I will teach you a few tricks later, and maybe we can cheat some idiot out of his attributes. He added as he took a skill book from his ring. This one is a skill to turn all your stamina into mana. It might be useful if your mana gets insufficient, he said. Be careful with it though, as you will not be able to move after using it. I understand, thanks. she said as she took the book and looked at it strangely.
Young master,
I thought that other players didn't have mana and stamina. Why is there a skill for that?
She asked.
Oh true, this skill can't be used by normal players. My little Theta is smarter than I thought. He said with a smile, making her blush. Well, I will tell you a secret. This thing was from my ancestors' stash. And that guy is not from this world.
He added.
Monica cursed as she was dragged into the car by the old butler whose head was 98% bald. Young lady, we have to go to school. I know that you were kidnapped yesterday. But they let you go pretty quickly, and the master had commanded that you should not miss the first day.
He said. No. I don't want that. She shouted in frustration. Fine then.
I will tell the master. He would find and kill that terrorist. The butler let her go and turned around.
Ah.
No, wait, I will go, Monica said, not knowing why she defended that evil man in front of her father. Well, he was nice to her after all. Monica was lost in thoughts when her car arrived at the massive academy campus. This place was huge, featuring many buildings and research labs. Sorry sir, cars can't enter the campus. A polite guard told the driver sternly. Young lady, please be careful. And remember your mission, the butler said as he opened the door for Monica, who stepped out of the car and entered the campus without sparing him another look. She was very annoyed. Hi there, pretty girl. Do you need a guide? A young man wearing an expensive suit asked her just as she entered. My name is Buck. I am a third-year student here. We were tasked with guiding the new students, he said as he flashed his sweetest smile.
Ah. Hello.
No, I am okay. Monica didn't like the smile of this young man, so she tried to step away from him. But you can get lost. Come on, let me guide you, he said as he grabbed her forearm.
Let go, she said coldly.
No, the man said, as the surrounding students ignored them. Some of the new students wanted to help, but they were quickly told not to buy their guides. His uncle was the vice president for academic studies. No one dared offend him. So he was used to being arrogant and grabbing little girls of the normal class. He could tell because of the badge she wore. I said, let go, she said angrily, disappointed by all of those wimpy guys around.
Make me,
Buck said with a cheesy smile. That was the last in his life. At the next moment, a strong fist slapped his face, shattering his jaw and throwing him to the ground.
Are you okay?
A young man stepped forward and checked her arm with concern.
Ah. It's you,
she said with a bright smile. Yes, thank you for driving me home that day. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. My name is Tom, he said as he stepped on the hand of the man who was trying to stand up.
Ah, the man screamed. Ah, sorry. I didn't see you there.
Don't be like a cockroach, crawling out of nowhere and scaring pretty ladies, Tom said as he kicked that man in his stomach, sending him a few feet away.
Just you wait. I am. Ah.
The man couldn't talk because of his broken jaw. He just gave Tom a threatening look and then ran away. The people around him quickly stepped away from him.
Ah, will it be okay?
You didn't have to do that for me. They might kick you out of school, Monica asked with concern.
Don't worry.
I am a student in the special class, he said, pointing to the golden badge on his chest, making Monica open her eyes in shock. The big SUV soon reached the academy's campus. This place might be referred to as the academy, but in fact, it was bigger than most universities. The Players' Council opened 10 academies across the continent. This was one of them. On the surface, this was a place of knowledge, but the truth was that this institute was made by the players to train new players and non-player staffers to serve the great powers. In addition to that, most of the non-secretive research about dungeon materials and technologies was being done here, under the pretense of advanced technology. The families can't do all of the research by themselves. There's simply too much data. The players in the family didn't have to go here, as most of the knowledge was provided by the family. But most choose to come. Here, they can recruit their own team of players and forge relationships with other families both big and small. And most importantly, there are many rare skills and treasures here for the best students. Things that only the elites in the families and sects are eligible to get. Stopping at the gate, the guard quickly approached them and asked about their identity. This is the teachers and researchers gate. The students should go through the other one, he said, just as a youngster with purple hair who was squeezed with 4 girls in the back seat flashed his purple token. Please go right in, young master, the guard bowed respectfully as he opened the gate. Although the school didn't belong to his family, it was under the influence of the Player Council, and elite members of the council factions enjoyed many privileges. Alex, take the day off, maybe go shopping. Just make sure to come to pick me up at 5.00 Victor said as he stepped down from the car and took a deep breath. He is back. This place was full of memories and disappointments. Behind him, Lily, the twins, and Margaret stepped out of the car and put on their special class badges. Alex nodded and then returned to the car.
She needed some
womanly products.
She will go shopping.
Where to now, young master? Margaret looked around with sparkling eyes. She had never dreamed in her life that she could set foot in this place.
The auditorium.
There will be an opening ceremony in a while. We arrived a little early, Victor said as he guided the girls on the campus grounds.
It was 7 a.m.
The ceremony should start at 8:00. When they reached the auditorium, the girls decided to go to the ladies' room. They needed to fix their clothes. They really liked hugging Victor in the car, but their clothes apparently didn't. Victor chuckled and decided to wait in the hallway. So he sat on a bench to the side and leisurely watched the flustered students enter one by one with broad smiles on their faces as they were being guided by upperclassmen who acted as guides. Victor didn't encounter those guides as he parked his car in the teachers' section. Suddenly 2 familiar faces were entering the building. Why are those 2 together? Are they connected? Victor didn't know, as he never met Monica in his previous life. Don't worry, no matter who the man your father is forcing you to marry is, I will confront him for you, Tom said to Monica just as they passed by Victor, who frowned then smiled widely when Monica's eyes met his. Oz.
She yelped.
What's wrong? Tom asked as he looked to the side and noticed Victor. He wanted to say something insulting but before he could, Monica beat him to it.
It's you.
Why are you here? She asked as she looked around. Are there other terrorists here? Why can't I be here?
I am also a student,
he said, pointing to the golden badge on his chest.
Ah.
She didn't know what to say, as Tom looked at her and then at Victor suspiciously. He didn't like the feeling he was having in his chest at all. We will be late for the ceremony.
Let's go.
Tom, who was getting a little jealous, nudged her.
Ah.
Yes, she moved forward as her eyes stayed on Victor.
Aren't you going?
She asked, making Tom nearly stumble. In a minute, Victor said with a charming smile. You go first, I will find you later, he said as he flashed his white teeth. The same move Tom did when he charmed girls. Monica froze for a second, then nodded and hurried away while wondering why she said that. Victor frowned a little, then used his appraisal skill on Monica.
Monica Davis. STR 9. Int 14. Luck 11. Charm 25. Fate, A+.
Bloodline, Dragon Butterfly / B rank.
An A fate. Could she be meant for Tom? Interesting.
Victor smiled as he watched Tom and Monica enter the auditorium. This girl's bloodline is very unique. Its power is to attract men to her and then eat them. But its problem was that if she encountered a true dragon bloodline, the power would turn into a curse. She would fall for him instead. As Victor was lost in thoughts, suddenly, a loud shout rocked the hallway. It came from the direction of the restrooms. I finally found you, B*TCH.
Get a toothbrush.
She needed a new one to continue to clean the pool with.
Her arm really hurt, but she didn't dare to slack off.
Suddenly she heard a noise. She shivered as ducked behind a table, thinking it was Hilda who heard her curses.
It was not.
2 chicks were leisurely walking around. So on Thursday night, you have to drive me with the other guys back to the base. We have our annual test. The first one said. Yeah. But can we really leave the basement unguarded? The young master's treasures are stored there, the second complained. Don't worry, the maids will keep an eye on it. And it's not like someone is planning a heist that very night. The first said. Ms. Hilda said that she would guard it by herself, he added.
Fine then.
How is your rash? Their sound faded. Elle left her hiding with a very thoughtful look in her eyes.
This was her chance. But
she quickly got the toothbrush and returned to the pool, where after making sure no one was around, she sneaked toward the phone.
Who is it?
A young man's voice asked.
Mr. Klein. It's me, Elle, she said.
Didn't I tell you not to call me again? You are too young to join me. I am busy, he said with a sigh.
Wait.
I am not at the village, I have some news,
she said. I know.
About the mountain deal. I am finding someone to help, he said with an annoyed voice.
It's not that.
I am at the new owner's house. I know where he is keeping the deed. There would be a chance to get it, she said, then proceeded to tell him everything about Victor, including how he can fly. Some kind of a personal jet. This guy must be filthy rich,
Mr. Klein said in shock. Yes, she replied.
Next Thursday, is it? I will see what I can do. You keep following their orders, and tell me if anything has changed,"
he said, then hung up.
Elle smiled wickedly as she returned the phone's handset to its place quietly. Damn witch Hilda, just you wait for this young Mrs. Revenge. Following the yelling sound, Victor quickly reached the ladies' room, where a few students were grouping at the door to watch the drama inside. Victor intended to push them aside, but suddenly they all stepped back in horror, giving Victor a chance to slip in. A young man was standing there, aiming a gun at Lily and the girls who stood there in shock. His eyes were red in anger, as if he was about to lose his mind.
Oliver Goodman.
Level, 0. Abnormal state, Berserk. Class, Gunslinger. Authority, 3.
Strength, 20. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Luck, 9. Charm, 20. Order, 10. Skills.
Firearm scan and materialize S, scanned, toy pistol, AK-99.
Piercing shot A. Homing bullet A. Bullet storm A. Shadow step C. Gun art C.
Driving D.
Swimming E. Quick draw F. Equipment.
Protection talisman B. Protection necklace C, add.
Berserk curse A. Storage ring D, add. Tracking device A. Fate status. Fate's power S.
Fate's direction, neutral. Fate's design, scion from rags to riches, from weak to strong.
Total S.
Victor frowned when he saw this guy's info, a typical overpowered scion. What was his relationship with Lily? And what's going on with his equipment?
Was he being tricked into something? Who are you?
Lily said with a frown as she put her hand behind her back, grabbing the dagger hidden there. Oh, you be *TCH forgot what you did to me, you. He froze a little and regained his mind when he saw that an audience was slowly forming around the door. Some things are better kept a secret. Just now, he just pulled his gun on an impulse. Realizing that he made a mistake, Oliver decided to retreat and take revenge later.
Ah.
You are the pervert I castrated. It was your fault for attacking me that day, Lily said in shock, stopping the retreating Oliver in his tracks and causing the people who heard the scream and came to see what's wrong to look at the man, then down at his crotch. Ah, you be *TCH.
Oliver screamed.
Now get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. And maybe I will grant you a swift death. He yelled, losing his mind again as his secret had been exposed. Victor didn't like how this guy pointed his gun at Lily. He wanted to do something, but assaulting a scion was dangerous. Even someone as weak as this one. Wait, where are the security guards? Victor frowned as he looked around. That's weird. This place should be heavily guarded as many important people would be attending this ceremony. This was definitely a trap. Victor didn't know what to do, but after some thought, he decided to put the needle he had taken out away. Lily was powerful enough to deal with this weak guy. Whoever planned this trap must have wanted them to kill Oliver or get hurt in the process. But sadly they miscalculated. Even if he wanted to kill this eunuch he couldn't. Scions can't be killed. It was a tested and proven fact. Just wait for it, he told himself as he watched nervously. Indeed, at the moment when Lily had enough of this idiot's rambling and was preparing to throw her dagger at him,
a girl shouted, "Stop, Oliver.
What are you doing here?" A girl pushed the spectators to the side as she made her way toward them.
Zoe.
Oliver slowly lowered his gun and looked at the pretty girl.
When? How? Why?
He had many questions. He had not met her for the last 5 years. Ever since he left the village. You ask me why? I should be the one asking you? Since when did you become a thug? Zoe asked, with some disappointment.
Ah. Sorry.
I lost my nerves there, he said as he looked at Lily with a clear hatred. A while ago I was very hurt, and that girl took advantage of that and injured me, he said as he had some difficulty controlling himself. He should probably leave this place to keep his sanity and dignity, what's left of it.
Oh.
Zoe wanted to say something just as a team of guards surrounded the room, headed by a fat captain with a balding head. They quickly pushed the students away. Drop your gun, the captain said as he raised his gun and aimed it at Oliver, who frowned, then slowly put the gun down on the floor, passing it behind his pants in the process. Never make trouble with the officers of the law. That was one of the player council's rules. This is just a toy. I was joking with them, Oliver said in a confident voice as he kicked it toward the nervous guard. Oh, the guard said as one of his men quickly grabbed it and checked it.
It's a toy, sir,
he said, making the captain relax. This was just a prank. What are you doing here? The ceremony is about to start. Go to the auditorium, the captain said, intending to defuse the situation. There are many important people here. If anything went wrong, it would be his responsibility. And you, I will tell the vice principal to issue you a warning. This better not happen again, now get going.
The captain added.
Oliver shot Lily a murderous look, then turned around and headed to Zoe near the door, pushing Victor, who purposely stood in his way, to the side. But after taking a few steps, Oliver heard a shout.
Stop!
A commanding voice stopped the students and guards from leaving. Everyone turned around and looked at Victor, who pointed at Oliver, who turned around to look at him with a frown. Is this how you run this school? A pervert tries to assault the girls in the ladies' room with a fake gun. And all you do is let him go with a warning? Maybe I should get all my friends to come and assault the girls here since you guys are this forgiving,
Victor said.
It's not that he wanted to make Oliver his enemy. But this guy already wants Lily dead.
Victor felt it in his eyes.
How can he let him leave this easily? And wouldn't this idiot be a perfect practice target for him? In the worst-case scenario, he can get Zoe to mediate the situation. She seems to know this guy well.
What do you mean assault?
This is just a prank,
the captain asked.
Captain, this young man is a known sex offender. You can check with the police. That girl castrated him in self-defense before when he tried to assault her. She didn't press charges back then because she thought that he was pitiful, and now he is doing it again, maybe for revenge. I'm just saying, why was he loitering here in the ladies' room anyway?
Victor said,
making Oliver get angry again, but knowing that Zoe was watching him, he cooled down immediately.
True,
the guard said. Why are you here? One dutiful guard asked. I saw her entering here and followed her. Oliver confessed to making the girls in the back gasp.
This is not a crime.
I just wanted an apology from her, he said, making the guards hesitate. They should end this quickly. Then how do you explain that panty poking out of your right pocket? A girl's voice suddenly came out of nowhere, making everyone look at Oliver's pocket.
There is no oi.
Oliver took out a red sexy panty from his pocket in shock. When did this thing spear in his pocket?
Ah, it is mine,
Margaret said as she pointed at Oliver in shock, then ran to him and took her panty before slapping his face, making him fall to the ground.
Bastard.
How did you take it? I didn't feel a thing, she said as she ran into an open cubicle in shame, not forgetting to stumble a little, so that everyone could see that she was not wearing anything below her short skirt. Victor nodded. This girl got his intentions right, as always. Her mind was as corrupt as his. Wait, why is she not wearing any underwear? Everyone in the room was shocked. Men were cursing in anger, as girls touched their panties, making sure they were in their places. Including Zoe. This guy might have become a eunuch, but he was still a pervert. You will come with us, the captain told Oliver as the guards surrounded him. He wanted to resist as his eyes turned red in anger. But even with his powers, he could not push away 7 burly guards, who handcuffed him and then dragged him away while gagging his mouth.
He was biting.
Everyone, head immediately to the auditorium. I will punish everyone who stays here, the captain said as sweat fell from his brows. This was a scandal and a big mess. He shouldn't have listened to that B*TCH, Charlot. Zoe frowned as she watched Oliver being taken away. She wanted to talk to him a little more. He was her childhood friend in the mountain village after all. Who did he become like this? When did he get so perverted? Was city life this evil? She must ask Lily for some info later. She must fix him. Victor was secretly chuckling as he watched Oliver being dragged away when he noticed a change in Oliver's fate.
Fate status. Fate's power S.
Fate's direction, negative. Fate's design, dark scions suffer in misery.
Live for revenge.
Die in glory.
Total, negative S. What? Can this be done?
Victor had no idea that a scion's fate could be changed. The power was still an S, but the direction and destination have changed. From a scion to a dark scion.
What caused it?
The repeated failures?
Or was it his destiny?
And what about his revenge? Would this guy bug Lily from now on? That's unforgivable. Was this a destiny arrangement because Lily avoided death at the family grounds?
Maybe.
He should have seen this coming. Victor was a little disturbed, but a little excited as well. How far can he manipulate this guy's fate? That was the question he was asking, and it was worth investigating. And he had the perfect test subject for that. Maybe he can also fix Alex's fate. That would be dangerous. He should ask the Book of Knowledge when it cools down. Hopefully, the cost would be reasonable. Now he had to know who set this trap. That was easy as he knew who to ask. Go reserve a good seat in the back for me. This young master has to use the restroom, Victor said as he ran away, under the girls' frowns. Wasn't the men's room in the other direction? The guards captain returned to his office after handing Oliver to the police. The better keep out of this mess. He just checked the girl. She was registered under the Von Weiss name. He was probably in deep sh*t. Throwing his fat ass on his chair, he felt a needle prick his ass. He jerked immediately, but couldn't stand up, as a hand pushed him down, making the needle drill itself into his buttocks.
Oh!
He wanted to turn, but couldn't. It was as if the hand on his head was made of steel. And he could feel a sharp dagger almost slitting his throat. On its reflection, he could see the face of an old ugly man. Who told you to ignore the trouble at the auditorium ladies' room? An old ghastly voice asked. I don't know, the man wanted to say but couldn't. As his mouth told the truth involuntarily. It was Lady Charlot. She got me the job here, he said against his will. Good, the voice said as the fat man lost his consciousness. The auditorium was still half empty when Victor entered, then leisurely headed to the freshman special students section at the front, where the girls kept a seat for him between Margaret and Mana. As for Mina and the sulking Lily, they were on the other seats to the side.
Did they bet on this? Victor didn't ask.
Zoe was nowhere to be seen. And Victor had the feeling that she went after Oliver. Scions had the tendency to sniff trouble, or attract it. Getting rid of Olive with her around would be troublesome. Maybe he can wait for him to come, then release the tom on him. Alex would work too. But as a female, there was a risk of her falling for him. When he reached his seat, he discovered to his surprise that in the seats right behind, Tom was sitting and glaring at him with Peter by his side. Monica couldn't sit in this section because she was a normal student and they were seated further in the back. After greeting Peter with a nod, Victor relaxed in his seat, totally ignoring Tom, who froze for a second as if he was reading some instructions from a hidden screen. Victor smiled evilly as he leisurely began to observe the students entering the auditorium, which was getting filled. It really brought back memories. In his past life, at this time he was suffering from the shock of being only a semi-player. And his brother's taunts. He had no time to enjoy the sight of all those youthful girls walking around in sexy dresses. Ouch. He flinched as Margaret to his side felt the need to pinch his thigh. Jealous? He asked her as he caught her hand and pinched it. Why would I? You held my panties in your pocket for the entire morning, she said, not caring about the two perverts who were listening from behind. Ah. About that. I just found it laying lonely in my bed. I felt sorry for it, so I decided to give it some warmth, he said, casually, drawing the attention of the rest of the students around. But the real question is, why were you walking around without one? He asked, making everyone who was listening want to ask, just to make sure. One what? Ah. Well, she lowered her voice, causing all the surrounding students to turn their ears toward her to listen more attentively. You see, when we were in the car hugging you, I might have gone a little overboard and spoiled it, she said with a slight blush as she stuck her little tongue out, making the twins gasp. They noticed nothing. What a slut. Lily shot Margaret a really nasty look before looking away with a blush on her veiled face. This girl was getting more perverted by the minute. Was this her young master's effect? Probably. Can she do the same? Never. That's just too shameful for her. As for the ones listening, they almost bleed from their noses. Is this girl a student with us? Mommy, you were right. My childhood friend, who you always warned me about, turned out to be a complete pervert. Peter in the back was thinking in shock as Tom's drool began to drip from his open mouth. He refused her before because she was a slut. Now he regrets it. What's wrong with sluts? Victor chuckled as he squeezed Margaret's blushing cheek, then totally ignored her and continued to watch the girls going around to find their seats. Some of them he dated. Some he wanted to date. Some he never wanted to date. And a few who had the audacity to reject him. He also spotted Monica, who seemed to be very popular among the nerd boys who studied their heads off to get into this academy. Unfortunately for them, she kept glancing in his direction every once in a while. Was she looking at him or at Tom? Maybe both. He needs to fix her quickly. It took another 15 minutes for everyone to settle down and for the teachers and the VIP guests to find their seats. Welcome to the Elite Academy. The principal, who walked up and then stood at the podium in the center of the stage, said, My name is James Trove III. I am the principal of this academy. Today, we welcome a group of new students who will join us. Some of which would be joining the special class, while others the normal class. The classes are different. While normal classes focus on academic excellence, the special class was meant to attract the most elites. Even their courses are top secret, as they contain the most advanced knowledge available to mankind. He lied proudly. In our school, we strongly encourage the students to know their place. Life is not fair, and no matter what anyone tells you, people are not equal. So you must do your best to know your status. That's why we divide you into such classes. You must learn to respect your elders. This is a lesson for your future," he added, causing some dissatisfaction among the students who came from poor families. After that, he proceeded to talk about the academy's rules, which can be summarized as, if your daddy is powerful enough, you can do whatever you want. If not, you better not cross any red lines or you would be kicked out. Oh, and if you died somehow, it's not our business. Then a newly chosen student representative gave a speech, followed by some teachers who encouraged the students to do their best. Victor didn't care about all of these, he was busy watching the girls and the teachers.
Oh, sweet memories.
Should he expand his harem? Some of those girls can be useful. He was still pondering on that question when the ceremony ended and the students were guided to their new classrooms. So, hugging his entourage, he walked out proudly. Due to the limited number of students, the classes here were conducted in classrooms very similar to those in high schools. In fact, the freshman special class only had 32 player students. As for the normal class, they were divided into 2 classes with 30 students in each. Entering the large special classroom, Victor smiled as he saw the high-tech aluminum desks and leather chairs. Truly fit to be a school for elites. The class was supplied with the latest laser hologram whiteboard and a computer on every desk. For an optimal bragging experience, he quickly took a random seat on the back as his harem sat around him. Sadly, only Lily and Margaret could sit to his sides as the other seats around him were taken, so the twins had to reluctantly get 2 seats a little far away. Victor didn't like that, but this was not the right time for trouble. Peter wanted to find a seat in the back too. He wanted to watch the girls from the back, but he was dragged by Tom to the front. Margaret wondered why Tom wanted to sit there. That's not like him at all. The answer she didn't know was that he didn't. It's just another system mission. When the class got full, Victor surveyed it quickly. The classroom had 32 desks, but only 29 students. The remaining ones must be for Oliver and Zoe, and the runaway Linda. 10 of the students were girls while the rest were males. This was a very normal ratio, as most of the players are usually males. Especially in the minor families, the few chances to become a player they had were usually granted to the male heirs. 4 of the girls were his, so that only left 6 out of his grasp. Zoe and Linda were not counted. Victor casually inspected them, one by one. In his past life, he didn't date any of them. How can any girl be interested in him with Tom being in the same class? Scions always take all the girls. Or at least their attention. Victor didn't really care. 5 of the girls belonged to weak minor families, so he had no interest in them. Only one was somewhat interesting. She became a player by chance after falling into an ancient cave while camping and activating a buried formation. Her name was Madeline, and she was a really nice girl. After graduation, she would be one of the most successful players. She would go on to build a business empire and marry 19 husbands at the same wedding. The to-be 20th died the night before, because of exhaustion. Unfortunately, girls who are over 150 kg were not Victor's type. So he decided to skip over her again in this life. After settling down, the students looked around wanting to get to know each other, but were stopped as a charming yet cold female teacher entered the class and kicked the teacher's chair to the side, causing Victor to feel a headache that came straight from his old memories. In his ultimate list of the most annoying girls to ever exist, this idiot took one of the top 10 spots, right beside Officer Leah.
Listen up, brats.
My name is Isabella Von Miller, I will be your homeroom teacher, she said as she slammed her book on the table, causing it to creak.
Name, Isabella Von Miller. Level, 40.
Abnormal status, injured, cursed be sting AAA.
Class, Paladin.
Authority, 7. Strength, 159. Agility, 134. Intelligence, 91.
Luck, 31. Charm, 35. Order, 40. Skills.
Cleansing Wave A.
Energy Shield A. Survival A. Cooking A. Bartering A. Quick Steps B. High Sword Art B. Needle Arts C. Self-Defense Arts C. Shield Arts C.
Dagger Arts C.
Charm C. Teaching D. Poison Resistance F. Map Drawing F. Pillow Kissing F. Equipment. Demon Slaying Sword A. Defense Talisman B. Storage Ring D. Fate Status. Fate's Power A.
Fate's Direction, slightly negative. Fate's Design, Thomas Watson's right hand and concubine.
Total A. Thomas Watson?
Oh right, that's Tom's full name. Victor remembers this be *TCH. She kept acting all high and mighty, but in the end, fell into Tom's hands after he saved her from a berserk player and then cured her injured butt. She acted like a little girl when she was with him. She was not that old after all. Despite her bossy personality, she was merely 23. She came from the Von Miller family, a minor independent player family. They only had 9 players in their family, and she was the most successful one, taking pride in climbing the impossible status ladder and proving the big families wrong. Victor was not really interested in her. But she would be a good specimen for a fate change experiment, as she has to teach him for an entire year, and he would have a lot of chances to interact with her, and maybe test the waters for the Nova and Monica problems he had at hand.
Now, how shall he attack? The Tom way?
No, it requires a scion's luck to save a girl 5 times in a row, and to make her lose all reason. That idiot is already drooling in the front. This one was clearly his type. The system did promise him an excellent view if he sat in the front.
The Victor way then? Direct attack or a sneaky one? Why not both?
He needed to try it. The students prepared themselves as this was supposed to be the time when they introduced themselves. But that didn't happen, as Ms. Isabella had other thoughts.
Now,
no matter what the principal says, you can ignore him. I don't care what your background is. Right here you are all equals, she said stubbornly. So I don't even want to hear your names, she added unreasonably. Then how can you call us? A young man who kept looking at her curvy body asked. I will find suitable names.
I will call you pervert number 1,
she said coldly, making him shrink his neck, wishing he never asked.
Now, let's begin,
she said. You are now all players. Do you know what that means?
She asked.
We have a system?
Peter asked. That's part of it.
It means you are no longer part of the normal society. This is both a curse and a blessing. With great power comes great. Right then Victor fell to sleep. Her sound had that magical effect. Hey you sleepy in the back, stand up. A yelling voice woke him up. Raising his sleepy head he saw Isabella glaring at him. He didn't respond, just wiped his drool then put his head on the desk again. I said stand up you piece of sh*t. She yelled again, making him frown, then kicked the chair of the poor student in front of him. She is telling you to stand up. Do as you are told so that I can go back to sleep, he said as the young man stood up, despite being unsure it was him. It's not you. The one in the back, she yelled. Stand up, or I swear I would kick your ass out, she yelled louder. Victor opened his eyes again and looked at Lily, who was having difficulty containing her smile. Is she talking to you? He asked. No, young master, she said, making him turn to Margaret, who also shook her head as she pinched her own thigh to stop herself from laughing. Teacher. There are no sleepy students here, he said, just as the fuming Isabella reached his seat. You think you are funny, don't you? She asked coldly as she inspected him with a frown. I usually do. What does it have anything to do with you? He asked arrogantly. Oh. You think your daddy is very important, is it? No matter who you are. Here. You better obey me, you little piece of sh*t, she said as she grabbed his arm intending to drag him off his chair. She failed. Of course, she did. Victor is now over level 100. How can a merely level 40 player drag him? Teacher, be careful, he said as he grabbed her hand, making the stunned Isabella fall onto his lap. Ah, she wanted to say something when his lips touched hers. Stealing her first kiss. Orange, he said as he licked his lips after letting her go. She didn't move. Tom and the rest of the boys opened their mouths and eyes wide in shock, as the girls covered their eyes. Except for a fat one, who licked her lips too. Teacher, do you like this young master's lap? If you are interested, I can reserve some time in my busy schedule for you. Let's say on Thursday, maybe. No, I might have guests. How about? Ah, you bastard. I will. She screamed aloud as she struggled up from his lap, then lost her footing and almost fell to the ground if not for his firm arm hugging her waist. Be careful, pretty teacher, he said with a dirty smile as his free hand nimbly moved around her body, touching everywhere, and ending with grabbing her injured butt. Hiya, the students gasped. Aw, she screamed again, but this time in pain as she struggled out of his grasp and then looked at him and the dumbfounded drooling students, before running away from the room in shame. Her picture as a teacher has been completely ruined, and no one except Margaret and Lily noticed that he stuffed a piece of fabric in his pocket. How did he get this thing? That's how little girls should act, Victor said proudly as he sat down again and returned to sleep under the astonished eyes of his fellow students. The ones coming from normal families almost lost their minds. As for the important ones, the ones coming from a player family, they have been warned by their families that they would be attending school with a pervert. It must have been him. Now they must find a way to get close to him. We meet again, pervert, Leah said as she sat opposite the handcuffed Oliver, then shone a bright light right into his eyes.
Officer. This was a setup.
Someone stuffed that underwear in my pocket, he said with some annoyance.
I don't care.
Do you think that I am an idiot? Did someone drag you to the ladies' room again this time?
Lies. All lies.
You will enter prison this time, and for a long time, she said. I will make sure of that. You can't do that, he said as he began to get angry, just as the door opened and the chief entered. We will let you go, you have been bailed, and the school will not press any charges, he said, making Leah bite her pretty lip and angrily leave the room without saying a word. Oliver slowly cooled down as the chief uncuffed him and helped him out of the station. I don't know what kind of magic you did to get 2 girls from powerful families to help you, but hear my advice. Nothing good comes from rowing 2 boats at once. Especially 2 that are going in opposite directions, the chief said as he returned to the station. Oliver looked at the station's parking lot with complex eyes. 2 hot girls were waiting for him there while glaring at each other. Zoe, his childhood friend who grew up to be super pretty, and Charlotte, his newest beautiful ally and friend. For years he was faithful to his girlfriend who betrayed him. Never again. This is his chance to shine. He will make this work. Too bad, he can't touch either of them. The shocked classroom was silent, and the Tom was fuming with envy as he looked at the door, where the pretty teacher Isabella had just passed. Before the students could comprehend what just happened, a handsome young teacher entered the classroom with a frown and an iron ruler that he swung around.
Who did it? He yelled.
Who is the pervert who angered Ms.
Isabella?
He added as he pointed to the students with his ruler. A timid girl in the front pointed to Victor, who was having Lily arrange a pillow for him on the desk. You bastard. The teacher headed straight to Victor.
You.
He didn't continue as Victor, who was sitting lazily on his chair, skillfully kicked him in the balls from under the desk.
Ah, hi.
The teacher fell to the ground holding his crotch as his ruler fell to the ground. Victor has memories of this one. His name is Lucas something something.
And he was not a player,
but a normal teacher who adores Isabella and wants to court her. He probably thought this was his chance
to prove himself.
Back then, he didn't like Victor at all because he was more handsome than him.
He bullied him once or twice.
Victor was forbidden from acting as a family heir back then, so he was an easy target.
Listen, kid.
This young master will not tolerate anyone calling him a bastard, Victor said casually, making the student gasp. Did he just call the teacher a kid? Just you wait.
I will.
Lucas shouted as he struggled to stand up, but was kicked again by Lily this time, who got Victor's signal. You, the teacher wanted to say something when his nose hit a desk on his way down.
Ouch. Don't you me, kid.
Now crawl out of this classroom, you are ruining my good mood. Shit, you are bleeding. Get your dirty commoner blood away from me, Victor said as he stood from his chair and stepped away in disgust, to avoid the blood pool forming from the teacher's injured nose. The teacher quickly covered his nose. He wanted to stand up. No. I better not, he thought as he crawled his way out of the classroom. Lily quickly took a napkin and professionally whipped the blood around Victor's desk, allowing him to sit down again. Aren't you bullying them too much? Margaret asked with some worry,
as the students also listened.
2 teachers, and this was still the first day.
Oh, well.
Victor acted as if he was thinking for a few seconds. Didn't you hear the principal? His speech has opened my eyes. This life is all about status and class. How can those commoners insult me without repercussions? That won't do at all.
And I didn't hurt them.
If they were not my teachers, their heads would be rotting on a pole somewhere for their insults, he said arrogantly, making her nod. His classmates didn't know how to react. This young master was really arrogant. Just as everyone was not sure what to do. The door opened and the principal, who was listening to Victor's explanation across the building, entered the classroom. A slightly fat, white-haired man, with a funny goatee. Calm down everyone, he said with a calm voice as he looked at the blood pool, then at Victor.
Purple blood.
By any chance are you Victor von Weiss? He asked, as Victor politely stood up and bowed. Yes, Mr. Principal. I am very honored you knew my name, Victor said politely, making Tom, who was watching, want to spit on him. Just now he was acting like this Victor was the type who bully the weak and fear the strong. He thought with the rest of the class, not realizing how scary the principal really was. Name, James Trove 3. Level, 149. Class, Wizard.
Authority, 14.
Strength, 388.
Agility, 400.
Intelligence, 434.
Luck, 40. Charm, 35. Order, 47. Skills. Formula Magic, SS. Energy Storm, S. Elemental Bullets, A. Survival, A. Distant Hearing, A. Bartering, A. Chantless Magic, A. Teaching, A. Quick Steps, B. Fire Resistance, B. Charisma, C. Poison Resistance, C. Shock Resistance, C. Frost Resistance, C. Charm, D. Talisman Drawing, D. Knitting, E. Map Drawing, E. Sword Arts, F. Self-Defense Arts, F. Equipment. Hidden Staff of Trove, S. Defense Talisman, S. Storage Ring, A. Von Krone Family Janitor Token, E. Players Council Elder Token, F. The Elite Academy Principal Token, F. Fate Status. Fate's Power, A. Fate's Direction, Neutral. Fate's Design, Neutral. Total, A. Bloodline, Crowned Crow.
Good, the principal said as he fondled his goatee. Are you the one who harassed teacher Isabella?
He asked.
If you mean kissing, then yes. I couldn't help myself, as she was the one who tried to harass me first. She seduced me with her hot body. This might have been a misunderstanding, Victor said shamelessly. Hiding his distress, the rest of the students looked at the principal, waiting for him to kick Victor out of the school.
I see.
Then what about Teacher Lucas? Why did you do that?
The principal asked.
Who is Teacher Lucas?
Victor asked.
The one you kicked a little earlier, the principal said, without a hint of annoyance.
Oh.
He is just a commoner. Who told him to come screaming like a mad dog. I wish to submit an official complaint about this. He called me a bastard.
How dare he?
Does he know who my father is? That teacher is not good for the school's morals, Victor said, using his daddy professionally to cover his ass.
I see.
I will consider it. The principal said, try to be more considerate of those people of lower social status in the future. They don't understand how vast the world is.
The principal said.
But I wanted to educate them. Victor interrupted. Then don't do it here. If you must cause trouble, you are free to kill them outside, the principal said before giving the girls in the classroom a quick look and pausing for a second on Lily before leaving the room with a frown. The students were in an uproar. What is wrong with this school? Can the powerful really bully the weak here? The answer was of course not. Unless you belong to one of the top powers. You can do whatever you want then. Victor sat in his chair frowning. This man belonged to the Von Krone, damn it. He must be some hidden agent. He should have checked him earlier at the ceremony. Did he discover Lily? Although she was wearing a veil, the air around her must have made him suspicious. Is there anything wrong, young master?
Lily asked.
The expression on his face was not good. I just didn't like the way the principal looked at you. Thankfully you were wearing a veil, or he would have discovered how ugly you are. That would have been disgraceful for me. He added in a low voice, making both Lily and Margaret frown. They quickly figured it out. The principal must be eavesdropping on them. Anyway, you keep close to me in the future. I might need you to whip a lot of stains, blood and... You will understand later, he told her casually. But she got his true meaning, don't wander alone without me. I will tell you why later. A minute or so after that a new teacher entered the classroom. This time, it was an old-timer who knew his place. Teacher Isabella would take the rest of the day off, so I will substitute her, he said after clearing his throat and avoiding eye contact with Victor. Now let's introduce ourselves. Call me Mr. Gold.
How about you?
Let's begin with you. Everyone feel free to say your name and afflicted power. You can also tell us your class if you want to sponsor yourself, but that's optional. But maybe some supreme power would hear of you and recruit you, he said, gesturing to Peter. I am Peter Ford. I am unaffiliated, my class is Archer. Peter stood up and said. I am Tom Watson, I am also unaffiliated, my class is a warrior. Tom naturally lied. I am Andrea Lang, I am with the Lang family. She didn't reveal her class. Most of those who already belonged to some faction didn't need to advertise themselves. My name is Madeline Roberts. I am unaffiliated, and my class is Enchantress, she lied. Making the class a little surprised as Margaret frowned, she had the same class. Victor almost spat on this dirty girl. She was not an enchantress, but a F***King rare succubus class. A super fat succubus who feeds on men's dreams and other things. I am Alya Dina, I am with the Clear Water sect, and my class is
a healer, she said.
Looking for a better employer maybe.
I am Mina.
I am a maid in the Von Weiss estate. she said proudly, followed by her sister who repeated the same sentence, causing a boy who was trying to get close to them to lick his lips secretly.
Are they maids? He.
That's his fetish. He had no idea what Von Weiss meant. Tom and Peter looked at each other, then at the twins with a frown. They always suspected that. Especially Tom, who realized how wise the system was, warning him about them. Dirty B** cheese. He should have never got close to them. I am Lily Von Weiss, Lily said coldly, hiding her blushing face behind a veil as she took her husband's last name. Her affiliated power was clear. My name is Victor Von Weiss, an elite member of the Von Weiss family, and I am a merchant, he said casually as he sat down. A merchant always needs more advertisement. The boy who was making plans for the twins, at that same moment moved his desk 3 inches away from them. He has just realized what Von Weiss signified. He was just someone from a poor family who got lucky, and he does not want to have anything to do with this madman. Lastly, Margaret Ringer. Soon to be a Von Weiss, she added as she sat down, moving her desk closer to Victor as she gave Lily a challenging look. The teacher nodded. As he sighed in relief, nothing too crazy happened.
Thankfully.
Now let's start our course.
What is a player?
It is the user of great power. And with that, their first day at school passed peacefully as Victor enjoyed a blissful sleep. No one dared to wake him up at all. At the end of the day, Victor woke up and stretched his arms. That was a good first day. He looked around and watched the students collect their stuff cheerfully. They learned a lot today, especially about dungeons and how they worked. They couldn't wait for their first dungeon dive. Excuse me, young Master Victor. My name is Rebecca. A girl approached Victor who looked at her with a frown.
What do you want?
He answered rudely. This girl rejected him 2 times in his previous lifetime. That was before he realized how much of a snake she was. Later, she became one of Linda's cronies who took every chance to slander him. He was a real idiot back then. I was wondering if you are interested in some ice cream. There is a shop, she said shyly.
Oh.
No, I only eat fresh ice cream. If you can produce some, I wouldn't mind, he said pervertedly as he looked at her bulging chest and licked his lips. This is the best way to get revenge and get rid of her at the same time. Victor knew well that this girl wanted to climb up to his family. Like most of the girls here. But he didn't want any spies by his side.
Fresh eye.
She didn't get it, until one of her friends dragged her to the side and whispered something in her ear, making her blush angrily as she kicked the ground with her foot and turned to leave. She didn't mind if he told her that privately. But in front of all of her friends, she had no face left. Seeing the girl's magnificent failure, the other girls changed their minds. This guy was too perverted for them.
And that was what Victor wanted. He is a hunter, not a prey.
They decided to go for their other option, who was flashing his shining smile everywhere. Just as Victor was about to leave the classroom, he noticed a girl hesitating at the door. Monica. She has seen the entire scene where he humiliated that girl. She was looking at him, then at Tom, who had yet to notice her.
She seemed hesitant.
Making up her mind, she started heading in Tom's direction, just as Tom stood up and headed to Madeline's desk.
Go out with me,
he told her as he struck the desk firmly with his hand, making all the girls who were gossiping about Victor turn around and look at him in shock. And oh, their other target chose that girl out of all the pretty ones in the class. Is an enchantress effect really this powerful? Or does he have some crazy hobbies? Monica stood there, lost, watching as that fat girl acted coquettishly in front of Tom. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed her waist, making her flinch. Are you looking for me?
Victor asked.
Ah, are you really Victor Von Weiss? She asked as she turned to look at his handsome face. Her father told her to go sell herself to him. And after asking around, she realized that her target was the same handsome terrorist who kidnapped her. Was this a coincidence or destiny? The one and the only. No, there is another Victor in the family, but he is already 90 years old, he said, pondering.
Could it be him?
Ah, it is you, she said bashfully. Then what can this young master do for you, pretty Miss Monica? He asked, making her blush a little.
Ah, my father asked me to become your assistant. If you don't mind.
She said it as softly as possible. In fact, her father told her to get him to impregnate her.
But she can't say that.
Oh. Well, I told you that you will be mine before.
Fine.
Let's go then, he said as he threw his bag at her, and walked out of the classroom as his entourage dragged her with them, just as Tom glanced at them.
What?
Wait.
No.
Too bad for him, he couldn't chase after Monica, as a fat girl was hugging his arm firmly. The system promised him that this one would be of great assistance.
He must endure. Damn you, Victor.
Peter didn't witness any of that because the moment class was over, he hurried out heading to the normal class. The girls here were not his type, he liked normal girls who were weaker than him, so he would go hunt there. Who would refuse a special class student? Stepping out of the academy surrounded by his pretty harem, Victor quickly headed to the parking lot under the envious eyes of the school students. Just then a student who came running out of nowhere bumped into Lily, knocking her and grabbing her veil before he hurried away. His timing was too perfect that she could only stand there in shock. Victor said nothing. In a split second, he took out a gun and shot the young man's hand, forcing him to drop the veil and escape. He didn't kill him, because he was sent by the principal, and has just used a high-level concealment skill. Everyone looked at Lily's face in shock by then. How can a girl be this ugly? Her looks were so ugly that it made a few faint-hearted students throw up. She was not a monster, but her nose was a little rotated to the left, and her mouth was a little bit wrong. Her lips were thin and her chin was like a cucumber. The combined effect created a unique face that would be perfect for any villain in a thriller movie. Everyone wondered at her hideous face as Mina quickly got the veil from the ground and then gave it back to Lily after dusting it. Margaret frowned a little as Monica put her hand on her mouth. She never expected this girl to be this ugly. Victor sighed as dragged the girls to the car. The principal was definitely suspecting something, but with this, he had probably managed to mislead him. He must hurry and complete the blood awakening. Damn it. When they reached the car, Alex was waiting for them with a smile. She seemed to have had a good day. How dare she? He will ruin it for her later tonight. Did you make any new friends? He asked the girls as he sat in the car's back seat, followed by Monica, who was dragged in forcefully. The girls shook their heads as they sat down. Only Monica wanted to say that she made many friends, but decided to keep her silence. That won't do. I know you want to stay with me, but having friends is important. Look, I already have a cute Monica here, he said, making her blush. Understood, the girls said. It's not that they didn't want to make friends, but no one dared to go near them with Victor around. His reputation was already rock bottom. Young master. Where are we going? Monica asked as the car moved. She was not ready yet. I will drive you to your home first, then go to my mansion and enjoy a blissful night, he said with a smirk. Don't worry, when your father sees that you are coming out of my car, he will stop bothering you, Victor added, making her smile sweetly for the first time. He really cared for her. You are mine now, though. Don't get close to other guys, he added, making her smile freeze. She thought of Tom, then shook her head. Young Master Victor is much more handsome. After dropping Monica off at her house with a reluctant goodbye kiss, Victor reached his mansion at 4:00 p.m., where he decided to have a quick lunch with the girls. This time Elle was there, sitting obediently as a cute little sister. She was not fooling anyone though. Everyone has already been informed of her betrayal, and they were waiting for a chance to spank her ungrateful butt. Elle, how was your day? Victor asked leisurely, as he appreciated his artfully arranged dish. It was fine. Thank you for asking, young master, she answered politely, the way Hilda taught her. Good, how about this? Camellia, take Elle out and go shopping for the night. She needs some new clothes, he said, making Elle a little jumpy. This was her chance to run, but she needed to be here to help Mr. Klein. She was conflicted. Wait, shopping? For me? She wondered silently. Are you going to let her buy things for me, young master? Elle asked, a little unsure. Of course. Although you are not my real young sister, I will still care for you, I already promised, he said, making her feel a weird tingling in her heart. Something she never experienced before. Oh, by the way, Hilda, I have a new buyer for the antiques in the basement. So make sure they are well wrapped and place them in an easily accessible place. I intended to offer them at Charlotte's auction, but I didn't have a chance back then. I am sure they would sell for millions, he said, making Elle perk her ears. I will see to it, young master, Hilda replied. Victor nodded, then returned to his meal, ignoring the somewhat edgy Lily, who wanted to ask about the incident today but didn't want to disturb her young master's meal. Victor quickly finished his meal, then stood up as Mana helped him wipe his mouth. Lily, follow me. We need to talk, he said. Mina, prepare some coffee for me, he added before heading to the study. Lily ran behind him under the girls' curious looks. Sitting on his trusty chair in the study, Victor smiled and gestured to Lily to sit on his lap. It's been a while. So she quickly obeyed. He gently hugged her, then removed her veil to look at her pretty face. Do you know why I told you that you are ugly today? He asked. I don't. Maybe someone was stalking me? Was that guy who stole my veil a player? I didn't feel his approach. No, I did, but I didn't perceive his danger.
I felt strange. What does he want from me?
Does it have anything to do with that, Oliver? She asked one question after another, making Victor smile slightly. One question at a time, he said. First, that stalker was sent by the principal. He should belong to the Von Krone family. Your original family,
Victor said,
making her open her pretty mouth wide in shock. Did he discover that I belong to them? She asked with a worried tone.
No.
I believe he is suspecting you. Your veil didn't cover your eyes after all, and those old monsters have real keen instincts. He added, that's why he sent that man to remove your veil, and that's why I responded by camouflaging your appearance to look ugly.
Victor explained. Oh. What? Ugly? She didn't notice.
She finally figured out why all the students were looking at her with disgust. She thought they were acting.
Yes.
Anyway, if my guess is correct, they should have already discovered you. Did you notice that he wanted to take the veil?
He wanted your DNA, he said. What? Would they?
Should I stop going to school? She wanted to ask. No need, they probably already got a sample from your desk. It's impossible to guard against this. And if you disappeared suddenly, they might get a little agitated, Victor said. He never expected to see a Von Krone agent so soon. Weren't they supposed to be hidden away? Is this a fate backlash too?
Ah. Then.
Lily hesitated. Don't worry, I didn't want them to find you so soon, but that won't affect our plan. I know a lot about those guys. You are 17, right? He asked. That guy would begin his search for her after another year anyway. Yes, 17 and 2 months. The family used an artifact to measure it when I joined the assassination squad.
Lily nodded.
Oh, you are older than me, that means we have 10 months. You see, the Von Krone family has this crazy test for their heirs. After the age of 5, all heirs would have to live outside the family in an orphanage, where they would rely on themselves to survive. The family would provide them with a scholarship for education, but that's it. Victor said, as he squinted his eyes, remembering the royal family's code. The boys would have to complete 20 years, while the girls 18. That's if they want to gain a good status. Victor said, pondering on this crazy method to manufacture scions. The probability of one of those heirs awakening as a scion after this test was about 0.1%, but that was enough for them. The normal probability for a scion in the general public was 0.00001%. The secret of the Von Krone family's power was their mass production of scions to serve them. Their patriarch is a scion too.
Ah.
Is that why they threw me away?
Lily asked.
They should have told you the truth when you turned 13. They take the heirs back for a tour in the family and a crash course in family secrets, before throwing them back into the wild. But if my guess was correct, something happened and caused them to lose track of you. That's just my hypothesis though. Victor said, he heard it all from her brother. Losing her was a plot from another faction in their family, as her bloodline was tested to be one of the purest.
Then,
they would not come for me? She worriedly asked.
They will.
But that would be stupid, as they only need to wait 1 more year for your sake. So I believe they would wait until you are 18. We should get married before that. Unless you want to return to your family, he said. No, you are my only family, she said in a shy tone as she hugged him to hide her blushing face. Hee. You better remember that, he said, not letting her see the worried look in his eyes. Their intimate moment was broken by a knock on the door. It was Mina bringing the coffee for her young master. When she entered, she was not surprised by the intimate atmosphere. On the contrary, she wished it was her instead. Put it on the table, then call your sister, Alpha, Alex, Margaret Ann.
Theta too.
I have something to explain, he said, making Mina nod and then go to call them. What do you want to explain? Lily asked, annoyed by the fact that her special time with her young master was ruined. Your second question.
About Oliver,
he said with a sigh. What about him?
She asked.
Wait for the others, he said as he pinched her puffed cheek. After 5 minutes the girls and Alex, who was dressed as a girl, were all sitting in the study, waiting for their young master to finish his cup of coffee. Putting the cup on the table, Victor licked the cream off his lips and then looked at them. Did the twins tell you about what happened today? He asked.
No.
Alpha replied. Victor nodded and gestured to Mina to tell them what happened as Mana prepared another cup of coffee for him. So after another 10 minutes, the girls were all briefed on the Oliver incident, in addition to their young master behavior in class.
What a bully.
Now, what do you think I should do about that, Oliver? Victor asked as he took 2 strange talismans and activated them, making all the girls except Alpha wonder what it is. Kill him, Alpha said, beating the girls to it, and wondering why Victor activated an S-rank isolation talisman. Does he want to tell them some important secret? And what was that second one? She had no memories of that design. Then what if I told you that Oliver is a scion? He added, making Alpha gasp as the girls looked at him with a frown. They never heard that term before. What is a scion? Margaret asked with a frown. Well, that's a complex question. Do you girls know what my class is? He asked, deciding it is time for them to know something. Those girls would form the nucleus of his future team. Wasn't it a merchant?
Mana asked. It's not.
Victor said, that's a fake class. Take it as a life lesson, don't let your enemies know about your powers. And everyone who is not your ally is your enemy. Take your good friend Tom for example, he kept telling you he is a warrior, but in fact, his class is berserker, he added.
What?
He was lying to us. Also lying in school. Margaret said in shock. Of course he is lying, even that girl Madeline was lying, she is a succubus, not an enchantress. He added, making the twin gasp, then giggle with a blush as they thought of the way she was hugging Tom's arm when they left. Now, you will have to keep this a secret and never talk about this after leaving this room. My real class is called Fate Weaver.
I can see people's fate. A part of it, anyway.
My class's level is still too low.
He said. Fate? Mina asked.
You will not understand it completely. But simply, fate is the power to change the world, and enforce your will on it and on others. In plain words, it means that if you have a powerful fate, you can make your desires come true. He said, as he sipped his coffee and watched the girls' expressions. Some people have more power to influence the world than others. People with weak fates can't change a thing. They can only swim with the current, getting affected by others. But people with strong fates can change things to their advantage mostly. But not always. He added, remembering how dark scions cause trouble to the world around them.
Are you like a fortune teller? Can you see that?
Are you going to tell us our fates? Margaret asked, her interest piqued. So did Alpha, who had never heard of these things from her family.
Well, not a real fortune teller.
Victor smirked at Margaret's question, but I can see some interesting things, and I can tell you about your fate's power. He said, but first of all, you must understand that my class makes me fate neutral. This means the fate of others can't influence me. And while my effect on others still exists, it is still minimal due to my insufficient level. That's for now anyway. My class allows my fate to gradually strengthen. He said as the girls frowned, not understanding a thing. That means that by working for me your fates also become undetermined. So what I will tell you now is your fate before you knew me. He said, looking at Lily. For Lily, I know nothing. I saved her life before getting to my class. So her fate was connected to mine, and it became too foggy for me to see anything. He told the truth, making her a little disappointed. But she liked the fact that they were connected. What about me? Margaret asked as she looked at him with anticipation. Well, Margaret, I am sorry to tell you, but your fate was E-rank when I first met you, and it was going downhill. That's a very weak fate. There is no set destiny. But most likely, you would have ended up leading a miserable life, or dead, Victor said with a sigh, making her look down at her feet with distress. She knew he was telling the truth. She knew it long ago. Don't worry though, your fate is C+ now. It is slowly rising. He said, cheering her up a little. Climbing into him was probably the smartest thing she ever did. Am I the same? Alpha asked. Her entire life has only been a series of unfortunate events. No. You are the opposite. You the same as Mina, Mana, and Alex. You all have an A-ranked fate. It's very strong. Victor said, making them frown, not understanding how this works. Then why was our childhood so miserable? Mina asked, a little unconvinced. Fate represents the power to change. Look at both of you, Mina and Mana, escaping your family's demise, and finding a new home. The same goes for Alpha and Alex. If your fate was weak, you would have already died. He said, your bad luck was the result of your destiny. Victor said, no matter how strong your fate is, it will always lead you from and to your destinies, and... Do you really want to hear this? Victor asked. Yes. Alpha and Alex replied at the same time. Your original destiny had nothing to do with me. The same goes for the twins. I changed it. He confessed with a proud smile. What do you mean? Alpha asked. Well, let me explain what a scion is first, as your destinies have something to do with it. He said, making them a little tense. A scion is someone who has at least an S-ranked fate. That means whatever he wants, he will get it. The world would make sure of that. Victor said. Ah. You said Oliver is a scion. Lily asked. Yes, and that is the problem. Scions are very strong, They get powerful really fast, and usually can't be killed. The world itself will protect them and defend them against their enemies. Didn't you notice how Zoe arrived at just the right time today, just when you were about to throw your dagger at him? Victor asked Lily, making her nod.
He was right.
A second later, and that Oliver would have lost his life.
But
I castrated him earlier.
nothing happened, Lily said.
That was his destiny.
He couldn't escape it.
If you didn't do it, someone else would have done it, Victor said with a frown. He never heard of Oliver in his past life. Let me tell you something else, every scion has a destiny. Something the world gave him all that fate to accomplish. No one knows what it is. But as long as you do not stand between them and their destiny, we would only suffer minor consequences by confronting him. That's as long as he doesn't target us.
Victor explained.
That was his understanding.
Then, what should we do about him? She asked.
An enemy that can't be killed.
Lock him up?
No, that may stop him from accomplishing his destiny. And he was already targeting them.
Well,
usually, we would be in a mess. But I might have caused his fate to change a little after framing him today. I didn't even know that this could be done. But in the end, he became a dark scion. That means that the world has decided that he was a loser that can't accomplish anything by himself, so his fate will not be able to influence the world anymore. On the contrary, it would turn everything against him, pushing him toward his destiny. So hurting him would be. We just have to make sure not to maim him too bad or kill him, Victor said, making Lily frown and then nod. She can leave him with an arm and a leg. What does that have to do with our destinies? What did you change? Alpha, who didn't care about Oliver, asked nervously. Oh. Well, you see, the world will always give the scion the tools he needs to fulfill his destiny, and that includes followers with high fates. Like you. Victor told the truth. I was destined to be a scion's follower. His lover, maybe?
Alpha asked. Yes.
Both you and Alex were supposed to be Sebastian's faithful followers, Victor said. He hid Alex's scion status on purpose. He doesn't want it to affect her at all, as he wants to change it. If he told her she was a scion, she would probably be so happy that they would suffer a disaster, and on the contrary, if she knew she was a dark scion, that might make her so sad that her fate would solidify. So for her, ignorance was a blessing. Ah, that's why you were acting like a B***TCH in heat back then. Alpha yelled rudely as she stood up and pointed at Victor. You made him hate us so that his fate would exclude us. She had just understood what happened back then. This young master has outsmarted all of them. Yup. Don't get me wrong, you don't have to like the scion, he is the one who has the initiative. If he doesn't like you, the world would find him a better girl to befriend, Victor said, making Alpha bite hard on her teeth as Alex frowned. She didn't like Sebastian at all. She can't even imagine spending time with him. Thankfully her destiny had changed. What about us young masters? Mina asked, as her sister held her hand. Maybe because we are compatible. I could easily see your fate the minute we met. He lied, you were also supposed to be a scion's lovers. Your destiny was to give your life voluntarily to save his stupid life. This time he told the truth. He heard of their heroic demise. Tom published it in an autobiography that became a bestseller and earned him a lot of coins that he spent to build a brothel in their name. Does the young master know who was our destined one?
Mana asked. Curious. Yes. It was Tom,
Victor said, making Margaret, who was thinking about some random things, turn to look at him with her mouth open wide in shock.
Ah. Are you sure?
He doesn't seem all that impressive.
Margaret asked. He is.
Don't you think that his rise from a poor boy to a rich player is a little unbelievable? Even if you wanted to be rich as a player today. Without my support, it would take you 10 years at least. Victor explained, making her nod.
She was convinced.
Then, does a scion know he is one?
Does Tom know? She asked. No.
I can only tell because of my skill. But normally, it would be discovered through observation. But most people didn't even hear of this term.
Victor said.
Is that why the young master asked us to choose only one of us to date Tom? You knew all along. You, Mina said, interrupting him. She wanted to say you were scamming us.
But she didn't say it.
Yes, I told you, Tom's destiny would have hurt you badly. I didn't want you to die. And that was the first time I tried something like that.
He said truthfully,
making them ponder.
But
we might not have dated him anyway. Only one of us.
Mana complained.
No, you were destined to be both in his bed sooner or later. I want you to remember how you felt about him before you met me. You liked him very much, didn't you? Victor said, making her blush a little. Now tell me, when was the moment you stopped liking him? Victor asked, making them ponder. It was when we watched that movie of his on the balcony. Mana replied with a blush.
No.
It was earlier. Victor corrected her, making her pause and then look at her sister for an answer. It was after we left the dungeon. He was acting strangely. At that time I thought that maybe he was not really the one for us, Mina said after thinking for a minute or so.
Exactly.
At that time, I tricked him into thinking that you were sleeping with me. Victor confessed proudly. Is that why he called them the asterisk cheese? Margaret asked as she got excited. Yes, and he hated them, so they were no longer being brainwashed by his fate. Their true feelings prevailed. They never liked him in the first place. Victor explained, making the twins, who were disturbed by the truth, calm down a little. They need time to comprehend all of this. Can't we let Tom get rid of Oliver? Maybe I can trick him. Margaret suddenly proposed.
No.
Because if their destinies got damaged, we would be the ones suffering the backlash. Victor explained, and Oliver is being protected by another scion, who is much more powerful.
Victor explained. Who? Lily asked.
Zoe, Victor said, making the girls gasp. You girls might never have heard. But Zoe, my cousin, grew up in a mountain village. That Oliver must be her childhood friend. Victor guessed correctly.
Then, what should we do?
Margaret asked nervously. Stay alert, and respond to every move with caution. I will find a way to get rid of him sooner or later. In the worst-case scenario, we would have Lily play dead. Victor said, with a smirk. He doubts that the Von Krone would let someone who tried to kill their princess roam free. So that Oliver's happy days were numbered, and that snake Charlotte too. She messed with the wrong target. Then, what was my destiny? Is it Sebastian's follower? Is that all you could see? Alpha asked, ignoring the girls. She only wanted to know about her family's problem. Yes. But isn't everything else obvious? Sebastian would have helped you out of the dungeon with the Jewel of Horrors, then helped you avenge your family. Talking all of your riches as his own property. Victor said. The same as you did? She asked with annoyance. Exactly. Didn't you also have some goodwill toward him when you first saw him? You thought he was cute maybe? He asked, making her look away, hiding her embarrassment. Didn't all of that change when I told him that you are a bully? Victor said, making her nod. He was right. Those scions are simply scary. Her memories had some incidents like that from her family's archive. He was absolutely telling the truth. But she was still a little annoyed because he fooled her. What about me, young master? Theta asked. Was she destined to marry a scion too? Your destiny is a C rank. If my guess is correct, you should have been killed and got your body taken by that painting. Meeting me, you survived. This was probably because of your luck, not fate. Those two can usually interact in some crazy ways, Victor explained, making her a little disappointed. She wanted something more dramatic. But being with the young master was not bad. If only she could spend more time with him. Young master. What about me? Alex asked lastly, after some hesitation. Was her secret discovered?
It is too foggy.
But there is something about getting raped by a goblin army to help Sebastian escape. About 100? No more than that. I don't even know where such a gay goblin army can be found. Victor lied with a frown, making her shiver. She knew it in her heart. That army should not be gay at all.
It was teacher Isabella.
She kicked the chair to the side, then struck the table with her notebook, making the class go silent. She gave them an inspection look, then took out her marker pen and threw it at a student to the side. Look at my legs for more time and I will kill you. Now give me my pen back, she threatened, making the students who were planning to check her butt out change their plans.
Tom didn't.
He expected her to yell at Victor too, but to his surprise, she seemed to have decided to do what every sensible girl does when facing a guy she can't defeat. She completely ignored him, not even sparing him a glance.
Now.
Mr. Gold must have given you an intro yesterday. We will talk about attributes today,
she said.
Many of you might be wondering if strength affects how powerful you are, and intelligence affects how smart you are. The answer is that it does, but not in the way you think. Strength makes your body able to withstand and inflict more force. So think of it as raising your body's capacity, so you need to train more to learn to use it efficiently. It also increases your healing capacity. As for intelligence, it does not make you smarter, but it helps you have a more clear thinking process. It enhances your comprehension and memory. But if you are an idiot, there is no cure for that,
she explained.
Agility is connected to muscle reflexes and stability, and how many times can you perform the same actions before getting tired? She added after looking at her carefully arranged notes. Charm is a matter of debate, as you can find ugly people with high charm. We tend to think of it as charisma. But it affects beauty too. Over time, people with high charm seem to tend to get more pretty. Luck would affect your chance-based skills. It might have an effect in the real world too, but we are yet to find a player with a luck of 50 or more, so the research on it is still theoretical. Authority is the most important attribute, as it affects many skills and limits your leveling. She continued explaining how leveling works. Every time you level up, your attributes would increase by 4 to 9 points, that would be distributed on all your attributes. Mostly on strength, agility, and intelligence. Authority increases are very rare after 9. Many big people's levels stagger due to lacking sufficient authority.
She explained.
Luck grows fast before 30, then it stagnates. Charm seems to have some limits too, but it is not clear.
She added. Any questions?
She asked after finishing her lesson, still ignoring Victor who was snoring now.
Teacher.
What is the order attribute for?
Peter asked. No one knows.
But there is a hypothesis that it affects some rare skills. She answered briefly. What is mana? Tom asked. The system was ignoring him. Where did you hear that? Isabella, who was getting a little bored, opened her eyes wide as she asked him, making him flinch a little. It happened after clearing a dungeon. The leveling screen told me that my mana, stamina, and health have increased. He said, making his classmates, especially the girls, look at him with interest. They have never been in a raid.
You were in a raid before? Where? She asked.
I am sorry. I am sworn to secrecy, he lied again. It is not uncommon for some dungeon owners to make participants sign an NDA because they don't want other powers to know about the secrets and minerals the dungeon had.
Oh, that's okay.
Did you feel anything different after the increase? She asked him, getting curious.
Yes.
I felt more energetic.
He said. I see. Well.
This is a somewhat unpopular theory, but some researchers think that there are hidden attributes in the system. They are partially built upon the others like strength and intelligence. Think of it as the hidden health bar in modern shooter games. You see your character getting bloody, but you can't see the numerical value. Stamina should affect physical skills, and mana is for magical. That's the theory anyway. She added with a nod. Tom's question was really good. Maybe he can help her write a paper on this subject. She will find him later for that. After a usual school day, Tom took Madeline to eat with Peter, who wanted to introduce his new girlfriend. Before leaving class, Tom glanced at Victor who slowly woke up and stretched his arms lazily as Lily wiped his drool. Wait, why is that new girl Zoe looking at him like that? Did this one also fall for him? Damn him. I wish I were in his place. The summer sky is fickle like a woman's heart. Sometimes it rains out of nowhere, sometimes it burns. In a slum filled with a foul smell, the beggar was singing under a plastic shed. A white-haired man with a unique goatee walked out of the shadows and stood in front of him. Are you not going to donate? The beggar asked, kicking an empty tin can in front of him. You know I can't help you, young master. The last time I helped, I was punished by getting demoted to a janitor, James said. Yes, this one was James Trove III, the principal of the academy. What do you want then? What brings you all the way here from Vane City? Is my test over already? As far as I know, I still have to suffer like this for another year. The beggar asked with a lazy yawn, as he rubbed his dirty toes. It's not that. I found her, young master. Your esteemed sister. James whispered with some excitement, causing the aura around the beggar to change from that of a poor lazy bum to that of a king. Even the disheveled hair and the tattered clothes failed to hide his regal bearings now. Are you sure? The beggar asked as he sat straight up and looked around, making sure that no one was listening. Definitely. I met her by chance at the academy. I instantly recognized her eyes, they are similar to your esteemed grandmother's. And my feeble bloodline boiled at her sight, just as it did when I saw her as an infant. James replied as a man passing by them wondered why this rich man was talking to that smelly beggar. Did you do a DNA test? The beggar asked. Yes. Although getting the sample was troublesome. It is definitely her. He said, making the beggar get a little restless. Is she okay? How is she doing? The beggar asked. Well, she is fine. Unfortunately, she became a player, and she won't be able to use the family awakening altar anymore. James replied. It doesn't matter, as long as she is fine. As my sister, no one can bully her. How is she doing? Where is she now? The beggar asked with some excitement. They thought she was dead. She is now a maid in the Von Weiss estate, belonging to their elite heir Victor. If my guess was correct, after she was misplaced at that orphanage, someone kidnapped her and sent her to be a servant to that family. They didn't know of her identity.
A maid.
Is her life in any danger?
She seemed okay.
But the von Weiss family is not stable nowadays. If the other families decided to attack them soon, that might put her in danger. Does the young master wish for me to extract her? James asked. That depends. Is that Victor treating her well?
You know what I mean.
As a maid, she should have already warmed his bed. That would lower her status in the family. It's all those bastards' fault, the beggar said with complex eyes. He hated those arrogant young masters for making their maids do dirty things. He would never do that.
Probably.
I don't think the young master needs to worry about that. Let me say it like this. Your esteemed sister, despite being pretty as a doll when she was an infant. Now, other than her eyes, her esteemed face looks like your third uncle's pet, so no one would probably touch her, James said.
The cat? The beggar asked.
No, the pig, James replied with a few sweat droplets on his forehead, making the beggar open his eyes wide in surprise. Does anyone else in the family know about her?
The beggar asked.
You know the rules, young master. I had to report it, James said.
Oh.
What did they decide to do? Bring her back to the family?
He asked. No.
Despite your esteemed mother's objection, everyone else, including your father, decided that she should stay outside for another year, to complete her test as per the family rules.
She is 17 right now, James replied. Damn it.
Those from the other factions would probably find some way to hurt her. Will she be informed of her true identity?
The beggar asked. No, James shook his head.
Being with the von Weiss family, she must have a servant tattoo. So we can't tell her anything. We'll have to wait for the end of her test to extract her, James replied.
I see.
Well, she might end up being safer with the von Weiss than in the family where all those snakes are fighting. I also need one more year to finish my test. After that, I will go get her by myself after I become a player and be powerful enough to protect her. One of the few memories I have of my childhood is she cutely clinging on to me as a baby. He said with a caring look in his eyes. Exactly, young master. I will also make sure to keep an eye on her, James said while wondering if his young master was a siscon.
Now.
If you are not planning to donate, get out of here and stop blocking me. This young master needs to make a living.
The beggar shouted. Understood.
James said and turned around, preparing to leave, then paused.
Oh.
I don't know if I should be telling you this, but someone tried to attack her. It seemed to be a personal grudge. And a girl from the von Geldstadt seemed to be instigating this. James turned and told him. Get rid of them both. Quietly. No, that would not work, we must not help her. Damn it, just let him and that be *tch experience one of your curses.
Don't let anyone know.
The beggar replied, making James smile evilly. Zoe was seriously pissed off. Oliver was supposed to be her best friend, and maybe more. He turned out to be a repeated sex offender. She wanted to defend him, but Officer Leah showed her the evidence. He didn't stop even after getting castrated by Lily. Just how desperate was he? Was it her fault for telling him to wait until they were older before he left the village? She did wait, but that bastard didn't.
Ah! She screamed.
Big sister Zoe, are you okay? Mia, who was eating breakfast with her, asked Zoe with concern.
It's nothing.
Just this crazy friend of mine. He assaulted girls in the ladies' room. Do you think such a man is evil? Zoe asked with a sigh, making Mia freeze, then hesitated.
Big sister.
Such a man must be castrated as fast as possible, she replied.
He had already been.
And he was caught in the ladies' room again, stealing panties. Zoe sighed again. What? Mia opened her mouth. Does such a creature really exist? Is that the fabled lost cause? She asked, wondering if Zoe was messing with her.
Never mind.
I will go to school. Tell big sister Iris that I will be late for lunch, Zoe said as she ran out of the house with a plan in her mind. For the last 2 days, she didn't give Oliver a chance to explain himself, because she was a little annoyed by that Charlotte. But today she will clearly hear from him and investigate the situation by herself. Arriving at school, Oliver was not there. So she quickly headed to her seat after greeting Victor and the girls who were busy massaging his shoulders. He seemed a little tired, and she had a very clear idea why. A man can't have all those girls without getting tired. At first, she was a little disturbed when she saw her cousins surrounded by girls. She was raised in a very conservative village, where men were expected to have only one wife. But after meeting her family, her worldview crashed. Each one of them had 10 wives at the very least.
And they seemed happy.
She didn't like it, but didn't oppose it either. That's their choice. But no matter what, she wants her husband to be loyal only to her. But looking at the girls' happy expressions as they teased her cousin, she was a little jealous. Why do they like him so much?
Sure.
He was handsome, smart, and manly. Not like her Oliver. Damn it, she yelled, making the classroom look at her, so she quickly hid her face in embarrassment. Due to the trouble with Oliver, she didn't get a chance to make any new friends, and the way the class was looking at her, they probably thought she was crazy. She sighed and got lost in her dark thoughts when the man she was thinking about entered the classroom. Oliver walked slowly and kept scratching his ass. Is there something wrong with him? The class looked at him and started whispering. They heard the rumors. He didn't care, just heading toward Zoe. Will you hear from me now? He asked as he scratched more, making her a little displeased. Can't he talk like a gentleman? Only if you tell the truth. What is your relationship with that Charlotte?
She asked.
I told you, we are normal friends.
Ah,
He said as he began scratching his ass with the desk behind him, making his classmates including Victor, who had a weird expression on his face, look at him. What's wrong with you? She asked with concern, forgetting about her anger.
I don't know.
I feel just a little uncomfortable, he replied. His ass was very scratchy. You must have found a new way to earn a living. If the work is no longer usable, you can work with your back. Tom, who was a minute ago busy flirting with Madeline, turned to Oliver and began to rudely make fun of him. What happened next, no one expected. Oliver, who was talking with Zoe as he scratched his ass, suddenly turned around and jumped at Tom with angry bloodshot eyes. He punched him in the face, or at least he tired.
He failed.
Tom defended easily, then slapped Oliver only one time, sending him skipping into the corridor. Zoe screamed and ran after Oliver to help him, but to her surprise, Oliver slapped her face, sending her crashing into the wall. Then he slowly stood up and took a gun out of thin air. Just as 5 big school guards appeared out of nowhere and handcuffed him, then dragged him away. It took mere seconds. Zoe wanted to follow, but at that moment, teacher Isabella reached the class and ordered her to go in, after giving Oliver a strange look. Zoe could only obey and attend the class obediently, but she couldn't concentrate at all, thinking about Oliver. After class, she asked around, and Oliver was sent again to the police station. Should she go after him again? No, not this time. Let that harlot go get him. She thought as she sat at her desk, then stood up and headed toward Victor. Lily, can you tell me what happened when you
Injured Oliver?
She asked as Lily was feeding her young master from a lunchbox that was prepared with care.
Lily hesitated.
Tell her everything, Victor said.
Well,
Lily slowly told Zoe everything, including the fact that Oliver might have been drugged back then, and that's why she didn't press charges.
I see.
Zoe said with a sigh. She should have believed Oliver. But why did he just act like this?
He even slapped her.
I don't know if I can tell you this, but I believe that Oliver is being tricked. Victor suddenly said, making her look at him with some hope as he looked around, making sure no one was listening. You know that I am a merchant, right?
He asked her.
Yes, she replied, not getting his idea. Well, don't tell anyone, but my appraisal skill is very good and I didn't notice this a few days ago. But the necklace that Oliver is wearing seems to have a berserker effect. It's a piece of cursed equipment. It might be the reason why he is getting angry very fast, Victor said, making her open her eyes wide in shock. This changes everything. Not only that, the ring on his finger is a storage ring with tracking ability. This can't be a coincidence, Victor added, making Zoe stand up and run out of the room, not noticing the smile on her cousin's face. Victor was both surprised and annoyed by Oliver's situation. His appraisal returned only one new line. Abnormal status. The old nanny's punishment curse S. 1/14th day S. He knew this one. It was a little obscure curse that caused the target to start by scratching their butts. Then it would grow so unmanageable that they would need to tie their hand to stop it from scratching their asses into nothingness. This curse is temporary though. It seems like whoever did it didn't want to be discovered. It was a form of punishment. Oliver, as far as the report prepared by Kai goes, had no enemies. Other than some stupid young master who stole his girlfriend, and Lily. So the culprit behind this curse can only be that sisgone best friend of his, Julian von Krohn, Lily's brother. And that would also mean that his predictions were correct. They found her and decided to leave her to continue her test. As for the reason he told Zoe about Oliver being used, it was because he knew the future, and Zoe was a man-hater by then. So no matter what, those two would probably fight each other sooner or later. And when Zoe loses all hope in humanity, she might fall for him when he swoops down to save her in her darkest moment. Or at the very least, he would be one of her few friends. And that's good enough, as his harem was getting a little unmanageable. Maybe she can even make Oliver forget about his revenge on Lily. Although that would be hard.
Ouch.
Yes, right there, Victor said as Mina used his delicate hands to massage his back as he lay on a massage chair in the gym. Why doesn't the young master take a healing pill? Mana asked as she helped her sister spread some oil on his back. That would be detrimental for muscle growth, and for skill scoring, he added. For the last few days, he was training hard in sword and different martial arts. He was pushing the system to register them as skills for him. He had already got the advanced sword skill, but he had to swing the sword 1,000 times perfectly to get it. Now he is working on the pain tolerance skill. The training involved him being kicked around by Alpha. Lily wouldn't do it.
I see.
Mana said, not understanding his point. Arya has just tested you. She found a suitable project to launch Monica as a superstar. But she is asking if you are sure, as it would be costly. Lily, who was sitting by his side playing with his phone, suddenly said.
Absolute.
That girl has amazing potential.
And bloodline. Tell her to go ahead.
It would be a shame not to use her, he said as he enjoyed his massage. Lily nodded, then began to write. Then stopped and looked outside the gym's glass dome. Nothing was there. Young master. I have this weird feeling that someone is watching the mansion. But despite scanning the perimeter multiple times, I found nothing. Lily, who was watching from the window, said.
Oh. Victor frowned.
From now on, you will always stay with me. Leave the outside work for your sisters, he said as he decided to put the array in the active mode and scare them away. He didn't mind them watching, but if they got too close, they needed to be punished. Does the young master know something?
She asked.
They are here to watch you, Victor said briefly, making Lily swallow hard as she understood his meaning. The twins were a little curious, but didn't ask. Suddenly Victor's phone rang. And as usual, Lily answered.
Yes? Yes, master.
He is right here, she said as she handed the phone to Victor.
It was his father. Hi, Daddy.
I am a little busy now. Can we talk later, Victor said. Ouch.
Yes there, he told Mina. No.
This is more important than your perverted games.
And call me father. Theodore scolded him. Fine.
What can I do for you, father? Victor asked as he gestured to the twins to take it easy. Your mother and sister will be arriving tonight. You will be responsible for hosting them, Theodore said bluntly, making Victor remember that he did invite them when they were on the island. Then he fell into a coma and forgot all about this. My house is a mess today. Can you host them for 2 days? I can get them the day after tomorrow, Victor said. That Mr. Klein is supposed to attack tomorrow night, if he swallowed the bait.
No.
I am having a
hobbyist party here.
So it is not appropriate for a little girl to be around, Theodore said with some embarrassment, causing Victor to curse at his perverted father. How about Iris's house?
Victor asked.
I said it must be yours. George will deliver them to your doorstep, so take care of them, Theodore said. He sounded a little impatient.
Fine.
Anything else? Victor asked. He will have to adjust the illusion array.
Yes.
The dungeon raid was delayed indefinitely. So you would have to go to New Lure City by yourself and get your new concubine Nova, Theodore said.
Ah.
Why was the raid delayed?
Victor asked. Not now.
No, I am talking to you, Theodore said as Victor could hear the sound of a slutty girl across the phone. We will talk later about that. Bring your mother to the lover's den tomorrow and we will talk. There is an update about Linda that I think would interest you.
No.
The vibrating one. His father hung up. He sounded busy. Victor sighed as he looked at the twins. Quickly go prepare 2 rooms on the upper floor. My mother and little sister are coming for a visit, he said, making them both excited and worried. What if she didn't like them? Oliver was very angry. Charlotte was refusing to answer his calls, and his butt is too scratchy, the doctor could not help. And that Officer Leah was eyeing him suspiciously.
Officer.
Please uncuff me. He really wanted to scratch.
No way.
You already assaulted 2 officers, she said as she eyed him with disgust. He has been losing his calm very quickly lately. It must be because he met that slut Lily. Suddenly the door of the interrogation room opened, and to his surprise, Zoe walked in with the police chief, a burly guard, and an old man with thick glasses.
Officer Leah.
Please leave the room.
This is an order, he said.
Leah looked at the chief and Zoe, then left, after making Oliver a threatening gesture that only he could see. I am sorry. That was the first thing Oliver said. He didn't mean to slap Zoe's face, but he was very angry. Zoe said nothing, she just gestured to the burly man who held Oliver in place. Oliver wanted to activate his skill or the defense necklace to push the man away, But strangely nothing happened. The man has stuck some kind of a talisman on him. Zoe quickly approached him, then took his storage ring and the defense necklace on his neck, then put them on the table.
Zoe!
What is the Maya, he screamed, but the guard quickly stuffed a cloth in his mouth.
They have come prepared.
Master Yun, please analyze those two for me, she said politely to the old man. Of course, my lady, the old man said as he began touching the necklace and then the ring.
Oh, found anything?
She asked, as Oliver frowned as he rubbed his butt on the chair.
It started itching again. The necklace is cursed.
I can't analyze it, but I happened to see this one before at an auction. It should be the Berserker curse if my memory serves me right. And the ring has a simple tracking array, the old man said as he adjusted his glasses. Where did you get this stuff? The necklace is the reason you have been losing your mind lately.
Haven't you?
She explained to Oliver, then asked him in a bossy manner as she displayed a character he has never seen her in before. That's of a young noble lady. 1,000,000 times better than that slut. Charlotte, was the first word he said after his mouth was unrestrained. That be *tch fooled him. And he was really angry now. Victor went to the basement where he started to adjust the array scanning for intruders.
Wah!
There were 9 spies around his mansion. Were those all from the Von Krone?
Probably not.
Charlotte would have some, and the family would have some too. And maybe others.
This is a big problem.
Victor didn't like his moves being watched.
What should he do about them?
The first option would be to use the array to eliminate them, but that would reveal his cards. Should he do it by himself?
No, he had a better idea.
Why not just use them to eliminate each other? He needed to find good timing for that. After quickly making some adjustments, he went upstairs where he got dressed handsomely, then headed to the mansion's door as his mother and sister arrived. It was already 8:10 p.m. George stepped out of the car and then saluted Victor with a nod as he professionally opened the door for Elena and Lara to go down, followed by a sneaky-eyed handmaid, Rose. This one was his first stepmother's spy.
Mom.
Victor quickly ran and hugged his mother and little sister just as they stepped down.
Victor.
Your father told me that you were a little sick. So he said that I should come here to stay with you. Is everything okay? His mother asked with concern, making Victor curse silently at his perverted father.
Ahm.
I had a little cold, but I am fine now.
Please come in,
he said as he held his curious little sister's hand. She was looking around the house. This was her first time outside of the island.
Esteemed brother. Is this all yours? She asked.
Yup. If you perform well in the ceremony, you will get one too, he said with a smile. I want to live with you, she said in a low voice, that he acted as if he didn't hear. He quickly invited them inside, where his harem. Servants were waiting. They were standing in 2 lines to salute the new guests, headed by Hilda. All according to the family protocol. Madam, young lady.
I am Hilda,
the head servant here. Hilda introduced herself. Allow us to transport your luggage to your rooms as you relax in the living room. Your journey must have been tiring, Hilda professionally said as she dragged the handmaid who was beginning to sniff around away. She got Victor's signal. Elena nodded and then began to examine her son's harem. Servants. She knew Lily, who smiled politely at her. Next were 2 crimson-haired maids, twins. They were pretty. Did her son spend time with both of them? Maybe. After that there was a red-haired girl that gave her a familiar air. She was a slut. She met a lot of those when she first met Theodore. Like father, like son. The other maids were pretty too. But 3 of them caught her attention. A one-eyed blonde girl that had a noble air around her, a butler that was dressed in a maid uniform. He was not fooling no one. And a little girl. Was she a maid here too? Her son's dirty fetishes were showing. Should she take Lara and go find a hotel? Elena said nothing but a sigh. She just nodded to the girls as she was guided by her son to a lavish living room. She decided to stay. His son was obviously, like the rest of his family, a pervert. But he would not dare to do anything dirty while she was around. Probably. Lara didn't have her mother's insight. She was just curious as she looked at the girls. They were pretty. Were they really just servants or bed-warming maids as Brother John said? She wondered. Victor smiled secretly as he could easily read his mother's thoughts. As they sat on a couch in the lavish living room, Mina and Mana quickly brought some refreshment, as the rest of the girls and Alex returned to their posts. How have you been doing? Lily kept telling me that you were busy for the last couple of weeks. His mother asked as she looked at Lily, who was standing politely behind her young master. Yes. You know that I have a lot of business. And school started a few days ago. He nodded,
They didn't tell her about the coma. Good.
But you must take care of your health. Having too many girls around is not healthy, his mother added, making him fake a blush. Should he tell her that he didn't touch any of them yet?
Absolutely not. I know, mother. He said.
Don't be like your brother Luke.
What a shame,
she said, making Vector look at her. What happened to Luke?
He asked. No one told him anything.
Well, he was in a coma and the family was a mess. Your father didn't tell you. Well, about a week ago, he was caught with Rex's fiancée. He seemed to have made her drunk then. She paused as she looked at her daughter Lara. I already know, mother. I am not a child anymore, Lara complained. Brother Luke.
He f.
The well-mannered girl couldn't say that dirty word after all.
He slept with her.
His mother explained using a neutral word, as she slapped the back of her daughter's head. Getting Rex to teach her was a bad choice. He was filling her head with some unnecessary knowledge, but she could not do anything about it, as this was Theodore's decision. Victor was surprised.
He knew why this happened. It was probably his fault.
Lily should have applied the aphrodisiac to the sword's handles. It shouldn't be that effective being applied through the palm. Unless his brother had some very perverted hobbies.
Mother.
Why does my esteemed brother have a weird look on his face? Lara asked, waking Victor out of his stun. What happened to Luke? Victor quickly asked as Lily behind him got nervous, realizing that this should have something to do with what she did back then. Was it really this effective? She had diluted it 10 times. The family guards took him. He broke the family rules after all. And until his ceremony next year, he would have to live in some punishment camp. I couldn't learn more. But I heard that Rex broke his leg before they shipped him off. What a disgraceful act for brothers to fight over a woman. A hooker, that's what the background report said, she said with a sigh, as Victor nodded. He always knew that she was a prostitute, as she was destined to marry his big brother Mike. As for the punishment, this was not about Luke sleeping with someone, as this would only lower his chance of becoming a player. The orb must be already broken anyway. It was about the rules. The family would never tolerate any rule-breaking behavior, especially on their turf. His father must have been very angry. So that poor Luke would probably be spending the rest of childhood in a dungeon mine. Those are dungeons that were already cleared, and were left to be mined by the family for rare minerals and plants. Those are not happy places to be in, as the dungeon air was usually not healthy for non-players. So most of the miners would usually be criminals, disobedient slaves, and unawakened family members who broke the rules. So the social situation there was not something a spoiled brat like Luke could adapt to. Who knows, he might be able to survive by using his hobbies. Anyway, after coming out, Luke would probably be given a healing pill before attending his ceremony. That's if he was able to get a ceremony. That would depend completely on Rita, who was getting better at the soul arts he taught her. Esteemed brother. Why do you keep getting distracted? Lara asked him again, bringing him back to the present. I was just thinking about some irrelevant things. He said. How is your training in family art? He asked her as he appraised.
Lara von Weiss. STR 14. Int 20. Luck 10. Charm 28. Fate. Fate's power, E. Fate's direction, positive. Fate's design, neutral. Total, E+. Bloodline, Elder Dragon 27.3% purity, stable, semi-exhausted. I have been doing as you told me to. And my neck no longer hurts. But I still get very tired, she said as Elena frowned. She didn't know about any of this, as family art was a secret. She probably should not be here listening to them. I will go check my room. You can take your time, she said as she stood up. This way, madam. Mana, who was waiting by the door, quickly guided her. Victor chuckled, then returned to look at Lara. Her bloodline had stabilized. It was no longer decreasing, but the increase was minimal. Other than that, her fate seemed to have changed. That's to be expected, as he had destroyed the orb which was the instrument for her demise. You are getting better. You did good, he said as he patted her head. In the next few days, I will be giving you some more exercises. How long does mother intend to stay here? He asked. Esteemed mother wanted to go see her family. She told me that it has been a while. So I don't know, Lara said, making Victor frown a little. He always knew that his mother was missing her parents. But those guys were wolves in sheep's clothing. No. Now he has become the wolf. And those bastards were just pigs in sheep's clothing. He should inquire about this at the dinner table. Did you have dinner? He asked Lara. No. Not yet. She shook her pretty head.
The dinner would be ready in 30 minutes, young master. Mina, who was standing nearby, stated as Victor looked at her. Good girl.
Good.
Victor said, then looked at the door.
Elle, come here.
Victor yelled. A few seconds later, a little girl who was eavesdropping behind the door entered the room. Lara looked at her with curious eyes. She never had a girl younger than her around. She always wanted to play the big sister role. Like her bossy, esteemed big sister Alice. And Elle, who looked a few years younger than her, seemed interesting. Does the young master need anything? She asked politely.
Endure, Elle. Endure.
Just one more day and you would be rich.
Lara, this is Elle.
She should be your maid while you are staying here. Let her show you around the house. Victor said to his sister as he shot Elle a threatening look. Okay, Lara said as she jumped from the couch. She quickly took reluctant Elle's hand and then dragged her to explore her brother's house. She wanted to do so from the moment they arrived. She always liked detective dramas and was wondering what secrets her brother hid. Brother John made some bets with her. Keep an eye on them, Victor told Lily, who nodded and then disappeared. Now, should he go prepare some blood-enhancing potion? Or shall he wait for that item? If he used the blood-enhancing method on Lara too, wouldn't its effect be better than just a normal blood replenishment? Victor quickly called Kai. Did you find the item I asked you about?
Victor asked. Ah.
The blueberry-eating slug?
Kai asked. No.
Victor froze, then opened his eyes wide. Isn't it a blackberry-eating slug? Victor asked.
No, it's blue.
The libido-enhancing drug. I found it, young master. 2 weeks later, there would be an auction in Tetraquad City where that item would be presented, but I thought that it would no longer be needed, as Mrs. N's birthday party was cancelled, so you don't have to go out of your way to buy a gift.
Kai said. Tetraquad. Oh. Cancelled? What happened?
Victor asked with a shock.
Nothing.
The patriarch was angry about his wife's spending, so he punished her. Those are the rumors anyway, Kai said as he lowered his voice.
Oh. Serve her right.
How is the situation on your side?
Victor asked.
As usual. But the finances are a little tight.
Kai replied. I see.
Victor said as he hung up with a very ugly frown. Kai was using codes. Their conversation was being recorded, and his finances were being watched. Something bad must have happened in the family. And his grandmother must be in trouble. How would the patriarch punish her for overspending? She was the one giving him his allowance. This must be a cover-up. But who was moving the pieces? He must question his father about this tomorrow, as maybe this might be the reason why Theodore asked Elena to come to stay here at this time. As for the auction, he must go there no matter what. Maybe he can use the excuse of going to Nulur and getting Nova as an excuse. Elena was a little amused that her son allowed his servants to have dinner with them at the same table. She was not upset, on the contrary. She hated the rigid protocols in the family, and liked eating with others regardless of their status. Most of those girls would probably enter his son's harem anyway if they were not already there. She could tell from the yearning looks in their eyes when they looked at him. Including that man dressing in a maid uniform. Why was he here again? Did her son have some weird fetishes that she didn't know about? Looking at Lara, Elena was surprised to see that she was enjoying playing the big sister to that little girl, who seemed to be a little annoyed for being bossed around. Should she try to get her a real younger sister? That pervert Theodore was a little busy lately though.
Mother.
Lara told me that you want to go visit your parents' house, Victor suddenly asked.
Ah. Yes.
I didn't tell you about your grandparents before. You see, when I married your father, it was very sudden. Back then your grandfather wanted me to marry the only grandson of his late army colleague. You see, that man sacrificed his life to save your grandfather in some battle. So your grandfather always felt indebted to him. So after returning home and working his way from poverty to riches, he took care of that man's offspring. He wanted our families to unite. But I didn't like the groom. He was a little ugly. So I ran away from home. His mother said with a light blush. She really acted like a spoiled brat back then. Those were dark days. As a spoiled girl, I didn't know how to survive outside. I got scammed into working as a model. Life was tough. Then, luck smiled upon me when I met your father. He saved me from the clutches of an evil man. I fell in love. Then I got pregnant, and had to marry Theodore and move to the island after your big sister was born. I tried to contact my father back then, but after hearing that I got married, he hung up immediately, calling me ungrateful and that I am no longer his daughter. He no longer answered my calls. My mother seemed to share his view. I couldn't even tell them who I married to because they didn't even listen, Elena complained with a sigh. However, I still miss my parents. I need to go visit them. It has already been 22 years. I didn't leave the island before because you kids were still young and I couldn't leave you alone with your stepmothers. And your father was against me leaving the island. But now there is a chance,"
she said with a yearned voice. Victor nodded.
His grandfather was not bad, just a little stubborn. His grandmother was a little vain and snobbish but still manageable. The problem was his 3 greedy maternal uncles and aunt. In his previous life, after he was kicked out of the family, his mother instructed him to go visit them and ask for some help. That didn't go well. His grandparents wanted to help him a little, and maybe give him a manager job. But their sons and daughter convinced them otherwise, saying that he came here to scam their money and give it to his father who stole Elena. In the end, his grandfather gave him a job as a security guard at a family restaurant, earning just enough to stay alive. Too bad that after his grandfather's death a year later, his uncles not only kicked him out but also framed him and got the police to arrest him. Fortunately, his sister sent Kai to help him run away.
"Brother,
are you sure you are not really sick? You keep zoning out," Lara said after she ordered Elle to swap the vegetables for the meat in the latter's dish. "Yeah, I am fine," Victor said. "I have school tomorrow and the day after. How about I take you to see them after 3 days? I wish to meet them." "Where do my grandparents live again?" he asked his mother casually, pretending not to know.
"Ah,
"In a town a few miles west of here. They own a hotel and a series of restaurants there," Elena said with a smile. She never expected her son to escort her himself. Her older son and daughter were a little distant from her. They got that way after the ceremony, as they had many family responsibilities. "Why is Victor so carefree?
Don't you have a company to run?" she asked him.
"Oh, I leave all the business to Arya, she is better than me at that. I just want to relax and enjoy life," he said casually, making her mother shake her head. Her son inherited a lot from his father. But that's better than being like her workaholic eldest daughter. "By the way, tomorrow we will go have dinner outside. Father wants to introduce you to his new wife," Victor suddenly said, changing the subject.
"Wife?
"Did one of his mistresses give birth to an heir?" Elena asked with some annoyance. "Not yet, Luna is pregnant. But father really likes her, and wants to declare her as a wife no matter what. She is a really nice woman. I hope you can give her a chance." Victor said he really hopes they become friends.
"Oh, fine.
"But I need to go shopping in the morning. Since you have school, how about I take Lily with me?"
she asked.
"Lily has to go to school with me. You can take Alex, and I will call Iris and tell her to accompany you. Father gave her all of the family's malls around here," Victor said, making Elena nod and look around following her son's line of sight to see who Alex was. It was that skirt-wearing guy. He was smiling stupidly at her. She really didn't like him at all. Does he have to dress like a maid? Will he be dressed like that tomorrow? Elena had to ask. "No. He just has this hobby here at home," Victor replied casually, causing Alex to almost burst into tears. Wasn't her young master the one who ordered her to dress like this? When did it become her hobby? Should she deactivate the gender-swapping ring again? No. The way he looked at her when she did that a few days ago was too perverted. What if he wanted her to sleep with him? Or with someone else? "Can I come and take little Elle too?" Lara suddenly asked. "Don't you have your training?" Elena asked. "You promised your father not to slack off," she added. "It's okay. I already tested her, she is doing fine," Victor said. "Let her go and have fun. I will also send a few guards with you." "And Theta. You go with them," Victor said, pointing to Theta, making Elena sigh as she looked at her. She didn't examine this one before, she was young. But compared to Elle, her age was not a problem. And she didn't notice this before, but the air around her was not that of a maid. This girl definitely had a story. And what kind of name was Theta anyway? She didn't care enough to ask. After dinner, Victor joined his mother for some random talks in the living room about his life in the city. Then it was time to sleep. Lara wanted to sleep with her esteemed older brother, but Elena, who decided not to expose her daughter to her brother's nightlife, dragged her away. She noticed that the room he chose for them was a little far away from his room. At least he had some decency. Elle was dragged away too, as Lara never let her go. She was her new doll who didn't dare to resist after seeing the threatening look in Hilda's eyes. At least she would be spared from doing the dishes tonight. Margaret pulled the bamboo arm chair, then sat on it, as the twins passed around some refreshments to the girls. "Let's get on with this. Why did you invite us here? I could have been long asleep in the young master's embrace by now," she bragged to Alpha, who was sitting opposite her with Theta and Alex by her sides. You can do that later. We need to talk.
Alpha, who didn't care, said.
You two sit down too. She turned to the twins and said in a commanding tone that they couldn't resist. You want to discuss what the young master told us 2 days ago?
Margaret asked.
Yes, we all had the chance to think it over. What do you think?
Alpha said.
Are you really okay with someone manipulating your fate? For all I know, the young master was telling the truth. But everything, I had the feeling that he was hiding some things and lying about others. But I couldn't tell exactly what.
Alpha said.
Margaret sighed. She expected this. I don't care. You met my cousins. What future could I expect for myself if I didn't meet the young master?
We are all clear.
And he gave me a choice after all, she added. Shouldn't Lily be with us for this?
She asked. No.
Lily is different. She wouldn't care even if Victor told her to kill herself, Alpha said. Maybe it has something with him saving her life. But this girl always gives me a strange feeling. It is as if she is of a superior breed. Alpha said with a frown, as she looked at the girls.
Alex and Theta nodded.
They had that feeling too.
I didn't feel a thing, Margaret stated.
The twins also shook their heads. Lily is a little possessive of her young master, but that's it. Never mind that.
Mana.
What do you think? Are you upset that he manipulated you? Alpha asked, instigating them. Mina said, then looked at her sister who nodded. We were upset at first. And we've been discussing this for the last couple of days. But yesterday, we tried something. We monitored Tom at school and tried to have some fantasies about him, she said as she blushed. But strangely, we didn't feel a thing.
Just some disgust.
In school we had such thoughts before and we couldn't sleep at all thinking about him all night, she added with some embarrassment, making the rest of the girls open their eyes in shock.
It was as if we were brainwashed before.
I can't even imagine that I can like someone like Tom now. So we are really grateful to the young master.
Mana added.
Is Tom aware of his effect?
She asked. Probably not.
He might just be thinking that he is super hot. Knowledge about science is not common, Alpha said. Well, for me, I am really upset that someone changed my destiny without my permission. But there is nothing I can do about it. What's done is done, she confessed, making the girls a little conflicted as they understood her point. What about you? She asked Alex.
I don't mind, Alex said.
I think the young master meant us well. No kidding, she would have been assaulted by goblins otherwise.
Some very straight goblins. Me too.
He saved my life after all. I think he is very good to us. And handsome, Theta said, making Alpha sigh. Those girls are a lost cause. I think the young master is planning for us to be the core of his team. That's the reason he told us that. It also means that he trusts us. So we should trust him a little with this, Margaret suddenly started, making the girls agree. Even Alpha had to nod reluctantly. Now we have something more important to discuss, Margaret said as she looked at Theta.
The bet a few days ago.
I won, and you owe me $10,000, she said.
Ah.
But you didn't manage to put it in his pocket.
Theta complained. He put it there himself.
He confessed to everyone in the school auditorium,
she said. You heard him, right?
She asked the twins. Are you talking about that? Yes. He really did confess, Mana replied with a blush.
What did you bet on?
Alpha asked curiously, as Alex also tuned in. On whether I can put my panties in his pocket.
I won,
Margaret said proudly, making Alpha confirm her guess. These girls were beyond redemption. Oliver scratched his butt, then looked up at the moon, adjusting the backpack on his shoulder. Sorry, Zoe. You know that I can't stay here. Not after the trouble I caused at school. And that Charlotte. If only I was strong enough to kill her, he said. I told you, you can join my family. Uncle Falcon had told me that we can go after Charlotte after the family's situation stabilizes, she insisted as she looked at him with reluctant eyes. No. I wouldn't be a man if I did that. I can't push my revenge onto a girl, he said, adding Charlotte next to Lily on his revenge list. And that be asterisk TCH Katia, his former girlfriend, and Lulu too. All of them were be asterisk cheese that he would kill when he returns. You still treat me as a stranger after all, Zoe complained, pouting. Not at all. You will always be my number one. Don't be sad, he turned around and used his finger to wipe away a tear drop off her swollen cheek. Where are you going then? She asked, looking him straight in the eye. The army is creating a players unit. I overheard the principal all about it when I was sent to his office. I will join them and be a man deserving of your love.
See you,
he said as he ran into the night. hiding his blushing face. Zoe froze for a second. Was that a confession? She blushed as she looked at his departing figure, still feeling the lingering warmth of his touch on her cheek. Wait, wasn't he using that hand to scratch his butt all night? Isabella was very annoyed. That bastard Victor von Weiss was testing her patience. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Too bad she couldn't do anything about him. The principal scolded her for being incompetent when she complained about his behavior a few days ago.
What a bully.
Does having a big and powerful family mean that you can do whatever you want?
Sadly, yes.
Now, Victor was soundly asleep on his desk, as that girl who always sat by his side was carefully giving him a massage. Isabella shot her a threatening look, but the girl ignored her. She only had eyes for her young master.
Damn it.
Deciding to be the better person and ignore them, Isabella started her lesson.
Now.
Let's complete yesterday's lesson about skills, she said as she looked out of the window. A dirty beggar was hanging on a tree next to the building. He was biting his lip with aggrieved eyes as he peeked into her class. 1 minute please, she told the students as she texted the school security captain. It only took him 1 minute to find the beggar and shoot him down.
Oh, he missed.
The beggar attempted to run away. They caught him.
Now. Let's talk. Where were we?
Yes, skills, she said as she looked at her notes. Skills are 2 types, some that the system recognizes you for performing them, and others you get from the system itself. She said, for example, I have a sword art skill. I didn't get that from the system, but from training for years. She satiated proudly. That's why I keep telling you not to slack off.
Teacher.
Are these registered skills useful? What's the point of registering it in the system? Tom asked. He was not convinced. He had no such skills. No, he has that captivating smile as skill. Was this a system skill?
Probably not.
It's not his fault that his smile is so captivating that the system considered it a skill.
A big difference.
If the system recognizes a skill, you will be able to perform it no matter how injured or tired you are. We call it a system assist. And it would be done perfectly every time with a 100% success rate. She explained as she looked at Tom. This guy is really good. He is always paying attention to her lesson and asking the right question. And he has a really great smile. What am I thinking? Now, the other kind are system skills. Some skills are granted on awakening and by class. These relate to the player's personality and life experience. And there are skill books, those are granted in dungeons.
She explained. Teacher.
A while ago, I got a skill book from an dungeon, but when I activated it nothing happened. The skill was not added to my menu.
Tom asked.
That is because the skill only gets registered after you level up when clearing a dungeon, she said while wondering how lucky was this guy to get a skill book. Those are usually monopolized by the big families.
Now.
Skills are rare, so if you find any in dungeons, if you weren't planning to sell them, use them immediately.
This is my advice,
she added with a bitter expression.
She lost one before. She shouldn't have shown off.
Now let's talk about dungeons, she said as she watched the students' eyes sparkle. They were waiting for this subject.
Don't look at me like that.
Dungeons are dangerous. Even the lowest ranked one can cause your death if you are not prepared, she said as she looked at Victor. Hopefully, he would miss her advice and perish in some random dungeon. Not likely. Those young masters enter the dungeons with an army of bodyguards. How can we rank dungeons?
A female student asked. Later we'll.
First, when a dungeon opens, whoever beside it would be dragged inside, be it mortals or players. The mortals would awaken as players, so would the semi-players.
She explained.
That means if we take a semi-player there, he can become a player? A student from a very minor family asked.
Yes.
But we can't know where a dungeon is before it opens. Many tried to find a pattern, but all of them failed. And even if we locate one, how can we make it open? That is one of the unanswered questions in dungeonology. The science of dungeons. For the last 500 years, only 10 such incidents were recorded. As dungeons usually open in uninhabited regions. Isabella explained, making that student nod with disappointment. Only 3 in his family have awakened, and only he was a player. Margaret and the twins who were casually listening looked with astonishment at their soundly asleep young master. How did he do it? He opened a dungeon to make them players. They thought it was common for that to happen.
Now they knew the truth.
Although he acted as if this was a chance, it was not. They could tell from his actions. Their young master was hiding too deep. Tom and Peter had the same doubts.
Teacher.
I awakened in a dungeon opening, Peter said, reluctantly, after being jabbed by Tom.
What? When? Where? Isabella asked.
Ah. It was about a month ago, on the cloudy mountain. Young Master Victor. He went there saying he wanted to search for treasures because the mountain was very mysterious. We reached a very strange clearing in the forest there, where he began to poke around the rocks searching for something valuable. We thought he was a little unusual, Peter said as he looked at Victor, making sure he was asleep. Then suddenly a dungeon opened after he poked a very strange rock and it swallowed us.
Tom was there too,
Peter explained, deliberately not mentioning the girls. A gentleman should not reveal a girl's secret. Isabella looked at him with doubting eyes.
Then she looked at Tom.
He nodded, making her a little annoyed. Isabella didn't like being contradicted this quickly.
Damn. That Victor, she thought. Well,
cases of dungeon survivors turning into players are very rare, but they do exist, Isabella corrected herself, as she eyes Victor. Could he know a way to find an open dungeon?
Student Victor.
Can you enlighten us on this? She decided to test her luck. He ignored her, making her want to give up. Just as a female student in the front decided to try her luck too, she was also from a minor family, and such knowledge would be very important. Fellow student, Victor, could you answer the teacher's question? She asked loudly, making Victor open his eyes, then whisper something to Lily, then return to sleep.
Fellow student.
Please respect our young masters and only call him using his young master title, and also respect his privacy. And refrain from upsetting his sleep. Lily scolded the girl and then returned to her massage duty.
The student was stunned. Isabella was stunned.
The entire class was stunned. This is a new degree of shamelessness.
AHM.
Let's continue with our class, Isabella said with some embarrassment and resentment. One day she would make him pay. Now, after a dungeon opens, we must be very careful, as we can't know its rank without an expert appraiser, and even then, it might be appraised wrongly, as this is not dependent on a system skill, but scientific measurements. So usually, we stay away from dungeons until a team of experts arrives. Of course, some people take risks and enter early, because once a stronger power arrives, all rights for the dungeon would be transferred to them.
She explained.
A dungeon would belong to whoever owns the land. If no one owns the land, then it belongs to whoever clears it. There are other rules too, but they are beyond our course.
Isabella added.
What ranks are the dungeons? The girl from earlier asked again. They rank from F to SS. That's the highest rank we know of. F-rank dungeons are dangerous, but they can be conquered by a team of 5 experts. Usually, they are safe as long as you hide and wait for help. So are E-rank dungeons, although they tend to be a little more dangerous. And like that, the difficulty increases depending on the rank. So does the size of the dungeon.
She explained.
An F-rank dungeon is the size of a normal big cave. It requires from 5 to 10 hours to cross from one side to the other, while the E-ranked ones might get much bigger, requiring about a day or 2 to cross. The smallest D-ranked dungeon required 5 days to cross.
She added.
What about higher ranked ones?
Peter asked.
The highest ranked dungeon to ever be conquered was a ranked. Its size was on the small side, requiring only 20 days to cross, and it took them 6 months to conquer it. She explained with a proud smile. I was a part of that expedition, she said, gaining herself the admiration of her students. What about S and SS ranked dungeons?
Tom asked.
There exists 5 S-ranked and 1 SS-ranked dungeons now. The last one opened 20 years ago. None of them were conquered, despite the families launching many expeditions. So no one goes there nowadays,
she said.
Anyway, the academy would let you all experience a dungeon raid. We are working to secure a suitable F-ranked dungeon for you, Isabella said, making the students' eyes sparkle. You better start to practice. Surviving in a dungeon is not easy, even if it was an F rank, she warned, making the students nod. Now, when you enter a dungeon, you would be teleported to a random position inside. You must first make sure of the safety of your surroundings. Isabella continued her lesson. And like that, another uneventful day passed. Now, class is over. Tomorrow is a holiday, so make sure you study well and train in martial arts, Isabella said as she planned to leave the class. Teacher, I have some questions, Tom said suddenly. Come to my office later, Isabella said as she left class in a hurry. She needs to go to the ladies' room now. Young master, you shouldn't be here, James said as he dragged the beggar, Yulian, through the school. I just wanted to see my sister, the Yulian complained. Still, you can't be here. How did you get here anyway? James asked as he wondered if he shouldn't have told him in the first place. I grabbed onto a train. Anyway, how dare that bastard let my sister give him a massage? Does he want to die? the Yulian asked as the principal removed the cuffs binding his hands at the school's back door. We can't do anything about it. Remember the family rules, James said with a sigh.
Yeah.
There is nothing that forbids watching my sister from afar. Just you wait. I am going to cut that bastard to pieces someday, then pee on his corpse, Yulian shouted in anger. I see, but young master, you just broke into the academy. And I can't bend the rules, I apologize. James whispered as he pushed Yulian out of the school's gate, where 2 cops caught him and handcuffed him again.
Please don't be too hard on him. He is just a poor young man.
We will not press charges, James said to them as he closed the door. Sorry, young master, that's all I can do to help you.
Don't worry.
We will just ask him a few questions, Officer Leah said as she eyed the beggar. Did he just say that he wanted to kill someone and piss on his body? That's conspiring to commit murder. Not to mention defiling a corpse and tampering with a crime scene. Victor opened his eyes and watched as Tom followed Isabella out of the class.
It has begun. Should he stop him?
No, on the contrary, he should let him interact with Isabella more. This way, he would be able to get her to fight with Nova later to see if that would affect any of their fates. Fate was a strange subject, that despite living long and reading a lot, he barely knew anything about it. Now he has more pressing matters to attend to as the situation was progressing faster than he anticipated. He didn't expect that Yulian would appear and follow Lily to school. When he met him in his previous life, he was a decent gentleman. Plans needed to be changed again. He must find a way to marry Lily ASAP. But still, there were many problems. First, his father would oppose her being the main wife. The solution for this would be to give her a concubine position first, then elevate her later. But that would still be difficult with his family's current situation, as they want him to marry Nova first.
And maybe Lynn.
The second problem would be the Von Krone. They would take her away immediately if they heard anything about marriage. And he was sure that their spies were already listening everywhere by now. The only reason they left her in his hands was that he displayed no interest in her. And this was good for her test. The harder the test, the better the rewards. Anyway, he already had a good plan. But his moves must be as natural and hidden as possible. He must not arouse any suspicion. If he played his cards right, he might even be able to make Principal James be a witness to the marriage, and maybe Yulian too. That would make things interesting, as the Von Krone would not be able to back down after that. Victor slowly stretched his arms as he sat up while the girls packed their and his unused notebooks. Lily, thanks for the massage, he said with a smile as he used his phone to message his mother and ask about her location. Tomorrow it will be Margaret's turn. Now, go wait for me in the car. I will be there in a moment, he added, as he stood up and put the phone in his pocket, then headed toward Zoe, who was also packing her stuff.
Cousin, are you all right?
Victor asked her as the girls left the classroom after giving him a curious look.
Yeah,
she said absent-mindedly. I am heading to meet my mother, and Iris is there too. Do you want to come with me?
Victor asked. No.
I am not feeling well, she replied as she stood up. She seemed broken-hearted. That won't do, Victor said as he suddenly appeared in front of her, and before she could do anything he bent down, then grabbed her legs and carried her as a princess. I will take you to the infirmary, he said.
Let me go,
she said as she tried to get off him, but to no avail. He was stronger than her. No, you looked pale and absent-minded all day. I have to make sure you are okay, he said.
Cousin, I am fine.
Let me go, she complained again with a blush as she looked around. Thankfully her classmates had already left. Are you really okay?
He asked. Yes,
she replied, a little pouting. She had long realized that he was joking with her. He was cheering her up.
Are you worried about Oliver?
He whispered in a low voice that surprised her.
Did he know? You?
Yes, I sent someone to tail him. He threatened Lily after all. And I read his file. He is your childhood friend. You really protect him a lot. Victor whispered. She said with a blush. Her secret crush was discovered. Don't worry about him, I will no longer pursue him. And you should not too, he is a man after all, Victor said with a smile that nearly captivated her.
Yes, she said.
Just like a girl who forgot her wallet as if she was destined to, came back to class and ruined the romantic moment. The girl gasped, then quickly took her wallet and ran. I saw nothing,
she yelled.
Let me down, Zoe quickly whispered in embarrassment as her ears turned red. She has never been carried like this in her entire life, as she always acted tough when she was a kid. Will you be a good girl if I put you down? Victor asked jokingly.
You?
She just glared at him angrily as she did not want to answer that. No matter what she replied with, it would carry a dirty meaning. She was not stupid, as she had to survive being a lonely girl in a gang of village boys. Victor chuckled at her response and put her down. As I said, Oliver probably left because he didn't like being helped by a girl. You should let him grow and then return to you when he is ready, Victor said as he looked at her rearranging her messed up skirt.
I know, she said, still pouting.
Do you want to come with me?
He asked again. No, I am fine.
I have something to do,
she replied.
She needed some time alone.
Oh, too bad.
Maybe another day then. He said, see you. He added as he walked leisurely out of class. Zoe sighed. Why wouldn't Oliver be like her cousin, smart and decisive? She really felt his strong muscles under his shirt when he was holding her. He was very strong. If one day, knew Zoe, what are you thinking? Victor whistled his way to the parking lot, where the girls and Leo, who was secretly inspecting them, were waiting for him. Alex had to drive his mother, and as a young master, he can't possibly drive himself to school. So he called Leo this morning. Finished scamming little girls? Margaret asked him as she hugged his arm. No. I would never finish with that. You were scammed by me too, you don't seem to be very upset about it, he said as he opened the car's door. I never said I hated it. But I can't speak for others, she said cheekily as she entered the car.
Young master.
We also don't hate the fact that you scammed us, Mina said as she quickly dragged her blushing sister inside the car.
He never asked.
Victor sighed as he entered after Lily, who was thinking naively that her young master had never scammed her. Where to, young master? Leo, who got into the driver's seat, asked. Go to the White Crane Mall, Victor said as he relaxed his head on Margaret's lap, causing her to be a little surprised. That's unusual. Did she say something that he liked? Victor chuckled as he began to check his stats.
Name, Victor von Weiss.
Level, 119. Titles. Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Status. Authority, Infinity. Health 4645 of 4645. Stamina 3570/3570. Mana 3915/3915. Strength 331. Agility 297. Intelligence 370.
Luck 46. Charm 55. Order points 121. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, None.
Class skills. Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Recognized skills. Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, E. Silky Tongue, E. Gourmet, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Song Writing, E. Sword Arts, E. Sleeping, E. Poison Brewing, E. Evading, F. Self-Healing, F. Dagger Arts, F. Needle Arts, F. Movement Arts, F. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. Acting, F. Lying, F. System Skills. Admin Appraisal, SSS, +3. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +3, 5 of 5. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +3. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Silent Blade, A. Fire Breath, A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger Throw, B. Health Regeneration, E. Magic Affinity, None. Bloodline, Elder Dragon AAA. Fate, C++. Equipment. Defense Talisman, S. Dragon Storage Ring, S. Levitation Necklace, A. Hidden Armor, B. Not bad at all. His health, mana, and stamina had all grown a little. The effect of his extensive training these days. Not only that, thanks to his upgraded system, he no longer needed to wait for a dungeon clear to update. So his collection of skills has grown greatly too, especially after he added some skills from his ancestor's stash and made the system recognize some of his skills. Even some he didn't expect, like creative writing. All he did was write/plagiarize some very successful movie scripts and songs from the future. Now he needs to quickly upgrade his bloodline to get some of its skills and magic affinity. Victor suddenly squinted his eyes. He just noticed that Lily was a little uneasy. He knew what was wrong. She was a little curious about the way he is treating her. And she wanted to ask about that beggar. She must have felt something when she noticed him. Blood is thicker than water, especially SS-ranked blood. Don't worry about it, it is what you think, it's all because of them. We will talk later at night, Victor said vaguely, making Lily flinch and look at him, then nodded with a sweet smile as she was happy that the young master was able to understand what she felt.
He is the best.
The rest of the girls frowned, not knowing what he was talking about. We have reached the mall, young master, Leo said professionally from the front.
That was a quick ride.
You girls head back to the mansion. Including you, Lily. We will speak later. I will let Alex drive me back home, Victor said to the reluctant girls, then signaled the elated Leo to drive them home.
Young master. Be careful,
Lily told him as the car drove away. Victor looked around the street, then adjusted his jacket, and headed inside the mall. He wanted to bring Lily too, but chose not to as to not let the Von Krone family realize that she had a special place in his heart. He had to treat her as an ordinary maid until he formally wed her. Julian would probably commit suicide when he realized what happened right under his nose. But Victor didn't care. Long ago when they were drunk, Julian promised that if his sister were alive he would have wedded her to Victor, his best friend. First, when Victor met Lily, he wanted to use her to get close to her family and maybe get to know Julian again through her. But he didn't expect that he would fall for her this quickly. So, it would soon be the time for him to fulfill that promise. Everything would depend on his power of persuasion, and Lynn's tolerance. Victor was lost in thoughts when he entered a double-story cafe on the third floor of the mall and accidentally crashed into a girl. Of course, Victor didn't flinch as the girl backed away and was about to fall, if not for Victor's slender hand catching her. It seems like we are destined to be together, he told Mira, who was surprised to meet her young master here. Let go of Mira. She is mine, a young man in an expensive suit shouted from the side, making Victor frown and look at him. Just an insect. He looked back at Mira. Are you busy? He asked. As many passers-by and cafe attendants looked at him with horror. That young master whom he just ignored was the son of a big gang in the city. A super rich and evil man. No. I just came here for a promotion. I have already finished, she said. She was being pestered by that second-generation rich young master. Good. Come with me, I want you to meet my mother, he said as he helped her stand up, but kept holding her hand. You bastard. Do you know? The young man who lost his mind began to yell but didn't continue. His jaw was being clenched by Victor, who lifted him from it, just like a fish. Insects should keep their silence. And should not keep talking nonsense. Look, your jaw is already broken, Victor said, squeezing hard on the man's mouth. The young man screamed in pain as he tried to kick around, but failed as Victor knew how to hold him in a way that he was rendered harmless. Please let go of the young master, a security guard suddenly said from behind as he put his hand on his gun holster, making Victor notice the team of 5 guards who surrounded him. He didn't care, he wanted to take the family badge. But his hands were occupied. Take the badge in my pocket and show it to them, he told Mira. She said with a blush as reached for his pants. Not that one, idiot, the inner one in my jacket, he said. Her face blushed as she quickly took her hand out and searched his jacket's inner pocket for the badge. She quickly got it and flashed it in front of the 10 security guards. We have seen the young master, they said as they bowed. A new guard didn't know what to do, but quickly followed suit. Kick this idiot out. And then kick each other's nuts once. Only I and other family heirs can be called young masters here, Victor said as he kicked that young man's crotch, then threw him to the ground, then dragged the surprised Mira to a private room on the upper floor. Not caring what happened behind. Remember this. You are only mine, he said proudly, making the astonished cafe attendants all hear, and Mira blushed deeper. Charlotte was sitting in a weird way. She really wanted to scratch her butt. But in front of the man in black sitting next to her, she didn't dare to. Miss Charlotte, isn't it time for you to accept our offer? Your position in your family is already rock bottom, and it's a matter of time before they take away your privileges. An old man wearing a mask said. It's not that. I just need more resources, she asked as she wiggled her butt, making the man wonder if she was trying to seduce him. Miss, our young lord is already angry that you made us lose the Wild Lotus gang for a minor feud. He will not give you anything before you swear allegiance to him, he explained. Can you give me some time to decide? She asked. Your brother's auction will be in 2 weeks. And as long as nothing bad happens, he would be considered the winner. So you better give us an answer very soon, so that the Dark Council can help you, the man said. I know. You can leave now. I will call you in a few days with my answer, she said, moving sideways in a strange way. He ignored her with some difficulty. He is a married man after all.
I will,
the man said as he escaped the room, just as an old servant entered to see his young lady touching herself in a very dirty position.
Oh. He froze.
This better be good, she said as she took her hand out of her skirt. Oliver failed again. He got help from Zoe von Weiss, who discovered that we were scamming him. Has left the city, intending to join the army, the servant said.
Anything else?
She asked impatiently.
No.
That's it, he said, intending to leave. He didn't get a chance as his head exploded. No one must see the young lady in this position and stay alive. Unless he was stronger than he. When Victor reached the room, the two chicks guarding the entrance respectfully bowed as they opened the door for him. They were sent by him to protect his mother and little sister. Inside, his mother was enjoying a strawberry ice cream parfait as she discussed some random things with Iris. Lara was doing the same with Elle, who seemed to be quite happy eating her ice cream. Alex was standing respectfully behind them and perfectly hiding her annoyance. She wanted to try that ice cream too. Iris's little sister Mia was there too. She was discussing something with Theta, who seemed to be disagreeing with her. That reminded Victor that those two should be around the same age.
Victor.
We have just been talking about you. Iris had just told me that Theodore gave you a media production company. Why didn't you tell me about this? His mother asked, just as he entered the room, causing the girls to look at him, including Mia, whose face became a little disgusted. Yeah. The family gave me a lot of stuff, including some investment companies and a few stores. Nothing major. I didn't think you would be interested, Victor said, as he sat down and then dragged Mira to sit on his lap. You know that I worked as a model before. I always wanted to be in a... Who is that? His mother interrupted her speech to ask as she inspected Mira. This girl was not only pretty but had a very pure aura around her. Elena didn't watch a lot of TV and there was no cinema on the family's island, so she didn't recognize Mira.
This is...
Victor wanted to introduce Mira but was cut by Mia. You are Mira, she shouted as she stood up in shock. She just realized who this one was. It was her idol Mira Elvin, the rising star singer and actress. Why is she with that perverted young master? Yes, this is Mira. I plan to make her my concubine too.
She is already mine,
Victor explained with a broad smile, making Mira blush lightly and Mia gasp as her hatred for Victor multiplied. And oh, not only her sister but also her idol has fallen. Oh, come here then, let your mother-in-law have a look at you, his mother said with a curious look, making Mira leave her young master's lap and find a seat near her future mother-in-law with a heavy blush.
Not bad. Where are you from?
Elena asked as she inspected the blushing Mira. This girl was to her liking, both shy and pretty. Her son's taste is very refined. Most of the girls he keeps around proved to be to her liking, except two, that is, Margaret, who had a slut aura around her and reminded her of her B***TCH sister. The second is the one calling herself Alpha. Elena's instincts told her that the one-eyed girl didn't like Victor at all.
Madam,
my father and mother work for the von Weiss family, so I am also technically a servant there too, Mira clarified respectfully.
Oh.
That's why my son declared that you are his. I didn't expect him to get another good one from the family,
Elena exclaimed.
That's better, like Lily, this way she can talk to her about some secrets that must be kept in the family, and inquire about Victor's actions. Lily has been too tight-lipped lately. Was her son's punishment working?
Yes.
I belong to him now, Mira replied politely, hiding her sadness. It's not that she hated Victor, on the contrary, he treated her very well. But who likes giving up their freedom and returning to be a servant?
Well,
I really like you, so if Victor bullies you, you should tell me. I will discipline him for you, Elena said, making Mira smile a little as Mia was fuming with anger. Iris was surprised. She knew about Mira, and like her sister, she also was a huge fan. She never expected her to be a servant in her family. As for her being Victor's lover, she didn't care. On the contrary, she was now her sister-in-law. Isn't that better?
How is your movie shoot?
Victor asked, casually changing the subject. It's finished. Mr. Silberberg had it all planned so that I could shoot all my scenes in a few weeks,
she replied.
So you are free now?
He asked. Ah.
Not quite. I have 2 other movies, she replied with some embarrassment. She knew that he wanted her to move in with him. That won't do. After about a week, I might need you for a couple of days. I will tell Arya to rearrange your schedule, Victor said as he gestured to a waiter that entered the room and ordered a blueberry ice cream parfait for himself, with a vanilla one for Mira. Ah, wouldn't that be bothersome for the film shooting? she asked with embarrassment. She was keeping her schedule full on purpose. She was hesitant about moving in with Victor and having to give him some night service. It was inevitable, but she wanted to take it slowly and get to know him better, and maybe fall in love with him. How did he know that she only likes vanilla ice cream? No. I will need you to take a trip with a few of my girls and get to know each other. I will not be there, he said, reading her dirty little mind.
Ah. I understand.
Mira said as she blushed.
Ah.
Mia was angry. Very angry. What did he mean with a few of my girls? How many girls does he have? She wondered as she eyed Theta. Is she one of them? She was praising and defending him earlier, it seems like it.
Damn pervert, she thought. Mia.
Don't glare like that, it's rude. Iris whispered in her sister's ear, making her look away while pouting. Iris ignored her and looked at Victor.
Brother.
I want to create some advertisements for my new mall. Do you think Miss Mira can help? I want her to act as our spokeswoman. She asked. She was wondering who she should use, but seeing Mira here gave her a great idea. Would you do it? Victor didn't respond but asked Mira directly. It would be my pleasure, Mira replied with a smile. She was very pleased that Victor took her opinion. It might seem minor, but being granted a choice, even a fake one, meant a lot for her. He was not treating her as a property but as a human being. Her father told her that it means a lot in the family, and she believed him. Victor nodded, then looked at Iris. Then call Arya and let her arrange it, he said.
Brother.
Why do you leave everything to Arya? Don't you want to run your own business? There are already many talkies around the business circles saying that you are too useless, and only know how to chase skirts. Iris said with some embarrassment. Her brother gave her the impression of being a very smart and responsible man. Especially when he saved her from the demon that day, but since they returned from the island, he kept acting like a snobbish young master, which made her feel strange. I always delegate the responsibilities I find too troublesome. And Arya is way better than me in this. That girl is a business genius. I like it better this way, he clarified as Mira helped him scoop some ice cream and put it in his mouth. You eat yours. Theta would feed me, Victor said to Mira, making his mother shake her head. Her son has inherited too many unnecessary things from his father. Brother. I can feed you too. Lara, who was being fed by the annoyed Elle, said. That's not your responsibility. Act like a young lady. His mother scolded. Hopefully, Lara will grow up decently. Unlike her eldest daughter, Alice. It has been 3 years since she last called the family saying that she found a new husband. The 15th one in 3 years. Where did she go wrong in raising her? When should we go meet Theodore? Elena sighed and asked. He asked me to head there for dinner. It is still a little early. Did you finish your shopping? Victor asked. Yes, thanks to Iris, I was able to pick a lot of nice stuff. It's been a while since I went shopping, and my knowledge about fashion is a little outdated. She complained. It's my pleasure to help you, Iris replied with a smile. Between all of her new mothers, Elena was the nicest. The other two totally ignored her when Theodore brought her home, and only began to treat her well after she passed the ceremony. You are the best, Iris. Anyway, most of the stuff is in the car. We would need some help taking them out later. Elena sighed and said. Don't worry, Alex can do the heavy lifting. Victor said, making Alex glared at him. Then looked away in annoyance, as Victor spelled in a skirt. Silently. Brother. Do you have girls locked up in your basement? Lara suddenly asked. That question came out of nowhere, making the room go silent at once. Her mother Mira and Iris looked strangely at her then at him. Elle was listening attentively after hearing the term basement. Where did you hear that? Victor asked as he looked at Alex, who was trying hard not to laugh. She knew what this was about. Earlier. Mia was telling me that you are a pervert who kidnaps girls and locked them in your basement, Lara explained, making Mia lower her head as her sister glared at her. This girl Lara was more sheltered than she anticipated. She can't take a joke. Elena sighed. She wanted to rebuke her daughter, but on second thought she decided to hear Victor's answer. His father and big brother had some hobbies like these. Well, don't tell anyone, Victor whispered. I have a lot of girls in my basement. They are my treasure, he said, making everyone in the room, except 2, gasp. Including Mira, who had complex eyes. Lara was surprised. Brother. You shouldn't do bad things, she said, pouting. Not noticing that her new friend Elle had other thoughts. Are there girls locked in the basement too? She must tell Mr. Klein. Elena and Iris were shocked, but they quickly noticed Theta and Alex, who were holding their laughter with difficulty. This must be some joke. Don't worry, they are safe there. I will not let anything bad happen to them until I find a good buyer, Victor said, earning himself a head slap from his mother, who understood what this was about. As Theta, who was already letting her giggles escape, made a hidden gesture to her. He was talking about erotic magazines. Damn it, she was fooled too. Iris and Mira noticed that too, and couldn't help smiling. Mia, who was sitting beside Theta, didn't notice her gesture, and didn't get the joke. What was wrong with them? Was this bastard involved in human trafficking? Why no one was angry about this? Damn it. Lara was frowning. Her brother had some other meaning that she didn't get, she wanted to know. But seeing her mother's stern gaze, she didn't dare to ask anymore. She will go down later tonight to investigate. Elle had the same thoughts. Enough with the chit-chat. It's already sunset. We must go see your father, his mother, who was a little annoyed, said. Yes, Victor said. Mira, do you want to come with us? He asked, already knowing her answer. No. I have an appointment, Mira said with some embarrassment. She didn't dare stay with him late into the night. She was not ready yet. Oh. What about you? Victor asked Iris. I will come. I haven't seen father for a week and I want to ask him about some things. But I need to send Mia home first. She said, giving her sister a certain look. She would have to educate her when they got home. Well, how about this? Alex would drive the girls home. They can drive Mia too, Victor proposed. It is not appropriate to bring outsiders into a family dinner. Many secrets might be discussed. That would work. But who would drive us? Iris asked. I will call George. Victor proposed as he finished his ice cream. That was delicious. When Victor and his group entered the lover's den, they were greeted by Luna, who went down to greet them despite her bulging pregnant belly. This woman knew how to make friends. Hi. I am Luna. Nice to meet you. You must be Madame Elena. Master Theodore always talked highly of you. She lied with a confident smile, making Elena smile back politely. Yes. Nice to meet you too. Ms. Luna, she replied. Yes, just Luna is fine. I might become your little sister very soon. This way please, Theodore is waiting for you. Luna invited them inside. Oh. Call me Elena then. You should be resting instead of coming here to greet us. Elena greeted Luna, then began to ask about her pregnancy as they headed to the top floor. Some women talked that Victor had zero interest in. When they entered the top dining room, everyone respectfully saluted Theodore according to the family protocol. Oh, come on in, forget the formalities here, just sit down, we have a lot to talk about, Theodore said as he inspected Elena and then Lara. Her constitution is a little better. Rex was teaching her well. Too bad what happened to his new wife. He must get him a new one. Too bad he is just a semi-player. Luna quickly dragged Elena to Theodore's side, letting her sit on his right as she sat on the left as the servants came in with the food. Lara, who feared her father and didn't know what to do, was dragged by Victor to sit down at a chair on her mother's side, as Iris took another chair. After asking about Elena's and Lara's health and exchanging some random talks, Theodore turned to Victor, who was busy tasting the fried rice prepared by Luna. He really enjoyed her cooking. I was contacted by the Von Rosen family. Amelia has an illegitimate daughter. She wants to present her instead of Linda. I didn't give my answer yet, I wanted to hear your thoughts on the matter. Theodore said, making Elena tune in. What happened to Linda? Wasn't Linda her son's fiancée? No one told her anything. She didn't dare to ask now. Well, I don't mind, but this time I will do it in a way to humiliate them. Doesn't Von Astrom want me to marry that slut Nova too? Let's do it in a double wedding. They would be both concubines anyway. Victor proposed with a lewd smile, making Theodore frown, then freeze for a second and nod. This would be a good punishment for them after the engagement scandal, and a double wedding would be a good show of the family's power. Elena was shocked. Did she hear that right? Was this really her humble and sweet son? When did he become a pervert? Luna was a little dumbfounded too, but she didn't let her show. Iris, on the other hand, has already been introduced to Victor's shamelessness, so she didn't care. But she wanted to know the bride's reactions. Lara didn't find it strange at all. Doesn't her father also have many wives? Her brother should have a lot too. The Von Rosen would probably agree if we pressured them. It was their fault the last time, and they seemed very desperate. As for the Von Astrom, his father thought for a moment. I am sure I can force them to do it if I ask a favor from my friend in the sword sect. We would present it as Nova's punishment for cuckolding their young master. He added with an evil smile, having two girls from the major family marrying his son at the same time would give him a lot of faces. I will arrange everything, the family situation is problematic and we need these alliances. But you would need to go and formally propose by yourself when the time comes, Theodore said. Victor nodded with a smile. The first hurdle of convincing his father had been successfully passed.
I will do my part.
I wanted to ask though, what's wrong with the family?
Victor asked. Oh well. There was an accident. Then another. Theodore sighed.
Anyway, the situation among the elders has changed and the patriarch lost his support.
He added. What happened? Victor asked. Well,
this is not a secret, but the High Elder Council in the family is composed of 7 supreme elders. 4 of which helped the elder take his seat and belong to our faction. 1 of them has gone missing. But the situation was stable because of the remaining elders. 2 were opposing while the last one was neutral as he belonged to the Black faction. That was until a few days ago.
Theodore said. What happened? Victor asked.
Elder Sam was killed by mistake by the Patriarch's assistant. Elder Sam's father is that neutral supreme elder. You can guess what happened next.
He explained.
Oh, was Elder Sam really killed by that assistant? Victor asked with a frown. Most likely not, as there are some rumors about his daughter-in-law poisoning him. But the one who is supervising the investigation is the head of the Inquisition Hall, Supreme Elder Alfred, who totally ignored that information. This must be a scheme. But we can't interfere in this investigation according to the family rules. Only the Supreme Council can. He added with another sigh. Even so, the situation should be a tie with 3 elders on each side, Victor stated.
That was the case.
But an accident happened that flipped one of the elders, Theodore stated with some annoyance. As Iris and the women listened attentively, they never knew that the drama in their family is more intense than any TV show. What happened this time? Victor curiously asked. That be *TCH Linda happened, Theodore scolded. Bill is the only grandson of Supreme Elder Bruce. Technically he didn't break any family rules, but if the Patriarch stayed in power he would surely be punished severely. So Elder Bruce was convinced to go to the other side. He is acting more on the edge though, but it is only a matter of time. Theodore added with annoyance.
And? Victor asked.
The Patriarch's power is now severely limited, so any alliance we can get can act as a pressure card. The balance is very delicate. Theodore said, too bad your brother had to go and rape that bitch at this time.
I couldn't help him at all, he added. Luke? Victor asked. Yes.
I don't know where Rex got those training swords from. But someone had coated their handles with an aphrodisiac, Theodore said with annoyance. And I don't know what training method that one was, but your brother had to go and put it in. Theodore stopped talking as he saw Lara's innocent eyes looking at him.
He said too much.
He licked that dirty handle. He clarified with a cough as he avoided Lara's eyes.
Anyway, he was shipped to the mines.
He will stay there until his ceremony. That if there ever was another ceremony. Theodore said, not explaining any further.
He spoke too much. Iris.
He turned to his daughter intending to change the subject. Did you deal with that Lucas? The one who scammed you before? He asked as he ignored the curious look on Victor's face. I didn't do anything yet. I am not sure he meant to harm me after all, Iris replied. She was not a violent girl after all. That won't do. Being too nice would get you killed.
How about you test him? Act weak for a few days.
If that bastard dared to do anything to you, you can kill him without remorse.
Theodore proposed.
His daughter was not decisive enough. And that was a problem if she stayed in the family. Iris hesitated.
Then nodded.
If Victor didn't save her that day, she didn't know what would have happened.
But
she will give Lucas one last chance. He was her schoolmate after all. If he acted like an honest man, she would spare him. If he had other thoughts, she didn't know what to do. I will send George with you. He will tell you what to do. Theodore proposed when he saw her hesitant face, making her nod. After that, they continued their meal, as Luna and Elena came to know each other, and as Victor predicted, they had a lot in common. Father, let's go to the secure room. I want to tell you something. Victor suddenly said after finishing his meal, making Theodore frown. This room was good enough. What did his son have to say? Follow me, Theodore stood up and said after he gestured to his wives and daughters to continue with their meal. This would better be quick, he doesn't want to miss the dessert. Victor also stood up and followed his father to the basement. To the same room where he killed that demon. This was the safest room in the building. After closing the heavy steel door, to Theodore's surprise, Victor activated an isolation talisman. This thing is not cheap. What happened? Theodore asked with a heavy frown, wondering what his son wanted to tell him that required all the security.
About Linda.
Victor took a deep breath and then told his father what he did. About her pregnancy with Titus's son. First, his father was frowning then.
Wait.
Theodore opened his mouth wide like a fish. He stayed shocked like that for the next 5 minutes. What the F***ck? You bastard.
You?
How dare you do that?
Do you know?
Theodore yelled as he pointed at Victor, then stopped as the thought settled in, and he realized what this meant. When did his son become this scheming? This plan is pure evil. All we have to do is to wait until she gives birth, and they return Bill to the family.
Victor said.
All we have to do is to spread the photos about Titus and Linda. And ask some questions about the baby's father, he added. Bill would definitely kill Titus. That young man has a really short temper. Theodore added, and Titus's grandfather is the second supreme elder of the opposing faction. This is a big feud that would send Elder Brewis back to our side if we promise to spare Bill capital punishment.
This is good. Very good.
I will have to go around and make sure that there are no loose ends though. George can do it perfectly. Just tell your butler to send him all the data. Theodore said as he smiled evilly. Yes, all we have to do now is wait another year, Victor added as he laughed evilly with his father.
Miss Isabella, why do you keep standing up? Tom asked.
They were in the teacher's room. Isabella had a standing desk there. But he felt strange, she didn't sit down at all for the last hour. He was getting tired but didn't dare to sit down if she didn't. It's healthier this way, she replied with some annoyance as she looked at a dungeon raid report he presented to her. It was about the Goblin Dungeon. From what I take from your description, the elixir you drank was very effective. Do you have anything left of it?
She asked. No.
It was only 1 drop, and my stomach was hurting very badly. But I remember what it looked like. It was red but had a purplish shimmer to it.
He explained.
Isabella frowned. She had never heard of anything like this. She quickly headed to a bookcase near the door and began to look around for a certain ancient book. She found it, an old book with a leather binding at the bottom of the bookcase.
This book might. She screamed.
The room's door was opened by a student just as she bent down, and it just happened to bump into her butt.
Tom was shocked. What has just happened?
He thought as Isabella stood with difficulty and glared at the student, who quickly put the stack of paper he had in hand on another teacher's table and then ran away.
Are you okay, teacher? Tom asked.
Yes. I am fine, Isabella said as she walked with difficulty, and just so happened to step onto a paper that fell from the stack earlier.
She slipped.
And like in every cliché situation that only happens when a scion is in the room, she fell onto Tom, who took the chance to hug her and accidentally grabbed her butt. She screamed again as she glared at him with teary eyes and tried to stand up only to fall again, but this time backward on her butt. She screamed a 3rd time as she stayed on the ground this time, holding her butt in pain. Tom didn't expect that. What's wrong with her? Wait, this might be his chance.
Teacher.
Your butt seems to be injured, he stated, expecting her to deny it.
She looked away in shame. What? Really? He swallowed hard.
Would you mind helping me stand up? She said with an aggrieved voice. This was the worst humiliation in her life.
No, the second worst.
Tom quickly reached his hand and helped her stand up. Isabella was moving with difficulty.
And he noticed it.
Teacher, do you need my help getting you home?
He asked. No.
She replied as she let go of his hand and slipped again to the floor, then began to cry. The pain was too unbearable.
Tom was flabbergasted.
What the F***ck?
Teacher, can I help you with anything? He asked. There is
a white jar in my desk's drawer, she said with some difficulty as tears fell from her eyes.
Tom quickly got it for her. It was some custom-made ointment.
Could it be that the teacher had some kind of a problem? I will leave you alone, Tom said as a gentleman, intending to leave the room. It is not appropriate to stay here, as he would be able to peek better if he quickly ran and hid in the tree next to the window outside.
No.
I can't do it by myself.
Can you?
She said with a heavy blush, making Tom's heart skip a beat. Isabella was in her bed, busy hitting her pillow when her roommate finally came home and looked at her frustrated friend. What's wrong, Bella? The short-haired, cheerful girl asked.
Naomi.
Nothing, I was just thinking about something, Isabella replied as she readjusted her pillow.
Oh.
Do you need me to help you apply your medicine for you again? Naomi asked.
No.
I managed to do it myself, she replied as she buried her face in her pillow, hiding her blushing face.
Oh.
That's fine then, Naomi said as she yawned. By the way, I checked that Victor for you. A total pervert, But I can't touch him, he is an elite heir in the von Weiss family. The real cream of the crop. We never even got near him, we are still too weak for that. Why don't you hook up with him? He is really rich, and you would no longer have to hang out with poor players like us, she said joking. Isabella didn't laugh, she just turned her face and glared at her friend.
Hee hee. Now tell me.
Did you find any suitable recruits? The organization is taking shape, and we need more free players to join, she asked.
Ah.
I have someone in mind. I will get you his file later, Isabella said, not daring to look at her friend. Oh good, just be sure he doesn't belong to any major powers. Naomi said as she left the room. Isabella didn't reply, she just sighed. What happened today? Why did she act like that in front of Tom? Thankfully, after applying the ointment, she heard another teacher in the corridor, and managed to pull back her skirt in time before he entered the room. But how could she let a student touch her butt?
What was wrong with her?
Sure, she was in a lot of pain, but still. Why was she okay with Tom? Is she just some loose woman? He was her student, damn it. Why is everyone taking advantage of her? First, that Victor stole her first kiss. Then Tom touched her butt. And why did he run away like a scared chicken after that? Was her butt too ugly? Or was he embarrassed? Thankfully no one saw them. But, how would she be able to face him tomorrow? Damn it, she screamed as she bit hard on her pillow. When Victor arrived at his mansion with his mother and sister, it was already 10:30 p.m. The girls had already eaten and gone to sleep, so only Hilda was waiting for them. He asked about the day's events, then quickly excused himself, telling his mother, who was pestering him about Linda, that he would explain everything tomorrow, and that he was really sleepy. His mother had to reluctantly let him go and drag the sleepy Lara to her bed. Young master, Lily began to talk just as they entered his room. Did you succeed?
He asked.
Yes, I was a little late but managed to get some photos.
She said. Oh.
It's my fault, I didn't expect the situation to progress this fast. He has real talent, he sighed. Young master. I need to ask you something, she said. You want to ask about that beggar?
He interrupted. Yes.
I felt strange looking at him. She replied with some embarrassment. If my guess is correct, he should be your brother. His name is Julian von Krohn. Victor told the truth. He didn't want to lie to Lily too much.
Oh.
Lily, who was surprised, didn't know what to say. He is still doing his family test, so he will not contact you for another year. So ignore him for now. Victor sighed. Now let's focus on the present. Victor said as he hugged her. Well, the reason I didn't take you with me and have been treating you a little coldly today is because I am really afraid they would take you away if they noticed how much I love you. He whispered in her ear, making an involuntary shiver run through her body. She already knew that it was something like that. But it felt different hearing these words from his lips as they kissed her ear. She began to breathe a little heavy.
Young master.
She stopped as her watery eyes turned ice cold. An intruder, she said as her mood changed. She was angry. Couldn't they delay their arrival?
You just noticed?
He asked leisurely, making her pout a little. They are outside the fence now. Did he really notice them before her? Don't worry, I have already activated the array. And that's why I found them. They are already in our net, he smiled as he watched Lily take out a new shiny dagger from her ring, in addition to an earpiece that she placed in her still blushing ear. Victor did the same. This earpiece was a communication device for emergencies in the mansion. They didn't want to leave anyone tied up in their rooms in case of emergencies.
Everyone. The food is here. Are you ready?
He then waited for confirmation from everyone. They were all ready. 29 targets, 7 mortals, 22 semi-players.
Take your positions.
Eliminate all targets outside only when they cross the third parameter. Leave the ones who sneak into the mansion to me and Lily.
And
ignore Elle and Lara. Alpha, it's your mission to keep an eye on them. Pun intended, he instructed with a smile as Alpha cursed him silently. Victor carefully manipulated the array to shield his mother's room. He didn't want her to hear anything. His mother might ruin his plan after all. Lily, go and take out the one heading to the kitchen. Make sure he kills that maid Rose first though, I will guide him to her.
Cut his head and keep it clean.
Hilda would be angry if we made a lot of mess. After that, head outside and kill anyone who tries to escape. And make sure to keep your veil on at all times. Victor instructed Lily, who nodded and then disappeared into the darkness outside his window. Thanks to the array, he could use his appraisal skill throughout the mansion, as if it were a part of him. He could easily see who his intruders were. Especially semi-players. One of them was Mr. Klein, while the others were death warriors.
Who do they work for?
Wait Troy Wyrant. Another piece of sh*t. Anyway, this guy was not a scion, so no need to be afraid.
Name, Romer Klein.
Level, 0.
Class. Authority 1. Strength, 21. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 20. Luck, 14. Charm, 21. Order, 10. Skills. Business Sense A. Dagger Arts D. Charm D. Mass Hypnosis F. Equipment. Defense Talisman B. Vanishing Cloak D. Storage Ring E. Hypno Coin F. Fate Status. Fate's Power A. Fate's Direction, Neutral. Fate's Design, the right hand of Troy Wyran. Total A. Name, T123.
Level, 0.
Class.
Abnormal status, Slave Low.
Authority 1. Strength, 18-21. Agility, 16-18. Intelligence, 13-15. Luck, 7-10.
Charm, 3-6.
Order 10. Skills. Needle Arts D. Silent Steps E.
Wall Walking E.
Equipment. Poison Needle F. Fate Status. Fate's Power DE.
Fate's Direction, Neutral.
Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total DE. Anyway.
First, he would need to get that Klein inside. As for the rest, he would use the array to guide them to spies surrounding the mansion. Let them kill each other. Or at the very least scare those guys away. Elle was sneaking professionally. She already learned where it was safe to hide here in the mansion. 1-2. Now, she jumped from behind one vase to the other. She ran down the corridor. Into the drawing room. She quickly reached for a wooden door to the side and opened it, to see the face of a handsome young man with a handsome mustache on his face. Mr. Klein, she said with a sparkling eye. He quickly put his hand on his mouth, instructing her to stay silent. The basement. Stay close, he whispered, to put his cloak around her. Elle nodded with a smile and began to silently guide him to the basement. They quickly reached it. Mr. Klein silently inspected the lock, then professionally unlocked it using high-grade military picks he had. Opening the door, Elle peeked inside. It was a long corridor, with no guards and no dogs. Are you sure this is the place? He asked with a frown. She nodded. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to go in after all. Go ahead in front of me. I will protect you if someone attacks you from the back, he assured her. She nodded while wondering why he used the same line she usually uses to scam the other village boys to enter a cave before her. No, Mr. Klein would never do that. There is only one door in the front. It was also locked. Klein again tried to use his picks. But they failed. He tried again. Failed. Making him frown as he slowly inspected it with his flashlight. There is definitely something precious behind this gate. He took another set of tools from somewhere. It was a strange key with no grooves. He put it in, then took it out, looked at it, and filled it with a file that was in the kit. Elle didn't understand what he was doing, as she had never heard about key impressioning before. But she knew to keep her silence and learn. After 35 more filings and another 15 minutes, the door was opened by Mr. Klein, who was sweating a lot from his forehead. He seemed tired. She quickly helped him whip his sweat, but pushed away. Sneaking into the room, it was full of boxes. This must be the treasure. Elle quickly followed behind. Klein approached one of the boxes and opened it. Inside, it was full of magazines. Porn magazines. Elle opened her mouth wide. What is that woman on the cover doing? Why was she on that man's? Klein didn't speak, he just froze for a few minutes. Then began to open the boxes one by one like a madman. After another 5 minutes, he turned to look at Elle. Bitch, he said and slapped her face, making her small body fly and hit the wall on the other side. This was his fault. He should have never trusted this idiot. Thankfully he came prepared. The other guys would search the entire mansion and take everything valuable, and hopefully the mountain deed too. His master was reluctant to let him buy the mountain for just a sketchy wine, but a few days ago the lab results came in. This wine has many uses. Not only does it make people smarter, it has a desirable side effect. It makes them temporarily more gullible too, and makes them more susceptible to his master's prolonged hypnosis techniques. No wonder the villagers were so quick to trust him. They drank a lot of this shit. His master told him that this was a great contribution. Too bad by then the mountain was already sold. He can't tell his master that, so he had to take it back by himself. This mansion's owner was a member of the von Weiss family. But so what? His master had already told him that they would soon perish, and this guy was just a perverted young master, with no value. His master had already seen through their scheme of granting him an elite status. Would an elite live in a mansion without a dedicated team of player guards? Would an elite get his fiancée stolen?
What a joke.
As long as that Victor was not dead, his family would not cause any trouble. They don't have the resources to spare to do that anyway. Now he needs to check on. Mr. Klein fell to the ground unconscious as Victor struck him with a steel baseball bat.
Well,
that was very anticlimactic, Victor said as he dusted his hands and then looked at the terrified Elle. You betrayed me, he said, making her slowly stand up as she leaned on the wall with blood seeping from her mouth. She looked at him with teary eyes. She was crying. It was when Klein slapped her. He promised to take care of her, he promised that he would give her a family.
He lied.
She didn't know what to say. She could only weep. She also betrayed Victor, who promised her a home. I don't want to do this. But I have to keep my promise. I told you before, if you betray me, I will kill you. That's the rule, he said as he flashed his dagger. Elle cried as she looked at him, just as a little girl ran and stood in Victor's path, spreading her small arms wide in front of him and shielding Elle behind her.
Don't kill little Elle, Lara shouted, stuttering.
Oh. Victor was shocked. You are here too. Did you see that? She helped a thief enter my house. I can't let her live. You know the rules, he said, making Lara flinch a little, but not give way. I already promised Elle to take care of her. You have to pass over my dead body if you want to kill her, she said bravely as tears began to well in her eyes. Ah. Where did you learn that line from? That won't do. Alpha, get her a wage, he called, making Alpha appear out of nowhere and grab Lara, then drag her to the wall. No, Lara shouted as Victor approached the shaking Elle, then stopped and looked at Lara.
It is too late,
Victor said, as he slowly approached the crying Elle. You already gave me Elle. You can't hurt her now, it is my responsibility to punish her. Lara suddenly shouted. Alpha, who was grabbing her, gave her this tip.
Victor froze. True.
But I didn't complete the transfer. So, he said as he looked at the crying Elle, then sighed. Fine, I promised Elle to be my little sister anyway. I can't kill her, I will give you one more chance. The last chance, he said to Elle as Alpha let go of Lara, who ran and hugged Elle, who began to weep, making Lara shed some tears too. From now on, Elle will be your personal servant. But if she ever betrayed you, I will kill her myself. Remember that, Victor said to Lara, who looked at him and nodded with determination. Go back to your room.
I have
some cleaning to do, he said. Lara nodded as she was escorted with Elle to her room by Hilda, who no one knew when she appeared in the room. With this, Victor would be more assured of Lara's safety. Elle, although young, has more experience than Lara, and would be able to benefit her a lot and maybe help her avoid many schemes. As for her betrayal, it was probably the effect of those guys' hypnosis and her youth. She would never do it again. He was sure of it. Now, what shall he do with this trouble? He was not in the mood for interrogation.
Alpha.
Take him to the mountain base with any survivors from the battle outside. And get your girls there too, then give him to them. Let them use the wine on him. Be careful though. He has some hypnosis techniques. Consider this to be their training. I will want a good report in a week. And we need to make the players too, he instructed as he took Klein's ring and treasures. He even took the cloak. This would be a good gift for Lily. Alpha nodded, then tied Romer Klein before stuffing him in a body bag. Did she keep a lot of those in her ring?
Maybe.
Victor sighed as he checked the status of the battle outside. Intruders. 20 dead/9 captured.
Spies. All kept their distance. Casualties? None. No, wait.
2 chicks lost a few teeth and... Why was Alex fighting in high heels? Did she just sprain her ankle? Linda stepped elegantly out of the dirty one-star hotel's bathroom and sat on Bill's lap as he threw his phone on the table and took out a cigarette, making her light it for him. The family stopped the search order on me. I can move freely now and use my finances,
he said.
Ah. That's good, as long as I am with you, she said with a smile. Finally, she screamed in her mind. She had to live on some savings for the last week. She was about to dump this man and find a better target. But she kept reminding herself that this one was a patriarch candidate. It was only a matter of time for him to regain his glory.
She gave him 3 months.
If he didn't recover his status, she would have left him. Would you be able to return to the family now?
She asked. Not yet.
The situation is tricky, but my grandfather assured me that it would only be a matter of time. I didn't break any rules after all. he said as he looked at her with a smile. Of all the girls he dated, he liked Linda most. Not all did she give up all of her wealth and status to be with him, she even abandoned his loser cousin Victor. This girl was not after money like the others. Not only that, she was beautiful, sweet, and caring. He could swear that she would always know what he was thinking about. Like how she was now moving her hand on her thigh. Just as he desired.
Ah, that's good. I want a big wedding, she said as she blushed. Don't worry.
I will throw you the biggest wedding of this century. Now let's continue, he said as he put out his cigarette. He was now in the mood for round 2. Can't we find a better place first?
She asked.
She just saw a cockroach on the ceiling, but didn't dare to scream. Bill likes strong girls, and she was not really disgusted.
As a summoner, she has seen worse, far worse. No.
I like this place better, he said as he began to kiss her body, not noticing that she was making certain gestures with her hand. Victor's mansion, 30 minutes ago. The girls were nervous. This was their first battle against semi-players. They were a little excited too. Even Beta and the others who were not players were participating in this battle with guns. They were separated into groups, each party taking a zone. Although Victor could eliminate all the offenders using his array, he wanted to use them to train the girls, so he already told them that he would separate the attackers into several groups for each team to fight separately.
Team 1, Margaret, Alex, Beta, Gamma, and Delta.
Is this dress really necessary? Their young master had already said that I no longer needed to dress like this.
Alex said. Oh.
You can take it off. But my tongue might slip. He might know what I saw that day in your room. Those sexy SD? Margaret didn't continue as Alex forcibly closed her mouth with her hand as Beta returned. The others are ready. What are the two of you bickering about?
She asked. Nothing,
Alex said, as she let go of Margaret and gave her a warning look. Why are you wearing a short skirt? Beta asked Alex. This is completely unsuitable for battle.
What's next? High heels.
You are taking your hobby too seriously, she scolded with annoyance, making Alex look away.
Ah, that's a good idea,
Margaret suddenly said with an evil smile.
What? Alex asked. High heels. No way.
Alex refused immediately. How about we make a bet? If you can fight in high heels, I will stop pestering you for a week. If you fail, you would have to wear the thing I saw you wearing that day, and accidentally run into the young master, she said, making Alex squint his eyes.
1 month. 2 weeks. Deal, Alex said.
Then under the shocked eyes of both Margaret and Beta, she took a new pair of high-heeled sandals from her ring and wore them. Do you keep those with you?
Beta asked.
I bought them the other day and forgot to put them away, Alex said absent-mindedly. The young master ordered me to, she lied.
Oh.
Anyway, let's get ready. Margaret chuckled as she looked at the dark path in front of them.
They are here,
she said as 5 men in black entered the small clearing and looked around, then focused on the girls. How did we get here? Wasn't we heading to the mansion? One of them asked.
I don't know.
But it seems like we found some treasures, the second said as he eyed Alex and the girls.
Well,
let's get rid of those. The boss told us that we can everyone except that young Master Victor. Maybe we could also have some fun. Wait, that guy in the short dress is a man, the third said to his colleagues who also looked at Alex. For a second there they thought he was a woman.
A very hot woman.
It must be the moonlight playing tricks on them. Surrender, their boss said as he stepped forward. We will make sure you. He stopped as Margaret's robe slipped from her body and activated her seductress skill. Her perfect body was the last thing the death worries saw before they lost their consciousness as Delta and Gamma, who were hiding behind, shot at them with special tranquilizers. The 5 men fell to the ground without any trouble.
What the?
We were supposed to fight them, Alex complained.
Too bad.
You couldn't fight in high heels.
You lose,
Margaret said with a sneaky smile.
What? No. You
didn't give me a chance. That's a play on words, Alex argued as he pointed at her.
I don't care.
Now help me drag those guys away. Others might come soon, Margaret said as she put her robes back on. Beta and her sisters who came out of their hideout were a little stunned. They quickly nodded and began to drag the sleeping assassins. They couldn't, those muscular guys were too heavy for them. Let me help, Alex said as she dragged men easily.
And ouch, she said as she fell down.
What's wrong?
Beta asked.
I just sprained my ankle, Alex said. She was not used to wearing high heels. This is not a battle, she shouted at Margaret, who had a creepy smile on her face.
Team 2, Lily and her dog.
Only one intruder managed to get into the mansion. He was guided to a room on the first floor where a maid was sneakily writing a report on her phone. This assassin didn't wait for her to turn around before slitting her throat. What a hideous monster! How can a woman be this ugly? He exclaimed as his head left his body. What an idiot! Falling to the young master's illusion, array this quickly. A sweet girl said as she gestured to her assistant, Camellia, who quickly arrived and began to drag the bodies away. Oh, the blood splattered on the wool rug. Hilda won't like this.
Team 3, Mina, Mana, Hilda.
They were sitting in their swimsuits on a bench near the pool when a team of 3 intruders came and began to look around. Where are the doors? How did we get here? One of them asked.
Someone in the front.
Oh. A second one said as he saw the twins, then swallowed hard. Those 2 were pretty. Hi girls. He said as he took out a dagger from his belt. He likes cutting girls. Be careful, Mina said to him as she ran barefooted toward him with her sword. He quickly parried to the side, but the floor was too slippery for that, so he couldn't help but stumble and fall into the pool where he made no other sounds. If you parry you would lose, Mana said. Now the numbers are even.
Let's fight,
she said as she attacked another warrior. The 2 men looked at each other and began to fight the twins. They couldn't parry as they just noticed that the floor was just too slippery. So they had to keep their feet a little further apart, making them only defend using their sword arts. They felt as if they were training dolls for those twins.
They were.
That was Victor's intention of arranging them here. The battle only took 17 minutes. The twins were able to behead the 2 men and then throw them into the pool where another 9 of their friends were waiting. As for the one who fell earlier,
he was already dead, shot by Hilda.
That's enough for today, Hilda, who came out of the shadows with a rifle resting on her shoulder, said. You did good, but you must work more on your technique. She noted as the girls nodded.
And Hilda, did you record it all?
Mana suddenly asked. They wore swimsuits specifically to be recorded. They wanted the young master to see their fight.
Don't worry.
I am sure the young master would have a good time watching this, Hilda said with a sigh. What happened to the nice girls she raised?
Team 4, Theta, Eta, Zeta and Epsilon.
Look, another one is on the northern wall. Ada said as she looked from her sniper's optics and pulled the trigger.
Bang! He fell.
She said with a triumphant look. It's my turn, Zeta said as she aimed from the top of the mansion.
Bang! You failed, Theta said.
Show me your skills then, Zeta retorted. Fine, Theta aimed then fired. The bullet didn't hit the man who noticed something and hid behind a tree. It hit a beehive on the opposing tree, which in turn released its army to attack the man who ran out of his cover, earning himself a bullet in the forehead. More money for me, Theta exclaimed. What money? Epsilon arranged her glasses and asked. Nothing. Just a random bet with myself. Theta said.
It's your turn, she added.
Do you feel bad about killing those guys? Zeta suddenly asked as she searched for targets. Not at all, the girls replied. Don't you find it strange? Like on TV, they all say they feel bad after killing a guy.
I felt nothing, she explained.
I think it was because of what we have been through.
Theta explained. Yeah.
Zeta said. They saw Titus kill their sister after all, and some other girls. They used them to threaten others not to run away. They would never forget those. But I think it is because we are too far away.
She added. 3 o'clock.
Near the post.
Bang! Got him.
The girls began to search for another target when a sound came from their earpiece. Good job everybody, all targets have been eliminated. Team 4 keep on the lookout for another hour. The rest including the chicks would collect the bodies.
And Hilda.
Go to the mansion and make some noise to wake my mother.
Victor said.
Team 5, Arya and the chicks.
Oh. I am late.
I should have left the company earlier, she nagged as Leo stopped the car in front of the mansion's outer gate. Looking out of the car, Arya was surprised as she saw that the 2 chicks guarding the door were injured.
What happened? She asked them. Nothing.
Just some intruders. The young master asked us to play the weak guard role, but those guys had to go and humiliate us.
Chick 33 complained.
Are they still inside? Arya said with a worried voice.
No.
The young master got rid of them. The mansion is clear. Chick 34 assured her, then spit blood, with a tooth. Mistress, does the young master cover our dental? He asked with a worried voice. This will be expensive without insurance.
Not yet. He should do it.
I will speak on your behalf. She replied as she ordered Leo to head uphill. Bastard! Amelia yelled as she threw a stack of papers from her desk. What's wrong, Mommy? Lynn poked her head from behind the door and asked.
Ah. Lynn. Amelia sighed.
I just got a reply from that bastard Theodore, she said. They refused me?
Lynn asked with a frown. Not at all. But
they want you to get married to Victor with another woman at the same wedding.
They want to humiliate us,
she said angrily as she kicked a poor chair that did nothing wrong, sending it toppling to the floor in pieces.
Oh.
What do the elders think?
She asked. They don't mind.
It must be that B*TCH cousin of mine. She must be instigating them.
Sorry, Lynn.
Your mother is being unfair to you again. I couldn't even secure an elite heir status for you. And now you have to suffer through this because of my incompetence. Amelie said as she brushed her daughter's silky hair.
It's okay, Mommy. It's not your fault.
It's all because of that Lynn said, grabbing her mother's hand and squeezing it.
And
I don't care about their schemes, as long as you are okay with it, she said with somewhat insincere eyes.
Oh.
You are the best, Lynn, Amelia said as she hugged her daughter and then sighed.
Now,
I have to teach you a certain family art. This is your duty as a Von Rosen.
Ah, Mother. Are you okay?
I got very worried about you when Alpha told me that a few assassins attacked the mansion, Victor said as he ran into the living room with an anxious face. His nervous mother was sitting with Lara, who looked strangely at her esteemed brother, while shielding Elle behind her as if Victor still wanted to harm her. Elle was shrinking her small body behind her small mistress's back, trying very hard to act invisible.
Yes, I am fine. Don't worry.
Thankfully, they didn't get to our rooms. His mother reassured him. Poor Rose was killed by them. That girl was still young, she didn't even get a chance to get married, she sighed, making Victor sigh. That's what you care about? What did those people want? She asked after a few sighs. I don't know yet, but I am going to find out, and whoever is behind this will have to pay a very steep price.
He said, Hilda.
I want a full investigation. He yelled at Hilda, who bowed respectfully and left the room with a serious face. Why didn't you call the police? His mother asked.
No.
In the family, we deal with our problems by ourselves.
You know that.
He started making his mother sigh. True, the family was more efficient than the police.
Lara, are you okay?
Did anything happen to you or to Elle? He turned to his sister and asked as he eyed Elle was shaking behind her.
Nothing happened.
Elle was just a little scared, she said as she glared at her brother. He was not telling her mother the truth. Why? She better keep out of this, or they might take Elle away from her. Alpha clearly told her to keep everything she saw and heard a secret. Good, now you better go back to sleep. Tomorrow morning we will have to go visit grandfather's house, Victor said, then looked at his mother, who nodded with some nervousness. After making sure his mother returned to sleep, Victor headed to the basement, where the girls had been waiting for his evaluation of their performance. Everyone, you did mostly good. The operation was a success, Victor said with a smile as he looked at the exhausted girls and then sat down at a chair that Lily prepared for him. Now, I have been monitoring the situation through the mansion's array. Lily, you did well. Camellia, you stained the carpet when you moved the body. You would be punished by cleaning the chicks' dormitory for a week, he said, making poor Camellia want to correct him that Lily was the one who spilled that man's blood. But looking at Lily's threatening eyes, she decided to say nothing. She was her mistress, after all. Next is Margaret. Your charming skill has improved. Those guys died with perfect erections. But you don't have to strip completely. I don't like other people looking at you. And you can be more charming and interesting for your target if you cover some areas. He started making her blush a little. I understand the young master. She nodded with a sly smile. He is being a little jealous, and that means he really cares about her. Mina and Mana. You did great, your footwork and movement have improved. I will give you a few manuals later to train in. As for the recording, I will watch it alone later, he said with a perverted smile, making them blush as Lily looked away in annoyance. She wanted to make a recording too. Now, Alpha. Good job, he said briefly, causing her to utter a humph. She was tasked with monitoring and protecting Lara. But nothing happened to her, so she basically did nothing. Now, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. Not bad, your aiming has improved, and your hiding skills are fine. But your footwork is rubbish, and you need to train more, as your insurance is too low. That can be fixed later though, he said as he gave Alpha a look. She nodded. They needed to become players. They will head to the dungeon next week, once the assassin girls return. Next is Theta, Eta, Zeta and Epsilon. You did fine too, but you suffer from the same problem as your sisters. Train more. And Theta, gamble more carefully next time. Relying on your luck all the time might get you in trouble if you face someone with a higher fates," he stated, making Theta nod seriously, and Margaret looks at her with a slight frown.
"And Arya, you were late,"
"Take more care of your health, working up late is not good for you,"
he said. "I understand, young master."
"The chicks need medical insurance. Some of them lost their teeth,"
she said. "Okay."
"I am too lazy for that, so you arrange it," he said, then looked at the last member of his harem.
"Hilda." "No, Alex."
Finally Alex. "You were mostly useless today, only good as a distraction. Not only did you sprain your ankle, but you also lost the bet with Margaret. I don't even want to know what she was blackmailing you about, but it better look good on you by tomorrow's breakfast, or I will punish you by making you drive the car naked," he said, making her blush and look away with aggrieved eyes.
"Damn you, Margaret."
How was she going to wear that thing?
"Damn it."
"Now, as a reward, all of you will enjoy sleeping in my room tonight. Hilda should have arranged the room by now," he said, making the girls have very different reactions. Lily was jealous. But she was sure that she would take his side, so it didn't matter. Margaret had the same feelings as Lily. The twins only sighed they were the ones who arranged the matrices in the afternoon, so they have long known about his perverted plan.
Theta was excited.
Her sisters and Arya were nervous. Alpha was annoyed. How can this be considered a reward? Wasn't he rewarding himself?
Alex was hesitant.
"Why are you acting like this?" Victor asked her. "Although I really like you, you are a man. You can't sleep with us. Don't be sad, I will give you a sleeping bag to sleep outside my door," he said with a nod, making her want to cry. Why the F***ck was she sad? And why does she have to sleep by his door?
"Young master."
Just that.
Beta asked.
She wanted something of more substance.
"Of course not.
"Next week, I will take you on a trip to the sea."
To Tetraquad City. How about that?"
he asked, making all the girls excited this time. Except for Alpha, who cursed at him again. Wouldn't he be the one enjoying himself watching them in their swimsuits? He is only rewarding himself.
Bastard.
Only Lily, who overheard her young master's conversation with Kai, knew that he was using them as a cover to go to the auction. But what did he want to get from there? Now the guys who got captured would be sent to the stronghold by the chicks. They will also dispose of the corpses. But before that, check them for tracking devices. Lily and Alpha, this would be your mission. After that, make sure to extract as much information as possible. And keep this discreet. Those guys probably belong to a very annoying guy,"
he stated.
It was 6:30 in the morning when Victor opened his eyes and enjoyed the view in his room, where 14 scantily dressed girls were sleeping around him. He made sure to adjust the thermostat so that the room was a little warm.
He.
Too bad that the assassin sisters were outside, or the situation would have been better. Too bad he couldn't touch them yet, or their energy would interfere with his blood awakening. Hopefully, that thing in the auction is the one he needed.
"Young master."
"You are drooling," Margaret, who seemed to have woken up, said. She was hugging his left arm.
Before he could wipe his drool, someone gently did it for him. It was Lily,
who was hugging his right arm. He couldn't move at all. "Good morning, young master," Lily said, causing all the girls except Arya, who was too tired to wake up and cover their exposed skin a little too lazily. They didn't mind him looking at them. But I just felt a little shy. "Good morning, young master," they saluted with blushing faces. Their young master looked very charming in his bed.
"Just a greeting?
Don't I get a morning kiss?" he asked, making them freeze. Then, to Alpha's absolute annoyance, a new kind of morning ritual was created. Breakfast was served as usual, with Victor sitting at the head of the table and blushing girls sitting on both sides. "Lily, is there something wrong?" Elena, who came down, asked Lily, who was glaring hatefully at Margaret, who stole her young master's first morning kiss before her.
"Damn slut."
"Nothing, mistress. She said Victor has instructed her to act as a maid all the time." As for the action in his room, all the spies saw was Lily sleeping on the floor near the door with an aggravated face.
Poor girl.
This was her family test. "I told you, call me mother. You are too stubborn, like my son." Elena sighed, making Margaret a little jealous this time. She knew quite well that Elena didn't like her. But why does she like Lily? The breakfast started quickly as the twins prepared the table. Someone was missing. "Where is Alex?" Victor suddenly asked. "Here, young master." A nervous voice made everyone look at the door, where a girl in a bunny suit was standing nervously.
It looked good on him. No, on her.
Elena was stunned for 1.4 seconds before quickly covering her daughter's eyes.
"What atrocity is this?"
She yelled at Alex and then looked at Victor, who was a little stunned as well. Why did she buy this? Alex was frozen, not knowing what to do. She bought this on a whim, intending to find a chance to scam Margaret into it and then make fun of her. Why the hell did it turn out like this? Alex, go switch to something appropriate, you would be our driver today. I told you already, keep your perverted hobbies to yourself. Victor said. Too bad you are a guy. This thing looks amazing on you. If you keep tempting me like this, one day I will surely ADOO. Victor stopped talking as Lily stuffed an egg in his dirty mouth.
Ow.
Alex ran away with a heavy blush.
Victor.
You must discipline this perverted guy, Amelia told Victor as her hands left her stupefied daughter's eyes.
Yes.
I will leave that to you, Margaret. Don't be too rough on him though, every man has some hobbies, he said. Even you, young master? She asked, earning herself a glare from Elena. She quickly looked at her dish.
Even me.
Last night was... He didn't continue as he felt his mother's eyes drilling holes into him. He better not say it.
Aha.
Let's finish this quickly. We better leave early to avoid the traffic. Mother, did you get any gifts for your parents?
He asked.
Those guys were a little snobbish.
Yes.
I bought a few gifts yesterday, Hilda should have already arranged them in the car. Elena said, getting nervous a little. The woman in black gracefully entered the principal's office, saluting respectfully as she stood waiting for her master's attention. Is there anything? James looked up and asked, putting down the stack of papers in his hand. Reporting about the young lady, the Von Weiss mansion was attacked.
The spy said. What? Is she okay?
James stood up and asked angrily. The young lady is fine. As we reported earlier, she must have had some assassin training in the Von Weiss family. The spy replied, making James sigh in relief. Who are those bastards who do not have eyes?
He asked.
They belong to Prince Troy.
The spy replied. Oh.
That fool is still around. Did he get retarded enough to attack a Von Weiss elite heir? His men might have acted without informing him. The spy suggested as she stretched her slender arms. Maybe. As long as the young lady was not harmed, let's stay out of this. We just need to watch from afar. Anything else? James asked with annoyance. We may have to reduce our surveillance, as they seem to have activated a surveillance array. We can't figure out its type, but it is very professionally made.
The spy said.
Oh, it seems like that brat Victor is more important to the Von Weiss family than we expected. I will report this to the family.
Yes.
That bastard made the young lady spend her night on the ground like a dog next to his door. The spy said with hatred in her voice.
Oh.
James frowned, then shook his head. She has to survive this. It is the nature of the test. The more she suffers now, the more rewards she will be able to reap later. Too bad she will only be able to attend the latter half of her ceremony.
He trailed off.
The spy nodded as she watched her master wonder in thoughts. How is the young master? Did he find a good shelter tonight? James asked in some concern, changing the subject.
Ah.
The young master didn't leave prison yet.
The spy replied. What?
Why? We didn't press any charges. James asked. That cop who caught him was a little unreasonable. She found some weed on him. Then he threatened her to return it to him and she recorded it. Anyway, it was a quick case. The judge ordered that he will be spending the next month in prison. The spy said, making James open his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Despite his mother's objection and desire to act low-key, Victor insisted on taking the most luxurious car in his garage, a Q12 Steed. A car that was meant to be the definitive symbol of high status. Only 25 were made every year. And as the car brand suggested, it was made by the one and only Von Weiss family megacorporation. Incorporating the latest technology and security features, the car was practically a tank. It even had a hidden mini railgun for emergencies. Relaxing in the comfy leather seats of the car with his mother, his sister, Elle, and Lily, Victor ordered Alex, who was dressed as a normal driver, to start the car. The trip was a little long, as his grandparents lived in a town a little far away from Vane City. Elena was very nervous as her daughter was excitedly watching the views out of the window with Elle, who will be her personal maid from now on. This was all new to them. After 5 minutes, Victor chose to nap on Lily's lap as usual, causing his mother to glare at him but say nothing. He wanted to take Margaret too, but his mother didn't approve as she didn't like her at all. He should have made Margaret save her life last night. No, he better keep out of this. Nothing good ever comes out of interfering in women's relationships. The uneventful trip took 4 hours, in which nothing important happened, as no car even dared to bypass theirs after seeing its brand. The reason Victor took this car was that he was worried about his mother's safety after yesterday's attack. Although the interrogation of the captured assassins didn't begin yet, Victor already knew who was behind him. Troy Wyron, the heir of the Wyron fallen family. The princely family who used to rule the country they were in right now, the Principality of Wyron. Although they still held the prince title, they had no power at all. As this country was a democracy nowadays. It was 300 years ago when the royal families in the world tried to take advantage of the infighting between the families and destroy them. They overestimated themselves, failed, and were destroyed instead. Since then, many kingdoms fell and were replaced by new democracies. The textbooks called this the Democratic Revolution. Only the families who set this system knew better. Of course, the world was not ruled by the families directly, as this was one of the things they agreed upon to spare the world from destruction due to their battles. They decided to keep the status quo and only interact with the world through financial and business means. They even spared the remnants of those old royal families, granting them empty titles. All for the sake of stability. Of course, not all players and families were content with this arrangement. Some wanted total domination, while others wanted the families to stay hidden. But those voices were the minorities. Troy was part of the prince family who used to rule this country. They had an artifact that made people semi-players, which they seemed to be abused to create armies of assassins. But that made Victor think. Where did Troy get the energy for this? The ceremony in the family can only be done once a year for a reason. It costs a lot of gems. That guy needed to be taught a lesson. Victor decided. Maybe he should check his vaults for any treasures at the same time. Should he go there himself or let Lily and Alpha do it? That would depend on the information that Klein might provide. In his past life, Troy Wyron was a nobody until the reckoning. Just a fool who wants to revive his defeated family and conquer the world. But when his army of semi-players turned into players, used it to conquer all the smaller families around him and carve a small kingdom in the early days, he succeeded in large because of the collapse of the Von Wise family. Of course, like the rest of the guys who wanted to play king, he was killed and cut into 1,000 pieces when the Von Krone family rose to power. Victor sighed and closed his eyes, enjoying Lily's delicate hands on his temples. Lately he couldn't enjoy her care as he wanted. Damn that Von Krone spies. It was noon when they reached a prosperous town. It was called the Golden Waterfall Town, due to it having a very amazing huge waterfall that attracts many tourists. His grandparents owned 3 restaurants and a luxurious hotel next to it. They could see the grand waterfall and the colorful buildings on its side from the car as it drove beside the valley. Lara and Elle were stuck to the window looking at it with excited eyes. Victor chuckled softly. In his past life, he worked around here as a security guard for one of the restaurants. He always thought that the waterfall hid a big secret. It didn't, it was just a big waterfall. He made sure to come here and search for it after becoming a full player after the reckoning. Wait, what if there was something and some lucky bastard took it before? He should maybe take another look. After 5 minutes, the car reached the address Elena gave to Alex.
The Carlson Mansion.
It was a luxurious villa surrounded by other small-sized villas and acted as the king of the hill. This was the most luxurious neighborhood in town. Of course, if this were to be compared to Victor's mansion, it could only act as a dog's house. We should have called. His mother said nervously as the car stopped next to the villa. This way is better, Victor interjected, then opened the door and stepped down without waiting for Alex to do that for him. His eyes were full of memories when he looked at the villa, whose door was opened as a young man he didn't know stepped out accompanied by a woman in her 30s. And a teenage girl around his age. They were Victor's Aunt Olga and her daughter Marley. She had stars in her eyes as she looked at the young man. "Oh, young Master Archie, is this your car?" his aunt asked when she noticed the car and Victor, who was opening the door for his mother.
Ah, N.Y.
No, Archie wanted to say no, but after seeing the amazing car he said yes, but after glancing at the white steed on its front cover, quickly corrected himself.
N. No, my car is the R.
R red sports car on the C corner, he said with sweat dripping down his forehead. He likes to brag, but didn't dare to claim this one was his, as he knew quite well that only the real powerful people could drive this, like Miss Alice, who broke his 3 legs for offending her a few years ago. He had just recovered his ability as a man a few months ago. Could it be her wanting to punish him again? He thought as his legs shook involuntarily, especially when he noticed Victor's purple hair when he stepped down. Only one name appeared in his mind.
Von Weiss.
Archie watched nervously as a beautiful woman in her 30s stepped down the car. She looked very similar to his future mother-in-law and had 2 little girls stepping down behind her, dispelling his fear.
Elena.
Olga yelled in surprise when she saw her sisters.
What?
You have been kicked out of the house. What are you doing here?
I will.
she yelled, then stopped in shock as Archie, out of nowhere, ran to Elena's side. Young Master Archie, don't. She didn't continue as she watched Archie bow deeply to her sister Elena and present his card respectfully like a servant. I am Archie Stone, young Lady Marley's fiancé, nice to meet you, he said, a little out of breath, to the surprised Elena. She never met Marley, but from the look of her she quickly figured out that she was her niece. Victor frowned as he looked at the bowing young man.
Archie Wyron. STR 15. Int 19. Luck 4.
Charm 22.
Fate. Fate's power, E.
Fate's direction, negative. Fate's design, death by the hands of Troy Wyron.
Total, E. That Troy again?
Was this a coincidence or fate? Victor thought as a shiver ran through his spine. Klein attacking his mansion was definitely not a coincidence. This was definitely a world backlash as it was setting him against Troy, but for what? It was definitely connected to this guy.
But how?
Archie was a Wyron and has not been awaked. That means his position in the family is not very high, but the destiny of getting killed by Troy is proof that he is important enough.
Would Troy be a scion?
No, that's impossible. Victor witnessed the execution by himself.
What then?
Victor didn't like the feeling of being in the dark at all. His instincts were telling him that the world was putting him to oppose Troy no matter what. And this would probably lead to his death. But that guy was too weak. With Victor's current attributes, even a bomb would barely leave a scratch on him. What the hell was going on? Victor gracefully stepped in front of his mother and took Archie's card from his hand, startling him. He didn't meet this guy in his previous life, but he has heard that his cousin Marley was dumped on her wedding day after getting discovered by the groom's friend.
Stone?
You think I am an idiot? You're definitely a Wyron. What's your relationship with Prince Armand? Victor asked nonchalantly, exposing Archie's secret, and making him shiver a little. He wanted to deny it, but looking at Victor's cold eyes and purple hair, he didn't dare to. He is my esteemed grandfather. I am forbidden from using the family name. He hesitated, then replied with a hidden hatred in his eyes, making Olga, who was about to get Archie away from Elena, gasp with her daughter.
What? Really?
They only thought that Archie was a very successful young entrepreneur. No one told them that this rich future son-in-law belonged to the prince's family. They have just struck gold. Although their country was a democracy nowadays, it was still called a principality. The stars in Marley's eyes grew larger. Who doesn't want to marry a prince? Elena was surprised too. Not because of Archie's background, she has seen her husband curse at leaders and presidents in their face before, but because her natal family knew someone this important. Oh, and that Troy should be your cousin then? Victor added calmly, making Archie nod nervously with deepened hatred.
Yes.
Does the young master know him? Archie said with complex eyes.
Not yet.
But I will very soon. He owes me a few legs, Victor said calmly, making Archie shiver as he remembered his past. A hidden smile appeared on his lips as he pondered his hateful cousin's fate. Victor watched the changes on Archie's face with amusement and curiosity. Now, where are my manners? Let me introduce myself. I am Victor von Weiss, an elite heir of the von Weiss family. This is my mother, Elena. We were just passing around here when she wanted to visit her parents, so we made a little detour. He spoke, making his mother want to spank him for lying with a straight face. Archie shivered a little. He was right, this guy had the same evil eyes as Lady Alice. He is even an elite. Damn, when did his fiancée have an amazing aunt? He really struck gold. He deeply loves Marley, but his father was against him marrying her, calling her a slut. For that reason, he forbade him from exposing his true heritage and told him that his grandfather, the current head of the family, had ordered that he would be kicked out of the prince's family on the night of his wedding. He didn't care. He had enough private money to live happily with his beloved. No need for any of that anymore. His grandfather would never expel him from the family for a slut with a connection to the von Weiss family. Wait, did he just think of his Marley as a slut?
She is not.
Ah. Nice to meet you, young master, my lady. Archie said respectfully as he bowed to Elena and kissed her hand in royal etiquette, making Olga, who was watching in surprise, grit her teeth. What is wrong here? Is this some kind of play or a misunderstanding? Young Master Archie, this is my sister.
She is.
Olga wanted to correct Archie that Elena was just a slut who was kicked out of the house, but her daughter, who had eyes that her mother completely lacked, stopped her. She also knew that car brand.
Is that her cousin?
Didn't her mother work as a hooker outside and was picked up by some pervert? When did she score this big? Let's go, Elena said embarrassingly. She knew her husband was very strong, but she was not used to this. Archie, you follow us too. I want to ask you about something, Victor commanded, making Olga, who didn't get what was going on, a little angry, expecting her future son-in-law to get angry for being commanded like a servant.
To her surprise, he didn't.
He just lowered his head and followed behind that purple-haired guy, who was ordering a veiled girl by his side to adjust his suit. One of the little girls was doing the same to the other one.
Sister. Nice to see you again,
Elena said, making Olga break away from her thoughts. She didn't notice it when her sister approached her. Don't get near me, slut. Don't expect us to forgive you. You made us lose a very important business by running away back then. Father and mother had never forgiven you. Especially after marrying some dog outside. Olga spat with hatred as she scowled at her prettier sister. Elena didn't know what to say. She was angry but... What do you mean, you filthy b***tch? Do you want to say that some random guy is better than my esteemed father? What blasphemy is this? Victor yelled angrily, interrupting his mother and stunning his aunt. He might have used some of his aura as a player on her.
Victor, don't make trouble.
His mother scolded him softly. He spoke the words she didn't dare to utter.
Aunt. Cousin.
Let's go inside and talk, Marley, who found out that the situation was getting out of hand, smartly said as she eyed her handsome cousin, whose angry look only added to his charm.
Indeed.
Mother, Victor said with a sigh as he looked at his mother, then took her hand, then guided her inside the mansion. The curious Lara, Elle, and Lily followed quickly, totally ignoring the stunned aunt. Marley, sorry that I was fooling you.
Family orders.
A soft voice startled Marley.
It was Archie. It's okay.
I trust you, she said with a stutter. Was he really a prince? I know you do. Don't tell anyone about my status yet, and you too, Aunt Olga, don't say anything. My father might get angry if any of this leaked, Archie added to the stunned Olga as he hurried after Victor. Yes, Marley said, then ran after him to the villa, not knowing what to think. Olga just stood there stunned. What just happened? Why was she shaking? Why does her skirt feel wet? And why was that sissy driver watching her with a sly smile? Entering the villa, Victor was forced to stop at the entrance hall, where he bumped into a middle-aged woman. What are you? The woman began to question him, then gasped when she spotted Elena behind him. Elena? She asked in a shaking voice as she looked at her daughter. This was Victor's snobbish grandmother Willow.
Hi, Mommy.
Elena raised her hand and greeted her mother shyly. She didn't know what to say. Willow hesitated for a second, then stepped forward and hugged her daughter. Her face was not smiling though, it was just relieved. She stepped back a minute later, quickly wiped her tears, then glared at her daughter, not knowing what to say. It has been 20 years.
Mother.
Is she my esteemed grandmother? An innocent melodic voice asked curiously, breaking the ice, and making Willow look at Lara. Are they your daughters? Willow asked, looking at Lara and Elle. Let me introduce them. This is Lara, my daughter, and this one is Elle, her maid. And this is my son Victor, and that girl behind him is Lily, his maid also. She added with some embarrassment, making her mother inspect Victor and the girls as her eyes grow wide.
Maids? Are they rich?
Didn't her daughter marry some small clerk? Inspecting them thoroughly, she didn't recognize the brand of clothes they were wearing, though the material seems decent. Were they scamming her? Wait. She looked at her daughter's purse. Isn't that a LW purse?
Could it be fake? It looked genuine.
She needs to investigate. Let's go and talk inside, she said with a complex look, guiding them to the empty living room while giving a maid who stood to the side some signals that the maid understood immediately. After entering the room, Elena, Victor, and Lara sat down on a wide couch as Lily and Elle stood behind them respectfully. Willow also sat down and began to eye them as Marley and Archie sneaked into the room and sat on a side couch together. Willow ignored them, she was busy inspecting Lara's shoes. They didn't have a brand but didn't look cheap.
Custom made? How is Daddy?
Elena asked timidly, making her mother look at her face.
He is fine.
I heard you married, Willow asked her daughter, expecting her to explain what happened since then.
Yes.
Elena said, I called you back then, but you refused to answer my calls, she blamed her. We were busy, Willow replied, not elaborating any further.
We were not.
We just didn't have anything to say to unfilial daughters. A voice denied Willow. A man with a valiant face and white hair entered the room. This was Victor's grandfather, Calvin Carlson. The maid had just informed him of Elena's arrival.
Daddy.
What are you doing here? Didn't I forbid you from coming home? He asked angrily with a harsh voice, but his eyes revealed something else. He really missed his favorite daughter. Elena, who stood up nervously, didn't know what to say. They froze like this for a few seconds, neither the stubborn father nor the hesitant daughter knowing what to say. Mother wanted to come before, but my esteemed father forbade her, Victor said lazily as he dragged his mother back into the couch, professionally resolving the situation, shifting the blame to his father, and making his grandfather curious enough to want to hear her story.
Oh, you are.
He inspected Victor with a complex gaze. My name is Victor von Weiss, your daughter's son. Victor said, knowing willingly that if he said your grandson, his grandfather would scold him.
Oh.
Calvin said, not knowing how to reply to this young man whose eyes were not scared at all. He reminded him of his youth. Let's hear what you have to say then, Elena. If I don't like it, I will kick you out again. He said as he sat beside his wife, who didn't dare to speak when he was angry. He also gestured to the maid to bring them something to drink. When I left home that day, I was wrong, I made many mistakes. I had to sleep in the street a few times.
She began.
Didn't you go to that, Nellie? Her father asked. This was a little different from what his son reported.
I did.
But when she found out, I ran away from home.
She kicked me out first.
Then, she introduced me to a certain man, and that man introduced me to another, she said.
Keep it short.
Her father ordered, not wanting to hear a sad story that was his fault. After a series of mishaps, I ended up falling into the grasp of a very evil man having to work for him.
First as a model.
Then, she stopped as she watched the unchanging looks in her father's eyes. Though his knuckles were getting whiter.
He knew what she meant.
Things happened. I will not speak of it. But by the end of the year, I was to be sold to a brothel if I didn't get him enough money. Luckily, I managed to attract the attention of a very powerful man at a party that I was forced to attend. That man saved me, she said as her eyes grew firmer. He killed that evil man and swept me away.
And I got pregnant that night.
So we got married, she added with a blush, making her father look at her with complex eyes. She called asking for help back then, but he was very angry and didn't realize how dangerous her situation was. That bastard son of his. He knew he was lying, but didn't think it was this bad.
Then, why did you not come before now?
It has been 21 years. His father asked with a calm voice. As he inspected Lily and Elle who were standing behind. They were maids, he knew by the formal poses they were standing in. That one wearing veil had dangerous eyes. He met people like that in the army, people who knew how to kill a man with a pencil. She must be a bodyguard too. He turned to inspect Elle after that. Can a maid be this young? Why are her eyes darting around? Is she searching for a threat?
No.
She is appraising the room for valuables. He will just keep an eye on her for now. Due to my husband's family circumstances and security reasons, I was forbidden from leaving for the first 10 years. After that, I would have had to leave my sons and daughters alone in that residence if I left. So I had to stay there until they're seer. They became old enough, Elena said. You didn't answer my calls, she complained in a soft voice, making her father look at her again, not knowing what to say. Who is your husband exactly? He asked, changing the subject, and getting a little curious, what kind of families lock up their daughters-in-law? Wasn't he a clerk working in an oil company offshore? His name is Theodore von Weiss.
He is a businessman.
He should own some companies around Vane City, she said, making her father frown. He never heard of this man. No, he did. In the only letter he read from her, she managed to mention something like that. He didn't care then. As his son told him that the man was some small employee and that Elena was deeply in love with him. Feeling relieved about his daughter's safety, he ignored her. Was his son lying?
Archie, on the other hand,
tensed, making Marley frown as she felt that. She didn't dare to speak and ask. My mother might not know, but my esteemed father goes by the name Theodore White. Victor clarified, making his grandfather think for a moment and then freeze in shock as he looked at his grandson. The Theodore White of... Yes, the sole owner of the Pyro White Group. Victor clarified arrogantly, making his grandfather gasp.
Calvin froze.
Was he telling the truth? His grandson didn't seem to be lying, and his purple hair really resembles that man. He might have made a mistake. But he will investigate this later.
This is big trouble.
You should have sent a letter and informed me earlier. He blamed his daughter, as his wife wondered why he changed his tone. Was that Theodore, her son-in-law, really important? She wanted to ask, but decided to keep it for later. That grandson-in-law Archie was fidgeting too.
Did he know something?
I did send you letters.
She complained.
She didn't know her husband used the surname White outside.
Oh,
Calvin said with a frown, not knowing what to say. He only read one and then told his sons to take care of the others. Why didn't your husband come with you? He asked. Elena didn't know what to say. The answer was, you are not important enough, but she didn't dare to say it. His new wife is pregnant, so he chose to stay with her, Victor explained.
New wife?
How many does he have? His grandmother, who couldn't keep silent anymore, had to ask her daughter, who blushed and looked down. 3 official ones, now 4. About 20 concubines, another 100 lovers, and uncountable side women, maybe all the hookers around Vane City. Something like that, Victor replied, making his grandmother open her mouth wide. If his grandfather was surprised, he didn't show it. Although he was not very familiar with Theodore White. He heard tales about him sleeping with 9 women every night. Now it turned out he was his son-in-law. Is he treating you well? Calvin asked his daughter. That's what mattered. Yes. I am one of his main wives, and he really takes care of me when he is not busy. She replied with a blush.
Good.
Calvin said, not wanting to know anything unnecessary about his daughter's love life. Are those 2 my grandchildren? He asked, looking at Victor and Lara. Yes. This is Lara, my youngest daughter. Elena, who was a little relieved by the change of subject, said as Lara stood up and gracefully bowed to her grandfather, who smiled softly then hid it quickly. No one can resist her cuteness. And this is my youngest son, Victor. He has already introduced himself, she said. Victor didn't stand up, he just nodded arrogantly, making both his mother and grandfather want to slap him. You have other children? Calvin asked. Yes, 2. My oldest son's name is Mike. He is 20 this year. He lives in New Lure City. And my oldest daughter, Alice. She didn't continue as a glass shattered on the floor behind them. It fell from the hand of Archie, who was listening to her. SS. Sorry, he said with a slight shake, as the maid ran to clean the glass from the floor. Calvin felt something but ignored him for now. He didn't know what to say. He wanted his daughter to apologize for escaping back then. But he also wanted to apologize for forcing her to marry and then ignoring her. He was a little angry and guilt-ridden. I brought some gifts. You might like them, Elena said, changing the subject. Should I? She asked Victor, who just yelled. Alex, bring the gifts. He shouted in a somewhat loud voice, making them involuntarily put their hands on their ears. Who dares to yell in our house? 2 men appeared in the living room. Victor's first and third uncles. The family usually assembles at this house on weekends, and they were having a bowling match in the basement. Elena, before they could reply, Victor's third uncle Larry ran quickly and hugged Elena, his big sister. He was a hypocrite. A total and an absolute hypocrite. Victor learned that the hard way, as he was the one who got the police to arrest him on fake charges merely hours after his grandfather's death. Larry, nice to see you again, Elena said with a sweet smile. She loved her small brother. He was just a teenager when she left. What is she doing here? The other middle-aged man, Victor's first uncle Bob, said sternly, not noticing the dangerous look in his father's eyes when he looked at him. Elena didn't know what to say. It's okay, their father said sternly. The past is the past, it is time to forget it, he said sternly, making both of his sons look at him with surprise. Their father was the really stubborn kind. What made him change his mind this quickly? Damn. Would their sister get to inherit again? That changes all their plans.
But father,
Bob wanted to say something, but noticing the look in his father's eyes, he chose to swallow his words. He might be in trouble. He lost track of his sister some 20 years ago, but chose to hide this from his father. He told him that she went abroad with her new clerk husband. Hearing her father, Elena smiled sweetly. Just as Alex crossed the door carrying 2 big bags, pushing Uncle Bob to the side, making him almost stumble and fall. Then casually he put the bags on the floor and left. Calvin was a little surprised. Others didn't notice it, but he did. Those bags were extremely heavy. How could that sissy driver carry them this casually? Elena coughed a little as she opened one of the bags, hearing the gasps of her mother and elder sister, who had silently sneaked into the room after changing her skirt. The bag contained many expensive clothes and trinkets. I thought those would suit father and mother, so I bought them, she said, ignoring the stars that appeared in her sister's and grandmother's eyes. Marley too was stretching her neck, but she didn't dare to leave her new golden goose Archie, who was sitting as an obedient elementary school student. Calvin coughed a little. I have something to do in the study, you guys enjoy yourselves, he said as he retreated, keenly aware that he was completely ignored as his family clamored for gifts. Who is the best girl? Select up to 3, DPMB equals yes. Lily votes, 0%. Margaret votes, 0%. Mina and Mana votes, 0%. Alpha votes, 0%. Theta votes, 0%. Rita votes, 0%. Lynn votes, 0%. Alex votes 0%. Arya votes 0%. Iris votes 0%. Leah votes 0%. Monica votes 0%. Camelia votes 0%. Linda votes 0%. Nova votes 0%. Elle votes 0%. Lara votes 0%. Isabella Sensei votes 0%. Ruby, can you remember who she is? She will appear after 2 chapters, votes 0%. Vivi votes 0%. Some other one that the author forgot about, write her name in the comments, votes 0%. Total voters 0. Input type equals hidden value equals 80/40. Input type equals hidden value equals 3.